Chapter 1. 6 Souls. As the glass scattered across the ground to my right, something seized me. I couldn't even move my eyes, which were, unfortunately, locked on the impressive cleavage of the bitch with green eyes who had just materialized in front of me. It felt as though unimaginable pressure was pressing down all around my body, like I was at the bottom of the ocean. "If I let you go, you're going to be a good boy, aren't you, Ray?" she asked, as she took a sip from a glass of champagne I was fairly sure should be broken into bits across Mortimer's fancy floorboards. While I was unable to move, she somehow perceived that I would indeed be a good boy. "Excellent," she smiled like a shark, and the pressure holding me vanished. I staggered away before spinning and taking in the rest of the room. Everyone was frozen in place. Andrea was in the process of turning around, whereas Jez and Patricia were sporting gormless expressions and had barely moved. Marwan and James had both spun and adopted something of a fighting stance, dropping their center of mass and spreading their arms slightly before they, too, were frozen. "Do help yourself to a drink and go and sit down, Ray. It's been a while since I got to do this bit, but I can wait a few moments longer." I walked past the fighter and the influencer on my way to one of the leather chairs. As I passed, I snagged the glass from Jez, delicately held in between his finger and thumb, pinky outstretched. Pansy. I snorted and took a swig as I sat down. Whatever the fuck was going on was way above my pay grade, and I had a sinking feeling that the $350,000 that had lured me here would not be forthcoming. Should have demanded more. Everything since the war had been bonus time as far as I was concerned, so I felt oddly sanguine about the bizarre turn of events.
If I could kill Carol before I went out, I'd be happy. But I needed a distraction to get a chance against a woman who could freeze me in place with a look. I realized there was no way I'd get a shot at her. I would have to hope one of the people I was beginning to think of as my fellow victims would give me a chance to escape. "I'm afraid we have an interloper in our midst," said Carol. She waved a hand casually, and Andrea dissolved into green mist, her clothing and tray falling to the floor. "The others in the house have been disposed of as well." Mortimer's face turned puce at this announcement. On the plus side, Jerome was now scratched off my list. That wasn't right. Andrea had been committed to her role. The pile of clothes revealed Andrea had been wearing very pink and very lacy undergarments. I narrowed my eyes as I glared at Carol, who smiled beautifully in my direction. "I trust we won't have a problem," she asked pointedly, as the door to the reception hall slammed shut. I raised my glass in a shaky hand and drained it. I shook my head, but whoever or whatever Carol was, she was now comfortably at the top of my "dickheads I'll kill for free" list. She'd knocked my ex-wife into second place with one dissolution of a hard-working woman. "Excellent," she repeated, like she could read my thoughts. I have been known by many names over the years. Perhaps the most common was Poseidon. She glanced at Patricia, whose face had turned an interesting shade of pink. "Just try to remain calm, Patricia. What do you want to say?" Patricia sagged and bounced off Marwan as she righted herself. The man didn't move an inch. She took a deep breath and opened her mousy mouth. "Poseidon was male, according to all the texts." The last was added hastily as Carol narrowed her weird green eyes at the woman. I didn't envy Patricia at this moment. If Carol looked at me like that, I'd be throwing myself out of the window and disappearing into the distance like Wile E. Coyote. What kind of weirdo decided that was the most important thing to ask in this kind of situation? Zeus turned himself into a swan in order to rape a mortal. He was always getting up to hijinks like that. Do you really think mortal sexual dimorphism applies to gods?
Carol raised a perfect, arching eyebrow. Ah, when you put it like that, I suppose not. I take it you claim to be a god then? Patricia asked carefully. I do not appreciate your skepticism, but I can understand it. A historian faced with the reality of powers beyond their understanding. I'd be more worried if you took it all at face value. Carol flashed a perfect smile that quickly dropped into a deathly serious expression. That was what had disturbed me at our first meeting, I suddenly realized. That pitiless gaze lurked under the charm and beauty. Humans, I would appreciate it if you would please operate on the assumption that I'm not full of shit. While we've largely stepped back from meddling in the lives of you people, eternity can be so tedious without the odd spot of entertainment. So we've let you all get on with it and started organizing the occasional games to amuse ourselves instead. Games? I asked. Games, Ray. You like the fights, yes? UFC, boxing, martial arts? I nodded. No point lying about shit like that. Well, this is our equivalent of that kind of thing. How many of you are there? Gasped Patricia. I blinked slowly. The crazy woman was forgetting that Carol had just locked her in place with a thought and was now operating on an, oh, this is an interesting turn of events, let's look deeper mentality. I shook my head and waited for Carol to dissolve the academic as well. Oh, lots. People like you, sea green eyes narrowed into a glare, are part of the problem. I told Thoth it was a fucking stupid idea to let you all start down the science road, but he and Osiris swayed the vote. Pricks. A tinkling laugh echoed out from Carol that sent chills down my spine. Like me? Patricia asked in a stunned voice. Yes, like you. For our sake. Your sort is so boring. Let's hear from Mr. Thornton, shall we? Jezza, any thoughts? Asked Carol. Patricia scurried over to the armchair next to mine and sat down with a thump, leaning forward with her hands clasped together under her chin, as she visibly struggled to remain calm. She wasn't doing a very good job. Can I go get my camera pack? I can record this on my phone, but I really want a high-quality feed. As soon as he could move, he pulled out his phone and tried to unlock it. Shit. What have you done to my phone? He demanded, which I felt was an extremely foolish choice. Whatever she wants to, you giant fucking wazik, I snarled from my comfy leather chair. He turned and glared at me. The help stole my drink. Robert, I want it noted that this servant failed to treat me with the respect I deserve. 1 star, this motherfucker. Find out his name and I'll run it through the mud. I've canceled bigger men for less. Jez continued in a whiny voice while still trying to get his phone to work. He looked up briefly and stopped when he realized Mortimer was still frozen. Bob? It seems you haven't grasped where the power currently lies, Jeremy, said Carol sadly. The young man's eyes flicked between Mortimer and the sea-green witch. I'm not going to be allowed to stream this, am I? He asked in a sad voice. God damn it, it's so unfair. I'd get fucking billions of views, he complained in a whiny tone. I moved him up my kill list on general principle. Hopefully, he had some skeletons in his closet that would allow my code to accept him as a viable target. Assuming we both survived whatever the hell this was, of course. No, you won't. Perhaps Mr. Gallagher might have something useful to offer to the conversation, Carol asked in a sweet voice. The man moved fast for about 1/3 of a second. As soon as Carol unfroze him, he blurred towards her for a moment, then locked back into place. Perhaps not. Colonel, she asked, glancing over at the soldier. Patricia's right hand moved and grabbed my left forearm in a tight grip. I glanced down, then up into her cross-eyed gaze. She offered me an uncertain smile. Whether it was the simple familiarity of human contact or some kind of snapping back to reality. I couldn't tell. I suddenly felt like I had an objective. This woman might be some genius, but she was shit out of luck when it came to a situation like this. As far as I could see, she was innocent, and protecting her would fit comfortably into my, admittedly flexible, moral universe. "My government will protest this treatment," snapped Colonel Amir. I rolled my eyes. Another one who was slow on the uptake. "No, they won't. Honestly, it seems like this was a bad batch. We'll see how you all react to the other side. Mortimer, anything to add?" She didn't bother to unfreeze him. I thought not. As charming as getting to know you all has been, I have a few disclaimers to cover before we get on with the show. Firstly, you all came here of your own free will. Some of you were harder to convince than others. Poseidon's eyes locked on me briefly, and Patricia snatched her hand off my arm. Nonetheless, you all volunteered to be present. We gods have made something of a sport out of these things. There are rules we all agreed to thousands of years before your births. We like to mix cowards and killers together in the game. Sometimes, the hardest people in this world go all soft and cuddly on the other side, and vice versa. It helps make each new game a unique experience. What the fuck was the other side? I had a sinking feeling about where this was going. Carol seemed entirely at ease as she pontificated, waving her hand about gracefully as she spoke. "I'm going to kill you all in a minute," she said casually. I tensed and suddenly found myself unable to move again. The pressure of the deep surrounded me. "Then we're going to ship off your souls to the other side. Things are a bit different there, but you'll all get the hang of it fairly quickly, I'm sure." Another glowing smile graced the room. "The main thing you need to wrap your puny brains around is this. Only one of you can come back, and there's a reason for that. The last man or woman standing among the 6 of you will be eligible to return to this world. I feel it's important for you to understand the stakes before you get going." Some kind of death match? Oh, these poor fuckers were bang out of luck then. In the corner of my vision, I could see James and Jez both locked in place. They had their backs to me, but I assumed James, at least, was mirroring my own thoughts. Killing was my business. Shit, didn't the green bitch say some of them were innocent? Patricia had leaned back before we all got frozen again, so all I could see was the dress covering her chubby knees. "You've all been responsible for deaths in some way. Mr. Gallagher once beat a man to death in a fit of rage. Colonel Amir, would you like to reminisce about the town of Gralud? Other than your soldiers, you're the only one who can, and most of that troop has died mysteriously in recent years, haven't they? Patricia, if only you knew the lives you cost with your disclosure of the seal you found under Hetmeki Bevesh. Not your fault, dear, I suppose, but dozens had to be killed as a result. How could you have known beforehand? Jeremy, you obnoxious fucking worm. You know very well what you've done, don't you?" She smiled at him in a way that made my flesh crawl. I couldn't see his reaction. I assumed there wasn't a visible one anyway, as the man was frozen like the rest of us. "How many suicides? How many lives ruined? I'm sure my white knight will have fun with you. Mr. Mortimer, you are an interesting one. You don't perceive the damage you've done at all. Always an excuse and a justification."
It was like that when I bought it. I'm just trying to provide affordable homes for the plebs. Always an excuse in pursuit of profit.
Well, now all of you will get the chance to prove yourselves. Redeem yourselves or indulge yourselves. It will be up to you. No other force will interfere. She finished her lecture with a snake-like smile that panned across the room. "What about the other one?" ground out James. I assumed she'd release him enough for him to share his question. If he'd managed to free himself from this vice-like grip that surrounded me, I'd tip my hat to the bloke. Ah, my paladin. Ironically, he's the most noble of you all, despite his profession. Raymond here is a professional killer, an assassin extraordinaire. Most of his victims never even saw him until it was too late. Isn't that right, my pet? She glanced over at me in a way that made me want to disappear. My ex-wife had once looked at me like that after I came back from the wars, once I'd become my true self. Oh, he's so modest. And of all of you, I really must keep him locked in place. One slip, and the garrote he'd planned to use on Mr. Mortimer would be around my pretty little throat, wouldn't it, Ray? She wasn't entirely wrong, but I couldn't see a way it would work even if I got the chance. Instead, I'd be jumping through the window in a heartbeat if she let me move again. When you get where you're going, just remember that while all of you have some blood on your hands, Raimondo over there is bathed in the stuff. It might even be worth you all. The air cracked as a voice rumbled through the room. It was deep and came from all around. Enough, Pass. Stop stacking the deck. Send them on their way, and let's get the game started. I felt trickles of blood begin to drip from my ears and run down my neck. Spoil sport, Carol pouted at the air. What the fuck was wrong with this woman? Half flirt, half tyrant, all mental. Fine. A blade of green glass appeared floating over her left palm, and she snatched it from the air. Morty, you're going first. It won't be much of an advantage, but I'm sure Ray will be hunting you down early on because you're such a defenseless turd, so make the most of the little extra time you'll gain. She grinned, and the blade blurred out to sink into Mortimer's chest. His eyes bulged, but there was no blossom of crimson from the wound. You didn't get stabbed in the heart without making a mess. Was this all theater? Was I drugged? Mortimer's body collapsed to the ground and lay there unmoving. Another sign this was fake. Dead men twitch for a while, and, I'm sorry to say, they often piss and shit themselves. The utter stillness of the body seemed unreal to me. Carol strode from person to person with a smile on her ruby lips and slipped the emerald knife between their ribs in turn. Finally, she strode towards me and smiled down, a long tongue stretching out to catch a bead of sweat falling from her nose. Weird. Did gods sweat? Was this melodrama tiring her? Maybe I was just tripping. I'm sure you'll have fun on the other side, Ray. This one should be easy for you to put down. The blade flicked out again, and Patricia slumped in her chair as whatever was binding us all released her in death. Any last words? I found my jaw and face were freed of whatever was controlling them. Probably not drugs, then. Whatever madness was happening here might not be fake after all. If I win, can I come back? I asked harshly. Only if the others all die first. Then yes, you can come home. Would you like us to get to know one another when you do? She smiled flirtatiously. Oh yeah, I snarled. I'd get to know her. Find her weaknesses. Ferret out her vulnerabilities and hunt this woman down. High explosives were great against tough targets. I'd blow her into pieces, or kill her slowly after making her regret a flash of green, and I glanced down at a knife handle wrapped in Carol's pale fist. If her hand ends there, and the knife was 6 inches long, that means the rest of it is buried in my... Ah, shit. Good luck, my white knight. Chapter 2. Naked as the day I was born. I wasn't sure if it was my suddenly heavy eyelids simply falling down, or if blood loss was sending me into unconsciousness. But there hadn't been any blood on the others. Either way, as the world faded to black, Those fucking letters stayed floating in my vision. You have been sacrificed for the entertainment of the gods. Transmigration initiated. Welcome to the War of 6 Souls. I could no longer feel my body. I tried to blink, but nothing changed, and the goddamn writing still hung before my eyes? I tried to reach out to swat it away, but I couldn't feel my arms. Well, this sucked. Raymond Cobbler. Assessing. I hadn't used that surname in 15 years. Not even Jimmy, the closest thing I had to a friend in this... that. The world knows it. Known aliases: Raymond Potts, Raymond Cobbler, Bob Philpert, David Culpepper, Chris Santiago, Philip Johnson, Reg Smith, Dakota, Idaho, Norman Jones, Peter Bulmer, Ray Shine. The list scrolled on and on. I'd used a lot of names at various points across my life, mostly one-offs for particular jobs, but whatever this thing rummaging through my past was, its thoroughness was no longer in doubt. It didn't miss any of them I could remember, and included a bunch that I'd completely forgotten about. Generating stats based on mental and physical capabilities. Stats? What the actual fuck? The War of 6 Souls is an altered reality. In order to make things more interesting, you will have access to certain abilities you would consider abnormal in the mortal realm. While on other side, you will have access to affinities and a soul shop. While my adult years had mostly revolved around killing and getting away with it, I'd played my fair share of RPGs and D&D when I was a kid. It will be something like that. I'm sure you'll pick it up quickly. If you're listening to my thoughts, got any fucking hints? Don't die. Character sheet complete. Secondary statistics are modeled based on a standard mortal modified by your life experiences and training. A 10 represents almost peak human capability. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 9. Reflexes, 9. Health, 90. Magic strength, 6. Focus, 7. Mana, 70. Huh. So I'm pretty good physically and above average magically. Magic? Yes, magic. We'll get there shortly. Primary stats are a shorthand way of gauging the strength of the competitors. They represent a rough outline of someone's secondary stats. This information will be available on site when you meet your rivals. Primary stats. Body, F. Mind, F. Soul, F. Available souls, T, B, C. Calculating souls available at start, a blur of my misdeeds flashed past my eyes while I grumbled internally about getting all Fs in my primary statistics. Everyone and everything I'd ever killed, injured, or caused mental anguish was toted up like a shopping list, which left me feeling extremely uncomfortable and vulnerable. This thing knew everything about me. My code hadn't served me as well as I thought, and I wouldn't be sleeping well for a few weeks after having all the horror of my deeds play out like movie credits in front of my unclosable eyes. Error. Souls available exceed a reasonable starting value. My status screen updated to show 30 souls available. I had no idea how far that would go or how I could spend them. Souls can be spent in the soul shop or invested into leveling up and enhancing your affinities. Leveling up? This fucking writing was starting to piss me off. Was this the gods' equivalent of tabletop role-playing? I apologize for your frustration, mortal. Perhaps you'd prefer I skip this introduction and let you loose on the other side. Was this thing getting pissy with me? Was that sarcasm? I am indeed, and it was. I'll go through the tutorial then if it's all the same to you. What do the stats mean? Body statistics control physical attributes and interactions. Mind statistics control mental attributes and interactions. Souls are a resource to be spent as you see fit. How do I get more of them, then? Impatient bloody mortals. Rolling for soul generation technique. I think this one should be fairly predictable. Killer. Soul can be harvested by killing other life forms. So I have to kill stuff? I'm wondering if we should re-roll your mental statistics, perhaps. No, it's fine. So I get souls by killing stuff. What do I spend them on? I was just coming to that. The first thing you can spend souls on, and one you should pay attention to, is your level. You will begin at level 1 with everything for that level unlocked. Levels are divided into tiers. Level 1 to 9 is Tier 1, level 10 to 19 is Tier 2, etc. This is clear? I tried to nod, only to find I was still disembodied. Somehow, whatever this was, understood. Tier 1 levels will cost 10 souls each. Tier 2 levels will cost 20 souls each, and so on. Each level will unlock purchasable upgrades to your affinities, and each tier you ascend will unlock new options in the soul shop, as well as new abilities. For each level you ascend, you will also receive 2 points to be spent on enhancing secondary stats. How does the shop work? For the love of me. It's a shop. You pay for what you want. This is one thing I'm not going to go into right now. You'll figure it out. Our next little conundrum is getting you to pick your first affinity without taking eternity to do so. The longer you spend in limbo, the more time your competitors get as a head start, by the way. Seeing as you got sacrificed last, you might want to stop wasting both of our time. Shit. I wasn't sure how I felt about having to hunt down the others, but it wouldn't be my first rodeo, at least. I'd have that advantage over most of the others. That's the spirit. Now, on to affinities. You'll receive 1 affinity per tier up to Tier 3. After that, you'll have to discover what happens for yourself. You can choose from the following affinities. Please make your selection. Fire, ice, lightning, light, darkness, life, death, time, space. What's the difference? Fire is hot and ice is cold? Would you like more information? I was pretty sure the thing had sighed in my brain at the end there, but I mentally nodded once more, and a stream of information flashed before my eyes in what appeared to be a spreadsheet. The realization that some prick had installed Excel in my brain proved to be the crowning turd in the water pipe of this day, and that included getting stabbed in the heart by a goddess. It could not get any worse. Each affinity had 1 or 2 abilities, like spells I assumed, per tier. The elemental ones were all pretty similar. Tier 1 was just conjuring the element, a blob of fire for fire, etc., and the upgrades increased the strength and range at which said blob could be summoned. Tier 2 for the elemental affinities had projectiles, making me think of fireballs due to the detonation statistic that was included, as well as walls of the element that could be cast over a set area. No new abilities for Tier 3, so maybe that was just upgrades for previous skills? Tier 4 introduced some kind of shield power and a summon. Some of the affinities got a bit more interesting at Tier 2. Light had an illusion ability, and Dark had something called Cloud of Shadows, which seemed fairly self-explanatory. The ones where it got weirder were Life, Death, Time, and Space. Life offered healing, enhancement, a heal other, something called rapid growth, and at Tier 4 I could get enhance other and minor shapeshifting. Death didn't interest me. Rot and corrode seemed to do the same thing to people and stuff, respectively, and at Tier 4 you could reanimate defeated foes. Time and Space both offered interesting abilities, but seemed too weak at the start. I had a gut feeling that it would be a good idea to pick an elemental affinity to start with, and then choose something later on that I could hopefully boost up fairly quickly. You will receive all the free unlocks for your level when you choose later affinities. The purchasable upgrades will be locked until you pay the soul cost for them, and have unlocked them by gaining levels. So the God voice seems to agree with my thoughts. I do. Piss off. That meant if I picked light at Tier 3, I'd start with projectile and illusion already available. Only at the lowest strength for sure, but it would be a big step up. And if I happened to have a few souls floating about to spam into the tree, I could boost it in strength quickly. I was starting to feel more confident about my chances. Then hurry the fuck up. More confident. I ignored the voice. Still, magic. What should I pick? What will it be like when I get there? The starting location is variable. Equipment. Only what you can purchase from the shop. Huh. So it was going to drop me off naked in a whole new world. Yes, mortal. Pick an affinity. I'm running out of patience. I would like to point out that time doesn't flow here like it does on your world or your new one. Minutes here could be days or weeks where you're going, and the rest are already there. I could just randomize the selection if you like. Damn it. Okay. What would be most useful if I'm appearing buck-ass naked in God knows what kind of world? The shop offered some hope of being able to equip myself with weapons and clothes. Touch wood. What was the most important thing to have in any survival situation? Water, food, and shelter, in that order. Getting water in the wild wasn't usually an issue outside of arid climates. Not shitting myself to death from dysentery was likely more of a problem as a result of drinking unsanitary water, but I could cross that bridge when I came to it. Food, like water, wasn't too tricky if you know what you're doing, and I very much did. Again, not poisoning yourself and catching nightmare-inducing intranal parasites that would eat you alive ass first was the problem. Shelter? All about keeping warm. The water problem could be solved by boiling, and the intestinal nightmare worm issue could be solved by cooking. Shelter was all well and good, but keeping warm might take some work. You've made up your mind? I chose fire. The first level of the fire affinity unlocked. Tier 1 fire intensity. Heat, 4%. Range, touch. Resistance, 2%. Thank me. Righto. Rolling for starting location. Names of places blurred past my eyes like I was stuck an inch from a slot machine. Marquette City, Hualnem Town, Plains of Grethu, Bakhtun Legion Encampment, Southern Frontier, Jimrak Mountains, Slavers Archipelago, Bridgetown. Endless villages and cities and place names scrolled past. The names rolled on and on. Some of them were familiar-ish and understandable, while others seemed alien and menacing. The rolling names gradually slowed and came to a stop. Starting location, Plains of Grethu. Bye! Suddenly, light and sound returned. The cold wind blew across my body. Yes, I was naked as the day I was born. The rustle of leaves as the chilly wind moved, shuffled about, filled the air. Below me and off to my right stretched a small forest. I had been dumped about halfway up a hill. I could see the forest off to one side, and in the other direction, endless plains of grass stretched away from me. My hands flashed over my body to make sure everything had come along for the trip. I appeared to be whole and unharmed, despite the grim memory of that knife sticking out of my chest. Bird songs assaulted my ears. I'm assuming it was bird songs, but they were discordant and alien to me. Out on the plains below me, I could see herds of large animals moving slowly across the vast grassland in the distance. I glanced around to check my surroundings, old habits and training taking over as my brain was overwhelmed by what had happened to me. A cave disappeared into the hill a few meters further up the slope. Nothing leapt out at me, figuratively and literally, as a threat, so I risked accessing the soul shop. Words once more hung in front of my eyes, an effect I got the feeling I would come to hate in the near future. 30 souls to spend. I began to suspect I wasn't as rich as I wanted to be. Sure enough, I wasn't. From what I could tell, I'd been thoroughly shafted. If the brief glimpse I had caught of the total number of souls I should have received in payment for my misdeeds was right, I should be able to jump dozens of levels and purchase all the good shit in the shop. As it is, I was functionally broke. The shop was divided into equipment, affinities, and crafting. The affinity section was blanked out, presumably until I hit level 10, so my first stop was equipment. This was the point where my blood began to boil. It was all Stone Age stuff. Sure, I could get a knife, but the most expensive one, at 50 souls, was made from fucking obsidian. Axes, spears, atlatls, cordage. I was back in the fucking Paleolithic. The shop did have a clothing section, thank Christ, featuring shit that would look great on extras in Conan, but was way below the kind of thing I was used to having available in a survival situation. I selected a rough wool cloak for 4 souls and a crude flint dagger that cost 6. I checked the crafting section to find I could buy almost anything I might want relating to pottery, up to and including various sizes of kilns. The largest kiln would set me back the princely sum of 300 souls. Some other time, then. There were also arrays of pots and clay bowls in various sizes and designs, as well as rudimentary tents. Salt and an array of resins were also available, which would come in handy later on for curing meat and making glue. I clicked onto the food menu and smiled to myself. Fresh meats and vegetables were all available, with little pictures next to them, which was helpful, as some of them were definitely not native to Earth. Having to split my souls between equipment and levels would slow my growth. I was pretty handy in a survival situation, and although it had been a while since my training, I was confident it would all come back to me fairly quickly. So, make do, or do without, in order to push my levels and magic up faster, seemed like a good idea. I'd need a few more purchases from the shop, but for now I was happy with the cloak and dagger. I mentally approved the transaction, and a long, dirty green cloak appeared at my feet. On top of it lay a flint dagger in a crude leather sheath. Cordage next, definitely. I picked up the dagger and swung the cloak over my shoulders. I was still tackle out, but fortunately some of the vulnerability of feeling that way disappeared as the heavy wool settled across my back and wrapped over my shoulders. I turned to walk uphill, flipping the sheathed dagger in my hands, and set off to investigate the cave I'd seen earlier. If it was dry, it would make for some decent, zero-effort shelter to get me started. The floor of the cave sloped upwards from the entrance, which was a good sign. Water wouldn't pool and run into the interior when it rained. The air smelled musty with leaf mold, and something slightly rank I couldn't quite place, but it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I moved deeper as quietly as I could into the cave, which began to twist to the left and leave the light behind. The roof dropped slightly, but I could still comfortably stand upright. As I turned a corner, I figured I'd try out my spell and held out a hand. I thought better of it and stopped to grope around on the floor and find a stick. If the ability was limited to touch range, I had no desire to inadvertently set my hand on fire the first time I tried out my magic. I held the stick awkwardly in the same hand as the dagger as I moved further into the darkness. I focused on the stick and touched it with my free hand. Orange flames wrapped up the length of the stick, throwing dancing shadows all around me. I heard a deep rumble as I blinked away the after effects of the sudden brightness. At head height, I could see 2 rows of fangs gleaming in the flickering light, above which 2 glowing eyes narrowed menacingly. Chapter 3. Burning Hair. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I'd spent so long hunting in the concrete jungle that I'd formed bad habits when it came to good old Mother Nature, who remained, as ever, red in tooth and claw. I silently cursed my lack of professionalism. Fortunately, old instincts and hard-earned training kicked in faster than I could think. The flaming stick stabbed forward towards the left eye of whatever the hell this thing was. A blunt stick isn't as good as a pointy stick in this kind of situation, but when it's on fire, the difference is negligible. As the burning brand hopefully punched into the delicate tissue of the beast's left eye, I had already released the dagger from the 2-fingered grip I'd kept on it at the base of my fiery stick. As it fell, my left hand swept out to catch it. By this time, the brand was giving the monster a really hard time, and I let go as the smell of burning fur reached my nose. I spun to the left, pulling my right side away from a shadowy shape sweeping towards me out of the dark, and snatched the sheath off the stone dagger with my now free right hand. I wasn't going to get this all my own way, as I could now see long ivory claws moving towards me from the gloom to the right of the nightmare visage my fire had illuminated. I continued my spin and drove the dagger upward with my left hand towards where I hoped the thing's remaining eye was. I felt the blade bite into something and used my fire ability again. The dagger was coated in flames as it plunged into the right side of the beast's face. A paw slammed into me. Not as bad as it could have been, thankfully, but it still hurt like hell. My impromptu pirouette had moved my center of mass and reduced the impact, but the claws still sliced into my back. I felt lines of burning pain where they had dug into my flesh, but perhaps the thick wool cloak and my quick reactions had spared me from critical damage. I was thrown to the side and bounced off the cave wall in a daze. I fought down the fog in my head and jumped back to my feet, operating completely on autopilot at this point. The detritus that lined the cave floor crunched beneath me, but I ignored the lesser pain in my feet as I bolted back towards the light. The beast, some kind of bear, I assumed from the size of the damn thing, was flailing at its burning face and roaring like a jet engine. In the narrow confines of the cave, the noise felt like a physical force. As I ran, I brushed an outstretched hand against its flank and used my solitary, weak-ass spell as many times as I could. It seemed the fire spell let me summon a fist-sized blob of fire on whatever I was touching that lasted 5 seconds, unless it found something combustible to ignite. In this case, the shaggy fur of the beast was dry and greasy, perfect tinder for my nascent ability. Each cast cost 10 mana, so after leaving 5 blobs of fire attached to the beast's flank as I passed, I opted for discretion as the better part of valor, and continued to bravely run away. I hoped the blind bastard wouldn't be able to chase me down before I could get outside and put some distance between us. As I emerged into the bright afternoon sunlight, I spun and gasped for breath. The smell of burning fur clung to my skin and my nose. No, it didn't. The fucking thing was stumbling along behind me, throwing strange shadows on the walls from its fiery flank as it charged like a burning bull out of its subterranean home. It was a bear, which, on some level, I found reassuring. This was a new world, and I had almost been expecting some Cthulhu-esque chimera to be chasing behind me. It was far larger and heavier than anything I was aware of on Earth, dwarfing even the mighty Kodiak bears, and it seemed to possess the belligerence of the most dangerous ursine species I might have bumped into back home. I was out of mana, and while I was fairly confident the monster was at least partially blind, My only weapon was sticking out of the thing's right cheek. I backed away quickly and quietly while accessing the shop. I had 20 souls left. What would make a difference here? Axe? Handy for survival later on, but less than ideal for fighting a giant fucking bear. Mace? Trying to batter something with a skull that was probably an inch thick seemed like a losing proposition. A sling or a bow? No thanks. Spear it was, then. I ran through the options quickly and cursed under my breath, just as the monster exploded out into the fresh air of the hillside. The wind caused the fires burning on its face and sides to spread briefly, and then began to put them out. Fuck you, wind. The giant rose up on its back legs and let out a deafening roar. I swallowed my pride and paid 12 souls for a 2-meter spear of hardwood, tipped with a finely crafted shard of razor-sharp flint. The weapon appeared in my hands just as the bear batted the last of the flames from its face with one paw and took a long sniff. I really hoped all it could smell was the acrid odor of burning hair. If I had to suffer through it, the least that could happen was the disgusting smell would cover my scent as well. Another long sniff, and I began to sidle carefully to the side. Sharp stones dug into the soles of my feet as I moved as quietly as possible, trying to get into position to aim for the giant's heart. The big bastard kept cocking its head from side to side. I could see that one eye was completely destroyed. The left eye I'd struck with the brand was milky and clouded, but hadn't been completely ruined like the right. Although the dagger was somehow lodged in the bear's right cheek, the eye just above it was burst and weeping white pus. I made my way round it to the right, trying to exploit the certain blindness on that side. Another sniff, and it shifted its head again. Fluffy button ears twitched just as I decided to stand on a brittle twig, and then it lunged, both forepaws swiping at where I had been. As soon as I heard the quiet snap, I'd dived forward and to the side, ignoring the sharp stones and branches that stabbed me in the back as I rolled to my feet. My spear flashed forwards, aiming to slide between the third and fourth ribs. I left a deep gash along its side as the stony tip met impenetrable bone and skittered along the creature's flank. I leapt away to buy some time as the beast righted itself and spun, snapping at the air with massive jaws. The way I saw it, I had 2 options: land a killing blow or bleed the bastard out. My first effort at a killing blow had been a wash, so the second option became much more appealing. I recovered the spear into a guard position out of habit. A pointless effort, as I was fighting a giant fucking bear thing, not an armed man. I stood very still as the beast sniffed and listened. I could hear my heartbeat thundering in my ears, and I would be surprised if the monster couldn't as well. I crouched patiently, spear held poised at my right side, as I waited for the monster to move. After a few incredibly tense seconds, the head swung away from me, and it shifted its weight. The spear flashed once more, only this time I wasn't aiming for its heart, but at the joint connecting the nearest back leg with the bulk of the body. Rear legs tend to have at least a couple of major blood vessels running down them, and even if I missed those, with a bit of luck, I would mangle the tendons the bugger needed to move about. The shiny black tip slid through the fur and bit deep this time. I twisted frantically to disengage the blade and leapt back once more. The spear was still clutched tightly between my fists as I landed badly and stumbled to the side, a stone stabbing me in the heel. The bear tried to spin after me, following the noise I'd made, but the leg I'd injured gave way as it tried to place too much weight on the now knackered limb. It snarled and lunged blindly, but missed me by a safe margin. The spear flicked out again, aimed at the now exposed throat. As soon as the refractive stone began to bite into the bear's throat, it reared back and roared. I was forced back, and the slice was merely superficial. I crept backwards as quietly as I could. I was leaving bloody footprints in front of me. The stones must have cut deeper into my feet than I'd thought. I began to slide to my left, circling the thing on its blind side. The head snuffled and turned as I moved, but it wasn't tracking me. It twitched and turned at every sound, most of which were coming from the nearby forest, which served as an excellent distraction for me to begin to slip into a position to strike. I made it round the rear of the beast. Its massive, furry ass wobbled from side to side as the wounded leg kept failing to take the weight the monster tried to put on it. I drew in a slow breath and cleared my mind. The spear flicked forward and bit into the still functional rear leg. I missed anything vital this time, but the blade left a deep gash in the muscle that bled profusely. A stream of crimson dripped down the matted and began pooling around its clawed foot. Another spasm of blind thrashing resulted, but I was comfortably away from the danger zone this time. My next strike was aimed at the left foreleg, and the spear tip bit deep into the beast's armpit. Another torrent of blood spewed out, and another limb was crippled. The bear's flailing attacks were becoming weaker with every moment. I bided my time for a few seconds until another opportunity to strike at the beast's throat presented itself.
I'd never trained extensively with a spear, either during my time in the military or in a private capacity, but I understood the basics, and this time everything worked as I wanted it to. The sharp edge of the bladed tip slipped through the fur under the monster's chin and pushed out the other side. The bear reared back in reaction, which ripped the blade free and spelled its doom. The earlier wounds had caused plentiful blood flows, but this cut produced a torrent of crimson that jetted out and painted a good 10 feet of ground red. The jet quickly reduced to a mere river that painted the bear's chest in seconds, and the beast sat down on its crippled rear legs. A faint whine came from it that made pink bubbles bloom from the cut on its neck. Its head turned from side to side in confusion and pain, but it couldn't muster the energy to move. I collapsed back to the ground, landing on my arse. Its head twisted towards the noise I made, but all it could do was lean slightly in my direction. "Sleepy time, big fella," I muttered, as the adrenaline faded and all my aches and pains hit me with full force. My back was burning, and I hoped to hell the thing had cleaned its claws recently. I raised a blackened and blood-soaked hand to my face and felt the bruises and lumps from when I'd face-planted into the cave wall. Good job I'm not vain. Both my hands had first-degree burns from my magic, and the skin cracked as I flexed them into fists. After clenching them for a painful second, I released the hold with a groan. I'd been in this world for less than 15 minutes, and I'd already come so close to joining the local carbon cycle in the form of bear shit that it didn't bear thinking about. I giggled semi-hysterically at my choice of words. This was not acceptable. I was a pro, a trained expert in survival and combat, a cold-blooded motherfucker who killed for money. Sure, a gun would be useful in general, but against an animal that big? I'd need a high-caliber rifle to put it down in one shot. An anti-materiel rifle would have been at the top of my wish list for this job. A big rifle, capable of putting holes in armored vehicles, and a comfy place to hide half a mile away would have been ideal. Pistol fire would just have pissed it off. A shudder passed through me as I realized how lucky I'd been. I'd need to focus on all my close combat and primitive survival training if I wanted to stand a chance. I needed to be better. The bear shuddered and collapsed to the ground at last. A faint burbling noise escaped as its chest finally stopped moving. I'd give it a couple more minutes just to be sure the thing was properly dead. On the plus side, my food situation was covered for the near future. I began checking the shop for the price of salt to cure the meat. Vilis Ursa slain. 16 souls gained.
Huh. Well, it paid for the spear at least. Back up to 24 souls, and I still had the gear I'd bought. I looked at the tattered remains of my brand new cloak and sighed. Then, despite the pain running through my body, I grinned to myself. I decided to take a few minutes before I did some shopping and tried to process the ton of protein I'd just inherited. Chapter 4. Resentment and Resignation. I stayed still for a few minutes as I let the aches and pains wash over me. The cuts across my back itched, and the burns on my hand made the skin painful when I moved. My eyes followed the wisps of smoke rising from the huge corpse of the partially burned bear as the heat finally dissipated. I kept a watch on the tree line. Fool me once, shame on me. As my pain had started to fade into the background, still there but no longer distracting me, I climbed slowly to my feet. I looked down and sighed loudly. Walking normally proved a challenge, but I managed to hobble over to the carcass and made my way round to the head. The fur had been largely burnt away across its face. The long snout hung open, showing 1.5-inch long fangs that were partially yellowed by age. Buried in the right cheek was my dagger. 6 souls worth of useless. I grasped it, doing my best to avoid making the burns on my hand any worse, and tugged. The leather wrapping on the handle flaked away, and my hand slipped off. The fire had ruined it. Now I was left looking at a crudely shaped lump of stone sticking out of an animal's face that I suspected would slice my hand to ribbons if I tried to hold it tightly. I shuffled back to the spear and shucked the cloak off my shoulders. The bear's claws had helpfully sliced almost half of it into fairly even strips. I used the spear tip to trim them off cleanly, hoping fervently the bloody thing wouldn't unravel as a result. Once I had 6 decent-sized strips, I put one to the side and began wrapping my feet. Cordage. It would make keeping the impromptu shoes on my feet a lot easier. I opened the shop, then complained loudly and at length. The cheapest cordage was some kind of string made of plant fibers. 2 fucking souls for 5 meters of Stone Age garden twine. I fought back my annoyance and bought it. A couple of slices later, and I was sporting the shittiest shoes I'd ever worn in my life, but as I rose to my feet, I could feel the difference. The cordage was surprisingly not shit as well. I'd tested it by pulling as hard as I could on a length, and it hadn't stretched or snapped. I was still pissed off about the price. 22 souls left in the bank. The thought of buying the crude but undoubtedly more effective footwear I had seen under the leather items section in the shop was an itch in my mind that I refused to scratch. Everything I bought meant less souls on my levels and abilities. I needed to min-max this shit if I was going to get home, and that meant extreme frugality was all that lay in my future. I needed to spend my souls on me, not items I could cobble together myself. Health, 58/90. The bloody bear had half killed me, and I was going to get my revenge. Sure, I'd already killed the bastard, but now I was going to make the damn thing useful in death. With my stylish new boots, I walked a little more easily and went to retrieve my knife. The stones still dug into the bottoms of my feet, but it was considerably less painful. I wrapped the last strip of my cloak around my hand and gripped the stone jutting out of the giant's face tightly. I leaned back. I pushed it in, then pulled back again. The thing was very definitely stuck. I tried to tease the knife from side to side ever so gently. While I was more used to carbon steel, I wasn't completely ignorant of the nature of stone weapons. They could be wickedly sharp, but they were invariably brittle. With a gentle twist and lift, I managed to free the short dagger, leaving several chips from the sharpened edge behind, judging from the now ragged shape of one half of the blade. It would still do its job, though, so I clutched my prize tightly. I looked around to keep an eye on the tree line as I carefully moved the wrapping from my fist to the handle of the knife, winding it around before tying it off roughly. The sun was still high in the sky. I probably had a few hours of sunlight left, so the question became what to do with my time. I weighed the still functional dagger in my palm and sighed. I needed the sheath. That meant going back into the darkness, but I was out of mana. It had ticked up slightly, but it seemed the rate of recovery was slow enough that I'd never be running about throwing fireballs willy-nilly. I went and picked up what remained of my cloak and pulled it back on. I was now flashing my left butt cheek at the world whenever I moved, but I had a plan to solve that issue. Bearskin undies were in my future. First things first, though. I moved off to the nearby tree line to look for firewood. I was assuming I'd been dumped into this world in the middle of summer for this latitude. The air was pleasantly warm when I was out of the breeze, and I was happy to find plenty of dry deadfall. I was leaning on my spear with my left hand, and in my right I held the dagger loosely. I propped the spear against a tree and began dragging dry branches and leaves into piles. Despite the throbbing pain, I was paying attention to my surroundings. I'd been an idiot when I'd wandered into the cave, mistaking the musk of the resident monster for the musty smell of rotting vegetation. Very much a virgin error, and I couldn't afford anything like that again. I probably wouldn't be so lucky again. Birds chirped and chittered and whooped around me, but they all fled almost as soon as I saw them. The weird bird noise was already starting to fall into the background of my attention, but the noise was a sign that no threats were close by. I had just dropped another bundle of sticks onto my growing pile when I spotted a ball of fluff on a nearby tree. Its coloring was almost a perfect match for the bark it was standing on, which was why I'd failed to notice it before. One end was a fluffy tail, and at the other a beady black eye was carefully not staring at me. I paused for a moment as I nudged the sticks into a slightly neater pile with my foot. I gauged the distance carefully and moved my right hand, the one still holding my dagger, back behind my body slightly. I felt the balance of the knife in my hand. An underhand throw would be less than ideal, but a half spin at this distance should be doable. As I continued to turn away, it looked like the little guy relaxed slightly. His location and state became the focus of my attention in my peripheral vision. I pivoted smoothly back towards him, and the little shit moved to run up the tree. Always the same with squirrels. Altitude might equal safety most of the time, but not when it makes your movements predictable. The knife flipped half a spin and slammed into the creature's back, pinning it to the tree a foot above where I'd first noticed it. I limped over. Dark eyes looked at me, full of resentment and resignation. "Sorry, little bloke. Better luck next time." With one hand, I pinned its neck to the tree, hard enough to hear the delicate bones snap, and tugged the dagger free of the bark with the other. Normalis scurus slain. One soul gained. I grunted as the dagger came free from the body and turned back to my pile of sticks with a sigh. It seemed I could get souls from anything I killed. I began eyeing the ferns growing nearby speculatively, but my gut told me only animals would be included in the list of useful victims. This opened up some opportunities that almost made my heart race, despite my exhaustion. I could think of a few ways to abuse that loophole. Unfortunately, my how not to die list had a few points that needed to be covered off before I could begin to harvest souls properly. Clutching my fluffy prize and dagger in one hand, I stooped and gathered an armful of sticks under my right arm before grabbing the spear with my spare fist and limping my way back to the cave entrance. The bear carcass was going to be a problem. Currently, it partially blocked the approach to the cave mouth, which was fine, but soon it would start to smell and attract predators and scavengers. I was already pretty beaten up and wasn't feeling like fighting off wolves and hyenas or whatever this place's equivalent of those animals might turn out to be. I started building my stock of firewood a few feet into the cave. I moved the cordage I had left to the opposite wall and put the dead squirrel down next to it. It took me 5 more trips to fetch the rest of the wood I'd gathered, and I sat down to rest, leaning my back against the uncharred side of the bear corpse. It was surprisingly comfortable. The next bear bit would be messy, though. After a few minutes just breathing and gathering my strength, I checked my status. Health, 59/90. Mana, 11/70. Well, that was a good start. I'd been worried I'd have to buy potions or something to recover. 1 health and 10 mana every hour or so if my guess was right. I rose and eyed the massive body of the bear. Before the light faded, I needed to be in a position to skin this big bastard and harvest what I could from it. The larger bones would make passable maces or handles for improvised tools. The tendons would be cut free and set aside to be used as better cordage than the crap I'd bought in the shop. Much of the viscera would go to waste, but the liver, kidneys, heart, and balls would all go in the pot when I got round to making or buying a pot. I quietly prayed that meat would be edible. I knew from experience that some predators' flesh tastes utterly vile. I looked over my hairy, smelly, and unprocessed potential larder, then sighed. Even if the meat was tasty, there was too much here to eat before it began to rot. I'd need to drag it far enough away that I wouldn't be constantly pestered by scavengers. So much to do, and so little time to do it. Before anything else, I needed water. My endurance was good, and the pain was little more than an annoyance now. But I was building a mighty thirst. I could get a water skin in the shop if I had to, and with a lot of reluctance, I accepted that was most likely inevitable. But for now, I'd hang on to my souls. I retrieved the spear and dagger, wrapped my cloak around me as best I could, and hobbled deeper into the woods that surrounded my little cave. With a bit of luck, there'd be a stream nearby, or a pond at the bottom of the hill. I was starting to feel a little more like my old self. The absence of consumer electronics, in particular things like freezers, was weighing on my mind, but the clean air and what I was gradually coming to think of as melodious bird noises helped perk my mood back up. I kept a careful watch as I picked my way down the forested slope, making note of a few things that caught my eye. Animal runs for what I guessed would be Normalus rabiticus wove their way through the undergrowth, and I followed the largest one I found as it led downhill. I spotted a variety of berries and plants that interested me. The berries were deep red, and I carefully tested them on the skin of my forearm, then the inside of my lower lip, before waiting half an hour. As I waited, I used a stick to scratch at the base of a plant whose leaves reminded me of the potatoes my grandfather had grown in his allotment when I was a kid. Sure enough, a few inches below the surface, I found large white nodules of tuber. I sliced one open and sniffed at it. Seemed like a potato to me. I dug up half a dozen more and bundled them into my cloak that I held closed with one hand. Having experienced no obvious ill effects from the berry, I picked a few handfuls of them and popped one into my mouth, chewing carefully. They were sweet and juicy. My thirst ordered me to gobble the rest, but I fought down the urge. I needed to wait and see if I felt sick before eating any more. I optimistically added a few more handfuls to the pouch I'd formed in my cloak, trusting I would survive the first one and have a source of vitamins for the future. An hour later, I was starting to worry, but then I found what I was looking for. I'd been expecting a tinkling laughter of a babbling brook to announce my much-longed-for water source. Instead, I stepped out from a dense thicket of brush to find a stony slope leading down to a wide river. It flowed between my hill and the next, then curled to what I assumed was the west as the sun was falling in that direction. It wound round the base of my neighboring hill before eventually cutting south into the grassy plains in the distance. I moved out onto the stones and checked my surroundings. Water sources were always popular with predators and prey, and I fully intended not to become the latter. Nothing larger than a bird was moving around me, so I stepped forward, and the spear butt slipped off the smooth stone and plunged an inch into the mud. I pulled it up and spun the shaft around. I poked the brown coating, then grinned. I tossed the spear behind me and carefully laid down the cloak to keep my victuals within it clean. Once I was free of my burdens, I carefully heaved aside one of the large, shiny stones and scraped at the muck beneath. It was firm and tacky. Clay. Fuck you, shop. I'd still have to get some basics, but I could now make my own bowls and simple storage items, a useful saving on my outgoing soul balance sheet. I moved further onto the stones and approached the edge of the river. It was a good 10 meters across, running deep and fast. Not suitable for swimming, then. I desperately wanted to dive in and wash the blood and stink from my body. I checked upstream and could see a decent distance, but wasn't going to get fooled that easily. Again, I controlled my thirst and checked the shop. Fuck you once again, shop. In the leather items section was exactly what I needed, but once again, it wasn't cheap.
I grumbled as 2 leather water skins appeared on the ground in front of me. 5 souls apiece, but they could hold 3 liters between them, and they came with handy straps to let them hang from my shoulders. I refused to drink as I carefully filled them, keeping the open mouths right at the surface to minimize the sediment they picked up. The wooden stoppers were quickly jammed back in place, and I slung one under each arm. By the time I'd made it back to my cave, the sun was much lower in the sky. I scanned around, but couldn't see any evidence my property rights had been violated. No scuff marks in the litter covering the ground on the approach, other than ones I was sure I'd made myself. I went into the entrance of the cave and laid down my weary load. Some of the smaller twigs I'd gathered were piled together, and I laid a few larger branches over them. I had to snap some of the longer ones against my knee to break them into useful lengths, which made the burns on my hands sting. Once I had a simple fire arranged, I bent down and wormed a finger into the tinder at the heart of the crude construction. With a thought, I spent 10 mana, and a blob of fire appeared. Snatching my hand back as my finger began to burn, I leaned forward to blow gently onto the tinder. It caught, and soon enough, I had a merry little blaze going in the mouth of my new home. I kept feeding it wood until I was confident it would stay lit, then eyed the bear. Not yet, I concluded. I needed a drink, and I had no intention of shitting myself to death due to some waterborne amoeba or other microscopic rascal. I had 13 souls left. With a grimace, I spent 3 souls on a crude clay pot that could hold a liter or so of liquid. I built up the fire a bit more and filled the pot from one of my water skins. I shook it and found it was still about a third full. I laid it back down by the cloak and nudged the pot over till it rested against the burning wood. Soon enough, you thirsty bastard. Soon enough. While I waited for the water to boil, I picked up the dagger and made my way over to the bear. Still big, smelly, and dead. I'm not sure why I was worried about it not being dead, but seeing as I could now conjure fire with a thought, I figured I had best not take anything for granted. After a few experimental kicks and pokes with the knife, I was satisfied the thing wasn't going to rear up during what came next. With a blank face, I crouched down and slipped the unchipped edge of the knife into the bear's exposed stomach and slowly pulled the blade up towards its chest. As the knife moved, the already swelling guts spilled out over my badly wrapped feet, and I cursed. I set about skinning the giant animal with a vigor that surprised me. Some hidden source of strength fueled me. It may have been spite stemming from all my aches and pains, Chapter 5. My Last 10 Souls.
It turned out, to no one's surprise, that the bear meat tasted bad. Once my pot of water had boiled for a few minutes, I let it cool, then drank my fill. I'd peeled and chopped the potato-like tubers, then cooked them in the remaining water with a couple of handfuls of berries, while I held chunks of bear meat threaded onto a green stick over the hotter parts of the fire. The bear tasted like licking the insides of an old man's slippers. Not that I'd ever done that back on Earth, but it was how I imagined that would taste. Long story short, it tasted like shit. Uncle Hunger and Daddy Thirst both backed off, and despite the lingering pain from my fight with the now partially disassembled monstrosity, I felt a lot better. I put some more wood on the fire and went back to work. I'd found some kind of bush in the tree line that had weird leaves. They were broad, almost 1.5 feet long, and waxy. I'd gathered a pile of them while I took a break from butchering and wrapped the squirrel body in one, neatly bound up with a short length of cordage. I was being stingy with that stuff. I wanted to get my money's worth from it, as it was vital to my near-future plans. As I stripped meat from the bear, I carefully wrapped it in the deep green leaves and stacked it in the cave behind my fire. I kept having to stop in order to feed more wood to the fire and keep the orange flames dancing as the light went away and the stars came out. I began to fret that I hadn't gathered enough wood to last through the night. Nothing I could do about it now, and the alien stars were deeply unnerving. Navigating by the night sky was something I knew only too well, and the unknown patterns above me drove home the fact I was no longer in Kansas, as Dorothy might say. The viscera of the bear that I wasn't interested in were placed in leaf parcels and carefully carried to the edge of the forest. If it was still there in the morning, I'd move it further into the woods, far enough that anything coming to have a look wouldn't be a direct threat to my little homestead. I got back to scraping the larger bones clean with the knife. I'd rigged a tripod over which I'd draped the bearskin to dry by the fire. The stuff I was keeping was placed in leafy envelopes next to my cloak. The air grew colder as the night dragged on, but it wasn't uncomfortable, and the physical activity kept me warm. I was grateful when the moon rose and added some extra light. I carefully ignored the unknown patterns that marbled its surface. When a second moon crept above the horizon an hour later, I just shrugged and continued my work. Of course, there was a second moon. Why wouldn't there be? I had no idea if this place had a 24-hour day, and keeping track of time was tricky when you were splitting your attention between slicing, dicing, and watching your surroundings. At around what I guessed to be midnight-ish, I moved the last of the unwanted bear parts to the tree line and returned to feed my fire. Health, 65/90. Mana, 70/70. Another day or so and I'd be healthy as a brick again, which was distinctly unnatural. I should be recovering for days or weeks from these kinds of injuries. I put some strips of meat on sticks that I propped up on tripods and positioned them to sit well above the flames, but in the smoke. Not the most effective method, but hopefully it would help preserve some of the huge pile of meat I'd harvested. Tomorrow, I'd gather some green branches and set up a better smoker for the rest. I had a sneaky suspicion most of it was going to get burned or disposed of as it began to rot, but I'd do what I could in the meantime. The night was filled with noise that I hadn't noticed while I was busy. Now I found myself huddled quietly by the fire. Wrapped in the remnants of my cloak, the ambient nocturnal sounds began to stand out against the crackling of the wood as it burned. Shrieks and cries were the most common sounds to break the quiet, followed by strange clicking, whirring noises that flew through the darkness just outside the cave entrance. A howl split the night, and I reached instinctively for the spear next to me before my brain processed that the noise was from some distance away. I relaxed ever so slightly. There's nothing worse for a man than to have time to think. That was according to my ex-wife,
so I'd always taken it with a pinch of salt. But now the words rang true. I was stuck in this wilderness. No money, no connections, and, most importantly of all, no bloody weapons other than sticks and pointy stones. Were my 5 competitors trying to survive in the wild as well? I remembered one of the place names for a starting location had been some kind of Legion camp. That suggested an army and all the infrastructure that went along with it. Therefore, there must be organizations that approximated civilization of some sort kicking around in this world. If Patricia had been dumped in the outback, she'd be dead already, which would make my job easier. 6 out of 6. Fucking system. Okay, so everyone was still alive. And if the pissy god that briefed me was being honest, they'd been here longer than me. Why should I kill those pricks anyway? Sure, they'd all been responsible for some deaths, according to Poseidon, but she was a lying bitch. I could honestly see the fighter and soldier having blood on their hands, and I knew damn well Morty did. But the TikToker and Patricia would be hard-pressed to kill a spider. Health, 73/90. Mana, 70/70. I wanted to get home. The feeling rushed over me suddenly, and I took a moment to stoke the fire to try to calm myself down. It wasn't that I had much going on back home.
I killed a few people a year so I could live an easy life. No friends, no living family. None of the things normal people use to justify their pointless existences. I'd lived to do my job as well as I was capable of doing it. The fact that my job was killing people for money didn't matter. I was the same as any professional who strove to be the best in their field. Hardly my fault that life and genetics had led me to being a hitman. That green-eyed bitch. Aside from the obvious motivation of not becoming collateral damage as one of my rivals sought to get home, I wanted revenge on the woman who had claimed to be a god. As I considered the long-term situation, I could see a couple of the other competitors becoming a real problem if they managed to get their feet under them. They'd go out of their way to hunt the rest of us down, so I'd probably have to deal with them sooner rather than later. The longer I could make them wait, the stronger I'd be. But the soldier and I were going to have it out, I was sure. And he would be dangerous when I finally found him. The others were a different issue. If I wanted to find a way to stick a knife between that wavy-haired whore's ribs, assuming that was even possible, I'd have to be the last man standing. Then I could take my time and figure out how to kill a god when I got home. My thoughts rumbled round and round in circles as I dozed in my cloak and fed wood to the fire until my pile ran out. I'd smoked a few kebabs worth of bear meat, but the vast majority of it was still neatly wrapped in waxy leaves in a pile slightly further into the cave. As the moons began to set in the sky, the cold became sharper, and I huddled closer to the embers of my fire. I didn't fancy stumbling about in the dark looking for more fuel. That was an easy way to break an ankle or get eaten by whatever the fuck was making that whirring noise. "Piss off already!" I yelled, and the sound of something flying nearby moved away. I don't think I got any real sleep that night. At best, I dozed fitfully, constantly jerked awake by some unexpected sound or that weird feeling of falling you get on the edge of true sleep sometimes. As the sun began to lighten the sky, I lurched upright and glared around. Nothing out of the ordinary, except for the whole New World thing. I staggered into the tree line and relieved myself downslope of my new home. As the steam from my piss rose into the air, I began planning the day's activities. It would be another busy day, but hopefully I'd be able to sleep properly tonight if things went well. My feet felt much better, but when I sat by the remains of my fire and peeled the wool strips away, they were painted red. Oh, right. The bear's guts. Hope I don't get an infection. I poured a little water into my pot and used another scrap from my cloak to rinse the worst of it off. Beneath the mixture of my own and the bear's blood lay clear skin. I stood up tentatively and shifted my weight from foot to foot. Much better. The bear skin had toughened somewhat overnight as it dried, but the flint knife was sharp, and I soon had a pair of crude foot coverings, furry side in, that I bound up with the cordage I recycled from the rank woolen strips I'd used yesterday. The fat on the skin side of the boots would begin to go rancid soon, just like the rest of the hide I'd harvested, but I'd deal with that later in the day. For now, I wouldn't split my feet open on every rock and thorn, which was good enough for me. I went out and scoured the nearby woods for more firewood. I spent an hour building a decent pile, nearly the same size as I'd started the night with, then laid a new fire and ignited it with a finger poked into the center of the wigwam of wood. I poured some water into the pot to rinse it, then added the rest to boil once the fire got going. A handful of berries and some badly smoked, shit-tasting meat served as breakfast. The foodstuffs section of the shop called out to me, but I resisted. Maybe tomorrow I'd splurge, if today worked out how I hoped. No, you greedy bastard. Souls are for levels and abilities. If you can hunt and cook, you don't need to waste them on food. 4 relatively straight, year-old saplings at the edge of the woods were marked for harvest, and I carefully cut them down with the knife. They were a good 3 meters long, perhaps half an inch thick at the bottom. I laid them out just beyond the bear's final resting place and tied them together at one end with the shortest length of cordage I could spare. After that, I returned to the forest to find more green sticks, about a centimeter thick and at least a foot long. I returned and began weaving. With the 4 longer rods bound at one end, I moved down, clipping any leaves and smaller offshoots from them. Then I spread them out in a fan pattern and began threading cross pieces between the staves. Over one, under the next, I worked my way down the length of the 4 sticks. It was like making a wicker fence. The first cross piece was a bastard to get to hold in place, but once I had a few done, it got easier. I ended up with a litter that was 1.5 meters long and maybe half a meter across at the widest point, where it would drag along the ground. I'd have to be careful. I'd trimmed the cross pieces down as much as possible, but bumping into trees and bushes could undo the depressingly fragile transportation I'd thrown together. I stopped for another drink, finishing off the last of my water before I dragged the litter to the pile of neatly wrapped viscera I needed to dispose of. I loaded up most of it, but a few packs wouldn't stay on. I moved them back into the cave because I'd had an idea for using them later, piled up some more wood on the fire, and prepared to step out. The cordage and the spear gathered up, I'd be leaving the rest of the hide to continue drying on its tripod, as well as my wrapped food supplies hiding deeper in the cave. Hopefully, the smoke from the fire would keep any pests from investigating too closely. Even species that have never stumbled upon human beings know to fear the smell of smoke, and I'd just have to trust it would be the same here. I pulled what was left of my cloak around me and returned to my litter. It was awkward and unwieldy to drag the damn thing. I had to walk almost sideways with one hand behind my body to keep it steady, but it let me carry far more than I could by hand. On balance, it was a fair trade. The other hand held my spear, and the knife rested at the top of the pile of semi-wrapped body parts I wanted to dispose of. I stopped regularly as I made my way down to the river. Whenever another animal run intersected the big one I was using, I'd put down my burden and walk a few meters into the bush along the secondary trail. A few twigs and a short length of cordage were quickly transformed into a snare, waiting for some unlucky furry thing's throat. A dozen snares later, I arrived back at the river and stopped to catch my breath. I wasn't going to dig a 6-foot hole with my bare hands to dispose of this shit safely, so it was all going into the water. I carried the parcels a good distance downstream before tossing them as far into the river as I could manage. I wasn't sure how my physical strength stat worked, but I was pretty sure I was able to lob the offal a lot further than I would have been able to back home. A handful of trips later, I had an empty litter and the bulk of the unusable chunks of bear had been disposed of. I refilled my water skins and sat down to watch the river rush by. I carefully removed my bearskin slippers and massaged my aching feet. The cold stone felt good against them as I lay them flat on the riverbank. I shrugged out of my tattered cloak and set it to one side before carefully slipping into the water. The mud squelched between my toes as my feet sank into the bottom of the river. There wasn't a chance in hell I was going swimming, but a little paddle and a wash would be just what the doctor ordered. I'd watched as the offal went into the water, and the lack of frenzied splashing suggested this unknown waterway probably wasn't chock full of piranhas. I dunked my head into the icy water and scrubbed at my skin with some sand I pulled up from the bottom. Feeling better, I got dressed, and then went back to my litter and began loading large flat rocks onto it. I wouldn't be able to carry much of a load. The stones were a lot heavier than the offal, but I managed to get half a dozen balanced, so they'd hopefully survive the trip back home. It looked to be about noon at this point, and I needed to drink and eat again, so I set off up the hill, dragging a bunch of rocks in my wake with sloshing waterskins bouncing off my sides. Birds did this world's equivalent of tweeting contentedly in the background, and while I heard the odd rustle of leaves as something slightly larger moved away from me, nothing leapt out and attempted to eat me. All in all, Day 2 was shaping up a lot better than Day 1 had turned out. The column of smoke helped guide me back to the cave, and I found the fire had mostly died out. It was reduced to glowing embers as I dropped my litter of stones. I stacked up some more wood and blew on the golden ashes until the fire caught again. No point wasting mana, after all. I wandered around the woods nearby, gathering more dead wood and 3 more saplings that I carefully cut down with my increasingly worn knife. I wasn't entirely sure how the hell you sharpened a flint knife, and was worrying I'd soon be wasting more souls on a replacement. Once I'd built a pile of firewood 3 times the size of the one I'd put together last night, I began sorting through my stony loot. One of the simplest traps you can make involves 2 big stones, 3 strong twigs, and some bait. You can make do with 1 stone, but if you want a solid splat, you need a solid base. The leftover offal would be my bait, and I had my stones neatly lined up. Time to make the sticks. A figure 4 trap is pretty simple if you understand where you need to cut the notches on the sticks so they would sit together just right. I trimmed and carefully gouged notches into 6 sets of sticks. I took 1 set in hand and collected 2 of the rocks I'd dragged up from the river. I walked along the tree line until I found a likely-looking spot and carefully set up the deadfall trap. The horizontal trigger stick got a blob of guts on the end to serve as bait, the end that sat directly beneath the center of mass of the largest stone. Should something come along and nibble hard enough to disturb the trigger stick, it would find itself crushed under the stone propped up by the other sticks. It was a beautiful way to kill small animals, if viewed dispassionately, and had been known for thousands of years back on Earth. I repeated the process, carefully laying out 6 deadfalls around my camp to complement the dozen or so snares I'd deployed on my way to fetch water. If I really did get souls from everything I killed, with a bit of luck tomorrow morning, I'd be a richer man and have access to meat that didn't taste like ass. If nothing else, it would serve to reduce the population of small pests that might invade my home and threaten my food supplies. I settled down near my fire and took a drink of recently boiled water. Assuming I was going to get an influx of currency overnight, I needed to figure out what to do with the 10 souls I had left on hand.
I couldn't afford any upgrades to my fire spell, and the shop could fuck right off for now, which left me only one option. I mentally selected the level up option, and my last 10 souls vanished. Level 2, primary stats. Body, Fut. Mind, Fut. Soul, Fut. Available souls, 0. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 9. Reflexes, 9. Health,
90. Magic strength, 6. Focus, 7. Mana, 70. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, touch. Intensity, plus 4%. Fire resistance, plus 2%. You have 2 stat points available to spend. Level 2 upgrades to affinities are now available.
Chapter 6. Return on Investment.
Not only had some asshole installed Excel in my brain, the system seemed to like to work in decimals. Only health and mana were out of the single digits on my starting status. I mentally reached out and clicked on my health to spend a stat point. Health. 76 over 100. Okay, so I'd get 10 points to health and presumably mana per point. I wasn't terribly interested in improving my mental stats at the moment. Maybe it would bite me in the ass in the future, but right now I felt like I was living on the ragged edge. Magic was great and all, but making a slightly hotter flame or... being able to summon it a meter away from my body might actually be helpful. Ah, shit. The level 2 upgrades to my affinity all cost 10 souls. Right, so stat points were limited to stats. Kind of obvious, really, but it had been worth a try. That meant I was looking at improving my physical strength or my reflexes. What difference would each stat make? Who knows? I sure as hell didn't. With a sigh, I put 1 point into my reflexes and checked my new status. Level 2 primary stats. Body, E. Mind, Fef. Soul, Fef. Available souls, 0. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 9. Reflexes, 10. Health, 100. Magic strength, 6. Focus, 7. Mana, 70. Okay, now my body stat was an E-. What the fuck did that mean? I didn't feel any different. With a frustrated sigh, I set aside the total lack of supporting information I'd been given by the bloody system. I waited, hoping for the God voice to appear in my head and be a dick as it explained some apparently basic shit to me, but nothing happened. Never mind. I retrieved my knife and pulled the remains of the bearskin off its tripod. Moving into the cave, I cleared away the detritus to create a relatively clean area to work. Then I sat for the next few hours and scraped the fat off the inside of the skin. Everything I scraped off went into a neat pile on one of my favorite types of leaves, the broad, waxy ones, to be rendered down once the pot was free. I took a break in the middle of the job, just as the sun began to set, to cook some more meat and gobble down a handful of berries. I drank the rest of the water in my pot and began throwing the fat into it to render down. The fat would be useful as a combustible and to waterproof leather, among other things. I poked at it with a stick as it started to sizzle in the pot. I listened to the snap and crackle as the last of my drinking water met the boiling fat, and I glanced back into the cave. I still wanted the sheath that had come with my dagger back. Using some sticks, I carefully levered the pot over and let the hot fat drain out onto a leaf I had propped up into a bowl shape between 3 sticks. Once the fat cooled and solidified, it would be much easier to handle. I didn't want to leave anything boiling or cooking while I probed the darkness, so I left the pot off to one side and I added more fuel to the fire to keep it going. I took up a bundle of dead wood and advanced into the abyss that had very recently contained the shining jaws of the giant bear. Taking up my spear in my spare hand as I passed, I moved carefully forward, ears alert for any unusual sound, until I had rounded the corner and the light began to fade. I was confident the cave was empty. Nothing had emerged since I'd been here after all. But I was still nervous of a repeat of last time. I held the sticks away from me and summoned fire at the far end of my bundle, snatching back my fingers and immediately thrusting it deeper into the void. Nothing snarled. No yellowed ivory gleamed as the sudden light danced on it. I was alone. I moved forward until I found the sheath, stooping to pick it up and checking it over in the flickering light. Bone dry and exactly as it had been.
With a bit of cordage, I could attach this to a belt or one of the straps on my water skins. I wrapped it roughly around the spear shaft and held it in place as I pressed on. The cave didn't extend much further, thankfully. It curled on for perhaps 5 more meters. There were a few piles of bones. The half-eaten carcass of what I assumed was a deer of some sort accounted for an increasingly unpleasant smell. But otherwise, the rest of the cave was clean, dry, and safe. I returned to the entrance and took long, deep breaths of fresh air. I'd need to clean the place out if I were going to stay here long term, and I honestly felt like I should. Maybe it was just the human affection for the familiar, but despite only having arrived here yesterday, it was beginning to feel a bit like a home, minus the mod cons and easy access to supermarkets, of course. The air was pure, and I hadn't had to dissemble once since I arrived here. My life on Earth had been one of concealment. Other than Jimmy and the occasional client who required a face-to-face before they forked over the cash, I was pretty much unknown. It wasn't that no one knew me. Shop assistants, people I bumped into on my street occasionally, and other assorted random encounters all had some idea of Raymond, but none of them knew the truth. Keeping my professional life separate from my day-to-day existence was simply a necessity. I hadn't had to lie to anyone since Poseidon had dumped me here, and it felt strangely refreshing. Liberating. The masks were falling away and leaving me feeling more relaxed than I had in a long time. I was almost at peace in a way I hadn't been for over a decade back home, other than a few hours here or there in my workshop. What that said about me as a person, I had no idea. I assumed it wasn't good, but that was how I felt as the sun began to set and the first moon rose, while I scraped fat off the inside of a giant bear pelt. Once I was fairly confident I'd gotten as much of the fat off the pelt as my stone knife was likely to manage, I set the pelt aside and looked over at my grisliest trophy. I'd removed the beast's head while I was cleaning it and decided not to dump it in the river. I vaguely remembered reading a book a long time ago about using brains and piss to tan leather, so I had kept the head. I picked up a rock that fit snugly in my hand and walked over to stare down at the monster's remaining blank eye. I don't want to dwell on the details. Still, soon enough, the bear's teeth were neatly stored away in a leafy envelope, and the pelt was in a shallow hole, coated in its own brains. At the same time, I stood above and released a stream of golden righteousness down on the last recognizable remains of the animal that had tried to kill me. There was something cathartic about the moment. Whether my improvised curing process would set me on the path to not having to pay in souls for leather or not, it kind of felt like I was pissing in the eyes of the assholes who dumped me into this crazy world. It was getting late again, so I added plenty of wood to the fire and settled back with the remains of my cloak wrapped tightly around me. Bedding and a bed were making a rapid climb up the "shit I want now" list, but there was nothing I could do about it for the time being. Clothes would have to come first, but to even get what I needed to wrap my privates, I'd have to see if any of my traps found victims in the night. Pulling over a long sapling I'd cut down, I began smoothing off the base, carefully slicing away the splinters where I'd broken it free from its roots. Once I had it reasonably smooth, I trimmed the top and took off the side branches. I was left with 1.5 meters of slender wood. It wasn't perfectly straight, but I'd selected this trunk and the 2 similar ones because they were the least crooked of my options. I added a splash of water to the pot and swilled it around. Then I threw the mixture onto the fire, where it spat and sizzled for a moment. I topped the slightly cleaner pot up with water and set it next to the fire to boil as I began stripping the bark from my stick. It came off in clumps and chunks, not the elegant ribbons I was aiming for, but as the water reached the boil, I had a slender rod of pale wood that gleamed in the flickering light. Sighting down the length of the stick, I rotated it to spot as many of the curves as possible and began holding the slight deviations in the steam from the boiling water. Once I'd bathed a section in steam for a few minutes, I carefully bent the stick across my knee, cursing at the pain of the hot wood the first time I tried. I covered my knee with my ragged cloak and tried again, holding the rod until it kept the new form. Over the next hour, I stripped and straightened 3 short spears. As I reached for my knife to trim the thinnest ends to points, there was a faint thump from the tree line nearby, and I received a notification. Normalis Muse slain, 1 soul gathered. I grinned as the writing flashed across my vision. My plan to cheese some souls by trapping the local wildlife looked like a winner. Not only would I get meat that I wouldn't have to hold my nose in order to eat, I'd be keeping down local pests and filling up the old soul wallet. As I sat and sharpened my spear points, I received 2 more notifications. I smiled happily as I laid the points of my short spears in the embers, turning them carefully to make sure they didn't burn too much. Fire-hardened throwing spears might help me get some bigger game over the next few days. Bigger game meant bigger rewards, I hoped. And I would be able to supplement the low numbers of souls I would collect from my traps with yet more souls. Then, I scraped them against a patch of exposed rock until the hardened points were painful to press a thumb against.
It was all positively medieval. In fact, the average medieval person would sneer at what I had to work with. It was Paleolithic, but it was a little step in the right direction. "And I didn't have to buy anything from your bloody shop," I called out. The sound of my voice was startling. While I had never been big on conversation for its own sake, I had rarely gone more than a day without speaking to someone. Loneliness was going to become an issue at some point. The only people I was confident existed in this world were all tasked with killing me, so I didn't hold out much hope of making friends with any of them. Not that I wanted friends, but the occasional polite chit-chat might start to seem appealing sometime soon. Once I was done with my improvised throwing spears, I set them aside and waited for the water to cool. The second moon was riding high as the first one fell towards the horizon. The moonlight cast a lustrous glow across the forest, stretching away down the hill, and the hoots and squawks of the local nocturnal birds were almost comforting as they broke the eerie silence. I drank the rest of my water and went to piss on my bear pelt again. As I walked back, another notification popped up. Vilis lepus slain, 2 souls gathered. I had no idea what a lepus might be, but it was apparently worth 2 muse in terms of souls, and could be killed by a snare. I was up to 5 souls again, and the night was still young. The effort of setting up the snares and deadfall traps had been time-consuming, but it essentially gave me a passive soul income, so I resolved to expand the area I covered tomorrow. I checked the shop. It was time to hide my shame. A pair of simple woolen shorts would cost me 3 souls. They looked crude and would probably be scratchy against my nethers when I moved, but being tackle out, while refreshing at first, was starting to lose its appeal. With a grimace, I purchased the shorts and pulled them on. They were dark green and surprisingly comfortable, with no scratchiness thus far. They reached down just above my knees, were tied in place with a cord that had come as part of the price, and matched the cloak I'd wrapped around my shoulders. I fed more wood to the fire and tried to doze. It was yet another restless night. I woke up regularly as the heat from the fire died down and it needed more fuel. I received a slew of kill notifications as the night wore on as well, which added a significant boost to my mood but failed to temper the creeping feeling of exhaustion. I wouldn't be able to manage many more nights like this. As the light began to sneak back into the world, I had 18 souls ready to spend. I put the last of my water on to boil and stretched.
I watered the pelt once more to relieve my bladder and put some chunks of the foul bear meat onto a stick to roast over the rebuilt fire. Damn, I'd forgotten to set up a smoker. That was amateurish, and it filled me with irritation. I sniffed at some of the meat, carefully unwrapping it from the green protection I'd used to seal it up. Happily, none of it had started to turn yet, but that wouldn't last much longer. I decided to buy some more cordage, 2 souls wasted, but the return on investment was good as long as I could find some more animal runs. Back down to 16 souls, I checked the option for decent footwear. My bearskin booties were starting to fail across the bottom after just one day, and while I wasn't unfamiliar with a rank odor emanating from my feet, this was considerably beyond my previous experience. The cheapest footwear was 3 soles. Crude wooden soles, a bit like topless clogs with some leather straps to hold them in place. I stamped my feet in my new shoes and grimaced. There was certainly no comfort in the design, but I'd now be immune to the thorns and sharp rocks that had been able to poke into my delicate skin with almost every step I took today.
It seemed a silly thing to be so proud of having an extremely basic pair of shoes, but it filled me with a faint feeling of optimism as I drifted in and out of sleep while I waited for the sun to rise. Chapter 7. Spend souls to make souls. Waking up was a gradual process. I'd spent most of the night hovering between true sleep and paranoid wakefulness. Grumbling to myself about mattresses and duvets, I started out by inspecting the deadfall traps. The first 5 had all killed mice. The mice were now very flat, but I gathered them up anyway, heading towards the last trap with them swinging from my left hand. This one had been triggered, but whatever it was had been a lucky son of a bitch as it had made a clean getaway. I took my booty back to the cave and picked up 6 berries. I didn't have many left, so I made a note to gather some more when I went for water later. I reset the traps, baiting them with berries that I squeezed slightly to free some of the juice. Hopefully, sweet fruit would work just as effectively as bits of bear guts. From my notifications, I confirmed that normalis mus must mean mouse. 5 dead mice and 5 souls from normalis mus. I'd also killed a single Vilis lepus and 11 normalis lepus while I dozed. Fervently hoping that a lepus had nothing to do with leprosy, I grabbed my gear and set off down to the river with my litter in tow. I took the new cordage and stopped regularly to set new snares. When I got to the first of the traps I'd set yesterday, I found it was undisturbed, so I continued on with a shrug. Next, I found a strangled rabbit that I slipped free from the noose and chucked on my litter. I reset the snare and continued towards the river. By the time the rushing water spread before me, I had 11 regular rabbits and 1 big bastard of a rabbit, twice the size of the others, laid out neatly across the top of the litter. Vilis must mean steroid addict or something, and would explain why the bear had been such a monster. I'd reset all my snares and added another dozen along other nearby animal paths. Hopefully, tomorrow I would reap the benefits of purchasing the extra cordage. Slipping off my uncomfortable footwear on a stone, I sat down and rubbed my feet. The wood was polished smooth and waxed or oiled in some fashion, so I hadn't suffered any splinters. But the loop that held my big toe in place and the thongs that tied the shoes to my ankles had rubbed the skin raw as I walked. I stripped down and walked into the water for a wash. As I was splashing water across my chest and shivering at the chill, I froze, locking in place. On the far bank stood a deer the likes of which I'd never seen. It stood 6 feet high at the shoulder and was covered in long, shaggy green-brown fur. A rack of antlers, nearly 3 feet long, grew in delicate whorls from its forehead. They looked almost fragile at this distance, but I was quietly grateful for the rushing water separating us.
Hello, ambulatory bag of souls. I wonder what you're worth. Was this a vilis or a normalis? I had no idea, but I knew how to find out. I continued to wash myself and kept an eye on the beast. It didn't seem to be scared of me. The stag kept an eye on me as it drank, but otherwise paid me no mind. Perhaps there weren't enough people in this part of the world for the animals to have learned to fear us. Maybe the only people in this world were the 6 of us killed in Mortimer's fancy smoking room by the green-eyed bitch. I finished my crude ablutions and went back to shore to dry off and get dressed. I started pulling out clumps of the clay-like mud that lined this side of the river. I formed them into rough bricks and flattened them out before adding them to my litter. Once I had as much as I was comfortable to risk loading on my fragile construct, I turned to check on my new friend and future victim. But it had moved away without me noticing, and I was once more alone. With full water skins and having rinsed off the mud that had caked to my fingers, I set off back towards my camp. As I walked, I began to hum a song I'd liked many years ago. I couldn't remember the words, but I could hum the tune. It was about being a survivor, a veteran of 1,000 wars or something. I whistled the tune happily as I climbed back up the hill, stopping occasionally to dig up some tubers or pick some of the berries I was now fairly sure were safe to eat. The off-pitch tune I hummed was strangely soothing, and I arrived back at camp in a much better mood than I'd felt since being dumped on this world. I dropped my sleigh of goodies just beyond the tree line and went to boil some water. I had a busy day planned, but the sun hadn't reached its zenith yet, so I stretched out as I waited for the pot to boil and continued humming to myself. "What do you reckon?" I asked the bear's head, which was perched just outside the cave, snout aimed at the fire. "Nah, about the song. I know you're pissed off I killed you." I knew it wasn't talking to me, but I felt a need for some company. It would be a while yet before loneliness drove me mad, but I could feel it looming in my future if something didn't change. At home, I'd had interactions with people almost daily, even if it was just a few words at a shop counter. The sense of complete and utter isolation would get to me sooner or later. "Fine. Screw you, Fluffy." The water had boiled, and I moved the pot aside to cool. I stood back up and went to gather yet more wood. I'd soon be running out of dead wood in the nearby area, but I should be okay for a few more nights of fuel. I rebuilt the pile just inside the cave and set up another tripod. I'd used the one I'd dried the bear pelt over as firewood last night. I went looking for branches with plenty of green leaves on them, flipping my dagger in my hand as I went. I dragged the leafy masses back to the cave and sat down to weave several lattices of sticks. Once I had 3 ready to go, I set up my newest tripod in a clear area and used some of my precious cordage to tie off the lattices along its height, making sure that the lowest was far enough off the ground that the fire I planned to build wouldn't cook the meat. The bear meat was sliced thinly so that I could hang them from the lattices, and I began propping the branches covered in leaves around them. Once it looked like it was pretty well covered, I built a small fire and took a burning stick from my main fire to light it. I huffed and I puffed, and soon enough the flames caught, and I sat back happily. The smoke was leaking out of the badly made thatch of greenery, but enough would be trapped inside to do a decent job of smoking the meat. I sat down to skin the rabbits, carefully piling the innards onto broad leaves for later removal. As I worked, my flint knife flicking easily through skin much thinner than that of the bear, I contemplated my situation. Fishing was an option. It would be expensive in terms of cordage, but there were other options as well. I could make a lattice-work fish trap easily enough, or I could dig a small depression out to the side of the river and bait it to lure the fish in, leaving them trapped with a narrow channel they couldn't get back up. 12 souls left in my account. I ran through the options I had available once more, as my hands worked on automatic to make a neat pile of skinned bunnies. A kilo of salt was 1 soul. That would last me a long time if I just used it for seasoning. A lot shorter period if I tried to use it to preserve meat. I finished up the bunnies, ending up with a small stack of bodies to go in the pot and a small stack of furry skins. I wasn't too confident about my piss and brains tanning method, so I chose to put them around the fire to dry them out, rather than adding them to the muddy and stinking hole that I had consigned the bearskin to. Time to experiment in pottery.
The main crafting equipment available in Tier 1 was kilns. The simplest was way too expensive, and the largest and most complex example was even more bloody expensive. I'd need to improvise, but if I could start producing small pots, they could be used for storage, especially if I made lids for them. I pulled over a flat stone and sat in front of the fire. I brought over a couple of slabs of clay I'd dragged up the hill and began sorting through them. I pulled out all the stones and twigs, creating a smaller mound of hopefully clean clay. With a little water and some careful sculpting, I produced 3 bowls that I set to the side of the rabbit fur to dry in the ambient heat of the fire. The sun had definitely started to fall by the time I was done, so I took some more meat and skewered it over the fire. Another meal of boiled tubers, berries, and shit-tasting bear meat followed that left me full, if not happy. An army marches on its stomach, and I might be an army of 1 at the moment, but the food situation was already starting to affect my morale. I resolved I'd have rabbit stew for dinner to break up the monotony in my diet, and I felt my mood perk up a little. 12 souls left. I was hopeful for an even bigger haul tonight, but for now, I had to assume this was all I'd get. I weighed my options again and came back to the same issue as before. Range on my spell would be helpful, but I could live without it for now. Intensity on my spell didn't make any sense to me. It made the fire talk about politics when everyone else was just trying to have a good time. As an unknown, I ruled it out for now. After some pondering and popping over to check on my smoker, I sat down and made up my mind. A kilo of salt appeared in front of me in a flaxen bag. Bonus. If my pots worked, I'd transfer the salt into them and have a free bag. Then I spent 10 souls to go up to level 3. I picked physical strength, bringing it up to 10, and put a point into mana. I was pleased to find it went up by 10, just like health had. My new stat sheet now floated before my eyes. Level 3 primary stats. Body, E. Mind, F. Soul, F. Available souls, 0. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 10. Reflexes, 10. Health, 100. Magic strength, 6. Focus, 7. Mana, 80. I was now completely into the E grade for my body stats, which was interesting. If what the arrogant God voice had told me was true, my physical characteristics were now all at the peak of human capability. I checked my smoker and added some more green wood to the fire under it before moving off towards the trees to put myself through my paces. I sprinted back and forth. I was faster than I was used to being, but not by a significant amount. I played reflex games, letting a stick fall and trying to catch it in a specific place with my other hand. That did seem considerably better than I thought I was capable of before, but I was releasing the test stick, so I was probably cheating. However, my hand would snap shut with unerring accuracy on the bit I was aiming for. My health had recovered back to full during the night, and I wasn't willing to start injuring myself to test it, so I shelved any experiments that ran the risk of strains or wounds. I eyed one of the thicker trees and took off towards it at a sprint. I leapt up,
my feet landing a good 1.5 meters up the foot-wide trunk, and I monkey-climbed rapidly to the first main branches. That was definitely an improvement of some sort. Not that I had spent much time doing similar tasks back home, but I felt the fluidity and strength in my muscles more clearly than I ever had before. The thought of what the future might hold if I could continue to increase my stats made me smile savagely. Those poor bastards wouldn't know what hit them when I finally hunted them down. Dropping back to the ground with a thump, I went back to my fires. I was going to run out of firewood quickly at this rate. The fire on the smoker burned more slowly and needed wet wood rather than deadfall to generate the smoke, but it was still an extra drain on my resources. As the sun began to set, I ran around the hill, building up a huge pile of firewood in the cave. It wasn't like I wouldn't be able to use it sooner or later. Before the light failed, I took the smoked meat out and wrapped it in leaves with a light dusting of salt. I replaced the meat on the racks and fed the fire once more. The rabbit stew was bland, but a delicious change from the last couple of days. I salted it, and the flavor, while gamey, at least tasted like proper food. I slurped down the dregs of the water I'd cooked it in and lay back to try and sleep. Despite waking to refuel the fire regularly, I felt more refreshed the next morning than I had managed thus far. I was also 25 souls richer. The next week passed in a pleasantly dull and similar fashion. I gathered water and wood every day, smoked meat, set traps, and collected the bounties in meat and souls. My first clay pots failed, cracking apart as they were fired, but I ground them up between some stones and used the grog to mix in with the next batch. I soon had an array of relatively waterproof pots with lids. The salt was stored in them, deep in the cave, which I had by now cleared out. Salt was valuable, and while I hadn't seen any rain yet, I suspected it was only a matter of time. I refrained from spending any of my souls, and as the sun rose on my 8th day in this world, I had 183 souls sitting in my wallet. For some reason, my soul stat had risen to E when I passed 100. It must operate differently from the rest for some reason, but the answer eluded me. I munched on grilled rabbit and poured water from one of my new clay vessels into the cooking pot, while I contemplated how to increase my rate of soul gain. I wasn't entirely happy at being forced to kill some of the others. Patricia, at least, had seemed like a fairly decent person, but it was the only way to get home and take my revenge. It was time to spend souls, to make souls. Once I was strong enough, I'd go hunting my fellow contestants. Chapter 8. New Affinity Unlocked. Having disposed of the bear's head a few days ago due to the increasingly unpleasant smell, I had been lacking in conversation, but had made do. I peed on the bear pelt in its hole and poked it with the end of my digging stick. I had no idea if it was working or not. The skin was soggy and pliant, but I wasn't sure how long it needed to be treated for, assuming this treatment would even be effective. I was beginning to suspect I'd simply ruined the pelt and made an inefficient toilet. I'd carved a short, thick digging stick into a wedge at one end and hardened it in embers. I dug myself a more sensible latrine and completed my business. A small pile of the broad, waxy leaves weighed down by a rock substituted for shit tickets. I filled in the hole and strolled contentedly back to the cave. I got some water in the pot and set it to boil, then prepared a rabbit kebab on a thin stick of green wood. 183 souls. It was wealth beyond imagination. I could jump to Tier 2 in one go and get access to the next level in the shop. I was naively optimistic that it would yield some much more useful and reasonably priced options. I had started dreaming about steel knives and spearheads, and each morning I awoke with a lingering regret that surged whenever I looked at my flint knife. With a broad smile on my face, I spent 80 souls to jump to level 10. Level 10 cost me twice as many souls as the previous ones, making me wince. I should have guessed it wouldn't be 10 souls per level all the way up. Level 10. Primary stats. Body, E. Mind, F+. Soul, E. Available souls, 103. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 12. Reflexes, 13. Health, 120. Magic strength, 8. Focus, 8. Mana, 100.
Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, touch, intensity, plus 4%. Fire resistance, plus 2%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Detonation, 1 meter cubed, plus 0%. Firewall, area, 1 meter squared. Imbue unlocked. New affinity unlocked. Level 10 upgrades to affinities are now available. Tier 2 upgrades to affinities are unlocked. Tier 2 is available in the Soul Shop. I had put 2 of my points into mana, 2 into health, 1 into focus, 2 into magical strength, 3 into reflexes, and 2 into physical strength. My mind stat had bumped up to F+ for some reason, possibly because mana had reached the peak human level. Body was now in E grade as well, and all 3 stats were beyond peak human, so I was starting to suspect that the more secondary stats crossed a decimal threshold, the higher the primary stat rating. My new spells looked interesting, but I was only really excited about the projectile. I moved away from the cave and pointed a finger at a nearby tree. A blast of fire scorched the tip of my finger and flew away at the speed of a thrown stone. It was the size of my fist, but when it struck the trunk, it exploded with a boom, and a ball of fire engulfed the nearby area. The flames didn't stick and quickly died down, leaving a scorched section of trunk, but not achieving anything particularly spectacular. I had hoped for more. Having to summon the damn thing on my fingers was a painful irritant, and I checked my options on summon range. Each level would cost 10 souls, but the first would allow me to summon the flame an additional meter from my body. Then each level gave an extra 2 meters of range. I bought 3 levels in range and 3 in intensity, just to see what it did. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, 5 meters. Intensity, plus 16%. Fire resistance, plus 2%. Projectile, speed plus 3%. Detonation, 1 meter cubed. Firewall, area 1 meter squared. I cast another fireball, summoning it at a comfortable meter in front of my outstretched hand, and it flew gracefully into the next tree along from my first victim. It erupted like last time, but on this occasion it burned noticeably brighter and hotter, leaving a darker char on the bark. Neat. It was incremental, but the improvement was apparent. I got giddy and began lobbing fireballs at the nearby trees until I ran out of mana. Wasteful, but it was satisfying to vent my frustration and loneliness on something. Down to 63 souls, and each cast of fireball cost me 20 mana. This halved my number of shots versus simply summoning a blob of fire. More mana would be needed in the near future. I finally gave in to the temptation and pulled up the shop in my mind. "Fuck you, shop!" My voice echoed back at me from the cave. Sure, the stuff was all bronze and copper now, a marked improvement over stone, but the price had skyrocketed. The most basic copper knife would cost 30 souls. I knew damn well copper was shit for fighting. It could be honed razor sharp,
much more easily than tougher metals, but it would lose the edge after just a few cuts. The forge equipment was also far too expensive. The option to buy a primitive smelter and blacksmith setup was tempting, but it would cost at least 700 souls to get the basic equipment I would need. I thought longingly of the workshop in my garage, with its tiny gas-fueled forge and all the wonderful machines that made shaping wood and metal so simple. I had options for bronze armor and weapons as well, but again, they were prohibitively expensive. I wished I still had the bear head so I could kick it into the forest in a fit of rage. There were new options for everything, but it was all too... Something in the crafting section that was new caught my eye. Health potions, mana potions, all sorts of potions and poisons. I had no idea how much health or mana I would recover, but at 100 souls, I hoped it would be fairly significant. Couldn't afford them at the moment, but the prospect of a quick and easy way to recover health and mana lifted me out of my funk at the extortionate prices for everything else. I decided to hang on to my souls for now.
I'd aim to keep 100 souls in reserve from now on, just so I could buy a potion in a moment of desperation if I needed one. Imbue was interesting. I could impart my fire summoning ability to an object for double the usual mana cost. I couldn't put the item down, or the charge would dissipate in a couple of minutes. I frowned suspiciously at how helpful this particular entry had been. Maybe the god voice was warming up to me and throwing me some extra info. I'd put a lot of thought into what my second affinity should be. Ever since I'd passed 60 souls and realized I had enough to jump to level 10 and unlock it, the dilemma had weighed on my mind whenever I had a quiet moment. I'd reduced it to 3 options, and now that I was faced with finally making the decision, I was frozen. I had days' worth of probably preserved food, but smoking and salting weren't perfect, and it would still rot eventually. I'd had to dispose of the last of the bear meat, so I wasn't particularly upset to see that foul meat leave my diet. However, the wastage had bothered me on some level. It was inefficient and amateurish to waste food simply because I couldn't keep it fresh for long enough to eat. The ice affinity would make some kind of primitive freezer viable. I had envisioned a low container with thick mud walls filled with ice that could freeze my food and make it last weeks or months. Occasionally, when I daydreamed about this idea, a bottle of chilled beer would somehow appear in my imaginary freezer. Light was tempting as well. I could move about in the night without the constant risk of breaking my ankle, and the illusion of power seemed tempting. I wasn't sure how it would work, and I didn't expect to get any kind of hints from the bloody system. So, while it was tempting, I was uncertain about making it part of my repertoire. Finally, I had considered life. Healing would be a huge boost. Mana regenerated 10 times faster than health, and a mechanism to convert it into health was very tempting. The aches and pains the bear had left me as mementos of our brief relationship had faded surprisingly quickly. I suspected the system gave me some kind of regenerative boost based on my stats, but it had still taken days before I felt like myself again. On Earth, without medical assistance, it would have taken weeks, I was quite sure. Speeding up recovery in the future could be decisive. Ideally, one should take an opponent by surprise and hit them first, thus reducing the risk of taking any injury yourself. But I wasn't hunting in the concrete jungle anymore, and it seemed likely I would take damage on occasion. Rapid growth didn't really interest me. I assumed it would let me grow plants faster, which could be great if I wanted to plant a farm, but I had no plans to set down roots. I would have to go to my enemies, and that would preclude spending the time to raise crops. Enhancement was a nice bonus. I expected the boost to be minor to begin with, but if it scaled as I increased my physical statistics, it could make me extremely dangerous. Finally, there was the distant goal of minor shape-shifting.
Simple tricks like dyeing my hair or changing the color of my eyes with contact lenses had long since been part of my skill set at home. Vital parts of my skill set, if I were honest. While I was largely unknown to my victims beforehand, and afterwards their knowledge was buried with them, bystanders and witnesses always had to be taken into account. Changing my appearance before and after a job had always been simple common sense. With a grimace, I selected life. I expected I'd regret it later, but right now it seemed like the most valuable. Ice would be helpful in some ways, and light in others, but overall, life offered the best boost to my chances of getting home again. Affinity. Life. Heal, self. 5 HP and 4% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals light wounds. Enhancement, self. 2%, lasts 5 seconds. Resistance, all. 1%. Projectile. Speed minus plus 3%. Heal other. Rapid growth. Area, 1 meter squared. Interesting. Life had a weaker but broader resistance. I assumed the 2 first-tier spells would require 10 mana per cast. 2% enhancement for 5 seconds seemed pretty useless, but it would get to 18% at level 9, a significant, albeit short-lived, boost to my strength. I was reasonably happy with my choice and set off to go and gather the night's catches with a spring in my step. I took my dagger and a length of cordage to tie the rabbit bodies to. I had my empty water skins hanging from my shoulders, and a tuneless whistle echoed out as I set off along the now well-trodden path down to the river. I picked up the bodies and reset my traps as I passed them, a process that had become thoughtless and routine over the last few days. I got to a trap about halfway down the hill, 6 bunnies swinging from the string in my left hand. I grimaced as I rounded the first corner of this little animal trail to find the rabbit had been chewed apart. Barely any of the little guy was left, a gory head and shoulder lying with the noose biting into its throat. The rest of it was missing, presumably taken by a fox or something. I hadn't seen any large predators since the bear, and I figured the presence of an apex predator like that creature had kept the rest of the locale clear of more dangerous beasts. I put down my rabbits and worked the noose free, throwing the remnants downhill into the bushes. I'd gotten the souls for the kill, so it wasn't a total waste. I reset the trap, snapping a new twig to hold the noose in place across the mouth of the run. As I rose to collect my prizes, a blur slammed into me, and sharp teeth snapped closed on my shoulder. I was thrown to the side and slammed into a tree, but even while I was still in the air, I reacted in the best way I knew. Channeled violence. My right hand had snatched the dagger from where it lay sheathed on my chest and swept round to plunge it into the throat of whatever had attacked me. The tree trunk knocked the air out of my lungs, and I gasped as I collapsed to the mud and leaves littering the ground. My head was foggy, but I knew I'd lost my grip on the blade as the thing had recoiled at my strike. I rose with a muddled mind and put my back against the tree. A large, gray wolf, far bigger than any wolf from home, looked at me, slightly cross-eyed. A quizzical expression passed across his eyes as his rump fell to the ground. He whined piteously, and pink bubbles spread out from the handle of my knife sticking from the beast's neck. Health, 82 over 120. Mana, 19 over 100. "Fuck you, bloke," I muttered, as my back fell back against the tree. I looked down at my shredded shoulder and winced. My cloak was painted red around the new rips in the material. That was expensive. I cast heal and watched as the blood flow slowed. It didn't stop completely, though, and the pain began to radiate out from the wound, making my eyes water. I blinked them clear and looked back up at the mortally injured wolf. "Good job it was only one-on-one," a growl cut off my asinine comment.
A growl came from the bushes to the right of my first victim. I drew myself away from the tree and crouched slightly, ignoring the tugging feeling on my left side as the wounds stretched and fresh blood started leaking out. A more normal-looking wolf stepped out and growled at me again. Villus lupus slain. 7 souls harvested. That's not very sporting. Mind you, fighting fair is for fools. Come on then, puppy, let's get this done, I babbled. The blood loss was making me dizzy. When I said puppy, the growl dropped half an octave, and the wolf sprang forward. It soared through the air, but it seemed to be moving through water.
Whether it was desperation, fear, adrenaline, or the impact of my boosted reflex statistic, I watched it fly towards me almost as though in slow motion. My right fist arced round like lightning and slammed into the beast's ribs at the same time I slipped aside and dodged the jaws. There was a satisfying crack as the wolf changed direction and went tumbling through the scrub and out of sight with a pained yelp. I snorted and groaned, rubbing at my face with my right hand to try and clear my head. Wolves were pack animals. 2 meant there were probably more. Leaving the rabbits behind, I limped as quickly as I could back towards my cave, and the spear I knew was waiting there for me. I'd never leave home without it again. Every twig that snapped, and every rustle of the leaves in the wind had me spinning nervously to check for more of the beasts. I could burn souls for a weapon if I had to, but they were precious, and I refused to compound foolishness with wastefulness unless I had no other choice. Chapter 9. Wilson. The ferns, bushes, and grass were a green blur as I shuffled along. I wasn't moving quickly due to a pronounced limp, but still, my surroundings seemed indistinct and melted together. Why the hell was I limping? I glanced down and saw a short length of broken branch protruding from the side of my calf. Must have got stabbed with it when I bounced off the tree. Fuck you, tree. I'd buy an axe and cut that bastard down. I paused, setting aside my new vendetta against a bloody tree of all things, and leant down to rip the wood from my leg. I suppressed a scream as the jagged piece came free from my limb, and blood began to trickle down over my sandals. I cast heal again, and once more, the flow slowed but didn't stop. My injuries were too severe to be immediately sealed by the shitty low-level spell. Health, 83 over 120. Mana, 0 over 100. The blood loss must be draining my health. My thoughts were feverish as I resumed my ragged flight to what I hoped would be the safety of my cave. The pain was like hot irons held to my leg and shoulder, making my eyes blink away tears and my muscles shudder. The now familiar stench of rotten brains and rancid piss greeted me as I emerged from the forest. I really should have sighted the tanning hole somewhere further away from my regular path. Despite the agony, new energy filled me as I saw my home, and I sped up to reach the edge of the cave. I snatched up my shop-bought spear and the 3 short throwing spears I had made, but not yet had reason to use. Dumping more wood on the fire, I hoped it would catch quickly and scare away the rest of the pack. My mind was convinced more wolves were even now slinking through the undergrowth towards my refuge. My imagination populated every shadow with gleaming eyes and powerful jaws. I backed behind the fire and leant against the wall, the throwing spears falling from my numb left hand, but the stone-tipped spear was clutched tightly in my right. I put my back against the wall and propped the spear horizontally in front of me, point leveled towards the woods, as I searched desperately for the enemies I was sure were eyeing me hungrily. Long minutes passed, and nothing happened. Eventually, my back began to relax, sending fresh bursts of pain through my ruined shoulder. I lowered myself down and examined the damage carefully. Strands of wool seemed to be embedded in the wounds,
jagged tears in the muscle that had dragged short gouges of flesh away as the beast had recoiled after my knife found its neck. I gently peeled away the now completely ruined cloak. It clung wetly to my skin, leaving large splotches of crimson behind. I used the spear tip to awkwardly slice what was left of it into strips. One was dipped in previously boiled water stored in a nearby clay urn and carefully wiped across the injuries. As the gore was washed away, the true damage was revealed. It wasn't as bad as I'd feared. It didn't appear any tendons had been severed, no muscles had rolled up and bulged out, but the layers of yellow-white fat showed clearly beneath my tanned skin, the teeth having cut through to the subcutaneous tissues. I began to bind my shoulder with a few more strips of wool, pulling them tight enough to make me hiss in pain. Hopefully, the pressure would stop the bleeding soon. My leg was easier to treat. The wound was deep, but I was optimistic it wouldn't leave me crippled, should I survive long enough for it to heal. And avoid an infection. I washed it clean as well, wincing at the rough cloth scraping into the gouge, and bound it tightly. With a final grunt, I leant back and took deep breaths. My health had stabilized after my primitive field first aid. I watched my mana ticking slowly up, 1 point every 6 minutes, and prayed nothing would bother me until I'd had a chance to get a few more casts done. Then I'd be in a much better position to deal with any stragglers from the pack. I looked up as a shadow moved at the edge of the tree line. I tensed and snatched my spear back up. I tried to heave myself upright, using my right leg to slide my back upwards against the rough stone of the cave wall, but it slipped before I was halfway there, and I slid back down with a grunt. I pulled the spear across my lap and gripped it tightly, the stony tip wavering slightly, but held firmly in the direction of this new threat. A wolf dragged itself forward, emerging from the greenery like a gray ghoul. One of its legs, the front left, wasn't working correctly. It tried to put weight on it, but kept falling to the side. Its ribs or spine must have been damaged as well, as it flew away from me after I punched it, as its back legs weren't stable either. It crept towards me slowly. Its teeth were bared in a silent snarl. "You sure about this, little guy? I'm pretty sure I've got the drop on you," I grunted. The wolf's ears flicked back and lay flat against its skull. The fur was matted with twigs and leaves stuck along the right side of its body. I hefted the spear slightly as it drew closer. It slunk around the far side of the fire, and I prepared to fight. Then the damn thing lay down and whined, like a puppy being loaded into a bag with stones. It had been a long time since a plea for mercy had been able to move me. When they started babbling and offering to double my fee if only I'd let them go, I just tuned it out and finished the job. This wasn't some asshole who had pissed off someone capable of retaining my services. Even if it was, I still had my code. How do you judge a wild animal by human standards? Was it unethical of the bloody things to steal the meat I'd caught in my trap? Maybe. But they had just been following their nature. Admittedly, laying a fucking ambush and blindsiding me had been a dick move. However, it was a tactic I'd used myself on many occasions. There is no point letting the bloke you're going to kill know in advance what you're up to. I couldn't fault the bloody things, and the big one had paid the price. This poor little bastard must be a baby or something. It was big, even stretched out on the ground, but smaller than I'd thought back in the heat of the fight, when adrenaline had been firing every nerve in my brain, making the world take on exaggerated detail. Still a big fucking dog, though. I used the spear to slowly climb to my feet, leaning heavily on it as I finally stood upright. It whined again. "Fuck off, dude. It's a mercy, okay? Don't look at me like that." Large green eyes were staring up at me. There was no threat there, not anymore. It was begging for its life. "I'm going to regret this," I muttered. I painfully picked up an empty bowl, wrapping my armpit around the shaft of the spear to keep my balance, and scooped it into the slightly bloody water I'd used to dip the cloth that had cleaned my wounds. It was faintly pink against the orange of the fired clay. I moved the bowl into my left hand, hissing slightly as I clenched my fingers on the rim. I inched around the fire slowly. A faint growl rose up, and the wolf shuffled forward slightly. "Enough of that shit, you ungrateful bastard," I snapped. I leaned forward and put the bowl down, then used the butt of the spear to nudge it closer to the animal, while balancing carefully on one leg. The wolf snapped at the spear, but I swatted it into the side of his jaw, and he whined again. "For some dumb fuck reason, I'm trying to help you, idiot. Don't be a dick." I left the bowl near the wolf's face and backed away, grateful to be able to lean my weight on the spear as I went. Why the hell was I helping this thing? Was it some deeply ingrained sense of wrongness at seeing something so similar to a dog in pain? It would be kinder just to end his life, but I knew I wouldn't do that. Some selfish part of me rubbed its hands together at the thought of having a companion, even a crippled one. A companion that, unlike almost every human I'd known back home, I wouldn't have to lie to. If the beast survived and stuck around, I'd have a friend that I could be honest with. The blood loss must have been messing with my brain. I was a professional killer and ought to be far beyond this kind of maudlin emotional self-indulgence. My ego died over a decade ago. That's what I always told myself anyway. The wolf sniffed at the water and began to lap at it. I had backed away and settled down next to the piles of smoked meat. I pulled out a green package and began to chew on the tough, heavily flavored meat. The wolf finished the bowl, knocking it over at the end as it tried to get at the last few drops. It looked at the meat in my hand, and its tongue lolled out as I slowly took a bite and chewed. "Hungry fella?" I asked. A whine followed by a growl was my answer. He crept slightly closer, his belly pressed to the ground, and kept his eyes locked on the scrap of rabbit flesh. "I guess you've got a taste for the bunnies, eh? Seeing as you stole my kill." The wolf heaved itself up and snapped forward as far as he could manage, but the butt of the spear flicked out almost without thought and swatted him away. "Bad dog," I muttered. It turned sad green eyes, misty with pain, on me, and I felt genuine pity for the poor bastard. I reached back, resting the spear carefully across my outstretched legs so I could snatch it up in an instant if I needed to, and pulled out another strip of meat. I tossed it in front of the wolf, who sniffed it suspiciously. "If I wanted you dead, I'd not bother feeding you, mutt." He cocked his head at me, glancing up from the morsel I'd offered. With a clomp, the meat vanished. A short whine and a pleading look followed, making me sigh loudly. "When did I become so soft?" I muttered, tossing the wolf another strip. "I'm not sure how this is going to work, dog. If I go to sleep, are you going to try and eat me?" Long ears flicked backwards, then forwards, and his head cocked to one side in what I was convinced was questioning tinged with hopeful body language. "Ah, you stupid bloody dog." I began to slowly drag myself back towards my urns of water on the far wall. When I was halfway, the wolf jerked forward towards the meat, and once again I smacked him in the snout with the base of my spear. "No, that's mine," I said angrily, and his ears went back. He shuffled away from the meat slightly. "Good boy. I'm the boss here, bloke. Just remember that." I dipped a bowl into the pink water and took a long drink before falling into companionable silence with the wolf for a few minutes. I used heal again and felt considerably better. I checked my wounds, carefully peeling the bandage on my leg to the side, and while the wound was still fresh, new skin had formed around the edges of the injury, and the bleeding had stopped. "It's gonna be a long fucking day. You know you nearly got me? If the pair of you had attacked at once, I'd have been fucked. The big fella might have died, but if you'd struck at the same time, I'd have been toast." The wolf cocked his head again and started to inch towards the meat. He stopped as I slapped the butt of the spear against the stone of the cave floor. As I was saying, hanging back was your mistake. Want to know the thing about fighting? You've got to strike hard with everything you've got when it's time to make your move, before the other guy makes his. I don't know if the whole living as a wild animal experience equates to military action, or killing pricks for money. It was a lot of money, you know. Way more than I got in the army. I could get medals in the army, I guess, but money is better than medals. Still, being a hitman was less risky and more lucrative.
I picked my jobs. Like, I'd tell clients to piss off if they were being stingy, and I didn't have to charge into the guns when some idiot LT got a bee in his bonnet. The wolf made a chuffing noise I took to be laughter. It was safer, better paid, and I got to keep to my code. I'm pretty sure all the Hajis were pieces of shit. The ones I knocked overseas, I mean, but maybe some of them were like us? Just following our nature. Who fucking knows? I muttered, taking another bowl of water and drinking deeply. We need to come to an arrangement. The wolf had lain down, resting its head on its functional forelimb, the other stretched out crookedly to the side. For some reason, it perked up and turned to look at me. You're a good listener, mate. I bet you'd be handy in a scrap as well, as long as you learn to strike when the iron's hot and not lurk at the back like a pussy. How about you and me team up? I'm kind of woozy from the blood loss, but if we're both still alive in the morning, how's about it? Can we give it a go? My words were slurring slightly at this point. The adrenaline, pain, and blood loss, all adding up, leave me rambling insanely to a wild animal that couldn't understand me. A faint whine answered me, and I smiled. It would be nice to have a friend. A real one who didn't need to be kept at arm's length. Someone I could be honest with. No pretense and no lies. You're gonna need a name. How about Wilson? I chuckled. Chapter 10. A Whole New Dynamic. It was supposed to be another story of a boy who dies on Earth under unfortunate circumstances. Summoned by the goddess of another world, granted exceptional powers, tasked with defeating the Demon King. A story of magic and fantasy, dwarves and elves, swords and blood, lovely allies and terrible foes. Monsters and men, heroes and villains, a tale told countless times. But there is a blip, an anomaly, a boy who is neither hero nor villain, neither sidekick nor mentor, but someone with no role at all. He wasn't reincarnated, he wasn't summoned, he just let himself in, a mannerless man in a world of magic. Equipped with the knowledge that this world is nothing more than then, by that logic, every person he meets and every place he goes is an elaborate show orchestrated by one known as none of this is real. It's fiction. One big lie. He's just here for his memories, and he'll be gone before anyone even knows he was here. He doesn't want the story to be about him. He doesn't want to meet they're just puppets on strings, dancing to the tune of another. But then something changes. He meets someone who is just as equally as lost as he is. Abandoned, abused, and all alone. She should just be another puppet, another doll. But here she is, clinging on to life. Despite having lost everything, she doesn't want to die. Not yet. And something in his heart twists, and against all reason, he extends his hand. And suddenly, the story begins. Suddenly, there's something that matters. This dream of a world may be more real than he thought. Maybe these puppets of people are more valuable than the strings that control them. But that remains to be seen. Chapters release Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Advertisement. Report.
The thing was, Wilson, if someone was willing to hire me, they automatically ended up being fair game at the same time. Hiring me made them de facto murderers. I got a job to knock some Korean businessman, Young Sum Kim or something like that. I forget his name. Anyway, it was 5 or 6 years ago, and he'd gotten into bed with the wrong bunch of Tokyo triads, helping them move into Seoul. Their competitors wanted me to end the association permanently. So I did. I took a drink of water. I'd been casting heal every time I had enough mana, and though my health was back to full, the deep ache in my shoulder and leg told me very firmly that just because I was healed didn't mean I was fully functional again. So I'd spent the day recovering and talking to the wolf. My bandages had been peeled away some time ago, and thin, pale skin now stretched across the teeth marks in my shoulder and the hole in my calf. My left arm remained sluggish and painful. I was still limping whenever I moved to get another urn of water. Wilson was an excellent listener, though. I'd never been able to tell my stories to anyone back home, not even Jimmy. The moral dubiousness and obvious criminality of my adventures meant finding someone I could trust with my tales was a non-starter. So later on, the triads who had been working with Young paid me to knock the blokes who'd sent me on the job to kill him. Funny how things work out in the end sometimes. I bet you've never had that happen. Take down a deer or whatever, and then have its mates hire you to go after their competition? Wilson chuffed quietly, but didn't look up. Every client was another potential mark. I finished happily. I picked up another leafy envelope of smoked meat, unwrapped the good stuff, and chewed thoughtfully. Every day I had gathered more firewood than I would need, and I had a decent pile built further back in the cave. Enough that I wouldn't have to worry about getting more for a few days at least. The meat would last me a week or so, but without the berries and tubers, I'd eventually end up malnourished. I tossed a lump of meat to Wilson, who heaved himself over painfully and scarfed it down without even chewing. So the question is, mate, do I heal you? Sure, you're pleasant enough conversation right now, but you're crippled, and I'm throwing lumps of meat at you. Once you're up and about, our relationship will take on a whole new dynamic. Thoughts? Wilson ignored me as he lay his head back down on his undamaged paw. I was torn. I felt confident that the worst that would happen would be that the wolf took off as soon as he could move again. With the spear and a full tank of mana, he wasn't going to be much of a threat to me now that I was largely recovered. I'd lose my friend, either by defending myself if he attacked, or if he legged it for the woods, and I found I didn't want to lose the company. It was nice to be able to talk freely, no masks and no deception. I felt my moral compass twitching at the back of my mind. I couldn't keep the poor bastard crippled and in pain just so I had someone to talk to. An anticipatory sense of loss passed over me as I accepted I would have to lose this newly forged bond and be alone once again. As I rose shakily to my feet, the sky cracked, thunder rumbling as the flash of lightning illuminated deep into the cave. Bugger. Of all the times, it had to start raining now? I hurriedly created a new fire 6 feet into the cave and far enough from the entrance that the rain wouldn't put it out. With a click of my fingers, a ball of flame appeared in the heart of the tinder and kindling, quickly igniting it. I added a few larger sticks to get it going properly and turned as the rattle of falling rain began to echo into my subterranean home. Wilson whined and shuffled forward before stopping and staring up at me. Big green eyes. Intelligent and cautious, they pleaded with me for shelter. Fine, come on in. As I backed away to indicate he could move out of the rain falling like a waterfall, I cast Heal Other. A bolt of green light appeared at the tip of my finger and shot into the wolf's face, startling him and eliciting a snort and a sneeze.
He shook his head, then tentatively rose to his feet. His legs were steadier, and he breathed more easily. He looked at me with what I could have sworn was gratitude. He slunk in and moved towards the pile of stored meat he'd seen me fetching him snacks from earlier.
"Ah!" I admonished, wagging a finger at him as he looked up at me. Wilson whined faintly, but moved away from my larder and stretched out by the fire. "Well, that completely ruins the rest of the day," I muttered. "I wouldn't be able to get out and reset my traps, so I wouldn't get a windfall of souls in the morning." All in all, this setback wasn't too significant, but it still frustrated me. The others were out there somewhere, getting stronger every day. The rain passed in what I estimated to be under an hour by tracking my mana regeneration, but by that time the sun was fading to the west, and night would be on us soon. "If I get some shut-eye, can I trust you to leave the meat alone?" Wilson glanced up, then put his head back down without a sound. That was as much as I could expect. A great listener, but not much of a conversationalist. I had enough mana to throw another heel at the wolf, who chuffed in a way that suggested he was far more comfortable as the green bolt vanished into his flank. I had water for a couple of days, meat for a week, and firewood for 3 or 4 nights. Tomorrow, I'd have to retrieve my knife and reset all my traps. Some more water wouldn't hurt either. Wilson started twitching and whining in his sleep, probably dreaming about stealing someone else's rabbits. The wolf was closest to the mouth of my cave, with the fire between us. If anything came at us, he would be first on the menu. His senses were likely sharper than mine, so he should act as a good sentry and alarm if anything came by in the night. Leaning back on the pile of crinkly furs I'd collected from the rabbits and crudely stitched together into bedding, pulling a stretch of it across my legs, I contemplated sleep. I kept the spear handy and leaned back against the wall. It was comfortable enough to doze off, but too awkward to let me sleep deeply. An unhappy compromise, but one that I felt was wise in light of Wilson's still unknown loyalty. I awoke to a quiet crack and lurched upright, pulling the spear I'd hugged all night into something resembling a fighting stance. Wilson looked up guiltily, then bent down to drink from the urn he had knocked the lid off to get at the water within. I hadn't woken up when he started moving around, so I did a quick inventory of my limbs and fingers. Yep, I had not been nibbled on. "Good boy," I offered. I was pleasantly surprised he had left the meat alone while I was asleep, so I pulled open a couple of leaf-wrapped packages and put the contents of one in a bowl that I popped down at his side. I made a note not to drink from the urn he had used myself, and pulled over another to slake my thirst. As he turned to his breakfast, I decided to leave the lid off Wilson's one to mark it out as dog water. He shied away slightly as I reached across him to pick the lid up, but he kept his snout in his food bowl and didn't bolt. I needed a piss, so I walked out towards my experimental tannery. The warm sunlight hitting my face and chest robbed the morning air of some of its chill. I no longer limped, but I felt a sharp pain in my left calf whenever I bent my left ankle or knee too much. My shoulder still ached constantly. The rain hadn't helped my experiment. The mixture of rancid brains and old piss had largely been washed away, but I watered it anyway. Wilson came out of the cave and sniffed around. He shook himself vigorously and trotted over to join me, cocking his leg and adding his own precious urea to the mixture. I went back and picked up my belongings. Water skins were slung over my shoulders, and I winced as the one over the left settled into place. I didn't want to take the litter, even though it might make it easier to come back with full skins. I was going armed for bear this morning, or at least I'd be armed for wolves. I took a pair of the throwing spears I'd made and used imbue on one of them. 10 mana ticked away, and I knew the next thing it struck would get a blast of fire summoned at the point of impact. I eyed Wilson suspiciously, but he returned a perfectly innocent look my way. "Don't eat the meat," I told him firmly, earning a confused look and a quiet yip. With a shrug, I set off for the river. It wasn't as though he'd be able to eat too much if he hung around the cave. I was only planning on being away for a couple of hours, and he'd already had a decent breakfast. As I headed onto the muddy path, I marveled at how the brief wash of rain had changed the once familiar woods. Nothing had visibly altered, but there was an aura of growth and vitality that the cold water had stirred from slumber. The air had smelled incredibly good to me before. The complete absence of pollution left it fresh in a way I'd never known on Earth. But now it had a loamy odor that smelled of future growth. Wilson followed along a short way behind me. He moved quietly, slipping along without a sound as only feral creatures can. He waited as I reset my traps and tossed away the prey that had been left on the ground for longer than I was willing to risk. He shot into the brush after the first rabbit and came back with it hanging from his jaws. Whenever we stopped, he would tear at it, pulling the fur back and chewing at the meat within. At the third trap, he approached me with a leg hanging from his jaws and laid it at my feet before backing away and looking at me expectantly. "I'll eat this later. Thanks, though." I tucked the mauled limb in my left hand with the throwing spears and decided to find a suitable location to dispose of it without offending my new friend. When we reached the site of the fight, Wilson whined and crept past me. He crawled along on his belly as he approached the body of the much larger wolf. Another high-pitched noise, and he shoved at the prone beast with his snout. The body had stiffened overnight. A faint growl escaped him as I stepped past and shoved the head to one side. "I just need my knife back, bloke. I'm not going to hurt him. Maybe we can come back tomorrow and bury him, okay?" Green eyes blinked, and the wolf chuffed quietly, clearly unhappy. The rabbits I'd been carrying yesterday were gone. Mostly gone, at any rate. Whether it was foxes, birds, or some creature I'd yet to meet, they weren't tidy eaters. Bits were scattered here and there, creating a macabre scene with the giant wolf body as its centerpiece. I left the trap on this animal run alone. I'd fix it when I came back to bury Wilson's buddy. The rest of the traps had all been robbed in some capacity, and any bits of bunny went into the bushes as I reset them. I was making sure to split my attention while I worked. Even with Wilson as a pseudo-sentry orbiting my position, I wouldn't let myself be caught off guard like I had yesterday. We made it down to the river, and the wolf ran up and down the bank, occasionally splashing his way into the water before leaping back out. Was he playing? I couldn't help but smile at his antics as I stripped down and had a wash, finally removing the last of the bloodstains from my skin. Refreshed, but with a chill seeping into my bones, I came out and picked up my water skins. I filled them carefully and set them on a stone beside me, then sat down to drip dry in the warm sunlight. Hopefully, tonight, the soul income would be back in business, and I could begin building myself up before venturing out to find my counterparts. Wilson approached me as I lay back and nudged my arm. It was the first time he'd dared to make physical contact with me, and I took it as a good sign for things to come. I looked up, tilting my head over and shielding my eyes from the sun with my right hand. The wolf ran off a short distance, then ran back and yipped at me. "Get lost, kid. I'm not playing." Again a nudge and a run and retreat. "You want me to follow?" I sat up, then stood and slipped my shorts back on. I picked up my gear and headed off after the wolf, who fled further away this time before stopping to wait for me. Wilson led me down the bank of the river in this fashion. "What's got you so excited, buddy?" I asked aloud. We came to an animal path I hadn't found before. The wolf had dragged me farther downriver than I'd wandered on my own. Wilson crouched low and began to slink into the bushes upslope. I moved quietly behind him, focusing on placing my feet carefully to avoid making any noise.
The steady wind was blowing down the hill and pushing our scent to our rear. Was he trying to teach me how to hunt? Off to my right, I could hear the gentle burble of a small stream, and the ground became damper as we moved uphill. He stopped and lay down on his belly just ahead of me, so I crouched low and snuck up to his side. With the tip of my spear, I shifted a broad leaf hanging in front of my face to one side. Before me lay an idyllic pool, lined with young trees and young vegetation. It was perhaps 3 meters wide, and on the other side stood a stag the equal of the one I had spotted across the river. I moved very slowly, painfully aware of every tiny noise, and brought my imbued spear into my right hand. This was an awkward position from which to throw. I had to hope my improved reflexes, coordination, and strength would counter the poor stance. The spear crept back behind my ear, the tip hovering in my peripheral vision for a moment. Then it sped forward as I put my whole strength behind it. I had not fully appreciated how improving my statistics improved my capabilities until that moment. The spear shot forward like it had been launched by a ballista, unerringly zooming towards the stag's heart. As it left my hand, it burst into flames and left a streak of smoke in its wake. The prey's head snapped up, and I watched almost in slow motion as it tensed to flee. Before it could do more than tighten its muscles, the spear slammed into its flank, piercing it clean through and exploding out of the far side in a red mist. The momentum of the blow knocked it off its feet, and the stag was left pinned to the ground as it died almost instantly. Chapter 11. My next victim. Villas Service slain. 6 souls gathered. Wilson shot past me and splashed his way across the shallow pond to inspect the deer. After a cursory sniff to ensure it was dead, he shook himself, throwing droplets all around him. I was still standing where I'd thrown from, locked in surprise at how much more effective my movements had been. Despite the twinges and throbbing aches left over from yesterday, I had felt more powerful than I ever had in my life. Physical exercise and maintaining what I thought of as a fighting trim were old habits long ingrained in my daily routines, but I'd never been this physically capable. Exercise hadn't been necessary since I was dumped here, due to the constant physical exertions needed to eke out an existence on the edge of survival. I still ought to have lost some of my muscle mass and general fitness due to the relatively poor diet and repeated injuries. Whatever else the body stats did, they had made exercise obsolete. I walked around the pond rather than splashing my way through and stopped next to Wilson. The deer was pinned to the ground, its upward-facing side prevented from lying naturally by the spit of wood holding it in place. I grasped the blacked end of the spear and tugged experimentally. It gave a little, but the cloying mud was holding the sharpened point in place. I gripped with both hands, grimacing as my shoulder ached, and yanked back as hard as I could manage. A burst of pain went from my shoulder, through my jaw, and up into my teeth, but the shaft pulled clear with a soggy, slurping sound. I stumbled backwards as the deer fell to rest as gravity intended. Wilson stepped forward and licked at the corpse's face. "Enough! Come away!" Wilson looked up, and after a moment's hesitation, he backed away as I'd requested. Smart puppy. Should have brought the litter. I had 2 options: clean and butcher the deer now, or find a way to get it back to the cave intact. As it was currently in one piece, it would be far easier to move than if I chopped it up into more manageable chunks, however, as I had no means to carry so many smaller packages. I opted for a compromise. I pulled out the dagger and flipped the carcass over with a grunt. With its legs in the air, I slit it from groin to throat. I flicked the dagger into a nearby tree trunk, where it landed with a satisfying thunk. Then I got messy. I leaned in, thrusting my arms up to the elbow in the animal's guts,
and pulling great, gory gobs out onto the grass and mud. I tossed the kidneys over to Wilson, who snatched them out of the air and barely chewed before swallowing them down. The diaphragm presented a challenge to my fingernails, so I retrieved my knife. I cut through the tough membrane and dragged out the heart and lungs. After rinsing my hands in the pond, I moved over to its head. The deer was a big animal, probably half a ton before it was eviscerated. It was considerably lighter now, but I still expected it to be too heavy to move easily. To my surprise, I found the body wasn't entirely unmanageable. It wasn't light, but what remained of it could be dragged or carried fairly easily. "Venison for dinner, bloke. Good find. If you know any more places like this, make sure and drag me over to them." I bound the deer's legs to the shaft of the blackened spear. There was 1/2 meter clearance at the bottom, and perhaps 1/3 of that at the top. I picked it up by the pointy end and dragged it experimentally. I'd be slow, noisy, and at a distinct disadvantage if I got jumped again. Nothing for it, though. This was a lot of meat, and I had some ideas for the impressive antlers that skittered along the ground behind me as I set off back to the riverside. I walked back along the stony beach slowly, the butt of the spear clattering as it bounced from stone to stone behind me. When I got back to the trail home, I paused briefly to rinse myself properly and remove the gritty bits of the deer's insides that clung to me. Then I set off back up the hill to my cave, thoughts of rich, gamey stew filling my mind. I could almost smell it already, a fatty gravy, flavored by the meat and the berries, coupled with boiled tubers, would be a major improvement over my usual fare. Despite the awkward weight of the slung deer in my right hand and the pair of spears clutched in my left, I didn't feel like I was tiring as I plodded uphill. Wilson repeatedly passed me both ways, running ahead, then circling back, only to run past me again, or loping down the hill, his fur brushing my leg as he zipped by. I stopped about halfway and leaned the spears against a nearby tree. I pulled a water skin around and looked at it. I was thirsty. I sighed and let the skin fall back against my side. No point risking dysentery when boiled water was waiting for me 1/2 hour's walk away. Maybe I should get a 3rd one so I could carry a skin filled with safe water when I went on my little expeditions in the future. I had 76 souls in the bank thanks to the lump I was dragging uphill. A step closer to the 100 I would need for an emergency healing potion. I set the thought aside. I'd wait to see what the traps brought in overnight. Hopefully, in the morning, I'd have enough to start leveling again and keep a reserve for a potion. The walk was pleasant and peaceful. I kept a watchful eye on my surroundings, and my ears were pricked for any sign of a threat. But all I heard was the now mundane noises of birds and insects. As I rounded the corner that marked that the walk would only last a few more minutes, perhaps 15 with my baggage, Wilson charged up next to me and stood rigidly in my way. "Come on, Wilson, out of the way, bloke. This shit's kind of heavy." The wolf didn't move, so I was forced to stop behind him.
A low growl rumbled out from his chest, deep and menacing.
I glanced around, looking for whatever had spooked him, and eased the deer off to the side. I kept my longer spear in my left hand and moved the shorter one to my right. I used Imbue again, losing 10 mana, and felt the charge of fire settle into my homemade weapon. Wilson's growl escalated to a bark, a loud, sharp sound that killed the birdsong around us. He took off up the hill at a sprint, moving far too quickly for me to keep up. I charged along, careless of the noise I was making, my crude sandals clattering as they slammed down into rocks on the path as my legs drove me forward faster than I had any right to move. I still couldn't keep up with Wilson. By the time I reached the visible corner on the winding trail, he had already rounded the next one. I put my head down and pumped my legs, ignoring the pain the sprint was causing in my left leg and shoulder. A short howl echoed down the slope from above me, and I found new energy, picking up my pace. The noise had cut off sharply, and my common sense finally caught up with me. I slowed down, still moving at a fast jog, but no longer recklessly running across the uneven ground. I slowed again as I neared the clearing outside my cave. Then I skidded to a stop and ducked into the undergrowth to the side of the path. Human voices. It hadn't been that long, but being a castaway on an alien world for weeks had made it seem like forever. The words were guttural and incomprehensible. Sicarescan plainsman language acquired. The babble suddenly made sense. "Waste of a good pelt! That would be worth a dozen ons. They've been pissing on it for weeks from the smell of it." A gruff baritone voice. "I still say it's a female Ervile. They have to leave their tribes to prepare to breed. Might be one of 'em in seclusion. Maybe she's ripe." A tenor, high-pitched but undeniably male. He sounded excited by his theory in a way that I immediately found unsavory.
"Have you seen an Ervile? Even the females are half again your size. Your skinny forearm wouldn't satisfy her, let alone the sapling you call a pecker."
Another tenor, deeper and meaner sounding than the first.
"Erisk's balls. Can't a man dream? You never know until you try," replied the second voice with an evil chuckle.
3 of them. I began to creep closer through the brush. Can't be an Ervile. The shit in the cave is all the wrong size for one of them monsters, whether it has tits or a dick. Voice number 4, deeper than all the others. A hint of command there as well. Intelligent.
"You don't know shit. This is your first Coriolis too."
Number 5 made his presence known. He sounded almost the same as voice 3, just slightly whinier. "Whoever the fuck it is won't be far behind their dog. Get into position. We can sell them to the mines if they're no good as a slave," Number 4 said.
"That wasn't a fucking dog, Keop, and you know it," said Number 5.
I ground my teeth together in frustration. Even with my new strength and painfully limited magic, taking on 5 men at once was a losing proposition. Fights aren't like what you see in the movies. A dozen dogs can kill a lion easily. A few might die in the process, but the end result would always be a foregone conclusion. Slipping farther into the bush, I began to creep forward slowly. The spear in my right hand meant I could even the odds a little at the outset, and Wilson would be around somewhere as a potential backup. Maybe he'd come to my aid when the time came, maybe not. I wouldn't blame him for staying out of this. The necessity to attack was plain. They were going to wait in ambush, sitting on all my hard-won resources until I showed up. I could abandon everything I'd built up and a relatively safe campsite, or I could remove the threat. I paused to lay down my water skins, putting the sheathed knife between my teeth, and then I silently moved closer. I paused a few feet from the edge of the clearing, hidden by the ferns and bushes. A big man was sitting in the mouth of my cave, disinterestedly inspecting the smoked meat I'd hoarded over the last week. He pulled out a strip, bit into it, and chewed thoughtfully for a moment before spitting it out with a look of disgust. I scanned my gaze across the clearing, irritated by the greenery obscuring my view. I spotted 3 of the others, spread out around the edges of my home. The nearest was situated a few meters to the side of my usual trail, barely 10 meters from where I was crouched. If they decided I was a Lady Ervile, an unlikely conclusion for them to reach when they laid eyes on me, I was possibly going to be raped. Otherwise, I was to be killed or enslaved. I briefly weighed their karmic balance and concluded I was more than happy to kill these fuckers. I shifted my throwing spear to my left hand and pulled the dagger from the sheath I had clenched between my teeth. I let the scabbard fall to my knee, then tilted my leg so it fell silently to the ground. It would be a bitch to find again afterwards, but such is life. I moved so slowly.
It took over a minute to advance a foot. I made no sound as I moved into my first victim's blind spot and crept steadily closer. When I was a meter from him, I paused. His breathing was quiet and controlled. His back was tense, partially covered by a wolf pelt, but with no armor on his upper body. The knife moved forward. It was almost as though the knife was the living thing, and I was just an afterthought dragged along behind it. As it got to 6 inches from his skin, I leaned forward and slid the blade between his ribs. A vicious flick ruined the man's right lung. Then I stood quickly, took the throwing spear in my right hand, and hurled it with blinding force at the bear of a man sitting in my cave entrance.
My first victim had only been able to make a startled, gasping intake of breath, his last, before blood began to bubble up his throat to silence him. Stabbing a man in the lung was a mean thing to do, but it was extremely effective. He'd suffocate eventually, but wouldn't be able to cry out. The spear ignited as it left my hand and shot across the clearing to bury itself in the bigger man's stomach. Another killing blow, but not a quick death. He was out of the fight, though. Now for his friends. I dove backwards into the bushes and scurried as quietly as I could towards the next closest victim. I caught a glimpse of the big guy pulling the burning spear from his stomach and struggling to his feet. His pained bellow rang out a moment later. "On me!" he snarled and coughed. His remaining, soon-to-be corpses helpfully rushed to his side. One helped him balance, while the others formed up, backs to the cave with weapons raised. One had a bow and a quiver of arrows hanging from his hip. The others pulled crude maces from their hips, perhaps as long as my arm, with a round, polished stone head mounted on the end. The stone had been drilled somehow, so the handle fit through it to create a primitive but effective club. They were all wearing wolfskins over their shoulders, with rough-spun shorts on their legs. I eyed their leather moccasins greedily. Hopefully, one of them was my size. I needed some better footwear. "Show yourself, coward!" called one of the mace-wielders. A dog barking into the night. "We'll hunt you forever, little man!" called what must have been his brother. The resemblance between them was remarkable. This pair were voices number 5 and 3. So, one hawk, a crippled bear, and a pair of dogs to deal with. The archer would be an issue. I had my dagger and the soul shop spear. Only a fool would throw his longest weapon at his foes in this situation. Fortunately, I had other options. I stayed hidden, but moved closer to the edge of the woods, ignoring their continuing insults. Once I was in position, I cast a fireball at the archer, summoning it 5 meters to my right so as not to give away my position. The ball of fire shot across the clearing and slammed into the man. His bow went flying as the detonation tossed him to the side and threw his friends to the ground at the same time. He screamed and flailed at the wolf pelt over his shoulders as it caught fire. One hawk down. I charged forward behind my spear, rushing out of the trees with an unintelligible battle cry. Dog 1 had been furthest from the blast and recovered first, sprinting towards me alone and swinging his mace in a vicious arc aimed at my right temple as soon as he was close enough to strike. Flicking his weapon aside with the shaft of my spear, I twisted it in my grip and ran the stone tip into his guts. He dropped his mace and grunted, latching both hands onto my weapon and preventing me from freeing it. I released it. He fell as the support vanished and crumpled into a bloody heap at my feet. I switched the dagger to my now free right hand. Hawk had managed to put out his fur cloak and was running as fast as his injured condition would allow, faint smoke and whimpers of pain trailing behind him as adrenaline lent him strength and stamina to flee. Dog 2 screamed in rage as his brother died, clutching tight to the spear,
having removed my range advantage. He advanced and swung low, aiming to break my leg with his stone-headed mace. I pivoted around it, shifting my weight effortlessly to let the blow whiff past my knee, then shifted my weight so I could drive my other leg into his side as my body spun round to add force to the blow. My shin slammed into his kidney, and he was knocked sideways, clutching at himself. Before he could move again, I was on him, pulling back on his hair so I could drive my brittle knife through the thin bone at the base of his skull into his brain via his throat. I gasped for breath and checked my surroundings. Bear was looking at me with terrified eyes, shivering as a puddle of piss spread out to mix with the blood escaping his stomach wound. To one side of him, I saw Wilson's body, 2 arrows protruding from his chest. He wasn't moving, and I could tell at a glance that he would never move again. A stone mace had partially stoved in his head. Fury boiled up inside me. Normalis humano slain times 3. 30 souls gathered. With cold eyes, I pulled my dagger out of Dog 2's brain, letting his body fall to the ground limply, then flicked the gore off my blade before advancing on my next victim.
Chapter 12. Shikriken. I walked past the dying man with cold disregard for his condition and picked up the bow from where Hawk had thrown it. I turned it over, examining it closely. It was well made and surprisingly sophisticated in its design. Horn and wood had been glued together to give the back and belly of the bow distinctly different colors. It had then been polished smooth and treated with wax or fat of some sort until it gleamed in the sun. The string was made from sinew? I couldn't tell for sure, but it looked a lot stronger than the cordage I'd acquired from the ever-damned shop. I tossed it on the pile of furs I used for bedding and retrieved a pair of arrows that had escaped the archer's quiver when he fell. "Well, fuck me. How were we to know?" grunted my guest. I turned and fixed him with a glare. "You're a Shikriken," said the last bar one of the raiding party. The word didn't translate directly into English. I didn't know why the system had given me access to the language, but it made the alien words make sense, and I wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. The language sounded like a blend of Welsh and Turkish to me. I understood what the strange word meant, though. It meant harvester of souls. "What makes you think that?" I asked pleasantly, going back to my work. I built a pile of leaf-wrapped dried meat by the bow. "Hold that thought. You don't have anywhere to be, do you?" I asked. "You used magic. Only the great blue awaits me now, bastard. There's no need to toy with me." Jolly good. I went back outside and hunted down my sheath and water skins. A few minutes later, I came back to find him slumped unconscious. He'd dragged himself a few feet out of the cave. I emptied my skins of river water over his upturned face, making him cough and splutter as he was dragged back to painful consciousness. "What is a Shikriken?" I asked, as I began to fill my skins with boiled water. "A curse from the gods. You are all mad," he spat.
"Where is your friend going to run to?" I questioned, pointing in the direction the man that I'd mentally tagged as Hawk had fled.
"My brother is running to our forward camp. He'll return with a full war band," groaned the man. I squatted down opposite him and took a drink from my water skin. He eyed it greedily. The steady trickle of blood from his wound hadn't slowed. In a movement so fast I surprised myself, my hand lashed out and slapped him across the face. "Don't lie to me again," I growled. He spat and shuffled himself into a sitting position, his back propped against the cave wall. "Too fast. Too strong. You're not of this world for sure. Stranger, I would ask a favor of you for killing me." I looked at him blankly. Killing this man freed me of all obligation to him as far as I was concerned. I raised an eyebrow to invite him to continue. "When you hunt down my people, tell my father I died well," he grunted. "I don't give a shit about your people. I owe your cowardly brother for putting arrows into Wilson and planning to sell me as a slave, and possibly for being a rapist. After that, I don't give a shit about the rest." He took a wheezing breath and stared at me, seemingly trying to gauge if I was being sincere. I was. I had no intention of killing his tribe or clan or whatever it was. 10 souls per person was tempting, but I wasn't going to abandon my rules in a fit of pique. "Dilth hasn't had a woman," he groaned out, a laugh at the thought. "He isn't a man yet." "He looked like a man to me. Boys don't try to ambush and kill a stranger," I replied. 16 winters. He'd seen 16. I noted that the man was already using the past tense for his still-living friend. "This was our first Coriolis. You aren't a man until you return with booty. Then you can take a wife and become a man of the tribe. Aresk cursed me with you, and has seen fit to deny me that honor," he finished bitterly. Some kind of rite of passage? Primitive.
The sophistication of the bow and finely crafted flint-tipped arrows suggested this was some kind of late Stone Age civilization. I hadn't seen any metal items on the men. Boys, I corrected myself. Technically children. I set that thought and the uncomfortable emotions it stirred up aside for now. I checked the bodies of Dog 1 and 2. Aside from the stone maces, they each had flint daggers attached to their belts. I tossed the daggers down by the bow on my furs. "What do you call yourselves?" I asked him as I contemplated my next actions. "We are from the Eriskin tribe. My father receives homage from 4 other tribes and is king of much of the northern plains," the man bragged. "Eresk has always sent us hardships to make us strong." He grunted and pressed both hands down on his stomach wound. "I thought we were blessed, but now—" He narrowed his eyes at me as I stood over him. "If I'm not bothered by them, I'll pass them by." I'd made up my mind. I would head south, catch and kill the archer on the way, then move out across the plains. I couldn't stay here forever, waiting for a competitor to wander by. I had 5 true souls to harvest, and this place no longer felt like a home. It had been violated. I had some more souls, and the urge to spend them was strong. Each level would cost me 20 souls now, so I could go up a few and have enough left over that I could afford some things from the shop as I traveled. I grimaced at the thought. I would only use the shop if I absolutely had to. I bought 3 more levels, reducing my soul stat back down to F and leaving me with 46 in reserve. Level 13. Primary stats. Body, E. Mind, F+. Soul, F. Available souls, 46. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 16. Reflexes, 15. Health, 120. Magic strength, 8. Focus, 8. Mana, 100. I put 4 stat points into strength and 2 into reflexes. My limbs felt different again. Nothing changed visibly, but when I poked my bicep experimentally, it felt like bands of steel had replaced the muscle. "What did you do?" he gasped at me. "I spent some souls." "What do you know about Shikrakin?" I noted it was apparently obvious enough when I spent souls that a man whose vision must be hazed by pain could tell I had done something, even if he didn't understand what I'd done. "They grow stronger. Some by fighting with honor, some by trading, or leading warriors to war. The old tales even speak of Shikrakin, who could get stronger simply by speaking to other people. You're demigods.
Too strong. Too fast. He repeated his complaint from when I'd slapped him. Do you know of any others like me? I asked. I moved over and stripped Dog 2 of his cloak and leather satchel. I checked his boots, but his feet were too small for me. I eyed the dying man's footwear speculatively. Not for many seasons. None for a generation or more. But there are old stories we still tell around the fires, he coughed. How many people are there in the tribes of the plains? The last time the tribes came together was for the Haleth festival in spring. All my clan has known since then is the plains, as it should be. Many hundreds. I began loading my dried meat into the satchel. I took the little package with the bear's teeth in it as well. Aside from that, I couldn't see any reason to take the rest of my meager possessions. I poured the salt from my urns back into the bag it had come in and attached it to the satchel with cordage. Salt was likely valuable in an economy as primitive as these plain dwellers seemed to have. I retrieved my spear from Dog 1's guts and wiped it down on his wolf cloak. I pulled the wolf cloak from Dog 2 over my shoulders, and the head, with fangs fitted along the upper jaw, was pulled up as a hood. I imagined I looked particularly savage. So much for my superpower of a naturally bland appearance. I have spoken a lot.
I did not have to. I ask for another boon, he rumbled. I looked over at him. What? End me quickly. A warrior should die at the hands of a worthy enemy. It assures a better seat at the table after the Great Blue. He met my eyes with a proud stare. I knelt down and put a hand on his shoulder. He was a strong man, and I think under other circumstances, I could have respected him. He had handled the pain of his wound with as much dignity as could be expected, and he had provided me with a lot of useful information. What's your father's name? I asked. He smiled faintly. Hakubin. You will know him when you see him. Tell him Graben died well. If I see him, I'll tell him, but I won't go looking for him. Goodbye, Graben. The knife in my right hand lunged forward and sank through his eyeball, breached the delicate bone around the optic nerve, and slipped into his brain. I let him fall backwards, lowering him gently with my left hand as the right retrieved my blade from his skull. I donned the satchel and moved over to Wilson. I'd known the beast for less than a day, but I would miss him. I carefully extracted the arrows from his body, cleaned them, and threw them onto my pile. I stopped and picked the wolf up. He weighed almost nothing to me now. I would need to be careful outside of combat. I was too strong, too fast, as Graben had said. Carrying Wilson into the deep part of the cave, I laid his body out gently. I stood for a minute and contemplated my fallen friend. I didn't say anything. I didn't know what words would be right. Leaving him behind in the darkness felt like cutting a cord holding me to this place. I took the time to move all the wood I'd gathered back into the cave and piled it around Wilson. With a flick of a finger, the pile started to burn, and I retreated to the entrance. I stole Graben's moccasins, offering a silent word of thanks that the man had feet big enough that the leather wraps weren't too uncomfortable when I put them on. Taking the bow and arrows in my left hand, and with the spear in my right, I set off after the archer. My water-skins sloshed as I jogged along in the direction he had run. Once I reached the tree line, I slowed slightly so I could look for signs of his passage. In his panic, he hadn't taken any care to avoid brushing against the bushes and ferns, and the trail was easy to see. Broken leaves, snapped branches, trampled stems, and the still damp mud made following him a simple affair. If it had not been for the rain last night, I'd have spent less time preparing myself to leave my first home in this world. My thoughts were confused. The anger at the killing of Wilson bubbled in the background, but Graben's words troubled me more. The gods had used this world before for their fucking games.
Was this a real world, or just some fiction they cooked up for my game? Was Graben a boot in the coal seam, a hint that this place was a new creation with an elaborate, fictional backstory? Or was this a genuine world, with real people living out their lives? At least I knew I wasn't alone out here in the wilds anymore. The prospect of Stone Age savages being my nearest neighbors took any comfort I gained from that thought away. As it was, I followed the archer for perhaps half an hour, masticating on my unpleasant thoughts as I ran to where he'd gone to ground. I found him, huddled with his back to a thick tree, flint dagger in his right hand, and his left arm curled across his badly burned chest. I stepped out of the brush with the spear leveled in both hands, having left the bow and arrows carefully on a dry stone to wait for me. This wouldn't take long. "Demon, go back to the hells you came from!" he barked. Perhaps I should have tagged him Dog 3 instead of Hawk. "Hello, Dillith. I owe you for Wilson," I said quietly, closing the distance carefully. He swiped his knife back and forth in my direction, which made me smile. "Fuck you, Horson.
Our souls will haunt you forever."
Again, the knife swished back and forth at me. "I think I'll probably just spend them." He paled and turned to try to run, but I crossed the distance in the blink of an eye, and the spear slipped between his ribs to destroy his heart. Normalis humano slain. 10 souls gathered. Now with 4 daggers on my belt, a man can never carry enough knives. I stepped out of the woodland at the base of what had been my hill, but was now simply an unhappy memory. The river wove its way across the steppe to my right, and I took the time to drink my fill, emptying 1 water skin. Refilling at the river, I surveyed the grasslands to the south. The rain had swept through, but the grass was still tinder dry, having sloughed off the heavy droplets. A few casts of summon fire, and I could probably set the whole area ablaze. The possibility of letting the plains burn before I stepped out to walk through the ashes towards whatever passed for civilization in this world was tempting. I could envision earning a lot of souls by doing so. Fighting down the urge wasn't as difficult as it might have been. Despite my greed, I was a creature of focused, channeled violence. Indiscriminate killing was for the artillery and the Air Force. My rules, my code, forbade me from acting so recklessly. The plains rolled gently away from me, and on most of the low hilltops, small patches of forest had grown up. I settled my gaze on one I was fairly sure was due south and set off to see what the grasslands had to offer me.
Chapter 13. Goodbye, blandness, my old friend.
My beard had grown out since I arrived in this world. I had passed through the itchy phase and was now moving into Grizzly Adams territory. I eyed the dead aurochs and hoped the arrow had survived. The giant bovine creature clearly had not, and fortunately, when it collapsed, it had fallen with the arrow sticking out at the top rather than snapping it under its weight. Normalis aurochs slain. 5 souls gathered. I used the dagger to cut away at the entry point and carefully worked the thin wooden shaft out. It came free with a sucking sound, and to my relief, it was undamaged. I was down to 2 arrows, having had half of my supply break while I had been hunting over the last week. This was the 4th aurochs I'd killed since walking into the grasslands. It was a waste of time to properly clean the guts out or harvest the meat. I'd never used that much, and I couldn't carry it with me. Instead, I put the knife into the cavity formed where the beast's uppermost rear leg met the torso and began slicing in a circle to remove the limb. Working the blade into the cartilage of the joint was a delicate process. My knives were brittle and could easily snap. The rest I would leave for the scavengers, large birds that always circled overhead. With the meaty prize slung over my shoulder, I headed back towards my latest campsite, a slight depression at the edge of one of the hilltop woods. A small lake, more of a pond, lay on the other side of the trees, and I had camped here for 2 days now. I didn't understand the villus and normalis denominators. I'd initially concluded that the bear and the oversized rabbits were given that tag as a result of being larger than they should be, but these aurochs were much bigger than the cows from Earth that they resembled. Yet they were normalis all the same. Sitting down beside the fire hole I'd dug, I began to strip the hide off the meat.
I'd rigged up a pair of sturdy tripods on either side of my fire and rested a thick branch of green wood across the gap. It was simple enough to adjust the height, and thus the temperature, of the meat by sliding the tripod legs in and out. Putting the skin I had removed from the leg to one side to be buried later, I began slicing strips off the muscle to hang on my improvised spit. Once I had taken enough for tonight, I set the rest of the leg aside on a stone and balanced the long, thin strips across the crossbar. With a glance, I ignited the fire I'd laid earlier. I had realized that physical gestures felt natural and possibly looked very impressive, but they were unnecessary when it came to using my magic. I had managed to avoid spending any souls in the shop so far. With semi-regular watering points in the form of ponds and streams, plentiful forage in the small forested patches, and large game to hunt, I was self-sufficient in everything that mattered for now, especially since discovering that the rapid growth ability could turn a straggly berry tree lacking fruit into a bountiful harvest for 20 mana. Weighing my options with regard to my available souls had become a constant distraction. I wanted more levels. The sense of growth from spending physical stat points was intoxicating, but magic was increasingly useful as well. I was trained for physical combat, but with the addition of magic, I could be truly dangerous. It was limited. It would let me fight against odds that I shouldn't stand a chance against, as it had back at the cave, but if there had been 10 of them instead of 5, I suspected I would have fled rather than attacking. It was an advantage, but it didn't make me unstoppable. All my competitors would have the same advantage when I finally found them. The fat began to drip off the meat, spitting as it hit the flames and embers below. The smell was delightful. Aurochs tasted just like beef, and I had been unable to stop myself from searching through the foodstuff section of the shop for some horseradish sauce. No luck, unfortunately. I decided to take 2 more levels. The first tier ability points were only 10 souls per level, so I could improve 4 of them for the same cost. Tier 2 abilities required 20 souls, just like Tier 2 levels. The impact of the stat points was what decided me. Since reaching midway through E tier, I was so much stronger and faster. My endurance was far beyond anything I had been capable of on Earth. Perhaps one day I'd stop and save up to keep enough in reserve for a health potion, but access to the healing spell obviated that need for now. Level 15 Primary Stats. Body, E+. Mind, F+. Soul, F. Available souls, 43. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 20. Reflexes, 15. Health, 120. Magic strength, 8. Focus, 8. Mana, 100. Putting all 4 points into physical strength in order to confirm my theory, I was pleased with the result. E+ meant I had 1 D-tier statistic. When health or reflexes joined my strength, I would advance to D-. Waving the auroch's leg next to me in the air seemed to prove my theories about my statistics. It was noticeably lighter for sure. It felt like it was made of balsa wood, but the limb must weigh nearly 30 kilos. As before, nothing had visibly changed, but I felt the new power in every movement. I turned the meat strips and waited for them to start to blacken. I had stopped boiling my water due to the necessity of being on the move,
and had so far not suffered any ill effects. But intestinal parasites were something I could still easily prevent. Thus far, the evil god called dysentery had given me a pass. The sun was falling in the west when I first heard the rumble. It sounded like a train heading my way, or being near a busy road. I had finished my meal and was quietly contemplating the first stars to emerge in the darkening sky at the time.
The alien patterns still baffle me, but I was confident I had located an equivalent to a pole star. I'd watched the tiny spark circle above me for the last week on the plains, and at the end 3 stars in a configuration that resembled an axe, laid on its side when compared to the horizon, seemed to point to the most static star I'd found. Standing up, I looked around, but nothing was moving for miles as far as I could see. The rumbling grew louder, and I began to consider other possibilities. Was this some kind of geological event? A hidden geyser in the lake on the other side of the small hill? I was considering moving my campsite as a group of riders swept round the west side of the hill and began to fan out across the grass in front of my fire. I wouldn't call them horsemen based on their mounts. They were stocky ponies at best, and the mounted men looked more like adults riding donkeys at the beach than a formidable cavalry force. One of them rode forward slowly, taking his time to check the shadows behind me for signs of any threat. I felt the masks dropping back into place in my mind. Dissembling was second nature for me, but the brief freedom I had found alone in my cave and had affirmed with Wilson was something I didn't want to give up. Graben had seemed like a straightforward man. In the end, he'd been unafraid of death, asking for mercy where most would have begged for more time. "I'm alone. Would you like some food?" I called. Hospitality was my best option in this situation. A quick count revealed 15 of them, and they all carried short, stabbing spears in their right hands and a small hide shield in their left. The uniformity of their weapons was mirrored in their dress. Short green tunics of woven cloth covered them down to their knees, and sturdy leather boots covered their feet. There were no stirrups, and the saddles consisted of a thick blanket tied to the animals' backs with leather straps. The only control they seemed to have was reins that they held in their left hands behind the shields, but the animals reacted well, forming neat ranks as they spread out and stopped at a slight tug. "You offer me the meat of my own herd, from aurochs that you've hunted without my permission." The man raised his eyebrows at me in feigned shock. His voice was expressionless. "I don't recognize your accent, stranger. Where is your warband?" called the one I assumed was the leader in a flat voice. There was no inflection at all, and it was hard to gauge whether he was threatening or just being polite. This one's tunic was a bright red color, marking him as some sort of commander, no doubt. "I have no warband." "You're dressed for Coriolis. Are your brothers gone to the Great Blue?" He inched his pony closer and stepped down, dropping the reins in the grass. The horse stayed still and bent to crop the grass at its feet. "I am not with a warband, nor am I on Coriolis. I was attacked by a group of men wearing these skins, but I ran away after killing one of them and taking it for warmth." "An unlikely tale. What is your tribe?" He kept moving closer, and I was very aware that he kept his body in a fighting stance. The spear was casually pointed just away from me, but it would take no time at all to align the stone tip with my chest. "Eriskin," I lied. Old habits. He chuckled. "How interesting. If I were to tell you we are feuding with them, what would you do?" "I cannot do much against 15 horsemen." My voice was calm. What I could do would certainly surprise these riders, but I would have to run in the end. I carefully avoided looking at the now riderless horse a few meters behind the man, while I plotted out how to put him down and steal it as I distracted his friends with fireballs. "What would you do if I told you that I am Eriskin, and I do not know you?" "I'd say it's a wide world, and no man can know everyone." The man laughed harshly and stepped close to my fire, allowing me to see him clearly for the first time.
A bushy brown mustache separated his chin from his nose, and his long hair was pulled back in a ponytail, but cut short at the front. "May I sit and enjoy the warmth?" he asked politely, inflection finally entering his tone. "What about your friends?" "My armsmen will secure the area. I will rejoin them when we are finished talking, if the blue wills it. I do not recognize your accent. Where are you from, in truth?" In truth? I wasn't sure it was a good idea to share that information. Graben had been very convincing that Shikrikin were viewed with superstition and fear, likely for good reason. "I'm looking for Hakubin. I have a message for him. Then I'll be on my way." The man's eyebrows rose, and he leaned backwards. I offered him a water skin, and he accepted it, taking a long drink. "What do you want the king for?" he asked. "I carry a message from his son." "I can deliver it for you. I know him well," he replied with a twinkle in his eyes. "It's not a happy message. It might be best if I didn't share it with anyone else." "They rarely are. Nonetheless, please. I swear on Eresk's bones, I will pass it faithfully to the king." Graben had been a prince? That was unfortunate. I didn't particularly care one way or the other. I could discharge the promise, and if these men turned hostile, I'd kill the closest, steal his horse, and run like hell while throwing fireballs to scare off the rest. Very well. Graben asked me to tell his father that he died well, fighting with honor. Having discharged my oath, I could now bypass the local tribes and look for civilization further to the south. This bloke was clearly associated with the nearest tribe, and his accent was almost identical to the raiders I'd killed. It was a safe bet that this was Graben's tribe. The man leaned back and hissed softly. "How do you know this?" he snapped. "I was there at the time." "You mean you killed him?" It wasn't a question. This man was direct, and I saw no reason to lie anymore. I nodded. "Come with me," he said, rising to his feet and moving back to his horse. "Respectfully, I'd rather not," I said. "It wasn't an invitation, stranger." "Respectfully, no." As I stood up, the riders who had been creeping closer twitched slightly, making their horses stutter to a stop. The leader was barely 5.5 feet tall, and only one of his companions was taller than that. Childhood malnutrition among the locals probably meant my perfectly unremarkable 6 feet of height was now outlandish and eye-catching. "Goodbye, blandness, my old friend." "Very well. We will leave you in peace, stranger." He spat the words like they left a foul taste in his mouth. Once he was mounted, he glared at me, then turned his pony and began to trot away. His men swung around to follow. I watched them ride away, making sure they were far enough to give me some time to react if they changed course, before I went back to my fire. I turned away from the empty grasslands and started towards my camp. As soon as my back was to the plains, I heard a crack, followed less than a second later by a whirring noise buzzing past my right ear. I pivoted and saw a man 30 meters out in the grasslands, recovering a sling to reload it. I threw myself to the side as another rose up and released his stone at me. The whip crack as the tail of the sling broke the sound barrier echoed out again, but he had missed. I was sure of it. I heard yet another crack, and a moment later, my head exploded in pain. Chapter 14. The Dreamer. As I came back to consciousness, I vowed to resume all of my old habits. The brief time I had spent free of the lifelong masquerade of being open and unfettered had clearly been a colossal mistake. The throbbing pain in my skull was all the reminder I would need. My arms ached as well, a burning fire in my shoulders that almost matched that in my head. Whoever that rider had been, he was now only behind whichever slinger had got me on my shit list. I could see why the bloke with the bulletproof suits threw away his code, but I wasn't quite there yet. I will take him as my slave. An old voice, high-pitched and vaguely androgynous. No, he goes to the women. They can take his balls, and when they're done, the young men will use his head for sport. My campfire visitor's voice was rich with command and confidence now. At least I hadn't been killed outright, so far. Unfortunately, it didn't sound like that would remain the case. He survived 2 days tied to a horse, after taking a bullet to the head. Jaitik swears it was fired clay and should have been a lethal hit at that range. Something is amiss here, Hakubin. He might be the one from the dreams. An ally? At least someone who wanted me alive rather than gelded and my head turned into a football. I'd take what I could get in this situation. He killed Graben. Fuck your dreams. Hakubin's voice ground out. He was clearly not a fan of mine, and I cursed my assumption that Graben had not been seeking revenge with his request to let his father know he was gone. Going out into the wild must be dangerous, and many would not return, their fates never known to their families and friends, so I had seen the reasoning behind the request. Granting some closure like that was probably a rare boon for these savages. However, I was fairly confident Graben had screwed me from beyond the grave. And he came to tell you about it. The other person cackled, a wheezing, gasping sound that still conveyed their amusement. Graben would not have wanted you to slay this man, or he wouldn't have made that request. You know I'm right. Another cackle. You are sonless. Don't speak to me about family, uncle, Hakubin snarled. I'm the tribe's dreamer. King Nephew, what happened the last time you ignored my counsel? Hakubin grunted non-committally in reply. Give this man to me. He will maintain my wagon and tents, cook my food, and serve as I see fit. The wheezing voice was firm. He can hang for another day. If he still lives after that, do as you like. The sound of heavy footsteps moved away. You always were an ass, Bin. My brother would be disappointed in you, my savior muttered quietly. Lighter footsteps came closer, and I felt a damp breath on my chest and cheeks. This man must be even shorter than the ones I'd seen before. He was so close, and I was so vulnerable. Fear ran through me, but I suppressed it ruthlessly. I know you're awake. A hand touched my shoulder gently, but it still sent a jolt of pain through my chest and shoulders. I didn't move. Endure a little longer, and we'll talk properly. Or go to the blue and feast with Eresk. The choice is yours. My faint sense of his presence faded away. Health, 48/120. Mana, 100/100. I cast heal 10 times, and my health went up to 98. I felt better, but the pain didn't disappear. My thoughts felt fuzzy and hard to grasp. This wasn't my first concussion, and the fact I had survived being unconscious for so long suggested the worst was behind me, assuming I wasn't brain damaged. My eyelids were stuck. I tried to move a hand to rub at them, but the pain in my shoulder spiked. I realized I was spread-eagled, thick ropes binding my arms out to either side, and the weight of my body was hanging on them. I moved my feet slowly, struggling to take some of the weight off my chest.
I could barely reach the ground, but I was able to push my toes into the mud, taking some of the pressure off. Immediately, I felt my breath coming easier, and my mind began to clear. Opening your eyes when they are glued shut by dried tears, and whatever else had been smeared on my face during the time I'd been out, wasn't easy. It was frustrating. Something that should have been simple was seemingly impossible, and I was denied my vision as a result.
Being blind was always something that had terrified me, and I fought down the bowel-churning fear that this wasn't simply sweat, tears, and blood. If Hakubin had taken my eyes in revenge for his son, I was doomed. After a lot of straining with muscles unused to that kind of exertion, a crack of light appeared in my right eye. My head was still hanging against my chest, so all I could see was an expanse of mud and churned grass at my feet. There were brown marks across my chest and legs where someone had been throwing something at me. Judging by the smell and the streaks, I had a pretty good idea what it had been. I briefly wished the shop had some antibiotics. I'd pay whatever the soul's cost was, however unreasonable. It didn't. Fuck you once again, shop. I raised my head as I forced my functional eye fully open. The left one seemed to be welded shut and wouldn't move at all. My back ached as the weight of my skull shifted. Further away, the grasslands stretched out in a blur. In the distance, men on foot and a few on horseback were herding aurochs, driving them away from wherever the hell I was. The sounds began to clarify as more oxygen reached my addled brain. The noises of animals, horses, dogs, and cattle made up a background hum, but on top of that, I heard voices. Men, women, and children were going about their business somewhere behind me. Friendly conversation and irritated arguments, perfunctory greetings and brash boasting assaulted my ears and made my head hurt even more when I tried to pick out and follow any of the many threads of conversation. How many of them were there? The sounds of construction hit my ears, sawing and banging, craftsmen and women discussing the work in progress. Civilization lurked behind me, and I couldn't crane my head far enough to see. The pain in my neck flared as I struggled to look back, but I ignored it as my situation became clear to me. I was tied by each wrist to the end of some kind of large wagon. I had been stripped naked and left in the sun for God knows how long. It had been long enough for my skin to redden and burn in the harsh light. Where I wasn't covered in blood and muck, I saw that my flesh was raw and pink. My feet barely reached the ground. I had been functionally crucified. The rough wood of the wagon had left splinters in the flesh of my back and continued to scratch at me every time I breathed. Thirst consumed me. Hunger was there as well, but I would have chosen a drink over food in a heartbeat. As the sun moved painstakingly slowly across the sky, I faded in and out. Every time I lapsed from consciousness, my legs would sag, toes slipping through the mud, and the pressure of being hung by my wrists would compress my chest, making breathing difficult. In a panic, I'd gasp for air and struggle to plant my feet again in the slippery muck. There was no way for me to escape back into darkness now that I was awake. As the sun was fading, I heard someone coming round the wagon. I didn't have the energy to raise my head anymore. The footsteps stopped a few meters in front of me, and there was the sound of something heavy being set down. I was in a universe of pain and delirium, so I ignored the distraction. A few more hours, and I'd be cut down. Once I had my strength back, I'd escape these fucking savages and head south again. My thoughts rang hollow even to me. I was going to die here. Graben couldn't have fallen to you. You're a liar. A boy's voice. I struggled to raise my head for a moment, but even that was beyond me, and I was terrified of losing my footing and dangling by my wrists again. Something wet slapped into my chest, and I opened my functional eye to see a brown mess slide off my skin and land at my feet. The smell made clear what it was, although I couldn't tell what animal had produced it. I was glad in a way. I'd gradually pushed the mud away from my feet during the long day, and it had become harder to keep the weight off my chest. If this brat was going to fill in the troughs my toes had dug during the long day, he was doing me a favor. The next wet slap sent a shock through me. A spike of pain had come with it because the little shit had been aiming at my groin. A giggle rang out, high-pitched and mean-spirited, signifying he'd done it deliberately.
"Can't ignore me, peasant. You must have ambushed him, but Graben was too smart to be ambushed by a shit like you. So, how did you do it?"
The lump of dung struck me in the face this time. I coughed and tried to shake my head to clear my nose and mouth, instantly regretting it as the fire in my skull reignited. I blinked my working eye clear and looked up to glare at the kid. He was perhaps 10 or 11, allowing for how short these people were. Brown hair cut short on the sides and left long at the rear. Mullets. Just like the rest. Why did it have to be mullets? His right hand was covered in shit from the bucket at his bare feet. He wore a red tunic that hung to his knees, and the sleeves had blue threads woven through them to make intricate knotwork patterns. He tried to ambush me at my home, but I returned the favor. Standing still in a fight is a bad idea, even if you don't know it's started yet, I tried to growl. It came out as an unintelligible groan.
"Can't even speak?" he asked.
"I guess you're out of luck." Another lump of shit was thrown into my chest. "Would you do this if I weren't tied up?" This time I did growl, and it came through more clearly. "Your head's going to be used for the next Grack game. It doesn't matter what I do to you," he taunted. I let my head hang and didn't bother to respond. His face was Graben's in miniature, but the eyes were different. A younger brother, probably. None of this mattered. If I survived, I'd be a slave for a while. Then I'd be gone. I just had to make it through the night. Eventually, the boy ran out of shit to fling and grew bored by my lack of response. With a final taunt, he went back into the town behind me, and I was left blessedly alone. I would never complain about feeling lonely again. The sun was setting, and the sky was a cascade of reds and oranges. A few more hours, I kept telling myself. Just a few hours can seem like a lifetime under certain conditions, and this was one of them. The moons rose and set as I hovered between waking and sleeping, never able to fully step into either state. I envisioned women I had known. Some I had even loved coming to my aid. I saw long, tall glasses of water where half the glass was filled with ice. Men I had killed came to put me out of my misery. Pizzas, burgers, roast beef dinners, ice-cold beers. They all flashed before my eyes at various times, but the tall glass of water always replaced them sooner or later. I was lost in hallucinations of food and drink as the sun finally began to rise, and I thought for a moment that the plains had caught fire and these bastards torturing me would all burn. Alas, it was only the red light painting the steppe. Eventually, I heard the sounds of feet approaching, and I braced myself for more shit to be thrown in my face by an obnoxious little princeling. I craned my head up to face down my tormentor. Instead of the brat, it was Hakubin and another man who stopped in front of me. Hakubin was much as I remembered, but his bright red tunic now hung down to his ankles, cinched in the middle by a thick leather belt, on which hung one of the stone maces these people seemed to like. Something glinted in the morning light, and I realized his mace differed from those I'd seen before. The round head was made of a polished metal. It looked like gold in my hazy vision, but even in my current state, some part of me assumed they would use bronze or copper for what was obviously a weapon. The other man was a shriveled raisin, stoop-shouldered and wrinkled enough that Mother Teresa would likely have told him to take better care of his skin if she were here. His skin was pale beneath his long white hair that he left unbound to fall around his face and shoulders. A thick beard obscured his mouth, but it became wispy and thin the further it grew past his Adam's apple. He wore a dull red tunic that hung to his knees, and his skinny legs were a patchwork of varicose veins. Unlike the others I'd seen, his belt was hung with dozens of leather pouches, in addition to the ubiquitous stone mace. He survived. "Will you keep your word, King?" said the dreamer, his voice half-remembered in my feverish state. Hakubin stepped forward and peered closely at my face.
"You think he is something more?" he asked.
I considered trying to bite his nose off or set him on fire, but now was not the time to fight. Aresk has been speaking to me these last few weeks. Opportunity was the feeling I got from the dreams. Perhaps danger as well. I think this man might be the source. The dreamer wheezed, his breath whistling through his facial hair.
"Spice-addled hallucinations are not—"
Hakubin sighed before continuing.
"You're the dreamer. I've done as you asked, Uncle. I do not want to see this man again. Keep him at the edge of camp."
Hakubin gave me a final glare and left. "Well, my wandering friend, slayer of aurochs, bastards, and princes, it seems you're in my hands now."
"I trust you won't harm an old man like me."
His voice had changed, dropping in tone to be clearly masculine. He chuckled and drew a short metal knife to slice the ropes holding me upright against the wagon. As the ropes parted, I fell to my knees and curled up in the mixture of blood, piss, mud, and shit beneath me. I rolled over and gasped as blood began to reach the extremities of my arms again, and they seemed to catch fire. Aside from a few days of peace, all I'd known in this world was pain. I needed to get back home.
Chapter 15. Another Giveaway. "On your feet, boy," Dreamer said harshly. The snap of command was there in his voice now. I began to think this wasn't just some old shaman. He was a leader in addition to whatever other functions he carried out in his culture. I struggled upright and untangled the remains of the ropes from my wrists. The rough material had dug into my skin, rubbing it raw and drawing blood where stiff threads had stabbed into me. I couldn't stand up straight. My shoulders didn't want to take the weight of my arms, so I stood hunched over, clutching my limbs in front of my chest. Even slouching, I was still looking down at the man. He had a bald spot on the dome of his skull. "You need a wash, boy." "I'm not a boy," I croaked, but I followed as he walked out into the grasslands. "I've seen 70 winters, boy. You haven't been on Coriolis, therefore you are a boy. I'm not one of your people. We don't need to raid to be seen as men. Raiding isn't what makes you a man, boy, nor the killing. It's the trial that makes the change." He turned back for a moment to look me over, and I glared at him with my good eye. "Maybe you've passed your own. Aresk likes his killers, and I can see the blood on your hands," he muttered before moving on. I glanced down, but my hands were more muddy than bloody at the moment. He led me to a stream that ran just a few minutes' walk from the camp. As soon as I saw the water, I tried to sprint to it, but all I managed was a stumbling run that ended in a painful crawl as I reached the edge of the narrow waterway. My reflection shocked me. The left half of my face was coated in blood that had matted thickly in my hair and beard as well. I brought my hands up and began to brush at the blood and muck sealing my left eye. There was pain as my nails scratched at the accumulation of filth, and then I began scooping water onto my face to ease the process. Frantic splashing resulted in my face looking more like it should, and as my left eye finally opened, a deep sense of relief washed through me. A foot slammed into my ass, and I fell face first into the water. I spluttered and pushed my face above the surface, then dove back down to drink my fill. My burning thirst had knocked dysentery down a few places on my list of concerns. "Here," said the dreamer, holding out a small leather pouch.
I reached out cautiously and took it, tipping some of the contents into my palm. I looked up at him quizzically. It was a rough powder of leaves that smelled citrusy and sharp. "It's to wash with. You have such things in your land?" he asked sarcastically. I tossed the pouch to the bank and worked what I had in my palm into my hair. It formed a thin lather that I used to scrub the filth from my head before working on my chest. It took longer than it should have, due to my aches and pains, but I eventually had myself looking reasonably human again, and despite the chilly water, I felt worlds better. The dreamer had watched for a while, but then settled down cross-legged to fiddle with the grasses in front of him, weaving the blades into little green towers. I stepped out of the water and refused the urge to drink more. I would make myself sick if I did. My body needed time to absorb what I'd already drunk. "There's a tunic and loincloth in the bag." He tipped his head to where he'd thrown his satchel. "Won't fit you, but better than running around showing your danglies to the world, eh?" he cackled. I pulled the rough garments out of the bag and began to put them on. The tunic was straightforward, but tying a loincloth was a new experience. I felt like I was putting on a diaper. "Not from here at all, then," my rescuer muttered. "Hungry?" he asked with a gleam in his eye as he looked up at me. I nodded. I needed food and rest to regain my strength. Then I could settle my debts with Hakuben and bugger off, hopefully to somewhere with a less savage population. "Come on, then." He rose and began walking back towards the Eriskin settlement. "The plains are a great place to live if you've got the knack, you know? It's hard, and there are always threats. Other tribes, ervile slavers, the vile cats are dangerous too, but mostly it's a good life." He continued to mutter at me as I trudged along behind him back to the settlement. I had thought it would be a town, if not of bricks and mortar, at least wooden buildings, but I was wrong. I suppose in a way it was a village, but it wasn't like any I'd ever seen before. Perhaps it resembled a Mongol tribal center from Earth, back in the 13th century, but history wasn't my strong suit, so the reference could be way off. 2/3 of the perimeter was composed of huge, heavy wagons with solid wooden wheels, parked end to end to form a porous barricade. The rest of the circular perimeter had crude stakes hammered into the earth to form a rough palisade. Within the, in theory, secure space, this created there was a maze of large, yurt-like tents and open areas. Smoke rose throughout the camp, and by the palisade were rows of tethered ponies within crude fencing. Hundreds of people flowed around, going about whatever the hell primitives like this did with their days. "Behold the mighty king's city," Dreamer giggled. "He thinks he's done so well. My brother built the alliance that made him a king, and Hakuben has almost... well, let's just say it could be better. Have you ever seen a real city? Stone buildings and towering walls?" "I haven't." "Lies," Dreamer laughed happily. "This will be fun. If you tell me of your adventures, I'll tell you about mine. Deal?" "You've seen cities?" I asked. "I was a wanderer in my youth." Mighty Helipican, with walls taller than the biggest ervile and thicker than 3 men laid on the ground. Sinister Junt, where the Kantani slavers harbor their ships. Many places, boy. I've been to many places, but I always longed for home, he finished in a wistful tone. "Why?" I asked. "Civilization is all well and good, but family is family. I could never stay away for long. Have you ever had an ambitious brother?" I shook my head, baffled at the seemingly disconnected ramblings. "Well, I did. Hakubar was a good man, on the whole. He actually asked me to leave the first time. Some of the families were pushing for me to claim the chiefdom. Idiots. As if I wanted to spend my life pandering to them and fretting about the herds. So I went away for a while, to give my elder brother a chance to consolidate his power and, coincidentally, removed any arguments for my assassination. He cackled once again. "But why come back if you were being threatened?" I asked. Once Hakubar had made the Gretakin bend the knee, he was secure. I didn't know that, of course. I was studying philosophy in Helipican at the time. But a tribe needs a dreamer, and my predecessor had been old when I departed. His apprentices were shite. Stupid little worms, more interested in potions to make women forget the night before than medicine or natural law. A dream told me to come home. A dream? I was surprised. If this man were the local equivalent of a doctor, why would he be moved to turn his life upside down by a dream? "You don't dream?" "Of course I do." I would not elaborate on the contents of most of my dreams. Despite my code, I still saw the faces of some of my victims in the night. "No, you don't. Not properly. I can tell. But we can fix that, boy. I'm afraid Ereskine isn't much of a place. There are no alehouses or brothels, no markets filled with spices and exotic goods, but it has a few amenities. You'll need to stay the hell away from all of them for now."
Hakubin is a vicious bastard, and his almsmen will happily split your skull at the slightest provocation.
They already tried. I rubbed my left temple. Perhaps I should wait here? We had reached the gap in the palisade that led into the town proper. "If anyone sees you without me or my apprentice, you're dead, boy. The word has been spread about, and you stick out like a cock in a henhouse with your height and color. I'm your bronze token, so make sure nothing happens to me, okay, boy?" He smirked at me and blew his mustache out from his lips. "Let's go." He entered the barricade, and the guards glared at me as I passed, following along like a duckling. They wore leather vests over their tunics, some kind of armor, I assumed, and thick cloth caps on their heads. The stone maces hung at their hips, and they leant on 6-foot staves that they carried in addition to daggers and stone maces. They all sported the clan mullet. The dreamer led me to one side almost as soon as we passed the watchman. We threaded our way through the tents, and I kept having to carefully step over guy ropes that my companion avoided without apparent thought. We circled around the perimeter until we reached a yurt set just inside the barricade of wagons. It was perhaps 15 feet across and made of some sort of thick material. I brushed a hand against it as I stooped to pass through the door flap, and it felt like matted plant fibers. Inside was a dimly lit space. A small fire at the center let out a curl of smoke that dissipated before it reached the hole at the peak of the tent. On one side was a small bed, a low platform heaped with furs, and on the other was a crude set of shelves. On the shelves were small vials, clay pots, scrolls, and, honest-to-God, books. A few primitive wooden chests lined a couple of the sides. "You're literate?" I asked in surprise. "Ah, that will be a nice change. The warriors view books as dead weight, firelighters, or shitwipes. It will be nice to discuss the written word again." "Gedrick!" He screamed the last word, and I heard some mumbled, high-pitched swearing from behind the far wall of the tent. A few moments later, a disheveled boy scurried in through the entrance and bowed to the dreamer. "Master?" he asked, keeping his head low. His clothing was green, like most of the people, but it looked ragged and dirty. His skin was streaked with muck as well, and the snot he repeatedly wiped from his nose with the back of his left hand had created a line across the dirt on his right cheek, which appeared to be the cleanest part of the boy. "Food. And get the fire going again. Bloody lazy little shit of an apprentice." The boy scurried out as fast as he'd come in response to the dreamer's yells. "That's another giveaway, you know." He stared at me without blinking. I didn't react, simply meeting his fierce gaze flatly. "You don't have the habits of a peasant, boy," he explained. "I carry a bronze blade, not stone. You see the color of my tunic and stare me in the eyes like you're my equal. We aren't like the serfs in Helipokin, but the lower classes here still show deference to their superiors." "What's your name?" I asked. He smirked at me and waved a hand around his tent. "You only prove my point once more. No master, no ridder, not even a sirah. No honorifics at all, and you can see my wealth all around you. I own 3 prime bulls and a dozen heifers out with the herds as well. I'm of what passes for the nobility in this part of the world, and you are oblivious. My name, boy, is Haku Krill. You can call me Krill. And what is your name, if I might be so bold?" I paused for a moment. The ramifications of using my real name could be significant if any of my competitors ever heard it, especially as it was so out of the ordinary when compared to the locals. But the old bastard had known I was lying about having seen cities without even being able to see my face. I had magic now. Perhaps some of the locals did, and this wrinkly specimen was one of them? "Raymond," I said softly, erring on the side of caution. "A pleasure, Raymond. Where the hell did that boy go?" Krill made his way to the tent flap and stuck his head out. "Gedrick! Get your ass moving, boy!" He came back in and went to sit on his pile of furs. "Take a seat, Raymond." Krill waved a hand at a spot by the barely lit fire, and I sat down, stretching my legs out to the side. I still ached all over, but it was starting to pass. I'd need to drink more soon. "What are you planning to do with me?" I asked. "Gedrick is a lazy shit. He needs some competition, and me keeping you around will piss the king off." Another cackle. It seemed to be the man's equivalent of pausing for breath. "But I have some questions of my own." "Ah, thank Eresk. What took you so long, boy?" Gedrick had ducked through the flap and had a bowl of something that smelled divine in each hand. "I had to get permission. Sorry, master," said the boy, keeping his head down again and refusing to meet Krill's eyes as he put the bowls down in front of him. "Get out for now. I want you back here at sundown. You will learn the difference between crushed fennel seeds and powdered dandelion root, or I will beat you like your absent father ought to have done. Understand?" The boy nodded jerkily and ran back outside, letting the flap fall behind him. Kids these days. "Eat." Krill gestured at the bowl closest to me as he bent down and picked up his own. I moved over and took mine, sniffing cautiously at the contents. The rich aroma made my stomach rumble. It was almost a soup rather than a stew, despite the lumps of meat and vegetables floating in it, and I found a thick slab of unrisen bread soaking up the liquid. I ate ravenously and felt better for a moment, before my stomach cramped painfully. Krill had barely eaten half his bowl, and he laughed as I groaned. He took his time, mopping up the juices with his bread, whereas I had tipped them down my throat. 3 days since you ate. You should have been more careful." He rose and picked up a clay jug, pouring water into a pair of crude cups, and passed one to me. Despite my latent suspicion of my new master, I drank gratefully, but made sure to sip the liquid slowly. Damn the boy, he forgot about the fire. Krill rose and walked over to his shelving, taking down a leather pouch. He picked up a leaf-wrapped package that I recognized as one of my own. "Do you have the rest of my things?" I asked hopefully. "I do, but not here. Tell me, Raymond, Why were you carrying these? He tipped the bear teeth I had kept from my first kill in this world into his palm and stirred them with a finger. I don't know why I kept them. I just didn't want to throw them away. Perhaps they could have been useful in the future, I muttered. Vile bears are no joke, boy. You killed this one. You didn't find it dead and rotting? He fixed me with a piercing gaze, and I nodded. Alone? Impressive. He put the teeth back on his shelf and picked up some firewood that was waiting to one side of the rickety-looking furniture. He laid out the fire and blew on the remaining embers to get a blaze going. As the wood began to crackle and the flames reached up, he sat down on the ground opposite me and fiddled with the pouch he'd taken from his shelf. You have never dreamed. Not truly. True dreaming is a secret known only to a few, but I have a sense about you. No harm can come of it either way, and my curiosity is itching like fleas. His voice had dropped to a mumble, then almost a whisper as he talked, and I leaned forward to catch his words, my face perilously close to the fire. He poured something from the pouch into his hand, and I leaned even closer to try to see what it was.
With a flick of his wrist, the powder shot into the flames, and as I recoiled, I snatched a lungful of acrid smoke. I sat back, stunned and more than a little frightened. Sleep well, boy. It will open your eyes. I'll be here when you wake. I slipped backwards, my still aching shoulders unable to catch my weight as my arms splayed to the sides, and my back hit the soft ground behind me. Chapter 16. Whispered it in my dreams. The first thing I noticed was the complete absence of pain. It had been so long since I didn't have a recovering wound to twinge and grumble when I moved in an unusual way. The blessed sense of peace that came from the change was refreshing. Next was my clothing. I was in my comfortable, years-old coveralls that I wore while tinkering in my workshop back on Earth. Compared to what I remembered wearing recently, they felt like silk pajamas against my skin. For a brief moment, I hoped the last few weeks had been some fever dream. Perhaps I'd had a stroke in the workshop and hallucinated my recent history. As I glanced around, I felt that optimism fade away. I was standing at the foot of a colossal bronze statue. A broad man wearing a chest plate beaten to resemble muscles and a helmet that covered his cheeks, sporting a high crest that seemed to sway in the breeze, despite looking like it was also cast in metal, towered over me. Below the knee on the left leg of the giant was an ornate greave. His right hand clutched a long spear with a broad leaf-shaped head, and in his left hand he held a round shield at his side. I felt dwarfed by the thing and began to back away. Leaving so soon? The voice was deep, masculine, and seemed to come from all around me. I spun, reaching for weapons that weren't there, only to find myself alone, bar the Titan. I turned back and looked up. The head of the statue bent forward and looked down at me. I wanted to shiver as an aura washed over me, but I was locked in place, unable even to blink. It felt similar to the one I'd felt from Poseidon when she had revealed her power in the smoking room. It was different, though. Hers had felt like the pressure in the deep ocean, unstoppable and unfathomable. This felt like the clash of weapons against shields, armor refusing to break under a brutal assault, like being penned in by your comrades in a shield wall or phalanx. Raymond Cobbler, I was hoping it would be you who fell into my lap. Taking another's favorite toy is always a joy. Who the hell are you? I asked as I regained some freedom of movement. Despite my best effort, my voice trembled slightly and came out half an octave higher than I intended. A smile creased the metal of the statue's face in response. Krill calls me Aresk. That is a name lost on our world,
Even the eternal is changed by time, alas. Perhaps you have heard of Ares? Another god. War is your thing, right? I asked flatly. Indeed. How are you finding our little competition? Ares asked jovially. It's great, I deadpanned, as I got myself under control. This giant wouldn't kill me. I was part of his game. Booming laughter rolled out and shook the air in my lungs, making it hard to breathe. Why did I need to breathe in a dream? Ah, such a card. Tell me, boy, will you live to take your revenge alone? I'm just trying to survive. I'll kill the others if I have to, but only if they come for me. You lie so smoothly. I can understand why she wanted you, despite objectively better candidates being available. The sea can seem calm and kind one moment, and then be a raging storm the next. That soldier was my pick, but we can see inside your heads, little mortal. Your thoughts are transparent to us. Oh, don't worry. She doesn't care. What threat are you to one of us? The statue grinned down at me, bronze teeth flashing to reinforce my insignificance in comparison to beings like him. His point was not lost on me, nor did I miss the futility of dissembling to this god. Why am I here? Is Krill your minion? I blurted. Worshipper, follower, not a slave. I'm the god of war, boy. Slaves are beneath my attention. Krill is a good man. I'd listen to him if I were you. You're here for... I suppose you'd call it a job interview? I'm out of the hired killer game, thanks to the green-eyed bitch, I muttered. Oh, you really aren't. It's not that kind of job anyway. If you were to agree to operate on my behalf in the game, I would be willing to be of considerable assistance to you. Make it worth your while, you know. What do you want, and what are you offering? I demanded flatly. If we were haggling, I had something of value, even to a being like this. Ha! A man who doesn't mince words. A man of action, of violence. Perfection indeed. If you agree to serve me, I will give you my mark, as well as other, perhaps, lesser boons. It will help you greatly with my worshippers, and you are currently in the heart of my domain. Even should you stray from my lands, I have worshippers everywhere men organize for violence against their fellows. They will trust you and follow you when perhaps they would not under other circumstances. And what is the price? I said politely. I was almost certain I was going to be sent back to Krill's tent one way or another. I needed every advantage I could get. The booming voice had become warm and friendly, and I had no wish to piss off this god in his own little world, so manners were in order. Dedicate your victories to me. Say my name as you slay your competition. That's all I ask. Ares or Eresk or something else? Any will do. As long as you mean to refer to me, it will work. So we have a deal? I paused to think. Any advantage I could get was tempting, and seeing as this god's name was woven not only into the name of the tribe I was with, but the language group that they spoke, suggested I was indeed deep in territory controlled by this being. Can you tell me anything about the others? I asked. I can tell you a little, if you agree to my perfectly reasonable requests. Let me sweeten the pot. When you reach level 50, I will give you a boon.
What more could you ask for?
A gift from the god of war, boomed Ares. I agree, I said simply. Excellent. Now, my new favorite mortal needs his mark. The statue bent down, the right hand releasing the spear that stayed perfectly upright in defiance of gravity. The aura returned, but stronger this time, freezing my body completely. I felt like invisible men pressed in on every side to lock me in place as part of a unit dedicated to violence. A bronze finger reached down and stretched out to rest against my left shoulder. Light flared, and my old friend Pain returned. A burning agony coursed through the top of my arm, and my coveralls ignited, burning away across my left side. I stood still, unable to even scream as the fire burned me for what felt like an eternity. Then the finger pulled away, and the statue resumed its original stance. The pressure on me faded, and I grasped at what I assumed would be a ruined shoulder. My hatred burned hotter than that damn finger had. I cursed all the treacherous fucking gods and added Ares to my list, immediately after Poseidon. "Foolish mortal, you are unharmed," laughed Ares. My fingers reached my shoulder and found no damage. I looked down, twisting my arm out to one side to examine it for myself, and found a golden tattoo had been placed on my unblemished skin. It was shaped like a spear, vertical on my arm, and in the middle it ran behind a shield in the old Greek style. I shook out my arm to free it from the apparently illusory pain. I'd never had any tattoos. No permanent markings to make identifying me easy. I'd never felt the need, even back when I was a foot slogger killing for the government. Now, as to your colleagues, I cannot tell you too much. Even such as I, in my unlimited glory, must obey the rules. However, I'll say what I can. My soldier has gone pirate and now serves Hades. The mogul is setting up a new business empire, and slavery suits his purposes. He's dedicated to the Lady of the Waters. Perhaps she didn't have so much faith in you. The influencer is working with the scholar for now, but their alliance is fragile at best. The warrior has found his new octagon. "Where are they?" I ground out, letting my arms drop to my sides. "That I cannot say. But you were heading in the right direction before old Hakabin waylaid you," said Ares. "I could keep you longer. I'd love to hear you tell your war stories from Earth. But the dream smoke is starting to fade, and to hold you might damage you. Remember, speak my name when you slay them. If you do, we will feast and boast of our exploits when you die. If you don't, you'll curse the day your mother opened her legs to your father for all eternity." Ares boomed, and a final squeeze with his aura reminded me I was in no position to challenge him. The world vanished, and I was once again in that disembodied state I had experienced when I was exiled to my new world. It only lasted a moment this time, and then I opened my eyes. Back then, and touched. I can feel it. "What did the old bastard say?" asked Krill's voice from off to my right. I sat up slowly, feeling the lingering ache that had been pleasantly absent in the dream. "You do that a lot?" I asked, carefully rubbing the back of my neck. "I never needed the powder. He usually ignores my powder dreams. I've been there before, though. A giant bronze statue garbed for war, correct?" I felt his eyes on me and turned to look at him. His gaze was bright, almost feverish. I nodded at him in confirmation. "Erisk's balls! Where is it?" Krill gasped. He rushed over and began patting me down like he was looking for a weapon. "What?" I pushed him away, using more strength than I intended to, and he stumbled backwards. He didn't seem to care, and moved back towards me and started tugging at my tunic roughly. "The mark! Where did he touch you?" "Ah!" He caught a glimpse of gold from my left sleeve and yanked it up over my shoulder. The spear and shield tattoo glowed golden at the top of my left bicep. Krill ran to a chest by the tent wall and rummaged through it. He pulled out a strip of cloth and ran back to me. I need to wrap this. Most of the tribe cannot see it until you're ready. The king, for sure. It would mean your death. He began to wind the fine cloth around my arm and shoulder to cover the godly tattoo. Once I have my strength back, I won't need to worry about your king, Krill. My voice was laced with violence. Do you have your strength right now? Of course not. You've been half dead for days. Erisk alone knows how you survived and are now fit enough to bitch at your betters. The god touch always messes with their heads, he sighed. Whatever powers Erisk promised won't come for some time. Until then, you need a tribe. The Eriskin can be that tribe, but you will have to earn their respect. I don't want to join these fucking savages. I want to kill Hakubin, and then I have a job to do in the south, I snapped. If you flee, you'll be hunted, just like if Hakubin dies. You'll not escape the riders. You don't fear the king, but you cannot fight an entire tribe. Usurpation is your hope, boy, not fight nor flight. He had finished wrapping my arm and tied a neat knot, reminding me of a combat medic fixing a bandage in place. Then he stepped back and looked me up and down. If you do it my way, you'll ride south with the warbands of a dozen tribes at your back. The last time the tribes united, we razed Angrilid. It's still in ruins 300 winters later, he chuckled. Krill, I need your help to escape. I think you're willing to do that. It's what Erisk would want. Will you help me? I asked. Ha! That won't work on me. The compulsion works on the peasants, not the priests, he cackled again. You're destined to lead us to war, boy. Erisk has whispered it in my dreams for years.
Chapter 17. Tapped in the Head. I had slept by the fire on some furs Krill had given me. I woke up before him and stretched quietly. I hadn't felt any fear of being vulnerable in the night. Krill and I had talked for a while after his interrogation about my dream, or vision, or whatever it was. He was a true follower of Erisk, a worldly man among his people, and would be a valuable ally in the days to come. I felt a strange kinship with him. He was a different breed from the rest of his tribe, as I had been to my own back on Earth. Perhaps the mark also made me more open to Eresk's followers. Did it work both ways and tie me to the god's people, while it made them more likely to trust me? I did not like the idea of being robbed of my free will. My head still throbbed faintly, and my shoulders continued to ache, but I quietly set a fire and lit it with a cast of Summon Fire. I kept the fire small and set up a wooden tripod over it. A clay bowl dangled over the tips of the flames that I carefully filled with water from a barrel just outside the tent. Gedrick farted noisily and twitched in his sleep under the wagon behind Krill's tent, where he slept in a pile of rancid-looking furs. I went back inside and carefully tipped the water into the suspended pot to heat it through. I quietly went over to the shelves and began assessing their contents. Vials filled with viscous liquids meant nothing to me. I opened a few to sniff them, but stopped as the acrid odor from one seemed to burn my nose. Poking at the clay pots with various powders and seeds in them revealed nothing of interest beyond demonstrating Krill's penchant for herbalism. I left my bear's teeth alone and picked up one of the books. It was a leather-wrapped tome, written on crude, thick paper. It seemed so out of place in this barbarian village. Papyrus or hide scrolls I would have been able to understand, and a few of those were scattered on the shelves as well. But this was paper, or at least a crude precursor of true paper. It had obviously been read many times, judging from the smudges and small tears on many of the pages as I flipped through it. The writing was alien, but I was happy to find it was an alphabet of some sort.
If it had been hieroglyphs or ideograms like some Eastern scripts on Earth, I would have faced an insurmountable barrier to becoming literate in this world. Going back to the beginning, I carefully turned a few of the brittle pages and scanned through them properly, hoping I'd get a notification saying, "Language blah unlocked." But I wasn't that lucky. With a sigh, I put it back and turned to find gimlet eyes staring at me from where Krill was sitting on his bed. "Not your native tongue?" he asked, getting up to examine the boiling water. "No, I don't recognize the letters." "I can help with that. They're pictures of sounds. Once you understand the sounds for the picture, you understand the writing." "I know how an alphabet works," I laughed. It was the first time I'd laughed since... I couldn't remember when I'd last laughed. Krill gave his signature cackle in reply. "So you aren't a humorless construct. That's written in Crathan, the language of the archipelago. They're a weird bunch," he muttered. He passed me and took a clay pot off the shelf, then went to sprinkle some of its contents into the almost boiling water. "You should add the ched in before it starts to bubble. It helps the flavor come through." "What is ched?" I asked. He pointed at the pot, and I moved to sniff the contents carefully. It smelled like black tea to me. "Do you need to let it steep afterwards?" I asked. "Of course." He raised an eyebrow at me. "As soon as it boils, you take it off the heat and let it rest for 10 minutes. After it's poured, it has to sit for 5 more so that the leaves settle. You can drink the leaves, but it makes the whole process unpleasant. Watch the water." He left me by the fire and stuck his head out the door flap. "Gedrick, you're on household duties today. I'm taking my new slave herb gathering," he bellowed. The boy was about 6 feet away, and the volume was completely unnecessary. "Yes, master," came a groggy response from under the wagon. "Are you fit to travel?" Krill asked, taking over monitoring the pot as he returned to the fire. "How far?" I asked. "Should have asked how long," Krill chuckled. "All day. We'll leave after we eat and be back at sundown. You'll have to carry my baggage. We have to keep up appearances for the peasants. Apologies." I flexed and stretched again, just enough to gauge my range of movement and to catch any lingering aches. My shoulders were still sore, and my head throbbed if I moved too quickly, but otherwise I was feeling a lot better. "I can manage that." After a delicious cup of ched, which I found was indeed similar to black teas from Earth, we ate a brief meal of dried meat. I filled a pair of waterskins, recognizing them as the ones I had paid souls for in the shop, from the barrel by the tent. Krill gave me a pair of large canvas sacks, thankfully empty for now, that I hung from each shoulder with a slight wince. He gave me 2 walking staves that came up to my chest, and we made our way to the palisade, skirting around the center of the camp that was still quiet, none of the bustle and chatter having begun quite yet, but the first stirrings of the camp wouldn't be far off. "Dreamer," said one of the watchmen politely, while shooting an angry look at me. "I need a pony. I'll take that one." His voice was back to androgynous, wheezy, and high-pitched again. Krill pointed at the last horse on the line, a sorry-looking beast in need of a good brush and probably a few bags of oats. The guard bowed his head in respect and fetched the horse for Krill.
The other guard spent the time walking slowly around me, eyeing me like a diseased animal.
"Dreamer, shouldn't you take an escort in case you have to drag that filth back?" "I'd be happy to volunteer," guard number 2 said. "This slave is no threat to me. He knows full well what you men will do should we not return by sundown. Don't you, slave?" I nodded. I was really starting to hate this society. "I would prefer," guard number 1 began, but Krill cut him off as he took the reins. "Oh, shut up, Jittik," Krill muttered as he mounted. I eyed the guard. This was the slinger who had damn near killed me? He must have sensed something as he flicked his head my way. "What are you staring at, slave? Bow your head in my presence," he barked. I glowered, but slowly nodded my head, not breaking eye contact with the man. "Come along, slave," said Krill blandly, as he trotted his pony between us. I turned and followed, using the body of the pony to break eye contact with the guard without backing down. It was petty, but this slinger was almost at the top of my immediate shit list. I owed him one hell of a headache at the bare minimum. Once the encampment was considerably behind us, Krill kicked his heels into the horse and took off at a canter. I sighed and picked up my pace. My long strides quickly ate up the lead he had gained, and I ended up pacing the horse comfortably. My head was pulsing at the exertion, but I wasn't going to be left behind by the only person who could ensure my safety in town. "You shouldn't be able to do this," Krill called as he urged the horse into a gallop and increased his speed. I sped up, matching him for a minute or so, before slowing down and falling behind. He pulled on the reins and brought the horse back so he was facing me. As he brought it to a stop, he let the reins fall and slid off. "Have a drink," he instructed, voice back to normal, as he began looking around in the undergrowth nearby. I took a long gulp from a water skin and held it out to him. He glanced up and shook his head, turning back to sorting through various grasses and shrubs. "Not possible. When Aresk gave you the mark, what did he say?" Krill asked absently. I opened my mouth to say that he had called me foolish and told me I was unharmed, but my voice wouldn't work. My mouth opened and closed like a goldfish. Krill glanced at me and snickered. "A gayish of silence. Are they really playing these games again?" he muttered without looking up. He began picking clumps of grass and sorting them. "Bag these up, boy," I was told, and I obeyed, slowly filling the sacks I'd brought with us. Once we were halfway through loading the second sack, having scoured an ever-widening area of plants seemingly selected at random, Krill stood back up and glared at me. "You can fight?" he asked. I nodded. "Killed some men, I reckon?" Another nod. "Good. Let's see what you can do against an old man like me, He picked up the staves I'd dragged along and tossed one to me. Each staff had one end crudely rounded to resemble a blunt spear tip. "Well, boy, let's see it," he said, assuming a fighting stance, staff held loosely in his forehand and tightly in his left hand by the base. "I'm not sure this is a good idea. Should I just do some stances and forms?" I asked. I didn't want to hurt the old goat. "Pah! You're from the East? They have all that fancy shit. There's some sense in it, but you can't get a feel for someone by watching them dance about like a woman." He lunged, driving the blunt tip towards my stomach. I reacted without thought, batting the spear to one side and swinging a leg up. My shin stopped an inch from his balls. He looked down and grunted. "Thanks for pulling that." He sat down cross-legged and laid the staff across his knees, then gestured for me to sit as well. "Too strong, too fast," he muttered. Then his eyes almost glowed as I failed to hide my reaction to that particular choice of words. "Not the first time you've heard that. Graben?" He read the answer in my face and nodded. "You know he was a bastard." "Graben?" I asked, surprised at the change of subject. "Yes, the name, boy," he snapped. "His name didn't start with Haku?" Not completely tapped in the head then. Yes, boy. Graben was Hakubin's favorite child, and one that he shouldn't have had. There are other bastards in the camp. Hakubin likes to put it around, and he isn't the only one who does. Being king has its rewards, and his armsmen take a poor view of people criticizing him for womanizing, so he gets away with it more than is decent. Understandable. A man like him lives or dies by his reputation, I replied. "The little shit who pelted you with aurochs dung. Can you guess his name? Does it start with Haku?" "Hakudan," His mother, who styles herself Queen like some shit-sitter, is one of your biggest fans in the village, believe it or not. Graben was popular with the men since he was small, and Hakudan is at best tolerated. When Graben came back from Coriolis, he was going to be trained to lead the war band. Krill shrugged and reached for the water skin. After a pause to drink, he glared at me. How did you start the fire? Shit. If he saw me light the fire with a thought, and based on that bloody phrase of Graben's he'd repeated, I figured I was rumbled. I have a few tricks. It wasn't a lie. Magic was handy as a surprise, but I could only cast 5 fireballs, then I needed a 10-hour break before I could do it again. The heal spell was more useful, but again, it didn't make me unstoppable. Tricks. Did you bury the Coriolis? Burn them? He asked. Graben and his friends? No. I cremated my friend that they killed. The word friend felt right for Wilson, despite our short acquaintance. You weren't alone? There was another like you, he asked, sharp eyes locked on my face. A wolf I befriended while I was at the cave. There weren't any other people with me there. But you didn't come here alone. How many of you came? He asked sharply. The man was too smart for his own good. I'm not a threat to you. I can probably be of more help than you realize, Shikrikin. Do you know what it means, Shikrikin? I asked. I know you're not of this world, and that others came through at the same time. How many? He repeated. 5 more. Did Arisk tell you how to find them? I did my goldfish impression again. I was pissed about this gayish whatever it was. Kind of, then. How strong are you? Much stronger than I was before, back home, I replied with a shrug. You were fit on the other side? I nodded. What did you do? Within your tribe, I mean, he asked, eyes still boring into me. I killed people. I sounded almost sad when I said it, but I relaxed as he simply nodded and smiled slightly. It felt strange that my murderous past didn't even raise an eyebrow among these people. A good pick for my god, he nodded decisively. You are beyond what a human should be capable of. Perhaps you might stand a chance. I assume the others all have the same tricks as me. One of them is a soldier, a warrior who fights as part of a team, I clarified. I know the difference, boy. Krathan militia troops are not to be underestimated in formation. They're pussies one-on-one, though. How do you get stronger? With your tricks, I mean, he asked. Ah, I have to kill. How do you know about this? An honest answer. I'm a wise old man who's traveled the world and spent a lot of time in the greatest libraries in existence. Kill only men? He said quietly. No, anything. Aurochs, bears, wolves, rabbits, as far as I can tell. Anything with a spark of intelligence. I explained about the traps I'd set up to farm souls from rabbits and mice. So the larger the beast, the more souls. And vile variants yield even more? He asked when I'd finished. Vile. Fuck's sake, I should have worked that out. Yes, vials gave more souls. He smiled wickedly at me and rose to his feet. I swear to serve Aresk's champion for the rest of my days. His voice was solemn, and I felt a brief touch of Aresk's aura, feeling like Krill was one of the men in the phalanx next to me, locking me in place. How long until you're back in condition? Krill asked as he walked back to his pony, which was still happily cropping grass to one side. I shrugged as I picked up his bags of plants. A few more days for the aches and pains to fade? Why? I've got some things you can kill. Big things, he chuckled. He kept the pace slow as we made our way back to the village, for which I was grateful. Chapter 18.
The offering.
What do the tunic colors signify? I asked Krill as we skirted around the settlement towards his yurt. The bags weren't heavy, and the earlier exercise had helped clear away the stiffness in my muscles. Some dyes are expensive. The fewer people you see wearing a color, the richer they likely are, he replied absently. He had grown quieter and quieter on the journey home. I was beginning to worry about the cogs that were no doubt whirring in his brain. I had no intention of founding an empire or taking control of the plainsfolk. I had 5 marks to deal with, and then I could go home. However, the advantage of spending some time with a local scholar and leader who had sworn to serve me couldn't hurt. That he also seemed to have a plan to help me rapidly gain some souls was too good to pass up. So, red is high caste, yellow, green, and blue are low caste, I asked. More or less. Brighter colors cost more, too, so dull colors tend to represent lower status folks within each class. If you ever see someone wearing even a dull purple, they'll be a powerful man. Or married to one. He hurried us through the encampment and immediately screamed for Gedrick as we reached his tent. The boy appeared from under a different wagon to his usual nest and bowed his head. He shot me a scowl as he did so. "Refill the barrel," Krill snapped, and the boy hurried away towards the center of town. "Come in, boy. We need to talk." By talk, Krill meant interrogating me exhaustively about my magic and the system. His eyes were wide and bright when he finally felt he'd dragged everything he could out of me. "You can buy materials in the shop?" he asked, like a giddy schoolboy. "Sure. They're all too expensive to be worth it, though," I replied. "I'd rather spend the points on levels or magic." A wise serves his future self, not his immediate desires.
Boy,
How much do you think this is worth? He pulled out his bronze dagger, and the edge glinted in the dim light from the smoke hole above. What currency do you use? In my world, it wouldn't be worth much. Certainly not the... I checked in the shop for an equivalent. 70 souls it would cost me. Currency is for city dwellers. Shit-sitters, the tribes call them. Little clay tablets and metal trinkets. Here, a man is valued by the size of his herd. I told you I had 3 bulls and a dozen heifers. That makes me rich, boy. It would take a pair of heifers, good milkers, mind you, for me to sell this blade. He slipped it back in the sheath at his belt. Where is your wealth? The herds are just wandering about the plains with a few kids guarding them. Don't they get lost or eaten by vile bears? Pah! We're good at what we do. A few are lost to predators, but this is tame land. It'll be different where we'll be going, though. Another cackle split the air. What's your plan, Krill? I'd be happy enough to set some traps and gather souls that way. Idiot. You're thinking small. First, we go north and hunt the great tusks. If we can find a herd of vile pachyderms, you'll be able to grow so strong that Hakubin and his armed men will have to give you respect. On the way, the tundra and forests will provide rich pickings for your traps. He sounded so sure of himself, I found I was nodding along with his words. Just you and me in the wild, hunting herds of giant elephants? Alone I could manage perhaps, but I can't promise to keep you safe. I'm no woman, boy. I can care for myself. We wouldn't go alone anyway. We would need a kend, and you, my God-touched friend, are in luck. It will help establish you as a man and justify your emancipation when the time comes. You plan to free me? Why not just do that, and I'll head south? The mob would be against it, and, as a result, against you, fool. We need to gradually reveal your abilities to a few chosen members of the powerful families. Back to the fucking point, boy. You can buy bronze weapons. What about the raw material? It's 150 souls for an ingot of bronze shaped like a hide. I can get copper and tin ingots for 70 each. For 300 souls, you could buy half the herds of every family in a resket. We have no smiths here. Shit-sitters don't let smiths come north to trade with us directly. The Jagon clan to the south has one, last I heard. Sulk has a strange story, and he's mad as all smiths are, but he might be. You said you cannot imbue your magic in items bought from the shop, so you must craft them yourself or find talents to do it for you. He fixed me with a beady stare. You need us more than you think, boy. I work best on my own. It was a simple fact. I'd never used a team for jobs back home, and any support I'd required was a one-off and done kind of deal, used only when absolutely necessary. Not anymore. Do you need anything urgently? I have things to organize, and Aresk hates time-wasters. No? Should I just stay here? I asked, looking around the tent. For now. I won't be long. You'll have a busy evening, though. Krill rushed out of the tent, muttering to himself too low for me to catch all of what he was saying, but I did catch the word feast at least twice in the seconds it took his ramblings to fade away as he ran from the tent. I sat down with my back resting against the wooden lattice that made up the internal supports for the yurt, and rested an elbow on the chest next to me. Krill seemed like a godsend, quite literally, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I didn't want to play the game as the gods thought I should. If I could find the others, it would be a simple enough matter to assassinate them. The only one I was genuinely concerned about was Gallagher. Unless I caught him completely unawares, it would be tough to kill him. Then the worries set in. What if the others were already stronger than me? I'd wasted so many days since I arrived, either injured or unconscious, or now as a sort of slave. Maybe I needed Krill's help more than I was willing to admit. I wasn't happy at the thought of going north, but I was the last to arrive in this world. Aresk had as good as told me the others were south of here. Then again, the Vilebear had been worth 16 souls, and I began to speculate how much I would get for killing what sounded like woolly mammoths. Master? I was lost in thought, so I ignored Gedrick's soft voice. The tent flap to my left lifted slowly and cautiously. The boy crept in and went directly to the far wall where one of Krill's chests was placed. He lifted the lid cautiously and snuck a hand in, pulling out a small pouch. He tipped some of the contents into his palm and turned to leave. He jumped as he spotted me and thrust both hands behind his back. "What are you doing, slave?" he snapped, but he wasn't able to keep a quaver out of his tone. "The master has told me to get you to refill the barrel. Outside, now!" His high-pitched voice had firmed up. I rose to my feet, head brushing the roof of the tent as I was near the edge. "What was that?" I asked, pointing towards the chest. "Master asked me to fetch something for him. It's none of your concern, slave. Come along." He marched out of the tent. I sat back down and waited. "Slave! One cry from me, and a dozen warriors will be here to slay you," Gedrick snarled as he burst back into the tent. Whatever he had stolen, he must have hidden away somewhere nearby, as both hands were animated now as he blustered back into the tent. "Gedrick, what did you steal?" I asked calmly. "Slaves don't interrogate free men." "You're a boy," I scoffed. He bristled in response. "Still higher than a slave." "I'll tell you what. How about I fill the water barrel as a token of goodwill? And in return, you don't mention what you saw," he asked, going from angry to wheedling as the realization sank in that no matter how loud he screamed, he wouldn't escape if I chose to attack. My blue eyes glared up at him to drive home the point. "What was it?" I asked. "Nothing a godless foreigner would need to know about. It's for my training to replace Master Hakukril. He was trying to sidle back to the tent flap without being obvious about it. Boy, what the hell are you doing in my tent? Krill demanded from behind him. The boy looked like he was about to wet himself. Just checking that your slave was recovering well, Master. I was offering to prepare some herbs for him should he need them, Gedrick squeaked. He turned pleading eyes on me. I don't think that will be necessary, boy. I notice the barrel isn't refilled. Krill's voice was cold. The boy squeaked and fled the tent. Useless brat, Krill muttered fondly after the boy had fled. I have a job for you tonight. The word job stirred up old habits. Was the target a criminal? Would my code let me take the money? Who's the mark? I asked automatically. The mark? Krill looked confused as he sat down on his furs. The target, I said flatly. Oh, she's a right bitch. A great big lump of evil and mean, Krill smirked. I hadn't seen anyone in the encampment who matched that description. One thing these steppe people didn't have a problem with was obesity. The queen? I guessed in a suspicious voice, and Krill broke into cackling laughter. An aurochs, you fucking idiot. We're throwing a bit of a celebration, and I decided to make it a night to remember. A few hours later, I was clean and freshly shaved. Krill had insisted on cutting my hair. The fringe had been sliced short, and the sides of my head were shorn down to the skin. A fresh tunic, pure white this time, had been provided, and I felt very strange.
Why the white? No one wears white, I asked as Krill fussed around in his chest looking for something. It's part of the ritual. Look, all you have to do is say for Eresk as you slit the heifer's throat. It's not that hard. Ah, found it. He brought out a slim package wrapped in leather. He unwrapped it and revealed a bone dagger almost as long as my forearm. The polish on it gleamed in the firelight. This is what you'll use. I'll carry it for now. If you get seen with a weapon, you'll get swarmed. He turned and looked me over. Excellent. You look just like a Krathan peasant. That means a slave to us, boy, he chuckled. I've made arrangements with the Hattrick family. They're a powerful faction that's opposed to our dear monarch. If any of them choose to speak to you this evening, be very polite. Their people will be joining me on our little expedition. In fact, if anyone chooses to speak to you tonight, be very polite, he added as an afterthought. So I kill the aurochs, get some souls, and then fade into the background? I asked hopefully. Only if you're lucky. Our noble ruler will be in attendance, and some of his armsmen might single you out. Don't kill any of them. You know how to take a beating, I trust? Krill asked as he ran the dagger over a rough stone to refresh the fragile bone edge. I nodded as he glanced up. Better to just take it tonight than fight back. We'll be gone by noon tomorrow. As I was led through the tents, it felt like I was going to be on the receiving end of the sacrificial knife. Whatever word Krill had spread, it had gone round the close-knit group quickly, and everyone was making their way towards the clearing at the heart of the encampment. Walking behind Krill, I kept my eyes low as I'd been instructed. A long fire pit had been dug, and it was already filled with glowing coals. A pile of dried wood had been built to one side to keep it stoked. The largest tent in the camp loomed off to one side. A pair of men, wearing the leather aprons that passed for armor here, stood outside the entrance, fingering their stone maces and glaring at everyone who got near them. I was taken aback by the numbers that had gathered. A few hundred people would be nothing back on Earth, but even at home, I'd rarely attended large gatherings outside of work. And when I was working, I tended not to stick around after the job was done, for obvious reasons. Krill had me stand too, at something like attention, with Gedrick slouched next to me as he made a speech.
Noble brothers, ladies of the tribe, I have been blessed with a true dream. In celebration, I have called for a feast, he called out, pacing back and forth like a cockerel and using his wheezing, high-pitched voice again. Eresk has demanded I travel north and acquire 3 sets of great tusks. House Hatrick has offered to assist me in this endeavor. Eresk sees their bravery. A relatively tall man, still short by my standards, stepped forward and bowed to Krill. His tunic was a bruised red color, not as bright as Hakubin's, but the closest shade to it that I'd seen. His entire family wore the same, from what I could see, as they mimicked the bow after the patriarch had straightened. They were short and stocky, like all the Ereskin, but there was a single exception. A woman caught my eye. The tallest of her family's heads barely reached her chin. She had high cheekbones and a strong jawline that might have been described as handsome at best back on Earth. As her head rose from the bow, her almond-shaped eyes locked with my own, and her full lips quirked into a faint smile. The eyes changed my mind. She was undoubtedly a beauty. A dull red shawl hid her hair, but I fancied it was something other than the ruddy brown or black of the rest of the tribe.
Krill prattled on for a while about the holy quest Eresk had decided to demand of him, the greatness of the tribe, the manliness of their warriors. I would have been at risk of falling asleep on my feet, except for those almond eyes that I kept noticing glance in my direction. Enough, Hakukrill. Make the sacrifice and let us start cooking your generous offering, Hakubin snapped. A large wooden chair had been brought out like it was a throne and set up next to the fire pit. It was the first proper furniture I'd seen since being in the camp. He had sat on it and spent his time splitting his glares between me and his uncle. I'd carefully avoided meeting his eyes. "Bring out the offering," Krill called. Gedrick shot away, stumbling over his own feet towards the palisade and the penned animals that lived just inside it. A minute later, he returned, leading an aurochs that snorted and tugged at the rope tied around her neck. On either side walked a pair of goats, their leads held in Gedrick's free hand. They looked terrified of the massive bovine between them. Scared bleating echoed out continuously. I killed the goats first, calling out, "For Eresk!" each time. The smell of blood had spooked the aurochs, and she shied away, refusing the pressure from the halter as Gedrick tried to bring her into position. I moved over, bloody bone dagger held behind me, and grabbed a horn to drag her into position. As soon as I had hold of her, Gedrick bolted back to hide at the edge of the throng. So many eyes watching me, so many eyes marking my appearance. It made my back itch. I was meant to be a gray man, forgettable and unremarkable. Yet here I was, conducting an animal sacrifice with an entire town of savages staring at me. The aurochs still wasn't happy, but when she tried to toss her head and found that my grip yanked her back into position without difficulty, she became more obedient. My feet left deep impressions in the earth as I pulled her into position against her will. "Sorry, girl," I whispered. The knife flashed, and my legs were coated in crimson as I called out, "For Eresk!" at the top of my lungs. I felt a brief sense of being in a shield wall as the blood soaked my feet. "Butcher the animals and prepare them for the feast. Get him out of my sight," barked Hakubin, waving a hand at me. "Of course, mighty king," Krill said loudly, with a faint hint of a smirk in his voice. He hurried over to me and handed me a basket covered with a cloth lid. "Keep that steady. I've put a little of the good stuff in there for you. Get on back to my tent," he said with a wink. Normalis capre slain ×2. 6 souls gathered. Normalis aurochs slain. 6 souls gathered. Chapter 19. Laughter is the first sound of freedom.
I was up 12 souls for officiating over an animal sacrifice, and I silently thanked Krill for inveigling me into doing the honors, despite the barbaric nature of the ritual. The animals had died quickly, with as little pain as one could hope for, but it still felt wrong somehow. I made my way back through the tents, and once I was outside Krill's yurt, I stripped off the no longer white tunic. I used a bucket to lift water from the barrel and scrubbed my legs, doing what I could for the tunic, leaving it still stained and draped over a guy rope. I donned my dull green tunic once again and settled down to investigate the basket Krill had handed to me. It was a warm night, and the sound of singing and dancing rang out from the center of town. Naturally, I wasn't concerned about not being present. Large gatherings made my skin crawl, even when it was normal people and not Stone Age savages. Inside the basket, I found a bowl of still warm vegetables and some thick slices of meat. I chewed into one and concluded that it had been cooked yesterday at best, but it was well seasoned in a way I hadn't tasted before. I couldn't think of an analogous taste from Earth. It was a delicious complement to the vegetables, and I devoured the meal in minutes. There was also a stoppered clay bottle in the basket, and I set it aside after taking a sniff. Once I'd eaten and felt better, I picked it back up and had another smell. Faintly cheesy, but with something that almost had some bite to it. I took a swig and stared at the bottle. This was booze. It was hardly a fine wine or a nice cold lager, but the tang of alcohol was clearly present between the dairy flavors. I took a long swig and felt a faint warmth run out from my stomach into my limbs and head. Krill had earned my gratitude once more. The bottle contained something like 1.5 liters of the fermented milk, and before I was halfway done, I had a pleasant buzz going.
I put the stopper back in carefully and lay back on the grass, staring at the star I had worked out was this world's equivalent of Polaris. Going north felt wrong. The job I had to do was simple enough, in theory. Getting to the marks would no doubt involve some work, but none of them had any experience with people like me from back home. Honor and fair play were words other people used to complain after you had won. I had no compunctions about slipping a blade between their ribs, or shooting them, with an arrow, I supposed, in the back, without warning. I took another swig of the milk, and continued to watch the stars turning slowly above me. Off to one side there was a faint rustling sound, and I cocked my head over to look. Gedrick had returned, and retreated into his cozy lair of furs under a nearby wagon. I turned back to the stars, and started trying to pick out recognizable shapes. The total absence of light pollution made the night sky a brilliant diorama of pinpricks of light. Some flickered and pulsed like Sirius had on Earth. Others were stable and constant. To the east was a shape that resembled a bow, a large D shape in the sky, composed of over a dozen brighter specks. To one side of it, something that reminded me of a bird stood out, roughly shaped wings crowned by a trio of stars to form a beak. I took another swig and continued to watch the sky, until gruff cursing from nearby disturbed me. "Fucking ropes," a man muttered. "Are you okay?" I asked. I felt remarkably at peace and relaxed. Krill hadn't been joking about the good stuff. I didn't get a reply, but the footsteps came closer until a man in a long leather apron stumbled around the next tent along. As soon as he saw me, he started in my direction with narrowed eyes. "I saw you watching her. Fiala is not for a fucking slave," he snarled as he unhooked his mace from his belt. Who the hell was Fiala? Who the hell was this Priya? As he got closer, I recognized Jitik, the slinger whose stone had knocked me out when I was captured. Anger fled through me, replacing the calm in an instant. I tried to fight it down, but the alcohol was affecting me.
Not so tough without your rope and stones, I mumbled as I surged to my feet. You shouldn't have survived. I saw that bullet hit your skull. Sometimes, maybe a mace is better than a bullet. He snarled as he leapt forward, his mace descending overhead and aimed at my temple. This would be a killing blow to most men if it landed. Without thinking, my left hand shot out and caught his wrist, holding the mace in the air. My right snapped forward, driving my fist into his solar plexus and knocking him backwards. He stumbled away and got caught in some lines, falling on his arse. I started laughing. I couldn't help it. I broke into guffaws that stole my breath away as I watched him trying to get back to his feet without knocking over the next tent along. He failed. "Fucker!" he spat as he got back to his feet. A flint dagger appeared in his other hand, and he came at me again. I was laughing so hard I missed the block on the mace, only deflecting it from my head so that it slammed down on my shoulder. The pain brought me back into a focused state. I caught the dagger arm firmly, despite my drunken condition. With the pain in my shoulder clearing my head somewhat, I squeezed with my hand on his wrist. He began to shriek as bones ground against each other. I kneed him in the balls, and he collapsed to the ground. I was on him in an instant, throwing the dagger and mace into the darkness as I snatched him up by the front of the stupid apron, lifting his head off the soil. My other fist came down 3 times. Each time, there was a satisfying crunch. He had gone quiet on the first blow to his face. As I brought my fist back again, a quiet voice hissed out, "Stop, you fool. He's one of the king's men."
Gedrick scurried out of his den and latched onto my upraised arm, trying to hold it in place.
"Too strong. Erisk, damn you, stop. We need to dump him somewhere that will explain his condition. If anyone finds out you attacked a king's man, you're dead," the boy hissed.
"He's worth 10, I muttered. Then I pulled myself together, put my greed aside, and focused. "Where?" I asked.
"By the horses. If he's found at the edge of the paddock, they'll think he just got trampled," Gedrick suggested.
"Horses don't step on people if they can avoid it," I pointed out.
"What fucking horses do you know? Most of them are trained for battle. If we scare them a little so they make some noise, no one will be any the wiser," he whispered back.
"Pick that prick up. I'll go first and check for trouble. If I stop moving or start talking, hide."
"Why?" I asked, meeting his frightened gaze. "They might not just kill you for this. Also, you didn't tell the master what I did. I owe you a little. Enough for this, anyway. Jittik was always cruel to the orphans."
The boy set off, and I heaved the body over one shoulder and staggered off after him. The festivities were still in full swing, and had hopefully provided cover for Jittik's yells as we fought. Atonal chanting and singing flooded the darkness. No one was wandering the perimeter of the camp, and I noted the vulnerability in this culture. A band of determined and stealthy men could have been among the tents, setting fires and killing the horses before anyone could react. I focused on the silhouette of Gedrick as he slowed and waved me forward to join him.
"We're clear. Can you get him into the paddock?" he asked.
I looked at the waist-high fence of hammered stakes and grunted. I backed up, held Jittik under both arms, and moved forward, spinning like a shot-putter building momentum. I released and fell backwards as Jittik soared across the 10 feet to the paddock. His leg caught one of the stakes, yanking it over on top of him as he cracked down against the well-packed mud and horse shit.
"Too strong,"
Gedrick muttered again, and he flinched as he saw me looking at him.
Did I have to kill this boy? Could I?
"I won't tell no one, promise," he swore.
"I kept your secret. You keep mine."
"Or else," I said slowly. He nodded vigorously. "Let's get back. We don't want to be missed, my master, when he returns." He didn't include me among Krill's servants, I noted. We hurried as quietly as we could back to the tent to find Krill sitting outside waiting for us, looking up at the sky and finishing off the fermented milk I hadn't gotten round to before Jittik intruded. "Busy night, boys." He pointed to a stone mace and a crude dagger he'd laid out next to him. "Who was it?" "Jittik," I replied calmly. "He's been put in the paddock. It will look like an accident." "Dead?" Krill's voice was sharp. "No, but he won't remember much," I smiled coldly. Raymond pounded his nose into his face in 3 blows. "It was fantastic," added Gedrick in a happy voice. "I didn't ask you to speak, boy. Into your den." "Slave, I would have a word in private." Krill's voice was icy and sinister. We went into the tent, and Krill closed the flap behind us. "What did he see?" Krill hissed immediately. "He saw me beat the guy up. Nothing tricky," I confirmed. "I've invested a lot into that lad, and he is the only one of a bad bunch that showed any fucking promise at all." Krill's voice was quiet, but full of anger. "Gedrick's a good kid. Why are you so hard on him?" I asked. Krill harumphed and turned to his wooden chest. He felt around inside it and brought out the dagger I'd bought from the shop and the satchel I'd taken from one of the attackers at the cave. I noticed that he also took a small pouch, which he hooked onto his belt. "You can have these back for now. Once we're away from town, I'll set things up so you can be properly armed."
"You're sure Jittik will live?" he asked. "I expect so. He was still breathing, and I didn't hit him that hard," I replied. "If he wakes up before noon tomorrow, you're dead. Build the fire up and warm some water. I've noticed you're skittish about unboiled water for some reason. I have a few errands to do. I need to speak to Hatrakan and confirm the arrangements for the Kend. Get to sleep once the fire's done. It will be a long few days starting tomorrow." I nodded and went to get the firewood as he left the tent. I heard some heated whispering from nearby, presumably poor Gedrick getting a bollocking. Then quiet footsteps moved away into the night. The next morning, as we walked towards the gathering Kend outside of the settlement, a bower bearing a long, cloth-wrapped shape was carried out of the palisade by 4 armed men in full aprons. Behind it walked 3 figures in bright red, followed by the rest of Hakobin's fighters. I kept my eyes focused on the little gathering ahead of me and hunched down slightly to try to hide my height. 100 meters past the palisade, half a dozen aurochs were covered with bulky packs that hung down their sides, and a dozen young men, their hair shaved at the sides, but starting to grow out at the back into the clan mullet, kept watch on them. To the right of the beasts of burden stood one of the largest Araskin I'd seen, almost a match for my own stature, and next to him stood 3 women wearing traveling clothes, one of whom was much taller than everyone bar the tall, grizzled warrior who seemed to be in command. Krill, Gedrick, and I approached them. The tall man stepped forward to greet us. "Hail, Haku Krill," he intoned in a deep, resonant voice. "Hail, Hatrakilo," Krill replied jovially. "Are we ready to depart? It's bad fortune to linger by a funeral when setting off on a Kend." "Who was it?" Hatrakilo asked, nodding towards the procession. "Jittik. In his cups he tried to fuck a horse last night and got trampled." "Or so I heard," Krill said happily. Hatrakilo broke out into booming laughter, loud enough to reach the ears of the funeral procession, and I saw smiles flash among the nearby warriors. "Laughter is the first sound of freedom. Let's go find some great tusks," Hatrakilo boomed. I made a mental note that my murderous mentor and temporary master was not a man to be taken lightly.
Chapter 20. Lady Fayala. As Areskit gradually blurred into the horizon behind us and became lost in the vast expanse of the plains, A weight lifted from my shoulders. I was essentially unburdened, carrying only my satchel and knife, which I had tucked into the wide leather belt Krill had given me. Now I was away from the town and the riders. My freedom was only a decision away. 3 of the younger men walked alongside the cattle, long, flexible sticks flicking out to guide them. The rest had spread out into the long grass and carried their spears point first, the butts propped over their shoulders and ready to throw. Easy enough to evade them if I had to. Hatrakilo, Krill, and I walked a short distance behind the beasts of burden, the women just in front of us, and Gedrick was sulking along in the rear. I fought down the urge to ask how far we had to travel and looked for something else to break the amiable silence. "Krill, can I get a spear, please?" I asked. "You want to carry the weight?" He glanced at me. "We've a long way to walk." "It will be fine," I replied. I was twice as strong as any man I'd ever known, and confident it wouldn't be an issue. It would also be nice to be properly armed again. "Strange to speak so to your master, slave," said Hatrakilo, with a glare in my direction. I opened and closed my mouth. I wasn't sure how to respond to that. If this man were a die-hard traditionalist, he might attack me for being so disrespectful. He started chuckling, a deep, booming noise that spooked the cattle and elicited a series of whip-like thwacks as the prods were deployed to steady them. "Don't fret, boy. Krill has told me a little about the nature of your relationship. Why don't we introduce ourselves? We'll be spending a few months with no one else around, so we might as well start this off correctly. I am Hatrakilo, brother and heir of Hatrakan, who is head of the Hatrak family.
Loyal servants of Eresk and mighty warriors, our brightest talents are our escorts. They are named Hatrakul, Hatrakos, and Hatrakend." He gestured at the tallest 3 of our escorts moving through the grass 50 meters away. "Hatrakip is leading the Aurochs. Hermont, Hermoon, Hermald, and Jandak make up the rest," he continued. The last 3 were close by and turned to us, crossing their arms across their chests in some kind of salute. "4 brothers and some close allies?" I asked. Krill snorted. "Something like that, boy. The Herm family has been tied to us for generations. They are cousins," rumbled Hatrakilo. "Jandak is my bastard son." "Are you all mononyms?" I asked in confusion. It would be incredibly complicated to remember their names when they all looked alike and all had the same start to their names. I could see the next few weeks being a constant barrage of, "No, I'm Hermont. He's Hermidid, you fool." "What does that word mean?" asked Hatrakilo. "It means they only have one name. Where I'm from, you have a given name and a surname, a family name." "The shit-sitters use a similar format," offered Krill. "Haklus Jarntis, that kind of thing. So Raymond is your given name? What is your family name?" I paused, but with a mental shrug, I concluded it wasn't worth lying to Krill about this. The old bastard had a 6th sense for falsehood. If I weren't going to flee, I would need to start bonding with these people. "Cobbler," I said. The shortest of the women ahead of us tittered until the tall one swatted her. "Its meaning?" asked Hatrakilo. "It means shoemaker," I replied sheepishly. "Craftsman's stock?" He turned and looked me up and down like a piece of meat or an animal at auction. Not what I was expecting. "What about them?" I asked, pointing towards the women. "You've only introduced the men." "They will give you their names if they choose. Until then, you will simply call them Lady if they speak to you," barked Jandak from our left. I chose not to push the issue. "What were you expecting?" I asked Hatrakilo to return to a less touchy subject. "You're big, well-muscled, not crafter stock. Krill says you can fight and hunt. He claims you're excellent at trapping and foraging. He says you have a charisma that is hard to explain, and that you are destined to lead a mighty war band.
He says a lot of Aurochs shit about many things, so this isn't unusual. Hatrakilo didn't look like he bought any of it, judging by the expression on his face. I don't claim it's that way, Hatrakilo. I stated the truth. My dreams are never wrong. This man has a great future, Krill replied in my defense. You are small and weak because your children often go hungry. Children who aren't properly fed never develop to their full potential, I said casually, and suppressed a smile as Jandak balked and strode over towards me. You're not even a man, but you call us weak? He snarled as he lashed out with the butt of his spear. I caught the spear shaft easily and shoved hard enough that he staggered away and landed on his rump. He rose to his feet, blustering, then stopped as he met my eyes. Perhaps it was the blueness of them. I hadn't seen any Araskin with blue eyes that stopped him. He glared at me for a moment, then burst out laughing. Oh, this one I like. I will be the first to train him, he declared loudly enough that all of our small party could hear him. Well played, baby Ervile. But when we train this evening, you'll see why speed and strength aren't everything. He walked back to the side, chuckling evilly to himself. Too strong, too fast, muttered Hatrakilo. You weren't lying. He accused Krill as though telling the truth was some sort of crime. The wiry old man shrugged. I never speak Aurochs shit, Trakilo. I'm famous among all the cities of the South for my forthright honesty. You should know that by now. Fuck your cities in the South, Hatrakilo replied amicably. Show me the mark. He glared at me. I glanced at Krill, who was studiously observing the horizon. I lifted my sleeve and unwrapped the bandage hiding the tattoo Eresk had given me. He glared at it briefly, then turned away with a snort. Now, do you believe me? This is the solution to our problems, cackled Krill happily. Hatrakilo grunted noncommittally. Our problems? I wonder how much they intersect, old man. I have problems. You have problems. He has problems. Hatrakilo shot me another glare as he said the last sentence. I was very aware of my own problems, so I nodded in reply. I'll help you if I can, but there are things I have to do that are more important, I added. 5 kills, then home I'd go to settle accounts with the god bitch. The problem is Hakubin, boy. We need a new king, and it can't be Hakudan, said Krill. I can knock him for you, no problem, as long as I won't get mobbed for it. He's definitely on my list of acceptable targets. The boy is off limits, though. Knock? Asked Krill. Kill. Oh, that might be part of it, but we need to win over the crowd first. You need a reputation to match your character. That's what this trip is about, Krill replied. I don't need a fucking PR campaign. I can off him in his sleep and catch a fast horse south. I do not understand all of what you just said, but I assume you mean killing him and fleeing would be simple. It would not. The entire tribe would hunt you. Other tribes would hunt you on our behalf. Thousands of warriors would be on your heels until you died. It would be a matter of honor, and you would not leave the plains alive, said Hatrakilo with straightforward confidence. We walked, mostly in silence, for the rest of the afternoon. They wanted me to kill Hakubin, but I would have to do it in a fashion that met their weird honor code. It felt a little like Poseidon offering me the Mortimer job all over again, setting my teeth on edge and putting me in a bad mood. When we stopped to make camp, I fetched firewood with a couple of the men, and when I came back, 3 tents had been set up. They weren't the complicated yurts of the village, more like wigwams with simple hide walls. You're in this one with me and Troikilo,
said Krill, waving a hand at the tent furthest from where the animals had been hobbled and were enjoying the contents of feed bags. The others? I asked. The middle tent is for the women. The other is for the warriors. Do not attempt to enter the women's tent, he told me. I ignored his implication. You're going to be busy anyway. Here. He tossed some thin rope at me. Go set up some snares. See if you can catch us some breakfast overnight. His eyes twinkled as I looked down at the thin rope. I sent him a grateful look and moved back towards the small copse of trees to find likely animal paths I might trap. When I got back to the camp, having set traps everywhere I thought I might catch a rabbit or fox, the light was fading, and the first moon was already glowing in the sky. A fire was crackling, and the smell of stewed meat and vegetables filled the heart of the camp. I accepted a bowl from one of the women with a nod of gratitude and went to sit by my shared tent to eat in silence. Why had they brought the women? This was meant to be a dangerous trip, after all, and I couldn't see the sense in exposing the females to the risk. In primitive societies, women were very highly protected. A tribe with 50 men and 50 women could lose 40 men and still have 50 babies the next year. Losing 80% of the women was the death of the tribe. Why are they here? I asked Krill quietly, waving my spoon at the pair of women who were tending the pot. I need my attendants, said a soft voice from behind me. I turned my head to find the woman whose eyes I'd met at the sacrifice, looking down at me. Her smile was almost predatory in the half-light of the moons and the flickering flames.
Lady Fiala, I think he means to ask why we would bring anyone other than warriors, said Krill, as he shoveled food into his face. Well, that is a tale I might choose to share. I would want some answers myself in return, she said. Her voice was like a cat's purr, rough and smooth at the same time, and very pleasant to my ears. What would my lady ask of her humble dreamer? Replied Krill in a deadpan voice. Not you, she laughed. Raymond Cobbler. Such a strange name. Are all your people named so? She lowered herself gracefully to the grass. Beneath her long dress, I saw flashes of tight leggings that only exaggerated the shapeliness of her limbs. In my culture, yes. There are others with different standards. She arched an eyebrow, and I once again noticed the color of her eyes. Hazel. Coupled with their almond shape, it gave her the gaze of a bird of prey. And where are you from? She asked pointedly. You wouldn't have heard of it. Suffice to say, it's a long way away, and all I want to do is get home and settle some debts, if I can. She glared at me, her lips pursing in annoyance. One day I'd like to hear of your home, Raymond. She rose to her feet, said goodnight to Krill, and went into her tent, calling out to the other women, whose names I discovered were Halen and Gardell, to clean up the meal quickly and join her. Halen, with her pink cheeks and bright eyes, was constantly shooting coquettish looks at Jandak, who smirked and winked at her every chance he got. Boy, you need training. Come with us, called Hatricolo, as three of the warriors, including Jandak, rose to their feet and grinned at each other. I followed behind, ignoring the teasing and insults as we moved away from the fire a short distance. Krill shifted around so he could watch unobstructed and pulled out strips of dried meat to munch on like they were popcorn. We will begin with fist and foot. You have training in such fighting? Demanded Hatricolo in a no-nonsense tone.
I nodded. I'd spent years learning various martial arts on top of the training I'd received in the military. I was competent, at best, in my estimation. Why fight with fists when knives are more effective? Why use a knife when guns are a thing? A professional should always use the most effective tools available. Firearms are often too noisy, too attention-grabbing, so knives and close-in fighting had played a major part in my activities back home.
Jandak shrugged out of his tunic and threw it to one side. He was short, but covered in wiry muscles that bore a patchwork of scars. Most of his skin seemed to be made of scar tissue from what I could tell. "Stop ogling me, I'm not into that." "Come on then, let's see your form," he laughed. I removed my own tunic and, wearing just my rough shorts, I stepped into the arena formed by our audience. He rushed me. His form was good. He went straight for a takedown, crouching low to hurl me off my feet and remove my range advantage. My fist slammed into his temple as soon as he was in range, knocking him face first into the dirt. He didn't move immediately, and I worried I'd struck too hard. He lifted his head slowly and spat out a mouthful of dirt and grass. "You're going to pay for that," he muttered as he slowly climbed back to his feet. One-on-one, none of them were a match for me. Even if I toned down my speed and strength to something merely human, my decades of sophisticated training and experience shone in the face of their brutal autodidactism. Once this became clear, Hatrakilo ordered them to pair up against me. This was more challenging, but not terribly so. Then he ordered a third to join in, and it became increasingly difficult for me to dominate. The warriors worked reasonably well together, creating openings for each other to land blows, and soon I was having to strain to hold them off. They tended to go for glory, though, and this gave me chances to exploit the weakness in their teamwork. I was battered and bruised when Hatrakilo finally called a stop, but I had emerged victorious in the end. Jandak smiled broadly and nodded his head deeply in my direction. "Tomorrow we fight with staves, yes?" he chuckled as he walked back to the fire with a slight limp. The others all seemed excited to try themselves against me with weapons they assumed they knew better than I did. I looked forward to disabusing them of the notion.
Chapter 21. Spent them lavishly.
3 weeks passed in a fashion that soon became humdrum. I would wake to notifications of kills from my snares, gather the bodies and gleefully hoard my souls. Then a quick breakfast and a long, long walk. Each evening I would set traps once more and then fight against the other warriors. I carefully limited my strength and speed in our training bouts. I wanted to learn what I could from them, and I quickly began to pick up their fighting styles with maces and spears. They favored simple striking blows to the head, knee, or elbow with the blunt weapons. Their spear technique was more complex, as they tended not to fight in ranks like European spearmen in an army might have done. They favored a flowing style, where the butt was used as much as the tip, and the spear seemed like a living thing in the hands of the most talented of them. Jandak was far superior to the rest, so he and I sparred regularly. I felt a lot more confident with the weapon now than when I had faced down the bear. In terms of knife fighting and hand-to-hand, I was the reluctant master, and they quickly fell into the roles of students. I was far from a master by the standards of Earth in unarmed combat, but here I was, a passable journeyman training relative novices. With the knife, I was a terror. None of them could match me. Knives are nice and quiet, so a blade in the dark had been my modus operandi for a lot of jobs back home, and I felt completely at ease with the short dagger in my hand. We had headed steadily northwest to skirt around the worst of the hills, one of which had been where I arrived on this world. Fording the river, known as the Grethnillik according to Krill, had been a challenge. Keeping the cattle together as they waded knee-deep across the shallowest stretch had taken everyone working as a team. I'd been taught how to guide the aurochs, taking my turn at handling the long, whip-like branches that were used as goads, as well as more mundane tasks like the cooking and cleaning with fire ash. We were all travel-stained now. Our tunics were dirty and marked by the filth of the journey, but we had gelled together as a group. The distance between the women and the men was a marked difference from what I would have expected on Earth. Their culture was highly stratified by sex, and while the warriors now all joked with me and called monde to mimic my habit of skipping the family denominator in their own names. The women had remained aloof from the camaraderie that had come to dominate our conversations. I was no longer considering ditching them and running south again. The idea of mammoths, extinct for so long back home, also intrigued me. After passing the river, we switched to heading directly north, and the land began to change. The grasslands and tiny forests began to be dominated by larger trees. Krill assured me the forest would fall away behind us when we reached the ice plains. From his answers to my questions, I came to expect a vast tundra beyond the hills and trees where we would hunt his great tusks. We had donned heavy furs as we moved deeper into the trees. The air had become chill, and the lack of direct sunlight left us cold at any time other than the peak of the day. We were traveling through a stretch of thick forest, forced into single file by the thick trunks and steep slope, and I was once again trying to quiz Krill about the lands to the south. "You'll get there eventually. You've responsibilities with us to deal with first," he snapped. His good humor had become increasingly rare as the weather grew colder. I had grown close to the Hattrick people, and Krill was beginning to feel almost like an old acquaintance, a replacement for Jimmy. Even Gedrick had grown in my affections, becoming something of an annoying little brother in my mind. I still had my impossible task to achieve, though, and my new friends wouldn't hold me back. It felt strange to think of them as friends, but it was the closest word I could find. "Krill, I have a mission from the gods," I said quietly, hoping an appeal to his piety might sway him. "Fuck them all except Eresk. He sent you to us. He wants his people to rise like the Southerners have over the last few generations. You can make that happen, boy. Spoke-wheeled chariots, improved bow designs, shop-bought bronze. All your ideas can be made to work. When we ride south, you'll be a mighty warlord, lad." "Not a knife in the dark," he grumped, and pulled his fur jacket tighter around his chest. He coughed, a wet sound, as he cleared some mucus and spat it into the woods that fell away to our left-hand side. We were traversing a narrow path through the trees. To our right, a steep slope rose up, and to our left, it fell away sharply. Both sides were thick with vegetation, so we could only see a dozen meters or so either way. Despite bickering with Krill, my senses were alert as this was dangerous ground, unsuitable for the spear work the Areskin favored against the local wildlife. I'm not sure if I was the first to spot the danger, but I am certain I was the first to react. A shadowy blur launched itself from a nearby branch with a yowl that spooked the cattle. They surged and stamped as Jandak, now leading the team at this point in the day, struggled to wrestle the beasts into staying on the track. My spear left my hand as I surged forward. The black shape was descending on the ladies to the rear of the cattle. Halen pulled a short dagger and aimed it at the descending monster, clasping it in both hands. My spear struck the beast's chest before it reached her. The stone tip sank deep into its flesh, passing through where I hoped the heart would be. Momentum is not so easily thwarted, however, and the beast, though mortally injured, cannoned into Halen and skidded across her as she was crushed under its weight. Gardel was thrown to the side, and a panicked aurochs lashed out with its hind legs, one hoof connecting with the woman's head, sending her body spinning viciously with the impact of the blow. I arrived and sank my dagger into the back of the beast's neck, then wrenched it to the side, snapping half of it off in the big cat's spine. Sound of fighting ahead and behind rang in my ears, but I had a sense the others were doing well from the pained snarls that cut across the angry shouts of the warriors. Villas Felis slain. 8 souls gathered. "Get her!" yelled Krill as he stumbled towards me. I turned and found Fayella had been knocked off the trail and lay tangled around a trunk several meters down the hill. With the remains of my dagger in hand, I leapt down the slope and skidded to a halt next to the seemingly broken body of the woman with the dazzling eyes. She was unconscious, and I quickly checked her over. A branch had pierced through her stomach, protruding slightly from her back. With a curse, I threw aside my furs and, using the stub of my dagger, I cut the cleanest parts of my tunic into long strips. I pulled back her furs and then cut away her clothes to reveal a blood-stained midriff of smooth muscle. I quickly bound the improvised bandages around her torso. She groaned in pain, but I pulled them as tight as I could, forgetting my impossible strength in the heat of the moment. I used the edge of my broken dagger to trim the end of the branch sticking out of her back, and then gently turned her on her side to slide the wood out. There was no fountain of blood, which gave me some hope. No major blood vessels had been damaged. Perhaps, in this world with active gods, miracles did sometimes happen. I wadded up the rest of my tunic and pushed it tightly against the wound to stem the bleeding.
This wound would likely still lead to a slow, painful death, as her guts must have been damaged. She was just a mortal. The thought rang in my head over and over. I might survive a wound like this, but I was stronger and tougher than I had any right to be. She was just a delicate, if arrogant creature, whose eyes had entranced me from across the fire every night for weeks. She won't survive that. Shit. A dead princess. Krill muttered as he stumbled down next to me. "Bring her up here," Hatrikilo called from above. His voice was thick with grief. He'd seen the injury as I worked, I guessed. "Not safe to move her yet. Not like this," I muttered. I checked my soul balance. I had 324 souls carefully saved up from my weeks of travel. I opened my status screen and spent the souls I had gained lavishly. Level 20 primary stats. Body, E. Mind, D. Soul, F. Available souls, 72. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 20. Reflexes, 15. Health, 120. Magic strength, 10. Focus, 10. Mana, 200. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, touch, intensity, plus 8%. Fire resistance, plus 2%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Detonation, 1 meter cubed, plus 0%. Firewall, area, 1 meter squared. Affinity, life heal, self, 10 HP, and 40% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self, 2%, lasts 5 seconds. Resistance, all, 1%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Heal other. Rapid growth, area, 1 meter squared. Imbue. New affinity unlocked. Enchantment unlocked. I bought 7 levels to get to 20 and gained 14 stat points. I put 2 each into magic strength and focus and dumped the remaining 10 into mana. Then I opened my affinity screen and bought all the bonuses to healing strength I could. It cost 260 souls altogether, but I didn't care, as I raised a hand and 2 balls of green light flew from my palm and soaked into Fayella's wounded stomach. The flesh began to knit slowly together, the blood flow completely stopped, and I sat back with a loud sigh. I took a moment to gather myself and carefully picked her up. I slowly climbed to the top of the slope and lay her down at Hatrakilo's feet. He was staring at me, wide-eyed. "What did you do?" he grunted. "Healing magic. I kept enough mana to help the others as well." "How are Halen and Gardel?" I asked. "Halen will live. Gardel is likely dead." "Likely? So she's still breathing? Where is she?" I demanded.
Where she fell, Shikrikin. She lies where she fell, Hatrakilo said sadly. I ran over and found that she had a large lump already growing on the side of her head. The warriors had gathered round to keep the aurochs in place. The scent of the vile cats spooked them, and they were skittish, mooing and grumbling, unable to stay still. Fearing her neck might be broken, I examined the rest of her as best I could without moving her body. I'd seen her body pivot while in the air from the strength of the kick. I glanced over the warriors and saw there were only a few cuts and bruises on them. They seemed fine, so I chose to spend my mana to try to save this girl's life. 2 balls of green light shot from my hand into her head. The egg-sized lump began to shrink, and I tentatively felt around her neck, looking for signs of some internal injury. "Don't move her. Put something on her to keep her warm," I ordered Hermold, who nodded jerkily and stripped out of his fur jacket to lay it over her. He badgered his cousins, and they did the same.
"Why can't we move her?" asked Krill as he arrived next to me.
"Might be a broken neck. If it is, she's fucked. But if we move her and make whatever damage there is worse, then she's got no hope." "You're a healer as well in your world?" Krill asked. The warriors were all looking at me in awe after seeing the magic. "I was a killer. Before that, I was a soldier, and I learned a few things on the battlefield. Anyone in my world can take lessons in simple first aid like this, without the magic." My hands were roving gently over Gridel's shoulders and collarbones. I couldn't feel anything broken. With luck, she would wake up in the next few hours, and we could think about moving her to somewhere more comfortable. "Set up here. Warriors, watch the fucking trees properly this time. Krill and I will tend to the injured. Hermone, get a fire going and boil some water," bellowed Hatrakilo. "Shikrikin, where will you be?" He ended in a much more respectful tone than he had ever directed in my direction before. "Wherever I'm needed. I can cast Heal Other a few more times if it's necessary before I need to regain mana. I'll watch over them." I gestured to the 2 women lying meters apart on a narrow path in the middle of an untouched forest. I began to shiver as the adrenaline faded and the cold crept into my body. What had I done? Why had I been so desperate to save Fayala? What the fuck was this mark doing to my mind?
Chapter 22. Never drive the herds again. Placing a fur-clad foot against the ribs of the vile cat, I grasped my spear sticking out of its side. I pulled back sharply, and the shaft came free with a wet, sucking sound. The tip must have glanced off a rib on the way in, or struck one on the other side. The formerly arrowhead-shaped stone tip was broken and useless. I tossed it into the woods thoughtlessly as I stared down at the beast. The body was long, probably 6 feet from the nose to the base of its spine. A tail stretched another 3 or 4 feet out from its back end. It was hard to tell as it had curled up in death. The fur was a mottled gray, with deep green stripes like those of a tiger running down its length. I was trying to avoid the eyes of the others. They'd seen what I was, and I wasn't sure how they'd react. Should I snatch up Krill and flee into the woods? I didn't want to lose the wisdom of the old man for certain, but if I were honest with myself, the rest had somewhat penetrated the barriers I kept around myself as well. Somehow, Hermune's constant jokes at his cousin's expense and Jandak's snarky attitude to everything had slipped past my defenses. Even Hatrikilo, stern and judgmental as the old bastard was, had earned a weird kind of affection from me. "Here," said Hermand, offering me his spear. "Take it." "What about you?" I asked in confusion. "The Kendin should have a spear. I'll find another," he replied with a shrug. Kendin. It meant man of the hunt. The translation in my head suggested it was a significant honorific. I took his spear and looked it over. Much better made than the not-so-cheap one I'd bought from the shop.
I spun it in my hands to feel the weight and find the balance. It was a fine piece of work. I nodded in gratitude. "Where are the other bodies?" I asked. "They fled. This was the only kill," Hermand shrugged. "Killing vile beasts isn't so easy for us. Not when we're caught in an ambush like this, anyway."
"So they're still out there?" I asked in alarm.
"They won't be back. Losing one of the pride will have spooked them," said Hatrakilo, coming up behind me. "We need to find a place to camp. Jandak, scout ahead and find us a suitable spot to set up. We can't stay on this fucking goat path overnight." Jandak nodded and began trotting along the way we'd been headed, spear held ready at his side. "You did well, Mond," Hatrakilo said simply before turning away and going to check on Krill, who was ministering to Falaya. I stared down at the giant cat. These things were tough. Without the bonus to my strength, I would have struggled to pierce the thing's hide with a throw. "Boy!" yelled Krill. I glanced over and he waved me to join him. "What's her condition?" he asked as I arrived. I bent down and tried to examine the wound. She'd been covered in furs as well. I moved them aside and checked her over. I pulled aside the bandages. Krill had loosened them after my panicked application, and saw fresh, pale skin covering the wound. A jagged, pink line remained on her front. I hastily pushed the furs back to conceal her stomach and the base of her breasts. I hadn't realized I'd exposed quite so much of her skin when I tried to help her. The skin has largely regrown. It will be a day or two before we know if there's an infection. A day or two more after that before we know if her intestines were mangled. If they were, she won't last much longer than that, I muttered. "You mean her guts? Everything feels like it's whole and where it should be," said Krill. "Go find my idiot apprentice and set some traps, boy." He fixed me with a sharp look. "What did you get for the cat?" he asked quietly. "8, I said. Hatrakilo gave me a confused look, but chose not to push for further details. "How much for a human?" Krill asked. "That isn't an issue," I said flatly. I'd not be mercy killing the women for souls, if that was what the old goat meant.
I had a code, and while it was starting to feel frayed and out of date, it had been my guiding light for years. "Go set traps," he replied, turning back to Fayala and peeling open one of her eyes to peer at it closely. I picked up some twine for snares from a pack hanging from one of the still skittish aurochs and made my way down our back trail. The woods had seemed gloomy and dull before the attack, but now there was an air of menace. I felt like bestial eyes were staring at me every step that I took, and I flinched slightly at the quiet sound of my footsteps. I began noting animal runs and set up a series of snares. I'd wandered off the main track slightly to set one deeper in the scrub when I found him. Gedrick had been forgotten in the excitement of the attack, but the vile cats hadn't missed him. The boy had always been trailing behind, lagging to the rear as he looked for herbs or edibles to forage. His body was badly mauled. His guts were spilled out across his legs by what must have been a vicious swipe of the beast's claws. It had eaten its fill from the soft tissues it had exposed and left the rest for the birds and other scavengers. He'd been a good kid, I supposed. His sense of duty to Krill, despite the harsh-seeming treatment, had been impressive. Very professional, which I couldn't help but respect. Now, the aspiring dreamer would never become the wise man of the tribe. My empty hand clenched into a fist. I wrapped the body as best I could in the remains of his furs and gathered him up. The walk back to the others seemed to drag on, but could only have taken a quarter of an hour. Krill looked up and noticed me first. He jumped up and ran over, his face falling as he saw Gedrick's dead eyes. He reached out a gentle hand and brushed the lids closed. "Why? Why have we brought them with us?" I asked,
glancing from Gedrix's still form to the women lying out on the muck to hopefully recover from their own wounds.
"Didn't have a choice," muttered Krill in a tight voice. His eyes had blurred at the edges with tears, which I had not expected.
"Put him down over there. I'm going to gather wood for a pyre." "No, I'll go alone." He waved a hand as Hatrakilo began to suggest an escort. "They'll have fled back to their den for now." The wizened old man set off into the trees to hunt for dead wood, looking far older than he usually did. He had held up incredibly well under the punishing pace of our journey so far. Despite his advanced age, he was strong and spry, full of energy far beyond what I'd expect of a septuagenarian back home. Now, his shoulders slumped, and he looked lost as he moved out into the trees. "Why didn't we have a choice?" I asked Hatrakilo. "Why bring women and a child into such dangerous lands?" "The boy had to come. He was Krill's apprentice," Hatrakilo said sadly, as he looked down at the small body. "The women, that was a family matter." "A family matter? Hatrakilo, we've brought them out among the beasts. They can't fight. They're little more than bait." "Those girls are harder than you'd think. None of my family's women are coddled," he snapped back at me. "Are your women pampered and protected where you're from? You spoil them and stop them from blossoming. Some of the other families have grown soft in that fashion, but the Hatriks still follow the old ways. We couldn't leave Fayala behind. One of the reasons we agreed to support Krill on this Kend was that it allowed us to get her away from Eresket for a while. Hopefully for long enough." "What is she escaping from?" I asked in confusion. "None of your business, Shikraken. You've shown you aren't a madman like your kind are in the old stories, but I'm a long way from sharing family secrets with you." He sighed and shot me a look that was almost apologetic. "Forgive me. I'm worried for their well-being. We can talk some other time when my blood is cooler."
He strode off to shout at the warriors and keep them on their guard. He also stopped next to Gridel and bent down to run a thumb gently across her cheek before striding off along the trail ahead of us. Krill came back and forth, bundles of wood held in his arms that he dumped into a pile to the rear of our temporary camp. I sat and did nothing for over an hour. Haylin came and went, splitting her time between Fela and Gridel. She wouldn't meet my eyes, and flinched whenever she thought I was looking at her. As the pile of dry wood grew, Krill eventually stopped and began laying out a pyre for his apprentice in the middle of the trail. He built up carefully spaced layers until the branches were up to his waist, and he no longer had to bend down to lay them out. His eyes were puffy and swollen. His hands shook slightly as he laid out his apprentice's final resting place. "Lift him up and lay him on the pile," he ordered me. I did as I was asked, laying the body down gently to avoid disrupting the fragile construction of dead wood. The nearby warriors came over first, followed by Haylin, and we all stood in silence for a few minutes. Funerals had always made me uncomfortable when I was young. As an adult, I'd caused far more of them than I'd ever attended, although usually the casket was empty on those occasions. The last I'd been to in person had been my mother's, some 11 years ago. Her friends and the rest of my family had shunned me. I sat at the back while my aunt gave a eulogy, and I wasn't invited to the wake. I'd slipped out while the rest went up to pay their last respects, and not looked back. There was no escape this time. The warriors gathered round, followed by Haylin. By some subconscious impulse, we formed a circle around the pyre. Once everyone was in position, Krill began to speak. "He'll never guard the herds again," he intoned in a deep voice filled with sadness. "Not on Earth," the rest replied. "He'll never feel the sun on his skin," Krill said. "Not on Earth," rumbled out in response. "His strength is gone from the tribe,"
Krill almost whispered. He rides the plains in the great blue, came back in unison. I didn't join in with the words. I didn't know their ritual. The weight of feeling they all shared still managed to wash over me and sweep me up in the simple ceremony. Krill stepped forward and laid a leather pouch upon Gedrick's body. I saw him mouth the words, "Goodbye, my son," as he laid it on the boy's chest. He looked up at me. Through the Brownian motion of the formation of the funeral party, I ended up directly across from the old man. His eyes were glazed and dead. Something had gone out of him with the death of his apprentice. "Light the fire," he ordered me. I nodded. 3 balls of flame blossomed into life, evenly spaced along the length of the pyre. Krill had laid down plenty of dry tinder in the lower layers, and the flames caught quickly. They roared up as the others gasped at the fire, seeming to have come from nowhere. "Shikrakin," was whispered by several of the warriors, but I ignored them. Had Krill just ordered me to light his son's pyre? Hakubin had called Krill sunless, but perhaps that had been a jab at Gedrick being illegitimate, much like Graben had been before his raiding party had tried to ambush me. I thought back to my mother's funeral. I'd felt no wash of emotion during that eulogy. I'd been dead inside, feeling nothing as aunts, uncles, and cousins, as well as her friends, had openly wept. I looked up to see Hatrikulo and Jandak staring at me from across the flames. Their expressions were flat and controlled, and I couldn't get any sense of what they were thinking. Hatrikulo nodded at me and turned to Jandak to whisper something. The shorter man snorted softly without looking away. Then he grinned slightly before nodding his head at me as well.
Chapter 23. Hardly a God. Jandak had found a suitable place to set up a camp, half an hour's walk along the trail. The warriors built a pair of simple stretchers to carry the injured women, accepting Halen's worried commands with surprisingly gentle good humor as they carried our wounded up the pass. I stayed back with Krill, who had been standing vigil over the slowly crumbling pyre. His eyes had dried and hardened while he stared unflinchingly into the flames. "I don't know if I was his father," he said softly, once the rest were out of earshot. "I'd been with his mother at about the right time, but I doubt I was the only one. The boy was bright, maybe too bright for his own good. Did you have children?" "No. My life didn't take me down that path. I fell into a dangerous life after the army, and could never trust anyone enough to allow myself that kind of vulnerability," I replied. "You were celibate?" he asked, looking up and raising an eyebrow. I snorted. "Hardly. But my women were always here today, gone tomorrow. It suited me. I never expected to have children. I probably gave some whores in the Crathan cities fat bellies, and there was a girl in Helipoken that But that isn't the same. It's hard to know with whores, you understand?" He looked up at me again, and I had no idea how to respond. Was he calling Gedrick's mother a whore? I shrugged, hoping it would be enough, and nodded, but chose to remain silent. "Gedrick was a good boy," he said softly. "In my world, they say a man lives 2 lives and dies 2 deaths," I offered uncertainly, as I scrabbled to find something to say. "Explain." The instruction was crisp and sharp, more like the Krill I'd come to know. "A man has 2 lives, and the second begins when he realizes he has only one. A man has 2 deaths, the first when he dies, and the second when his name is spoken for a final time." I was out of my depth in this conversation. "Huh. Wise. Perhaps this is why you haven't gone insane like the previous Shikrakin." "What do you know of them, my predecessors?" I asked, hoping to snap him out of his misery. "The common theory is that their power drove them mad. You are already much stronger than you should be.
Can you imagine how you'll behave when you can snap a man in half without straining? Or boil his eyes out of his skull as spears throw away from him? Mortal men are not meant to have such powers, he said sadly. You think I'll go insane? I asked. Perhaps, but I'm not so sure in your case. You were a killer, but you had some kind of honor. What was it? He asked, staring down into the fire. I wouldn't kill innocents. They had to deserve to die, I replied slowly. And who are you to decide? That would have left very few safe from my wrath, he almost chuckled. My world was different. More people than you can imagine, and most of them were simple people doing simple things, working a day job to provide for their family. I only accepted jobs against people with blood on their hands. And this salved your conscience? Such delicate webs we weave about ourselves so we can pretend we are righteous. I bristled slightly at his words. He didn't know me, and my code had kept me sane in a cutthroat world. It worked for me, I answered stiffly. Don't think for a minute there are any innocents in this world, my friend. All of us have done terrible deeds to survive, he whispered. Gedrick as well? I asked harshly. He came to my care after he was caught stealing. Normally, that's a death sentence in the tribes. It weakens the very fabric that binds us together and cannot be tolerated. Hakubin knew I was fond of the boy. His mother had died not long after he'd been born, and life as an orphan is hard among us. Would stealing cross the threshold of your honor? He asked pointedly. No, it would not. It would have for us.
I convinced my aurochs-brained nephew to commute his sentence to slavery under my care. Krill stared into the pyre for a few moments before continuing. Hakubin had his suspicions that I might have sired the boy, so he agreed. It gave him something to hold over me and keep me in line. Not so subtle hints were dropped. Should I cause him any trouble, the boy would be cast out. Hakubin is already on my list of acceptable targets, I responded without thinking. Is he now? Good. But that isn't enough, boy. You cannot kill a king and simply walk away. Not among us. All the warriors would be dishonored, and you would never rest easy again as they sought to take revenge. Wherever you went, someday a stranger would walk past you and slip a blade between your ribs. Perhaps that wouldn't kill you, though. He raised an eyebrow at me. It probably would. I can heal myself, and I'm tougher than I should be, but I barely survived the bullet from Jittik. I'm hardly a god. Hardly a god? Ha! I like it. He blew out his mustache, causing the thin hair to stream in front of his face for a moment. Come on, boy. Let's catch up to the others. We walked in silence through the woods. I was alert for any sign of danger and twitched several times at the sounds of branches breaking nearby. Krill just snorted and walked on quietly. At one point, he pulled a stone knife from his belt and handed it to me. I recognized it as having belonged to Gedrick. It was 3 inches of carefully refined flint. I slipped it into the empty sheath on my belt. Thank you. Where do you get the stone from? I asked. The ground, idiot, he muttered. I've only seen basalt and granite in the plains where I've been. I ignored the insult. We winter the herds to the south. Where the plains meet the riverlands, the flint is plentiful. We craft what we need over winter and bring it back north with us on the wagons each spring, he said curtly. We lapsed into silence again. When we caught up with the others, we found the camp was already ready. The tents circled a large fire in the center of a wide, mostly flat opening in the trees. The aurochs had been tied up nearby by their halters and were cropping at the low vegetation around them. Jandak approached me and led me a short distance away from the camp. How much of your fighting style is being a shikraken? He asked me bluntly. Not much. The techniques I use are all trained, and anyone can learn them. Well, anyone who's reasonably strong and coordinated. I've been trying them out with the others,
And the unarmed and knife-fighting style you use is beyond anything in our experience. Will you teach us the greater secrets?" He stared me in the eyes unflinchingly. "I am not a master, Jandak. I was proficient at best, but any real professional would have kicked my ass back home, if I'd been stupid enough to give them the opportunity. I'd like to see this world where fighting is elevated to a form of dance," he replied with a smile. "It's hardly that. Do you have writing in the tribe? Krill has some books, but from what I gathered, most of you are illiterate." "Krill is the only one among us who can read. It's not manly, but he's the dreamer." Being the dreamer was apparently a license to break the rules. I imagined Krill had often abused that privilege with cackling glee. "Almost everyone where I come from can read, and we've been writing things down for thousands of years. How do you remember the history of the Araskin?" "Through song and story, of course. Hakubin kicked you out of the feast before the tales were told, so you missed it. But when we feast, each family tells their tale. The greatest heroes have songs that we all sing," he said with a shrug, as though this was the only way to transmit knowledge across the generations. "An oral tradition. Those are surprisingly effective. But written words cannot be forgotten. If the only man who knows a story dies, it doesn't matter if it's been written down. My fighting styles have benefited from generations of accumulated knowledge." "Can you teach me to read?" he asked, hopefully. The brash man was always joking, and had a confidence that made everyone around him seem slightly smaller than they were, but at this moment, he sounded like a small boy asking for a treat. "I'm not really an educator, and I can't read the languages of your world yet. Krill might be willing to help you, though, once he comes out of his grief. Gedrick was a good kid. A right little shit half the time, for sure, but the rest? Not so bad." "Will you continue to train us?" he asked. I nodded, and we made our way back to the fire. A bowl of stew was placed in my hands, and I lifted the spoon to slurp down the overcooked vegetables and meat. Having the ladies out of action was certainly affecting the quality of the food. Halen had withdrawn into the women's tent to tend to Grable and Fayala. I sat in amicable solitude as the others left me in peace. Whether they were scared of my powers or not, I couldn't tell, but the usual teasing and ribald banter was absent this evening. Krill's miserable presence to one side of the fire might have been dampening the mood of the rest, or it might have been shared grief at Gedrick's death. As the moons began to rise, I set out to lay some more traps. I probably wouldn't bother to harvest the kills from most of them, but I had spent a lot of souls and wanted to start rebuilding my reserves. However strong these people thought I was, I knew only too well that at least some of my competitors would be making the most out of every day to advance in power. The soldier wouldn't be missing any chances, but I was most concerned about the fighter. Gallagher had been impressive in the octagon. I'd seen all his fights. He had been a true champion. He was trained in a way that I had never been, whatever the warriors thought. And with the advantages of the system giving him superhuman strength, speed, and durability, I suspected he would be my most dangerous foe. Then again, anyone can die from poison or a bullet arrow, I corrected myself, out of the blue, and I was hardly going to challenge him to a fair fight when the time came. Gedrick's death had brought the mood of the whole expedition down. Before, we had been happily wandering north on a hunting trip. Now we were faced with our own mortality, and it showed among the others. Voices were lower, and occasionally people snapped where they might have laughed previously. The feeling around the fire was somber, and two of the warriors were always on guard. They circled through the nearby woods, diligently offering themselves up as the first morsel and warning should another pack of vile cats decide to attack. Rather them than me.
I had set aside my bowl and was looking up at the second moon as it rose into the sky when the scream split the night. I reacted without thinking and shot across the intervening space to thrust aside the flap sealing the women's tent. Gedrick's knife was in my hand without me even thinking to draw it. I stood for a moment, with my mouth opening and closing. Fayella had woken up, and it had been her voice that split the night. She was sitting on a pile of furs with her front exposed and looking at the jagged scar in wonder. Her stomach was smoothly muscled and lean, only spoiled by the pink mark of her injury. Her leggings concealed everything below her hips, but above that, her flat stomach and small, high breasts were on full display, where she had pulled her clothing aside to examine herself. I must have made some noise, despite my goldfish impression, as her eyes suddenly flashed upwards, and the fur sealed away the sight of her body. An angry, incoherent squawk came out of her mouth.
Halen slammed into me from the front, knocking me back out of the tent, and the flap fell down between us. A fist slammed into my head and threw me sideways. I rolled across the ground and rose to my feet in a fighting stance as I glanced around in confusion. Hatrakilo stood by the tent flap, glaring at me and shaking his right hand back and forth in the air. "There are rules to courtship in our world," he boomed, as the warriors around him began to snicker. "I'm not being fucking courted, Uncle. That's why you brought me along, remember?" snarled Fayella from within the tent.
Chapter 24. Princess of Savages. I stepped away from the fire and the tents to sit and stare at the sky. I had a decision to make about my final affinity that I'd shelved in the excitement of the day, but my mind was distracted. I'd been plotting out shapes in the stars for the last few weeks, and I had become increasingly interested in locating the planets. Anything to avoid thinking about pale, high breasts and angry almond eyes. Planet means wanderer, because they don't follow the same pattern as the more distant celestial objects. On Earth, they were almost universally associated with gods. Mars, Jupiter, and Venus. What did the locals call the abnormalities in their night sky? I toyed with the problem as I marked out the brightest objects in the darkness above me. Affinities. I was torn between several options, and another part of my mind turned over that decision while my eyes searched the cosmos above. I wasn't interested in another elemental power. Fire had most of my needs covered in that regard, and there was no point trying to pick a counter to whatever my competitors might have chosen. That left me with the more esoteric possibilities. All of them had abilities that were tempting. Space, giving the option to change the size and weight of an object, was interesting, but hardly world-shattering. Slamming down a shield and making it larger and heavier could be useful, I supposed. Likewise, time, allowing me to speed myself up and slow down an opponent, especially if coupled with the enhancement power from the life tree, could make me physically dominate. But it didn't grab me. I would need to spend a lot of souls to make any of the base abilities worthwhile, and I wasn't certain how my soul income would look once we reached the tundra I had been told was our destination. I had a sinking feeling I'd need to spend thousands of souls on each tree of magic to make it truly effective. Death was not an affinity I was interested in. The thought of summoning zombie slaves to do my bidding did not appeal. How could I justify that against my code? Only enslave the corpses of evil people. I would see myself as part of the problem, an avatar of things I loathed. I couldn't do it, despite the obvious synergy with the life tree. Some of the warriors circled around me as they patrolled our camp. I ignored the faint sounds of their footsteps as I pondered what to choose. The quiet conversations as they passed each other barely infringed on my senses, but there was a sense of security knowing they were between me and the wilderness. Life was different when you weren't on your own, and I was starting to appreciate it. Quiet footsteps approached me from our camp, and I raised my head to see who was disturbing my solitude. A feminine shape was silhouetted against the fire, They're called Helic and Hellas, said Phyla. She stopped a few feet from me and stared down at me with her hazel eyes glinting in the night. What are? I asked in confusion. The moons. The larger moon is Helic, where the weak go when they die to be sorted. Hellas is the stepping stone to the Great Blue. Only warriors can go there directly, she replied. She grasped her furs close to her legs and lowered herself gracefully to the ground. Where did Gedrick go? I asked, looking back at the moons lighting up the night. Helic. He wasn't a warrior, she said with flat certainty. It's so simple. He was a troubled child, but I think he would have grown into a good man, I replied, avoiding looking in her direction. You can see the future as well as knit flesh? She asked sharply. I glanced over and found her eyes boring into mine. They stole my breath for a moment, but I controlled myself and shook my head. I was now convinced the mark was messing with my mind. No. Sometimes you don't need to be able to see the future to know something is likely. Do you have an understanding of probability? I asked.
Some things are likely, others less so. Is it more complicated than that? I snorted a laugh. She might have grown up in a primitive tribe, but she was no fool. No, I suppose not. What troubles you? It cannot be the unfortunate boy, nor do I suspect that was the first time you've invaded a woman's privacy. Her voice was cold on the last part. Something else is bubbling in your mind. I glanced over, and this time she looked down rather than holding my gaze. I have a decision to make about the kind of power I want to wield in the future, I answered. Something about her made me want to open up to her, but it still felt wrong. How could she understand? I was stranded in an alien world with powers I didn't understand. She was a princess of savages, and not even the dominant savages in her community. What kind of man are you? She asked. I was stunned by the simplicity of the question, and I sat in silence. She was content to let me think as I tried to formulate an answer to her query. I had done things most people on Earth would consider evil, no doubt. I had always tried to be a decent man, though. I'd been polite and kind when I could. I'd only taken jobs that suited my code of ethics. I hadn't only done those things to help me avoid notice. Unless I needed to kill someone, I tried to treat others with respect. But I had been a killer, and no moralizing or peripheral conditions could change that. I was a killer for hire. I picked my jobs and wouldn't knock an innocent, but I was still a killer, I eventually replied. And what led you to that calling? I can't imagine it would be a long-term role. How many enemies did your tribe have? She asked. We didn't have tribes anymore. Not like you mean. And there were more people in my world than you can imagine. All of us were scrabbling against each other for power, for money, for status.
When lawbreakers wanted another lawbreaker removed outside of the normal channels, I would be available, if they could pay. And there were a lot of them. I chuckled softly. So you fought against the rot? She asked gently. That is not so bad. What's the nature of your decision? I can pick an archetype of power. One revolts me, but seems powerful. Several I think are useless to me now, but I'm left with a couple of options and don't know what I should do. I can't undo my choice once it's made. I turned to her, and she smiled slightly at me, her lips curving upwards gracefully. What is the horn of your dilemma? Some unknown confrontation in the future, or an immediate threat? She asked. Both? Neither? It will set in stone how I can progress and what abilities I'll have when I finally face my opponents. I sighed.
You have no way to predict what your enemies will have chosen? She asked, and I nodded without looking up. Then choose what suits you. It's not that simple, I grumbled, hanging my head slightly. Which power revolts you and why? She demanded in a harsh tone. Death. It would let me weaken and corrupt my enemies. Eventually, I'd be able to raise corpses to fight for me. It seems strong, but... I whispered quietly. Her sharp ears heard me clearly anyway, and she turned her head to spit into the bushes. A foul power. Stay well clear of that one. Your other choices? I explained the elemental abilities and how I didn't think I needed them, then discussed the remaining options. How are such things possible? She took a breath and then rose to her feet to look down at me. I craned my head up, but her face was lost in the shadows. I cannot advise you on this. All I would suggest is that you trust yourself. Our fates have always been in the laps of the gods, and they usually steer us to the good. She reached down and cupped one of my cheeks in her palm, but I couldn't see her face against the night sky above. Trust in them.
She turned and retreated back to the fire, then vanished into the women's tent. Ha! Trust in the fucking gods that tricked me, killed me, then exiled me to this new world. I couldn't find it in me to follow her advice. What did she know of this fucked up game I'd been forced into playing? Nothing. I sat and pondered in a sullen silence. Eventually, I concluded that much of what time was capable of could also be covered by space. If I needed to slow someone down, I would be able to make them heavier, or lighter if I wanted them to move faster. Being able to increase or shorten the length of a thrusting spear or knife at a critical moment also seemed like an excellent trick to have in reserve. Then there was the pocket dimension, and the spatial tear powers that came at Tier 4. The idea of a pocket dimension, an inventory, was incredibly tempting. A stash of weapons and goods that couldn't be stolen or searched for. It would have made my life so much easier back on Earth. I wasn't entirely sure what a spatial tear would do, but I was assuming it would allow me to rip open a hole in the universe to protect myself. Most of the other powers had some kind of barrier spell at Tier 4. I made my decision and selected space as my final affinity. Affinity: fire. Summon fire. Range: 5 meters. Intensity: plus 16%. Fire resistance: plus 2%. Projectile. Speed: plus 3%. Detonation: 1 meter cubed plus 0%. Firewall. Area: 1 meter squared. Affinity: life. Heal, self, 10 HP and 40% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self, 2%, lasts 5 seconds. Resistance, all, 1%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Heal other. Rapid growth. Area: 1 meter squared. Affinity: space. Size: range, touch. Intensity: 2%. Mass: range, touch. Intensity: 2%. Area: 1 meter cubed. Optional. Resistance: 2%. I grimaced in annoyance. I didn't get any free upgrades for Tiers 2 or 3 like I had with my previous affinities. At Tier 1, I could increase the intensity of the abilities to 18%, for a total of 80 souls. 160 souls to make both that strong. At Tier 2, I could spend 200 souls to get a range of 21 meters, and yet another 200 to give me an area of effect up to 10 meters squared. Only the level 20 options were unlocked at Tier 3, but each would cost me 30 souls, for another 2% increase to size or mass,
and bring them up to 20%. I tried, but found I would have to unlock the earlier levels before I could buy them. So 300 to maximize each of the size and mass abilities at Tier 3. I had a lot of killing to do. I marked the brightest lights in the sky, and where they were, then headed back to the tent I shared with Hadrakilo and Krill. I paused outside the tent to lock in my mind where the suspected planets were in the sky from the perspective of someone emerging from the tent flap, then ducked inside. Krill was already asleep, and Hadrakilo was patrolling for now. I expected I'd sleep through his return when his shift was done. I fell into a deep sleep that was haunted by dancing stars and hazel eyes. But I woke up refreshed and energetic. I left the tent and was pleased to find it was still dark. The fire had died down to ashes, so I threw some more of the wood that had been gathered last night into a pile on the embers and blew on them until they caught. I checked the sky, and I was confident I'd located a pair of planets. One was low on the horizon and glowed a faint red. The other rode higher in the sky and shone a pure white. They hadn't moved as the stars had during the night. So a planet with 2 moons orbiting a single sun, with at least 2 other planets in the solar system. The knowledge was of no immediate use, but it made me feel more secure for some reason, as though I was better placed in my new home than I had been when I went to sleep.
I had ignored the notification when I woke up, but when I checked it, I was pleasantly surprised to find I'd gained 31 souls overnight. I set off to gather up the bodies and butcher the edible ones. I was back up to 103 souls, and my soul stat had once more risen to E grade.
Chapter 25. Great Tusk Spore. For 5 days, we trudged north through the forest. We weren't attacked by any more animals, but the warriors kept a careful watch anyway. Each night, I set my snares and deadfalls. Each morning, I harvested the bodies and souls of my victims. I was saving the souls up. I had a feeling I'd need to invest them in my magical trees before I continued to increase my level, and was looking forward to the fruits of the Kend. Hopefully, I'd gain enough to jump in power considerably. As we broke out of the seemingly endless trees, the tundra greeted me, the colder cousin of the steppes where the Eriskin lived. Low grasslands, already crispy with frost on a morning, stretched away as far as I could see. I had kept to myself the fact that I now had access to iron and crude steel items in the shop. Krill would no doubt begin spending my souls before I had them if I explained the significance to him. "Is it all like this to the north?" I asked Krill as he stopped next to me. The old man had been taciturn since the Vilecat attack, but his cackling had rung out more frequently over the last couple of days. "No. Heavy forests lie a week to the north, and then the ice takes over. Further on than that doesn't matter," he replied. "Why not?" I asked, raising one eyebrow. "Because nobody goes that far north, boy," he chuckled softly. "The big cats and the Urviles rule up there." He spat towards the tundra ahead of us. "We'll stay by the forest and venture out during the day to find the great tusk herds, then retreat back here at night. We're done walking for a while. Well, we are, but you aren't. Your future will be full of running and dragging heavy loads back here." This time, he cackled properly, and I smiled to see his old nature coming back to the surface. "The Vilecats don't count as big?" I wondered. "Forest kittens," he said with a scoff. "Their kin out there are much worse. Pray we don't cross their paths."
A new camp was set up, more permanent than before. I helped the warriors cut down saplings and smaller trees to create sharpened stakes that were hammered into the ground. It took most of the morning, but by noon, we had a triple ring of sharpened wooden spikes surrounding the tents. "Hermand, Jandak,
Hatrikos and Hatrikend. You'll take the Kendon north this afternoon. Don't stray far. You're looking for spoor and signs of a herd, not to get 3 prizes on the first day. Understand? Hatrikilo barked. The other men nodded and began pulling additional spears and torches, short sticks wrapped with pine resin-soaked cloth from the packs the aurochs had carried. "Why the torches?" I asked Jandak before we set out. "Fire scares the big bastards, of course. Reckon you can keep up, Kendon?" he asked. I smirked and nodded. We set off at something between a jog and a lope, leaving the other warriors, Krill, and the women to finish setting up the camp. We'd each been issued a pair of thick leather bags that had been heavily waxed. I wasn't entirely sure why, but I'd refrained from asking in order to avoid looking any more ignorant than I was. We ran for a few hours, stopping twice. The first time, Jandak and the rest had checked on me like I was a child. The second time, when they were all red-faced and gasping for breath, I merely grinned and hefted my borrowed spear. After some grumbling and complaints about how unfair the gods were, we'd set off again. I kept my blasphemous opinions on the unfairness of the gods to myself. "What is it, Kos?" I asked, as he waved us all to a stop. I was the only one still breathing comfortably after the long run. Hatrikos glared at me good-naturedly and waved a hand at a depression in the ground. "How can you not smell it?" he muttered. "Great tusk spoor. We should spread out to find other traces to work out their direction."
Jandak and I were left alone as the others took quick drinks from their water skins and began to circle around our location. There was a ripe, earthy smell in the air, and when I investigated the place Hatrikos had pointed, I found what resembled a very large splat of horse muck. It was thick with grass woven through the more moist parts, and smelled like farms back home to me. "What are Erviles?" I asked Jandak, as we tried to watch in every direction at once. He snorted, then spat. It seemed spitting carried some symbolic weight among the Eriskin. "You know the cats were vile cats?" he asked, as his eyes tracked the small shapes of our allies as they ran away from us. "Yeah, bigger and meaner than normal cats," I offered. "Erviles are men, but bigger and meaner. The shortest of them is half as tall as you. The old ones can be 3 times your height," he grimaced. "They aren't to be trifled with, understand? However strong you are, if you see a group of Ervile slavers, you run. Understood?" His voice was harsh. "I understand. So they're giants?" "Aye, and mean as well. Don't take those bastards lightly," he grumbled. "It's like dealing with a child who could rip a wagon apart with his bare hands. No offense, Kendon." I chose not to take offense at being characterized as a child. In many ways, I was like an infant, ignorant of the threats these people grew up aware of. The scouts ran back to us shortly afterwards, and Hatrikend led us to the west as he'd found more evidence of the herd's passing. We ran hard and fast. If we could spot the herd today, we'd be well placed to chase them down tomorrow, perhaps getting one of the 3 kills Krill had claimed Erisk demanded of him. Then we could return to the warmer climes in the south before the tribe moved to their winter pastures. On the horizon, I began to make out the lumbering shapes of huge, hairy things. Sure enough, they were mammoths, cropping the grass with their trunks as they moved along the tree line of the forest. "Not vile mammoths?" I asked as we skidded to a halt, perhaps 50 meters from the herd. There were 10 of the mighty beasts, and they were 3 meters tall at the shoulder. A couple of younger, smaller creatures had been moved into the center of the herd, and some of the larger ones were eyeing us warily, but they didn't seem overly spooked by our presence. "No, these are the normal sort," replied Kos with a laugh. I could only imagine how impressive the vile mammoths would be. As I considered how many souls they might be worth, I felt my inner greed perk up
and rub its hands together. We'd be running the other way if they were vile, Kaz finished.
How do you usually kill them? I asked.
They don't like the fire, said Jandak, as he pulled some tinder and a fireboard from his pack and knelt to begin spinning the rod into the board. So we go in with torches lit to separate one out, then poke it with spears until it bleeds out. It can take a while. That, or we chase them down for a day or so, he muttered. I waved a hand at the torch Jandak had laid out to light, and the tip burst into flames. Black smoke rose up from the pitch-soaked wadding. He snorted, put his kindling and fireboard away, and picked the burning brand up to offer it around to the rest of our small team, who lit their own torches. That's cheating, Kendon, he said with a smile.
While we're here, how about we try and take one? That bull has a bad back leg and should be easy to split off from the rest. The other warriors nodded and moved out to form a line. I wasn't sure what I was meant to be doing. The rest seemed to know instinctively and didn't have to communicate as they swept forward. The herd spooked as we got closer, and they began to run. Great, earth-shaking footsteps rumbled away from us, but we tagged along, never letting them get too far ahead.
Soon enough, the bull with the bad leg was lagging behind somewhat, but this seemed like it would go on for hours. I sped up, sprinting past the others and earning startled yells from a couple of them. I cut between the straggler and the herd, waving my torch above my head and shouting at the top of my lungs.
You fuckers go that way! You're toast, mate! You need to go— Oh, shit!
The bull had spun towards me and swung his tusks in my direction. I'd gotten too close and had to leap backwards, rolling across the grass to avoid his swipe. As I came back to my feet, I checked that the herd behind me was still retreating, and thankfully, they were. I'd successfully separated this monster from his family. Unfortunately, I was left in the uncomfortable position of being dozens of meters ahead of any support, and all alone against a prehistoric mammal that could smash me into paste with one foot. I heard the others calling to me, but my attention was focused entirely on the creature glowering at me from beneath its shaggy eyebrows. I began to sidle to my right, hoping to turn its back to my compatriots, but it stepped sideways to follow me, surprisingly daintily considering its bulk, as it continued to glare at me. I waved the torch in its face, and it backed off slightly. I took my opportunity to blur past the dangerous tusks and stab my spear in its cheek. He reared backwards and slammed his feet down, knocking me sideways into a tumble, but failing to pulverize me. As I came back to my feet, the others arrived, and the monster spun to face them, seeming to forget about me. Not a good move on his part. I threw my spear overarm, launching it with all of my augmented strength, with the singular purpose of making the crude stone tip pierce the thick of the beast's neck. I was aiming for a spot behind the thick plates of the mammoth's skull, and praying that it would lodge in the beast's spine, crippling it.
A strangled trumpeting noise escaped the beast as it collapsed, losing control of its limbs. I staggered backwards a few steps, then approached cautiously. Wild eyes rolled as I looked down on it from up close, and I drew Gedrick's dagger. I pulled the sharp blade across the creature's throat several times, gradually slicing through the thick hide and fat until a crimson spray shot out from the throat. I staggered backwards and fell on my ass. Normalis mastodon slain. 20 souls gathered. Oh, great. Now we need to harvest the bloody thing and drag it back to the fucking camp, snapped Jandak. Brothers, having a Kendon in the party is a pain in the ass. I waved a hand weakly at the others, who grinned at me. There was a glint of respect in their eyes for me as they set about butchering the animal. The skin was cut away into 2 pieces, which were bundled up on themselves so only the fur was facing outwards and tied with cordage to hold them together. They didn't bother gutting the beast properly. Once the skin on the upper side of the body was removed, long sections of meat and fat were cut away
and loaded into the waxed leather sacks we'd carried with us. "You'll need this," said Jandak, as he offered me one of the round stone maces that seemed to be the mark of a warrior in the tribe. I took it and gave him a confused look. I hadn't helped with the butchering, merely carrying the slabs of meat and fat to fill our sacks. "You'll be quicker at breaking the tusks out of the fucking thing's head," he said happily. "Crack on!" I hefted the mace and approached the head. The tusks were 1.5 meters long. The yellowed ivory shone faintly in the sunlight as I tried to figure out the best way to go about my task. "It helps if you hit it really hard," smiled Cause as he sliced away at the fatty meat on the beast's back. "Thanks," I muttered. "Strike the bones behind where the tusk grows," offered Hatrikend. "That's usually the easiest way to loosen them up."
I took his advice. My first blow sent shivers up my arm as the reverberations of the mace slamming into the impossibly thick bones echoed through my limb. 5 more times I struck until the bone finally splintered, and I pulled the first tusk free. I tossed it behind me casually, despite the weight of the thing. I grabbed the other tusk and used the leverage to reposition the head so I could strike the right spot to free it. It only took 3 blows this time, and some careful slicing with my knife to free the second one. "You're fucking carrying them back. Keep the mace, Kendon," said Jandak, as he gave me 2 heavy bags filled with fatty meat and nodded at what looked like 100 kilos of freshly harvested ivory with a toothy smile. Chapter 26. Ervile. I left 2 long furrows in the tundra behind me as we jogged back to our camp. I held the point of a tusk in each hand and dragged the heavy bastards all that way. The bloody and jagged joints where they had joined the mastodon's jawbone skittered and skidded across the grasslands for miles. I also had the 2 bags full of more edible mammoth bits over my shoulders as well. The others had generously chosen to attach the thick rolls of hide to the tusks when they found I could keep up with them despite the weight of the damn things. "Strongest man carries the greatest burden," chuckled Jandak as he tied the bundles of fur halfway down the tusks. "You'll be able to keep up?" he asked more seriously. I shrugged and nodded with a broad grin. The macho warrior culture of the tribe was infectious. It reminded me of my days in the army, and I began to fall into old habits of camaraderie, my decades-old social masking slipping ever further away. "I'm sure I'll manage," I replied with a smile. 10 miles later, I was regretting my flippant attitude, but my pride stopped me from backing down and having them take back the hides. As we proceeded, the ache in my shoulders and back built to the point it felt like a fire running up my spine. After what felt like an eternity, but could only have been a few hours judging from the way the sun had moved across the sky, we finally saw the camp again. The palisade around it was now bristling with sharpened stakes, and the fire inside could only be glimpsed through the shadows cast by the defenses. I wasn't entirely certain what we were prepared to defend against. I couldn't think of any animal that would realistically try to challenge the forest of spikes. When we arrived, the rest of them jogged along relatively happily, but I collapsed to my knees and gasped for breath. The other hunters came over, and one of them offered me a water skin. I took a long drink without thinking and spluttered, spraying liquid across the ground. This was fermented milk, not the water I'd expected. They fell about laughing. "Don't waste it, Kendon. That's the good stuff," chuckled Hermand. "Assholes, why the fuck did you bring that shit out on the hunt?" I muttered, but I stood and took a long drink from the skin anyway. "This might be better for you," offered Jandak as he passed me another skin. After I removed the stopper, I carefully sniffed it to check before trying the contents, and then I took a long drink of actual water to wash down the cloying warmth of the booze. "Thanks," I said. "I think I'm going to go to bed now." I left the tusks where they lay and staggered into the camp proper. I made a beeline for my tent, but Fayella caught my arm as I passed the fire. She didn't say anything, but she offered me a bowl of hot stew as her eyes met mine. I nodded in gratitude and slumped to the ground. As soon as the stew was done, I gave back my bowl, muttered something vaguely polite,
and crawled into my tent. Exhaustion overtook me, and I fell into a deep sleep almost immediately. My dreams were haunted by a giant bronze statue that smiled down at me, then blurred into curved, almond-shaped hazel eyes. I awoke to the usual notifications from some successful traps. Another 17 souls in the bank gave me a faint sense of contentment that went some way to assuage the aches in my muscles. Krill was snoring and farting to one side of me as I quietly slipped out into the chilly pre-dawn air. I exhaled a thick cloud before I took a deep breath and pulled my furs tighter around me. "Here," Hatrakilo said, offering me a steaming cup. The smell of ched filled my nostrils, and I accepted gratefully. "What first, Kendon?" "Ha! Now you're respectful? I guess I'm the novice here and will follow your orders, sir. But if I have a choice, I want to harvest and reset my traps, then go hunting another mastodon."
Mastodon? He rolled the unfamiliar word around his mouth.
"The great tusks. It's what my system calls them. They're similar to creatures that died out a long time ago, where I'm from."
"I am no fool, Mond. We've covered this. I know what you are. And while I don't know where you're from, I know it isn't this Earth."
I locked eyes with him, and he looked away first.
"I won't pry. Perhaps someday you will choose to share more. Go, see to your traps. We could use some meat for breakfast."
"We brought back half a great tusk yesterday," I said in surprise. "That will be smoked and the fat rendered for return to the tribe. We'll be living on other prey while we are here. If you're able to hunt 2 more as quickly as the first, we can be on our way home before Hakuben moves to the winter pastures. That would be ideal in a way. We can settle our debts with him before the winter festivals." I raised an eyebrow at him, fishing for more information about the political machinations in which I was clearly a central party, but currently ignorant of the details.
"Go on,"
he waved again, refusing to elaborate further. If I hadn't opened up to him about my past and my powers, I supposed it was fair that he wouldn't reciprocate. I set out to harvest the rabbits and foxes that had fallen to my traps overnight and reset them for the coming 24 hours. I moved a little deeper into the forest and set a few more than I had yesterday. With a bit of luck, I could increase my souls at a faster rate. 30 souls a day was one level, up to level 29, or a couple more unlocks of Tier 1 magic. The basic powers were weak, but after seeing how much of a difference filling out the rudimentary heal spell had made, I was convinced it would be a worthwhile investment in the long term. The contents of the shop had once again filled me with fury. A simple iron dagger would set me back over 200 souls. While it would be a modest step up over the bronze and stone available to the tribe, it was too much to spend for what amounted to an incremental increase in the effectiveness of my equipment. Unjustifiable. The weak healing potion at Tier 2 had cost 100 souls for a one-shot item. The Tier 3 healing potion costs 200. I cursed the gods for teasing me with items I wanted, but making them so expensive I couldn't accept the price. This was why I'd invested in my healing magic rather than buying potions to heal the women. The resources I invested in improving my magic were something that I would benefit from again and again, rather than just a single time. When I got back to the camp, the Kend was ready to set out. The other hunters had been rotated out, bar Jandak. Hatrikul, Hermune, Hermant, and I set off with empty sacks as Jandak led the way. We moved swiftly, racing back along the twin trails I'd dragged through the grass and muck yesterday with the tusks. I was carrying a pair of spears like the rest, but I wasn't carrying any torches. I'd refused when offered, as I didn't see the point when I could conjure fire with a thought. Being comparatively unburdened, I was pacing Jandak in the lead with very little effort. "How long can you keep up this pace?" he asked as we ran across the seemingly infinite grasslands. "Longer than you, I reckon." I grinned at him and matched his pace as he sped up. We were leaving the others behind slightly, but we were both competitive, and he continued to increase the pace gradually. Soon we could barely see our compatriots behind us, but we didn't stop until we reached the site of yesterday's kill. We skidded to a stop, and Jandak was gasping for breath, whereas I was merely warmed up. "I'm cheating, don't feel bad," I deadpanned.
Fucking Shikrikin bastard, he gasped.
A minute later, he had recovered somewhat and was circling outwards to locate the tracks of the herd.
"They went northwest,"
Jandak called when the rest caught up with us and fell to their knees, gulping down lungfuls of air.
"On your feet. Are you a woman? The herd can't be far."
We left the dead mastodon behind for the ever-circling carrion birds and spread out into the hunting line we had used yesterday. Each man was several meters from the next in a ragged formation as we rushed after our prey. My blood began to sing, adrenaline flowing through me at the thought of another fight against the giant animals. When we sighted the herd, we slowed and approached more cautiously. The animals were clearly somewhat intelligent. Rather than running as they had yesterday, they formed a half-circle, the calves in the center and the largest of the adults facing us with their giant tusks. "I have an idea. I might be able to make this easier with some magic," I told the hunters.
"Kendin for sure,"
muttered Hatrikal.
"What's your plan?"
demanded Hermune. "I can create a line of fire between them. It will only last a short time, but it should allow me to separate a pair of them from the herd. You see the two on their left flank? If flames roared up between them, and the rest of the others would probably flee northeast, and we can complete Krill's quest," I said. 2 large adults were guarding the left flank of the herd, but there was a gap between them and the rest.
"You can do this?"
asked Harmont, and I nodded in confirmation.
"Killing a pair in one attack is not possible."
His voice was firm. "Yesterday was an easy kill for me," I countered. "The worst that can happen is one of them escapes, and we try again tomorrow. Will you trust me, brothers?" Jandak gave me a hard look, but nodded, and the rest followed suit after a moment. If they would let me call them brother, my future in the tribe was secure. "Spread out. Jandak and Mune, go right. When the firewall goes up, move back left and help us with the targets." They nodded at my instructions, but Jandak didn't look happy to be taking orders from a relatively unknown outsider like me. As long as they did as I said, the results should justify my temporary usurpation of his authority over the others. I examined the ground at the mastodon's feet and plotted out the path of the firewall. I could only summon a 1-meter cubed area, but I knew instinctively I could manipulate the shape. So a 10-centimeter wide firewall could be extended much further than a meter. I waited as Jandak and Mune moved to the right, drawing the attention of that side of the herd, while the rest of us moved to the left. Jandak and Mune began yelling and waving their spears, but the nearby beasts merely turned to follow them with their heads. I reached out and spent 20 mana to create a wall of fire, splitting the herd apart. The flames roared up, 6 feet tall, and the herd fractured in shock. The targets surged forward as the orange glow and heat lit up their right-hand sides, rushing towards us. The rest of the herd trumpeted in fear and bolted for the deeper tundra. As the other hunters came together to my right, I moved further left, hoping the beasts would risk the gap between us. They took the apparently safer option and charged forward, tusks swaying viciously and their trunks slamming from side to side. I leapt and rolled, creating some distance as they passed through where I had been standing a moment before. I came to my feet and pivoted as my unnatural strength and reflexes showed their worth. The first spear flew out and struck the nearest mammoth in the neck. It tumbled to the ground and tripped the other beast with its fall, making the bull stumble. The others threw their first spears, pin-cushioning the mastodon I hadn't wounded. I rushed around and plunged my remaining weapon through the still-standing beast's ribs, then leapt back, leaving the wood protruding from its side.
"Great Blue, Kendin," muttered Mune in shock.
"Is there anything you can't kill?" "They're not dead yet," I muttered. I hadn't had a notification, so I sat down to let the tension of the brief fight pass. It hadn't even been a fight. It had been an execution. I shouldn't be this capable. My enemies would be at least as strong as me, unless I got very lucky. I really did need these savages at my back. A few minutes later, I got the notification as the beasts stopped struggling feebly against their wounds. Normalis mastodon, slain ×2. 40 souls gathered. 180 souls in the bank, plus whatever my traps would provide tonight. I was well on my way to gaining back what I spent to save the women, and began contemplating my next spending spree. "I'm not carrying all 4 tusks back. You lazy bastards need to carry some of the weight," I joked, and the others grumbled, but began setting about stripping the bodies of useful materials. An hour later, we were on our way back to the camp. I was dragging 2 tusks behind me, with a bundled-up skin tied to each of them. Each of the others was either dragging a tusk or had a large package of mammoth skin balanced on their shoulders. Due to the extra weight, we took our return more slowly than yesterday, when the warriors had clearly been hazing me. "You can do that firewall whenever you like?" asked Mune, as we dragged our tusks behind the others. "No, it costs me, but I can conjure 10 of them if I'm fully rested." "That's insane," he grunted, as he heaved the tusk into a slightly different hold to ease the strain on his right hand. "How could anyone stand against you?" I didn't like the fervor I could hear in his tone. "Take my head, and I'll be as dead as anyone else. They're tricks. Powerful, maybe, but I'm still just a man." "You need us, then?" he asked softly, glancing across. I stared straight ahead as the realization that he was right fully settled into my bones.
I did need them, or at least I needed loyal supporters, if I was to stand a chance of surviving in this world. I was forced to consider the implications as the hours dragged by. I would need a support network. Back on Earth, I had been able to slip in and out of the vast and impersonal social structures that made life possible there. Does every office worker know the names of the cleaning staff? I didn't need to get close to or actually trust anyone. I could anonymously hire a specialist if I needed one, or disappear into the masses at need. That wouldn't be possible here. Or, if it were, it seemed an inefficient way to approach the problem. Inefficient was synonymous with unprofessional in my mind, and I shifted my thoughts to truly accept that I would need to integrate with these savages and use them to my own ends. As long as it aligned with my code, I wouldn't sacrifice them for no reason, at least. We finally reached our little camp and proudly displayed our prizes. "Bloody hell, boy! This should have taken days, if not weeks," Krill muttered as he examined the tusks, equal to the pair I dragged back yesterday. "Decent size, older adults. How many of the herd were left?" he asked, glancing upwards. "Half a dozen adults and the young," Jandak replied happily as he accepted a skin from Halen. He winked at her, then took a long drink. "Not enough," rumbled a booming voice. It was deeper than any human I'd ever spoken to, and I spun to look behind me. My head craned backwards as I scanned up the body of the massive man. How had this giant snuck up behind us and gone unnoticed? He was 5 meters tall and covered in thick furs. In one hand, he carried a long staff I was convinced was simply a stripped-down tree trunk. "You have stolen from my herds, little ones. Killed my pets. Such a travesty. The injustice sits heavy on my heart. I will let you live only if you make suitable reparations. While I would prefer to simply eat you all, I will be content as long as half of you will become my slaves. This is justice, and you may have a short time to choose among yourselves who will join me," boomed the first Ervile I had the misfortune to meet. Chapter 27. Vile Slayer. The women called out quietly in fear and backed away to the palisade, pressing their backs up against it in a panic. The warriors moved more slowly, spreading themselves out. "Begone, Ervile," called Hatriculo bravely. "We will make payment in something other than flesh." "You don't get to decide that, little one," laughed the giant. "None of you can break my skin, let alone kill me. I can chase you all down without effort. You have my terms. Now choose before my patience runs short."
"Perhaps some fine drink might help salve the injury we have done you?" asked Krill.
"None of that, little one. You couldn't carry enough on your little beasts to slake my thirst. You stunted creatures have no understanding of the brewing arts. Everything you make tastes like piss," replied the monstrous man.
The other warriors had crouched down and hefted their spears over their shoulders. As the giant saw them, he chuckled, a noise like distant thunder.
"I am happy to kill you all, if you prefer. Your females have a refined flavor that I particularly enjoy."
"You're a slaver, then," I called out, moving past the fire and putting myself between the Ervile and the others.
"What's this? A man who seems to object to the laws of the world? How do you arrange the tasks that are beneath you, little one?" he asked, leaning forward to stare at me. He had broad cheeks and a heavy brow, like pictures of Neanderthals I'd seen back home. His face was shadowed by his hood, but I could see bright amber eyes in the darkness, eyes that shone with intelligence and malice. "Do you clean up your own shit?"
"I've been known to. Leave now, and I will forgive this insult," I said firmly. While we talked, I was also assessing how to spend my souls. I was getting tired of having to buy level-ups in emergencies.
Hopefully, I would find time in the near future to spend them without a life-and-death threat looming over me. But I was becoming resigned to this being a motif in my life. I didn't consider more levels. I only had 180 available, but that was enough to let me jump up considerably in magical strength. I spent all my souls to increase the enhancement, size, and mass abilities by 6 levels each. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, 5 meters. Intensity, plus 16%. Fire resistance, plus 2%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Detonation, minus 1 meter cubed, plus 0%. Firewall, area minus 1 meter squared. Affinity, life. Heal, self, 10 HP and 40% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self, 14%, lasts 5 seconds. Resistance, all, 1%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Heal other. Rapid growth, area, 1 meter squared. Affinity, space. Size, range, touch. Intensity, 14%. Mass, range, touch. Intensity, 14%. Area, 1 meter cubed. Optional. Resistance, 2%. I spent 30 mana to activate all 3 of the newly empowered abilities. I grew more than 20 centimeters in height, and my mass increased by 14%. The new strength coming from enhancement cancelled out the effect of these changes as far as I was concerned. I leapt into the air and cast mass and size on the spear in my right hand as it left my fist. It shot forward and plunged through the furs covering the creature's left shoulder. My jump had launched me at his face, and as I soared behind the spear, I pulled Gedric's dagger with my left hand and unhooked the mace I'd been gifted yesterday with my right. I had spent a quarter of my mana to buy myself a decisive opening, hopefully. My left foot brushed the top of the palisade spikes, and I used the brief contact to launch myself even faster at the enemy.
The amber eyes opened wide in shock as the spear struck deep into the joint of his shoulder, but his right hand snaked out, the staff falling forgotten to his side, and snatched me from the air. My hands came down as the gargantuan fingers clenched tight around my chest, and I felt my bones creak. The mace slammed into his wrist, eliciting a snarl from the Ervile. Then the dagger struck between the first joint on his index finger and dug in. I heard the cartilage pop at the same time as the dagger broke, and I pulled back the jagged remains of the blade to strike again. I reeled as he shook me viciously, hearing more than feeling my bones snap. I dropped my dagger, and the mace hung from the leather wrist strap as I lost my grip. A look of confusion passed across the massive face. "Usually your kind bursts when I squeeze. Such fire in you, little one," the giant snarled. "From whence does it come, this desire for death?" His voice had become flat, somehow even deeper at the end, and the pressure increased around my torso as he drew me up to his face to glare down at me. "Fire, you say?" I half groaned, half chuckled. I cast Summon Fire twice, once for each of his eyes, and he screamed, throwing me aside. I tumbled across the ground, every rock and lump digging in and leaving me battered as I skittered over the semi-frozen grass. Health, 56/120. I was more than half dead. I cast Heal on myself twice, another 20 mana gone, and felt my wounds improve. The pain lingered, but my movements seemed to return to normal. Perhaps it was just the adrenaline and fear giving me strength? Health, 76/120. I rose back to my feet as quickly as I could and flipped the mace into my right hand from where it had been dangling loosely. I staggered towards the still wailing giant who was clutching his face with both hands. "Blinded by a whelp. A fucking stunted one. You'll pay," he cried in pain.
Spears flashed across the air and sank into the Ervile's fur, but they didn't seem to bother him. Perhaps the damage to his eyes was enough to blind him to any other damage? I smirked at the unintended pun and cast Heal on myself again, bringing me back to 86 health. I hefted the mace and lunged close to slam it into the side of the monster's knee. I increased the mass of the mace at the same time as I enhanced myself, bringing it down like a hammer on an anvil. 110 mana left. I was savagely confident this fight would work out in my favor, despite my wounds. The bone cracked as the stone head of the mace smacked into the joint with a meaty thunk. The giant squawked, a much higher pitch than before, and collapsed to the ground as his leg gave way. I rolled to the side and moved quickly towards his now grounded head. Once in position, I began smashing the mace into his temples. I had to dodge backwards as he blindly flailed his long arms, but I moved in relentlessly whenever I got a chance to land another hit.
"Cursed might! My clan will hunt you down!" he babbled as I avoided his wild swings and continued to land blows on the thing's skull whenever an opportunity to lunge in presented itself.
"Arrogant fucking lump," I snarled as I boosted the mass of the mace, and it struck the giant's skull so hard the stone head broke into fragments. I snatched up the broken dagger and jumped forward, arcing across his exposed neck, raking what was left of Gedrick's knife across his throat, before tumbling away to land in a pile as one of the flailing arms swept me away.
"Not so chatty now," I grunted, as I sat up in pain.
A puddle of red began to spread around the giant's body that gleamed wetly in the fading sunlight. I sat still, unable to find the energy to rise to my feet at the moment. The thrashing and bubbling noises gradually faded until I received the notification my dazed mind had been waiting for.
Vilis humano slain. 50 souls gathered.
Well, at least they were profitable. I wasn't enthused at the idea of hunting these monstrous people for souls, though. Hatrikilo was the first of my comrades to leave the palisade. He poked the giant with a spear, testing whether it was dead. "He's gone," I groaned. Hatrikilo approached me cautiously, spear aimed at my chest. Betrayal, then? I wondered, looking up at the man. I didn't have it in me to fight anymore at the moment. If he wanted me dead, I was done. The spear swung aside, and he offered me his right hand. I grasped his wrist and levered myself upright. "Vile Slayer," Hatrikilo muttered as I swayed to my feet. "Vile Slayer!" he screamed at the sky, lifting my right hand into the air like I'd won the heavyweight belt. The cry was taken up by the other warriors who swarmed out and surrounded me. I was dazed, battered, and racked by pain. I didn't understand what was going on, and pushed them away from me as they came to slap hands painfully against my back. "He needs rest," snapped a female voice from the edge of the camp. I looked up to find glowing hazel eyes staring at me. "Not yet," I grunted. I had to build a reputation among these people. I'd thought them primitive and savage, and perhaps they were, but there was honor and pride. They were people just like me, and at some point during the day, I had realized that I needed them. I accessed the shop and glared at the screens only I could see. 10 souls went, and a finely crafted leather sack large enough for my purpose appeared at my feet. 5 more souls were gone, and 5 simple sacks of salt appeared next to it. "Give me a knife," I grunted. Krill strode through the warriors, small in comparison but somehow seeming larger than any of them, to hand me his bronze dagger. I weighed it in my hand and looked over at my prize. A reputation is built on trophies. I'd need proof to show the doubters in the rest of the tribe. No matter what my comrades said, some would always doubt if they didn't see proof. I knelt down in the crimson lake that had flowed out from the giant's throat and began to slice. The bronze was sharp, well honed, and in short order I shoved the head away from the body. I waved a hand, and Mune brought over the sack I'd bought. I waved again in annoyance, and Hatrikilo brought over 2 sacks of salt. I tipped them into the sack and shook it to spread them out. I shoved the head, as long as my own torso, into the sack, and then staggered over to pick up the rest of the salt. I poured it over my prize and pulled the bag shut at the top. Heaving it over my shoulder, I staggered under the weight as I passed back through the palisade. It fell to the ground roughly outside my shared tent, and I sagged to the ground with a sigh, leaning back against the gruesome trophy. Looking up, I found the rest had followed me back into the enclosed space. They stared at me with a mixture of expressions illuminated by flickering firelight. Some filled with hope, others with what looked like hero worship, and more than a couple with what was obviously fear. Hazel eyes locked with my own, and all I saw in them was speculation and questions. Time enough for that later. "This is the first," I said, keeping my voice even and hiding my pain as much as possible as I rose back to my feet. I faced them all and shared a strained smile. "There'll be more to come. No one will enslave us while I can fight." I needed these people, and I was confident that this would make them mine. Krill and Hatrikilo's eyes gleamed. They were grinning broadly. The warriors let out a wild cry, a primal challenge to the universe. But my focus was locked on the hazel eyes full of questions. Chapter 28. Half a dozen dogs. I awoke to a string of kill notifications and yet another headache. 21 souls were added to the bank, and flickering lights appeared in my eyes when I tried to focus. I hadn't slept well.
not because of strange dreams or anything God-related, but due to simple aches and pain. I had woken up more than once to a grating feeling in my chest as my ribs realigned themselves. The lingering effects of my heal spell had worked wonders on my broken body in the night, but it hadn't provided any anesthetic. Krill was snoring and farting merrily, so I shuffled past him to carefully lift the flap of our tent and blinked in the early morning light. I needed to harvest the trapped animals, and then my jaw dropped, and I gawped around in surprise. The camp was being quietly disassembled. The stakes of the palisade were gone, presumably added to the long pyre burning atop where the giant had fallen. The warrior's tent was already taken down and packed on an aurochs for travel. A pot bubbled over the fire that had been rekindled while I slept. "What time is it?" I muttered, as I limped over and scooped a bowl of stew from the main pot. "Late for a warrior to rise from his bed, unless the woman is stunningly beautiful," laughed Jandak. "Is Krill that pretty to you?" he joked. "He farts too loudly for my tastes," I smiled back and took a slurp of the stew. "We're heading south then?" I asked. "Time to go and confront Hakubin," Jandak agreed with a grimace. "What are your plans?" he asked, giving me a speculative look. "I don't have any," I replied truthfully. "I assume I need to replace him, but time enough for the details as we walk. We've weeks of travel, and as winter draws in, the path will only get harder," barked Hatrakilo. "Vile Slayer, a word." The tone made it clear this invitation was closer to an order. I patted Jandak on the shoulder and moved over to the older man. "Will I have time to recover my traps before we leave?" I asked.
It would take me the better part of an hour, but the bustle of the camp made it feel like we wouldn't be here that long. "You can get them and catch up. Hermune will wait behind to mask our trail as much as possible," he replied. "Mask our trail?" I asked. "The other Erviles will find the remains eventually. Raiding parties will come south looking for revenge, but that's a problem for next summer. We'll push west when we get back to the plains for a couple of days, then cut back to the east. We won't be lighting fires for those days. Then things will get more comfortable again." "You can eat cold food?" he asked with a faint smile. I nodded in reply. "Good man. Go get your traps. Hermune will guide you along our back trail when you get done." I looked at the aurochs, already burdened with the fruits of our hunt. 3 of them had long tusks strapped on either side. One had the bulbous bag containing the salted giant's head strapped down across its shoulders. The heavy sacks of meat and unrendered fat bulked out the animals that looked noticeably thinner than when we had set out. I emerged from the woods a while later as the sun was fully risen to find the others gone. Hermune sat lazing by the path we had used to traverse the woods. He stood up as I approached. "Kendon, you're well?" he asked. I grunted and tossed him 6 bunnies bound by cordage at the back legs. "Well enough. Let's go," I said gently. We walked quickly through the dappled light of the woods for a couple of hours in silence. I could sense he wanted to speak, but I wasn't interested in pushing him. Eventually, he plucked up the courage. "Kendon, can you teach me?" he asked hesitantly. "Teach you what, Mune?" "To fight like you. To slay Erviles and kill vile cats with a single blow." He mimed a spear throw. I glanced at him walking stolidly beside me. It was hard to gauge the ages of the tribesmen. The weather and harsh lifestyle made them all seem older than perhaps they were. Right now, Moon sounded like a man just out of his teens. "No, I can show you some tricks, but I can't give you my powers." "I don't think I can anyway," I muttered. "Tricks are good, as is uncertainty," he replied cheerfully, picking up a spring in his step. I was sure I had just shot down his optimism, but he seemed to have taken it the opposite way to what I intended. We caught up with the rest around noon.
Jandak had been lagging behind and whistled when he saw us, slowing the rest of the caravan down so we could catch up. We trudged south for days through the increasingly chilly forest. I was being treated differently now. It wasn't reverence. The jokes and put-downs made it clear that I wasn't on that kind of pedestal. But there was a new respect, perhaps tinged by fear, in the way they spoke to me most of the time. The only exceptions were Krill and Jandak. Evening training resumed 3 days into the trek, once I was more or less fully healed. I stopped pulling my punches. If, like Moon, they wanted to learn my style of unarmed fighting, they would have to suffer through the same bruises I'd had back in the day when equally unforgiving taskmasters taught me. When we finally left the forest behind, Hatrikilo called a stop as we stepped out onto the grasslands. The loads on the aurochs were redistributed at his direction, and 2 were left with only minor loads of essentials. The other aurochs grumbled and lowed in complaint as the weight across their backs increased. I had another 207 souls in the bank from my traps and looked forward to each morning and the notifications. I had resisted spending any, undecided between filling out the potential of my magic, gaining more levels, or a mix of both. "Why?" I asked Krill, pointing at the reloaded aurochs. "Jandak and Hermoon will lead a single animal each to lay false trails. It is overly cautious, but Hatrikilo insists.
They will pass further west than us, aiming to lay trails leading towards the Kindak summerlands. The Erviles are crafty bastards. Maybe next summer, when they come looking for revenge, they'll attack our enemies instead?" Krill cackled at the end. "They're leaving us?" I asked, and he nodded in reply. "Ask them to wait a few minutes, please." "Why?" I pulled out the pouch containing the vile bear's teeth that had been given back to me after we left Erasket all those weeks ago. "I want to give them something to help. I'll need 4 pouches." Krill stared at me speculatively for a long moment, before shrugging and bustling off to speak to Hermune and Jandak. They followed him back, and he handed me 4 small leather pouches he had taken from one of the aurochs' packs. "They'll do." I took the pouches and laid them out in front of me as I sat down cross-legged. As I looked up, the 2 warriors crouched down across from me, while Krill lurked in the background. "I recently gained a new ability. I can enchant an item with a spell. I want to give you something to help you as you travel alone." Jandak grinned, and Hermune stared at me with wide eyes. My voice had carried to the rest of the party, and the work stopped as people began to watch what I was doing until Hatrikilo's voice boomed out and they jumped back to work. I took the 2 upper canines of the bear, inches long and yellowed by age. Channeling healing into them, I spent 60 mana to grant each tooth 3 charges of Heal Self. These will give you 3 boosts to your healing. If you get hurt, squeeze them or slam a fist down over them, and you'll heal quickly, sealing significant wounds to stop blood loss. I passed one to each of the men, who looked at them skeptically. "Let me demonstrate with another spell." I needed to dispel their doubts. I picked one of the smaller incisors and enchanted it with a single cast of Summon Fire. "Krill, throw this at that tree?" I asked, passing him the tooth. He grinned and spun to hurl it at a nearby oak that towered over us. When it struck the tree, a fist-sized ball of fire appeared and floated in place for 10 seconds, leaving long scorch marks in the bark. "I need some of these," Krill crowed. "I can't mass-produce them. Each one uses my mana, my magical resource, and I need time to regenerate it. But I will spend that resource to give brave men a chance alone in the wilds." I infused 10 more teeth and split them between 2 pouches. I gave Hermune and Jandak a pouch each. They won't do any great damage, but a fire in something's face or eyes is surprisingly effective. They chuckled as they remembered what I'd done to the Ervile's eyes. "Give me those healing teeth," snapped Krill. He held out a hand expectantly, and the 2 warriors shared a look before reluctantly handing them over.
Krill hurried away to his pack and pulled out some thin lengths of leather. He carefully bound them to create crude necklaces and brought the products back to the gathering. "You're the fangs of the Kenden, boys. Ariesk guides your steps," Krill said solemnly as he hung the necklaces around their necks. The two men grinned at each other and tucked the fangs down the front of their tunics. "Don't get too close to the Kindak lands before you cut the beasts loose," Hatrakilo instructed. "If they are on the move for winter, they'll have outriders covering their flanks. Get a few days out, then hurry back to us. And no fires." Hermune and Jandak nodded to their commander and bowed to me. It felt strange and uncomfortable, but I pushed the feelings aside and smiled at them. "Vile Slayer," the pair said solemnly as I approached to say farewell. I offered them my hand in turn, and they clasped my forearm, shaking it firmly before they set off alone, responding happily to the banter from the other warriors as they disappeared into the plains. We turned to a more southerly course than the pair and set off ourselves.
"They'll not be bringing the aurochs back with them?" I asked Hatrakilo as we fell into a single file. We had to walk that way to reinforce the illusion of the false trails. "No, the beasts will be set loose when they turn back. Tracking an animal is easier than tracking a man who doesn't want to be followed. The Urviles are clever and may see through the distraction, but it will hopefully send them to the wrong tribe at the start," Hatrakilo grunted at me. "How would any trace of our path remain after the winter? I'd think the rain and snow would obscure it, and the new growth would hide the beaten vegetation." I plodded along behind the old warrior, trying to put my feet in the same spots that his had fallen. "The fuckers are clever. I don't know how they do it, but they'll track us down eventually. Some say they have spirits that soar through the air and trace the true path of those who wronged them. It's all superstition, I reckon." Hatrakilo spat off to one side. "There'll be a problem next year either way. The decoys will give us extra time to prepare." "What kind of force will they send after us? Killing one was hard enough," I replied. "The biggest raiding party they've sent against us in the past 10 seasons was 6 of the giant pricks. They killed 50 warriors before they were driven off." "You didn't kill any of them?" I asked in shock. Losing 50 fighters for no kills seemed unlikely. "Our spears did fuck all against them, just like they did when we tried to help you. Barely pierced the furs, let alone the skin," he growled. "We can pester them, hurt them a bit maybe, but kill them? That's beyond normal men." He shot me a look over his shoulder that I couldn't interpret. Hope? Fear? Or anger? It could have been any of those emotions. "Half a dozen dogs can take down a lion if they work together properly," I said as a plan began to form in my mind. As it stood, the tribes were defenseless against these creatures. Their weapons could barely break the giant's skin, let alone wound them. If I wanted dogs who take down this kind of lion, I would have to cheat a little and level the playing field. It would take a lot of work, and I'd be going against the customs of the tribe to an extent, but it seemed like my best chance to make these people into what I needed them to become. My code nudged at me, but the fact that it would greatly benefit the tribes after I was gone sent my conscience back to sleep.
Chapter 29. Not My Sisters. Having 2 leather pouches left, as a result of Krill making necklaces for the healing fangs I had given to Jandak and Hermune, I decided to put them to good use. As we walked on from where we parted ways with our decoys, I stooped to pick up small stones whenever I saw them. I still had the 2 lower bear canines and a dozen or so teeth left, but I would need more materials in the near future. While we trudged along in a single file, I enchanted the 2 fangs with 3 charges of heal apiece and passed them to Krill. He grinned at me toothily after I explained
and attached them to crude leather thongs. He wrapped one around his own left wrist and gave the other to Hatricolo, who grunted in gratitude as he hung it around his neck. We didn't stop as the sun set. We kept moving until dawn before we made camp. Tents were set up, and the women retired to rest. We didn't build a fire. The warriors stretched out on the dew-soaked ground and chewed contentedly on strips of dried meat as they dozed. Hermand led a single aurochs off directly east. "Where's he going?" I asked. I'd been pouring my mana into adding single-use fire spells to stones and didn't have any available to give him a healing charm. "He'll take it out for an hour or two, then head back before we set off. He's laying another, shorter, false trail. Here." Krill passed me 4 long teeth. "Where did you get these?" I asked, as I turned them over in my palm. They were smaller than the vilebear's fangs by a considerable margin, but still enough to be terrifying in a jaw snapping at you. "The Vilecat. Make some more healing amulets. We need to equip all the warriors with them. Hakubin will shit himself when our warriors knit back together after taking injuries and keep on fighting." His old cackle was back in full force. It was good to see him recovered somewhat from the loss of Gedrick, and I smiled in return. "I made these already. I need more pouches."
I passed him what I'd made as we walked. Each pouch contains 15 stones with a summon fire spell enchanted into them. We should share them out. His eyes lit up as he ran a finger through the topmost stones. I winced, half expecting the motion to trigger the bound spells, but the bag didn't burst into fire. "How many per day?" he asked, fixing me with an inquisitive glare. He really did have glaring and cackling down to a perfect form. It was almost professional. The way his beady eyes met mine left me with a certain sense of respect for the old villain. "Each of these spells costs 10 mana to cast or enchant. I have more expensive spells, 20 mana, but I only have 200 total, so for now I'll only be enchanting the lower-level spells." "How do you get more mana? You need more souls?" he asked. And I swear I could watch his thoughts as he began figuring out ways for me to sacrifice animals and possibly people to get stronger. It was slightly frightening that he seemed even more eager than I was to grow my power. "We should lead a winter raid. Perhaps the Kindak." No. They're our bait against the Ervile retribution. "The Halden? They're to the east of us, and with this magic we'd take them easily." "I'm not starting a clan war. We'll need their strength later on," I said, hoping to appeal to his desire to unite the tribes and ride south against the shit-sitters. He nodded sagely. "Wise, very wise, Kendon. I'll have to think about this. Can't you gain more strength now? You must have some souls to spend from the giant and your traps." I had 242, enough to jump to level 30 and unlock the basic versions of my Tier 4 spells, but I'd have very little left to spend on improving my spells. I explained my dilemma and the numbers to him, and he shuffled himself back and forth while he thought. I did not mention unlocking the 4th tier of the shop, or discuss the new metals and materials that might become available when I did. He was too eager to spend my souls already. I tried to say, but he held up a finger and then resumed fidgeting. I shrugged and continued to wonder about the best course of action myself. Levels and stat points, or enhancing my spells. Stat points were powerful, greatly increasing my physical and mental abilities, but without investing in my spells, they weren't very powerful. We sat quietly and ate strips of dried aurochs meat without speaking. "You should have done whatever upgrades you decide on before enchanting these." He waved the bag of fire rocks carelessly in front of my nose, and I winced back slightly, fearing for my eyebrows. "It's not that much of a difference," I interrupted, clasping a hand over the bag and lowering it to the ground between us. "These are still useful. I was already thinking of splitting the souls between levels and upgrades, but mostly spending it on levels. When my magic strength hit 10, I went for healing 5 HP per cast to 10. I think more magic strength, more mana, and if there's anything spare, then I want to get some levels in Firewall. I don't think the enchanted items will let you shape it like I can, but dropping 2-meter-squared patches of fire in front of an animal or enemy charging at you, it would be decisive. I see. I phased him out as I brought up my status screens. 180 souls would get me to level 29. Level 30 would be a step up from the 20 souls per level, so I ruled that out. That would give me 18 stat points to spend. "Oi!" he snarled, snapping his fingers in front of my face. "Your eyes glazed over while I was talking." I came back to the real world and scowled at him. "I'm listening. I'm looking at my status while I listen," I lied.
He harumphed and settled into a grumbling diatribe about the young and their lack of respect, while I zoned out once more and went back to my screens. I didn't want to throw them all into magic, tempting as it might be. Any idea of regretting investing in my body was immediately quashed when the memory of those 3-foot fingers clamping down around my chest and tightening washed through my mind. So, some body points for sure, but mostly magic. I brought my physical strength to 20, nudging my body stat to D-, spent 3 points on more health points, and then 3 each to magical strength and focus, with the remaining 5 on mana, boosting me up to 250. I had 62 souls left. I spent 40 souls to give myself a 3-meter-square firewall spell. My experience shaping it during the second encounter with the mastodons made this extremely useful for me personally. Whether it would be equally versatile when I enchanted it into an item remained to be seen. The worst-case scenario was that it would simply drop a 3-meter square of fire on the ground where the stone landed. Still very powerful, even if it wouldn't be as flexible in the hands of my allies. Spending the last of my souls to increase the intensity of my summon fire spell, and I boosted the detonation of the projectile version to 1.5 meters cubed. I liked the idea of bigger fireballs. Level 29. Primary stats. Body, D-. Mind, E+. Soul, F. Available souls, 72. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 20. Reflexes, 16. Health, 150. Magic strength, 13. Focus, 13. Mana, 250. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, 10 meters. Intensity, plus 16%. Fire resistance, plus 2%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Detonation, 1.5 meters cubed, plus 0%. Firewall. Area, 3 meters squared. Affinity, life heal, self, 10 HEP, and 40% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self, 2%. Duration, 5 seconds. Resistance, all, 1%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Heal other. Rapid growth. Area, 1 meter squared. Affinity. Space. Size. Range. Touch. Intensity. 14%. Mass. Range. Touch. Intensity. 14%. Area. 1 meter cubed. Optional. Resistance. 2%. I explained my decisions to Krill, and he complained in detail about my not spending more on the fire affinity. He was determined to become the biggest customer for my fire spells, and began offering me cattle in exchange for promises to keep him supplied with a certain number of spells each day. "I can't do that, Krill. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're the wizard you always wanted to be.
You're my most trusted advisor, I offered, to try and steer the conversation away from me being trapped into becoming an assembly line, making exploding rocks for the crazy old man. "And don't you forget it," he said sternly. But then he grinned at me. "Well, get on with it. You've got a lot of firestones to make while we walk." I sighed and got on with it. When Hermand returned as the sun was climbing towards its zenith, we picked up and began trudging on, not giving the tired-looking warrior a chance to stop. Krill had given me another pair of pouches before we set off, and I steadily filled one as we walked. In between picking up more stones, I enchanted the rocks I had with Summon Fire and transferred them to the other pouch. As soon as I had a full pouch of enchanted rocks, I passed it to Krill, who shuffled up the line to share them with the warriors. There was a buzz in the air, an atmosphere of anticipation that was tinged with anger. I didn't fully understand it, but the Herm and Hatrick families, whose warriors were present, all seemed to feel that replacing the Haku family was something long deserved, and the violence that it would entail was to be embraced. Now they had this new advantage. Krill didn't seem bothered at all about the end of his dead brother's legacy. Having tied myself to the fates of these sub-tribes, I could only hope I'd done the right thing.
I stared wistfully at the empty grasslands, but trudged along behind them and no longer felt any urge to break for freedom. I needed them. I repeated it over and over again as I plodded along. I didn't like Krill's mad scheme to crown me the warlord of the plains and lead the tribes south, but whatever I was capable of, my competitors would no doubt match. I'd need people I could trust at my back. We stopped at nightfall, not far from one of the small hilltop woods that dotted the plains, and Hatrikos set off with an aurochs to lay another false trail and come back to us during the night. "I'm going to set some traps," I told Hatrikilo, and waved a hand towards the small patch of woodland and the fluffy things I could catch for souls in the night. He grimaced at me. "Perhaps not, Kendin. We should be ready to move on first thing. Hakubin will not linger long in the north. The winds are already cool, and he'll move south early," the big man said thoughtfully. "I'll gather them first thing. I need it to become stronger," I replied. "Let him do it. He needs it," added Krill in a tone that brooked no argument. Hatrikilo turned angry eyes on the wizened old man, but then grunted and nodded. He turned away to organize the warriors, seemingly dismissing me from his thoughts. I trotted away from the camp and began hunting through the bushes for suitable locations to lay my traps. I found a hazel tree in the center of the copse after I had put down a dozen snares in likely spots. It was picture perfect, long, straight branches arching out from the trunk, which was composed of many strands, woven together by the wind and the sun. I broke off the straightest branch I could see and headed back to camp with it. When I returned, I was greeted with a bowl of dried meat and fruit. Fayala had seen me coming and walked out to meet me just outside the hearing of the others with the food. "I want you to do something for me," she said in a husky voice. I glanced back at the others. "No, idiot," she snapped. "I want one of those magic teeth, or will you only equip the menfolk?" I sat down and picked at the bowl as I pulled out the hazel branch and broke it into 3 sections across my knee. "I will not be denied. You need me for Krill's plan to work," she said coldly, staring down at me. I glanced up, but her face was lost in shadows cast by the moons in the sky behind her. I could feel the hazel eyes burning at me, though. I wasn't sure how I needed her exactly, but I was willing to assume the old bastard Krill had plans to marry me into the tribe at some point. As much as she appealed to me, I had no desire to force a political marriage on the poor woman. "There is an alternative," I said. "Sit, please."
She harumphed, but lowered herself gracefully to the ground opposite me. I pulled a flint knife out and trimmed the ends of the sticks I'd made to round them off. It was crude work, but when I was done, I was confident there wouldn't be any chance of splinters. I stripped the bark off the wands, all bar a short length to use as a grip. I enchanted each stick with 3 casts of Heal Other for 60 mana apiece and passed them over to her one at a time, explaining what I'd done. I was now out of mana, and if Krill found out, I would get a hell of a lecture from the shaman. "You can keep yourself and your sisters safe," I said with a tentative smile. "They are not my sisters, but I thank you, Kendon. Will these work on anyone?" she asked, looking up from her prizes to meet my eyes. I nodded. She leaned forward and rested a hand on my knee for a moment, then hurriedly rose to her feet and rushed back to her tent with the hazel rods, calling for Halen and Grable to join her. As she'd turned, the moon had caught her cheeks in silver light, and they had been blushing bright red. I smiled contentedly as I finished my food, sitting alone in the shadows.
Chapter 30. Weakness leaving the body. For the next 3 days, we kept moving southwest without fires when we made our camps. Each time we stopped, either at dawn or at dusk, one of the warriors led an aurochs off alone to lay another false trail, rejoining the main group before we set off again. None of the others complained at the hard pace and lack of proper rest, but I was sure it must be taking a toll, especially on the women. I was starting to feel the strain myself, and I had twice the strength of any of them. I continued to produce enchanted stones as we went, much to Krill's delight. We now had dozens of them packed into a sack on one of our bovine beasts of burden. Unfortunately, my traps became increasingly less effective as the days went by. Whether it was getting too cold for my prey to be active or not, I didn't know. I honestly couldn't recall if rabbits and foxes called a truce to hibernate through the colder months. I had only gathered another 101 souls when Jandak finally rejoined us after a week or more. A cheer went up from Hermand, who had spotted him before the rest of us. A halt was called, and the warriors clapped him on the shoulder as he passed through them, exchanging jokes and greetings as he went. The man had a subtle touch when it came to bonding with people that I couldn't help but respect. He paused when he reached Hatrakilo, who glared at him for a second before they clasped forearms, and Jandak was pulled into a fierce hug. Hatrakilo's eyes were misted with tears as they pulled apart from each other. The older man had whispered something to his bastard son that I couldn't catch, but Jandak nodded firmly and grinned at his father as he pulled away. "Glad you made it," I said as he approached me. He grinned and tossed an empty leather pouch at me. "I need more of these vials, Slayer, if you'd be so kind." He bowed his head mockingly, and I couldn't help but chuckle. "Speak to Krill. He's appointed himself the guardian of the magic stones. But before that, do you have a sling?" I asked. "Of course." He untucked a length of leather from his belt and unwound the sling from his waist. "Why?" he asked. "Try this in it." I carefully passed him a stone enchanted with a firewall spell. I still wasn't sure what was required to set them off. I suspected there was an element of intent. Krill could carelessly manhandle the damn things without burning his hands off, but I wasn't certain he hadn't merely been lucky thus far. Jandak raised an eyebrow as the warriors gathered round in a loose circle, leaving him enough space to spin the sling and build momentum. He put the stone in the pouch and stepped back. A moment later it was whirring around his head, and with a crack, he released, launching the stone off into the plains. "I bet you 8 ons of meat it starts a wildfire," said Hermold, as the stone arced through the air. "Nah, the grass is too wet now. That's a fool's bet," muttered Hatrakos, as the stone disappeared into the waving stalks 100 meters away from us. There was a crump sound that sent a wave through the long grass, and 6-foot-tall walls of fire spread out.
From my perspective, they covered a much larger area than 3 meters squared. At least 10 meters long trails of fire rose up to block my sight of the plains beyond. 10 seconds later they vanished, but the warriors were hooting and yelling, demanding similar stones of their own. I left them to their bragging and banter as I went to investigate the effects of the spell. Krill shuffled along behind me, muttering about no longer having the flexibility and strength to wield a sling properly in his old age. "See here?" I asked as we paced around the crisp lines burned in the grass. "It varies in width and length almost randomly. Thin here, fat there.
I bet if we measured the whole thing and calculated the area, it would be 3 by 3. But it's spread out in a pattern that makes it much bigger. It looks almost fractal," I muttered. "What's fractal?" asked Krill in confusion. "Kind of random." It was the best I could do to explain the concept that I only vaguely understood myself. I made a note to check with Jandak if he'd been thinking about the pattern of the flames, and to perhaps run some more experiments to find out if intent could still shape the wall. As it was, this would be devastating against a squad of men, and even worse if it dropped in front of charging cavalry. "Still, it will work." He turned a toothy smile in my direction, and I replied in kind. It would indeed work. The training was going well with the warriors, and when we made a proper camp that evening, Jandak was reintroduced into the mix. I was teaching them Earth-style close combat, with fists, feet, and knives. I was also forcing them to work in trios, each man watching the other's backs in a melee. I kept switching them out so they didn't get used to each team and making them fight against each other with blunt weapons. When Hermune returned, I'd have enough for 3 teams at a time, and we could begin to work on other tactics. I wanted them to be competent fighters, whoever their wingmen were, and then to integrate multiple groups of 3 into larger units. I'd hated my drill sergeants at the start of my army days, but I'd come to appreciate how their cruel indifference had prepared me, as best they could, for the dangers I would face on the battlefield. This was different. Far less focused on ranged combat, for a start, but I began to work at instilling the idea of hurling magic stones ahead of a charge to disrupt and scare the enemy. Hatricolo watched my efforts with a dour expression each night, and rarely spoke to me beyond what was absolutely necessary.
Krill took joy in sitting on the side and offering unsolicited advice and criticism. He usually wasn't too far off the mark, so I let it slide rather than insisting on proper decorum for training. These weren't modern people. They had different expectations and norms. The training was well received, though, and a few days later, when Hermune finally caught up with us, I could move on to the next phase. Asserting dominance. This would be a delicate task, despite the brutality it involved. I was honing them into weapons, and I needed to make the men understand that I wasn't to be challenged, while at the same time not destroying their newfound confidence in my instruction. These men would be cadre for the next phase. Trainees would become trainers, so I could revolutionize how the Ariskin made war. Jandak had 2 men behind him, 1 to either side, as did Hermald. I walked forward into the no-man's land between us and offered Hatrikos, the leader of the final trio, a canine of his own, enchanted with the Heal Self spell. He nodded and grinned at me. His teammates slapped him on the back. They were already calling Jandak and Hermune Fangs of the Kendin like it was a title, so I figured I'd even the score between the teams. Mune, Jandak, and Kos were the best of them, and I wanted them as my captains. "No weapons. Work together to put me down," I barked, and the 9 men smirked at me. "What if we win?" called Jandak as he shook out his arms. "You'll earn a kiss," came Halen's voice from the fire where the women were watching with Krill and Hatrikilo. The men laughed roughly as Jandak blushed, but he raised his fist to the sky. For my prize, he bellowed, and charged forward at me. His teammates moved in quickly behind him, stepping wide to cover his flanks while the other trios circled swiftly to either side, looking to get behind me. I grinned and rushed to meet him. I spent 10 mana on my enhancement spell and another 10 on my mass power. My head ducked to the side of his outstretched fist, and I watched in seeming slow motion as he went from grinning to startled. Both my hands latched onto his tunic, and I heaved him off his feet. I spun, using his momentum and his body to sweep the legs out from the rest of his trio. I let him go, and he flipped away towards the fire, as Krill and Hatrakilo laughed at the poor bugger's misfortune. Our training sessions had become considerably more violent with the advent of rechargeable healing amulets. As he bowled away from me, I stamped down on the leg of one of his partners stretched out on the ground before me, getting a scream of pain in reply, just as a fist smashed into the side of my skull from the left. I saw stars for a second, and that was all it took. I fought hard, not pulling my punches beyond what was necessary to avoid crippling them. If I went full out with a strength stat of 20, I was confident I would pulverize organs and bones with each blow, so I limited the damage I thought I would do. I still didn't give them an inch unless I felt they earned it. The fight continued, with me meting out savage punishment for any perceived break in formation or style. I ended up taking a vicious kick to my right kidney from an unexpected source while I punched Koss in the face twice and was bowled over as a result, losing my footing for the final time. As I struggled to rise, I found Jandak smiling down at me, blood dripping from his mouth, and as his fist came towards my face, I sent a bloody grin back at him, just before the knuckles smashed into my cheek. When the ringing and the lights went away, I had 3 small squads of loyal fighters picking me up. I shrugged off their hands with a laugh and cast heal on myself a couple of times. The cuts and wounds were sealed, and I straightened up, concealing the lingering pain from my many injuries. Well done. You're my first fangs. You will always lead my troops into battle, I said. I cringed at the sound of my words, expecting them to snicker and tease me, or sneer in disgust. But instead they preened, pride flowing off of them in waves. I noticed Krill nodding and grinning like a crazy man over by the fire. Do any of you need healing? I asked. They all slapped their chests twice, activating their healing trinkets, and returned to upright positions. Their wounds closing, new skin visibly creeping across their injuries as they sighed in relief. You never mentioned it didn't help the pain, complained Cause. Pain makes you stronger, laughed one of the others. But he groaned at the end and put his hands on his knees as he drew deep breaths. I knew a man once who told me that pain is weakness leaving the body, I replied, confident my plagiarism wouldn't be caught in this world. Ha! He was an asshole, laughed Jandak. These things recover their charges. You know that. I didn't. Is it a charge per hour? I asked. That would match my mana regeneration rate and increase the usefulness of the enchanted items considerably. What's an hour? It's 1 charge every quarter of a day or so. I had some injuries catching up with you and found out the hard way, Jandak said. So, a charge is recovered roughly every 3 hours. I cursed their lack of normal timekeeping and the uncertainty it caused. A beast? Asked Hermune. No, Jandak began to reply. Ha! You stumbled while running. You were always a clumsy prick, snorted Hermand. Jandak glared at him, but soon broke out into a grin and shrugged. Think whatever you like, young one, Jandak said with a grim smile. Hermand didn't back down and smirked back in response. The trial broke up, and I was certain I'd achieved my goal. They were confident in their abilities and new tactics. I could refine them over time, making them even more formidable. But even now, I'd bet they could take on twice their numbers in a straight fight without weapons. With magic stones, they'd always be going into fights with an unfair advantage. I smiled savagely as I returned to the fire and sat down to ease the aches from the beating I'd allowed myself to be subjected to. Do you enjoy pain? Asked Faella from across the fire in a soft voice. Of course he does. No Kendon ever shied away from suffering. It's in his blood, said one of the lesser Herm cousins happily. I did not agree, but I smiled slightly, instead of arguing the point with him. No one does, but sometimes it's necessary. It teaches a harsh but valuable lesson, I replied. Her eyes held my own for long seconds before she looked away. Kendon, said Hatrakilo. Can you teach us to fight in larger groups as well? Kendon meant something along the lines of overman of the hunt, or more loosely, the true leader of the hunt, something like that. Most words came through the system's translation power perfectly, but the more esoteric terms required some interpretation on my part. Now I'd been named Kendon, I looked around at the others to assess their reactions. It seemed to have stuck, judging from the nods and smiles. I guessed I'd won old Hatrakilo over as well. Kendon, Vile Slayer, and now Kendon. How many more titles would I accrue as I built a power base to take on my true rivals? I can, but that will be another night. First, I think Jandak needs to claim his prize. A roar went up from the men, and Halen's cheeks glowed bright red in the firelight.
Chapter 31. Break the Prime Directive.
2 more weeks and we arrived at Aresiket, or rather, the site where Aresiket had been. The wagons were gone, and the palisade was missing. The area around was heavily trampled, grass churned into mud in a large blank circle that had been the camp. Huh, he moved early. You think he hopes we're gone? Asked Hatrakilo. I was standing surveying the site from a low rise with the 2 older men in the party. The warriors were spread out around us, a few hundred meters out. Trikilo, you felt the chill. It could be that he was justified, said Krill dubiously. Hatrakilo snorted. You believe that? He asked quietly, turning a harsh look on Krill. The old man shook his head. What is the significance? I asked. I don't know your customs. He has moved a moon too soon. They shouldn't have set off until the middle of the 10th cycle. If he's moved now, he's taking the yearlings with him and will have to cull on the road, or more likely at the winter pasture. Bad fortune, that. The blood infects the grass and brings disease. Hakuben fears the influence we would have if we returned with the tusks Krill set out for, so he ran south early. Why? How does it help him? I asked. I still didn't understand. The tusks are the issue. They are incredibly valuable to the shit-sitters. Every few years, we might bring back a pair of tusks, one mastodon. The Hattrick clan will gain a lot of wealth and respect across the winter if we can trade the ivory for new animals and metal. Hakuben only let us go because it was late in the season. He didn't expect us to return. That, and he was distracted by the horse-fucker's death. Jitik was one of his best fighters, said Krill. Killing those things wasn't that hard? I wondered. Not for you, Shikrikin. Usually we spend days chasing a straggler down till it dies of exhaustion. We don't kill them in a handful of blows, because we are mortal men, fool, Hatrakilo snapped. A fair point, I supposed.
We're ragged and tired. We don't make an impressive sight, I observed to change the topic from their belief that I was a kind of demigod. All our tunics were soiled and tattered. We had all lost weight, although corded muscles had replaced whatever fat we had carried before. Pah! Spoken like a shit-sitter. A day in town and we'd be looking fine, and richer than the main Haku branch plus their allies combined. If you own the herds, you decide who rules. It's the way the world works. Krill spat to one side. So your plan is an economic takeover? I was expecting something more violent. We aren't savages like the Coprigin. Those bastards eat the old king's heart.
slice it into slivers and share it out raw to the warriors of the new king. The old king's warriors are fed to pigs and dogs. Hatrakilo's voice was cold and distant. There'll be some killing, but our traditions serve to maintain the strength of the tribe, not waste it through infighting. Why did we bring the women? I had asked this question often when what I'd come to think of as the command team had our little meetings. Hatrakilo, Krill, and I were the primary members, but periodically the Fangs would attend as well. I approved overall. Junior officers should be privy to the thoughts of senior leadership, but this led to lengthy and rambling impromptu meetings as the warriors bantered with each other and refused to stick to the point. Fayala was pledged to Hakudan. The boy is cruel and spoiled, but it would resolve the differences between the families that have festered for seasons. Hatrik and Haku would be united through Fayala's sons. She was against the idea, naturally. This old rascal convinced me that bringing her and her friends along would allow Hakubin to find another poor girl to fill the role, and he managed to talk my brother into believing it as well, Hatrakilo finally explained.
But why wouldn't he just wait for her to return if it was politically important to bring the families together? I asked.
The boy comes of age soon, and Hakubin was hoping we wouldn't return at all. That would weaken the Hatrik family enough to rob us of our influence. Even if we did return, hunting 3 great tusks ought to have taken weeks or months in the tundra, not a couple of days. We wouldn't have returned before spring, and Hakubin will come of age in the new year. He needs a wife before we get back? Time to find a new wife, Krill replied. He's a fucking kid. He needs toy swords to play with, not a wife, I laughed. He's 13 winters old in the 2nd moon next year. That makes him an adult, and he would have to go on Coriolis. As a noble, his wife is usually pledged before he departs. Did Graben have a wife waiting for him? I asked, and potential regret ran through my mind at the thought of it. I had begun to wish that Graben had not been mortally wounded. In hindsight, I'd begun to think of him as an exemplar of his people who would have been a valuable ally. He did. She's been traveling with us, Hatrakilo replied. Fayala? I wondered aloud, and the older men both cackled nastily. Hatrakilo was learning bad habits from Krill, it seemed, and I suspected they had plans for my love life that left me feeling, at best, awkward. No, dolt. Halen was pledged to him. That girl has a taste for bastards, it seems, Krill cackled. Everything I learned about these people left me more confused. Were Graben and Jandak technically nobles despite being illegitimate? How the hell did it work for the common boys who returned from Coriolis? Did they auction off the women for the raid loot or something? Questions for another time. I couldn't escape the thought that the hazel eyes that haunted me belonged to the obnoxious little prick who'd pelted me with shit while I hung half dead on the end of a wagon. How long until we can catch up? I asked. I needed time to prepare more enchanted items, time to gather more souls and gain more strength, time to train my fangs and turn my warriors into future leaders. I could feel a confluence of events coming that would ripple outwards into my future. There would never be enough time. Mighty Hunter, they have left a road for us to follow, said Krill sarcastically, pointing at the trampled down grass the tribe had left in their wake. The wagons are slow. It will depend on how long ago they departed, but we should be able to rejoin the tribe in a week or so. We should get moving. We're fast, they're slow. We need to catch them before they reach the winter pastures and the traders set out, Hatakilo said. He began calling orders out, his voice echoing across the plains that, in my head, should still house the hustle and bustle of the small, semi-mobile town. Cries and waved spears confirmed he'd been heard, and we began the chase. We moved swiftly during the day, but stopped and made proper camps each night. Each day we started early and didn't stop until the sun was beginning to set. Walking had become the norm for me now. I suspected it would feel strange and uncomfortable to stay in one place for more than a single night. I began to experiment with my enchanted rocks and teeth. Each warrior was issued with a bracelet of 3 animal teeth set equidistantly around a loop of leather. Each tooth had 3 charges of a spell, 1 for size, 1 for mass, and 1 for enhancement. During the evening training sessions, I would sit to one side as the warriors fought each other, learning to use their trinkets effectively and flick pebbles to alter their weight or size unexpectedly. Making them smaller or larger was the hardest for them to master, and watching a man grow or shrink by 14% as he rushed at an enemy, only to stumble and trip over his suddenly longer or shorter legs, caused howls of laughter to echo out into the nights.
I had just plinked Jandak with a stone that made him lighter, and he had barreled into Hamune's team with a yowl of surprise, having thrown himself forward faster than he had thought possible. The women had laughed happily, while Krill cackled madly on the other side of the fire.
"Can you just make his pecker bigger?" called Halin with a throaty laugh. The other warriors grinned and chuckled at the popular fighter's expense. "I think intent has something to do with it. Maybe he can work it out for himself," I called back from where I was overseeing the training. "It only lasts 10 seconds, though." "Whatever will we do with the other 3 seconds, my love?" Halin called out. Fayala slapped Halin on the arm, but her face had gone red from suppressing her laughter. 3 seconds would give us long enough to talk before I fell asleep, called Jandak as he climbed back to his feet. He scowled at me briefly, but quickly broke out into a grin. This sense of belonging was dangerous for me. At least, that's what all my old instincts told me. Moving through the world as an unremarkable, grey man, no friends or connections that could make me vulnerable, had been a vital part of my defences back home. Here, the same approach would leave me weak, easy prey. The necessity of community, of having another spear to watch your back, was a simple fact of life when you existed an inch away from subsistence, becoming starvation. Improving the lot of these people from subsistence to prosperity would have to go at the top of my agenda. I continued to slowly acquire souls each night. As we moved south, despite no noticeable increase in temperature, my nightly harvest crept back up. A week into the chase, I had gained another 123. I was expecting us to see the rumbling wagons ahead of us every time I looked up at this point. 3 more days passed with no sign of the tribe, and we'd seen no sign of any other travelers.
I began to tease Krill about the inaccuracy of his forecast. He became increasingly bad-tempered about it as yet more days ticked by. We were sitting around the campfire after training one evening, perhaps 12 days after we began the chase, and I made some throwaway joke at his skills of precognition. "Fuck's sake, boy, this is no laughing matter," he snapped suddenly. The quiet banter around the fire faded away. Jandak looked up from where he had Halin sitting on his knees and shot a dark look at the old man. "So they set off earlier? How much can it matter?" I asked. "Boy, you've settled into our ways well so far, but you're ignorant of so much. If we don't catch them before they set up for winter, they'll send out the traders to the south. We won't be able to sell the ivory to the shit-sitters, and the whole bloody plan goes to blood and gore," he barked harshly. "We could make our own caravan? We're a strong force for our numbers. Couldn't the Huttrick Patriarch support us?" I asked. "There are only so many chits," said Huttricilo with a shrug. "Chits? Eh?" "Tokens that grant you access to the border town markets, and the king controls them. Shit-sitters don't let nomads in without chits, and they only issue a handful of them," called Jandak from across the fire. He whispered something into Halin's ear, and she giggled like a schoolgirl. "We could make our own? Forgeries must be easy enough. This kind of passport must be almost impossible to control among such primitive peoples. It's cast in bronze, the size of your palm and intricately carved. We can't make them.
Our tribe has 3. Most have only 1, if that. Hakubin will send them out as soon as they make camp, just so that if we catch up, we cannot trade outside of the tribes, said Krill. Technology, or lack thereof, itself made this system workable? Why not? I asked, looking for confirmation of my suspicions.
Our only smith is a half-blind, half-mad cripple in the Jagan tribe, and he can make crude blades when he has the materials, but that's about it. We do not work metal. We don't know how. And Sulk isn't sharing his secrets, said Hermoon sadly. Sulk is the smith? They nodded. So we trade the ivory within the tribes instead, I concluded. They aren't wealthy enough. They won't part with more than a fraction of their herds at any one time, and the ivory is worth much more than that. We should be looking to arm our fighters with bronze weapons, daggers and spears, and maybe even some proper armor. But if we miss the traders setting off, we're fucked until next year. I checked my souls. The last few days had helped, and I was now up to 312 in total. Not quite enough to purchase the equipment for a proper smithy setup, but I wasn't too far away from the basics I would need. I had some experience from back home, mostly using recycled metal and a small gas-fueled forge to let me make various simple weapons and machine parts for different projects I'd dabbled in. I might be able to help there. I look forward to meeting Sulk, the smith of the Jagan tribe, I said with a grin. The others looked confused, except for Krill, who cackled loudly, his good humor restored, earning a few strange looks from the others. After the magic and training, the rest didn't share any doubts they might have had out loud. I had a feeling it would soon be time to break the Prime Directive.
Chapter 32.
What's the point?
When we finally caught up with the rest of the tribe, we were even more ragged and worn out. It had been another couple of weeks. Krill and Hatrikilo had become increasingly surly and waspish as the time dragged by. The fragile mood had filtered down to my now highly competent warriors, and the banter had fallen by the wayside a few days ago. Conversations had become abrupt and efficient, with little fun or optimism. We had crested a hill, and I'd stopped dead in my tracks as I saw the new camp. Where before there had been maybe 60 wagons and 250 yurts, I now saw a couple of 100 wagons arranged in a much larger circle, and I couldn't count the tents occupying the enclosed space. "See them?" asked Hatrikilo, pointing at 3 wagons outside the encampment. "One of those is ours. Thank Erisk, the traders haven't left yet." "Agreed. We need to get down there before Hakubin can send them off. The bastard must have moved south just a couple of days after we went north," added Krill. "How are there so many of them?" I asked in wonder. Eriskit was a central camp. That wasn't all our people, offered Hatrikilo. "How many did you think we numbered?" he asked. 4, maybe 500, including women and children, I replied. "Ha! There are thousands of us. Half my family was out in the more remote grazing lands. Did you think that was all we had? The warriors who came with us? I assumed it was a sizable fraction of your family's adult men," I said honestly. "I hadn't imagined there could be so many of these people." "Hardly," Hatrikilo grunted. "Here," Krill said, as he passed me a length of cloth. "Bind the mark again. You can't go flashing that about until we're ready." I began winding the cloth around my upper left arm to hide the tattoo I'd received from Erisk. "Won't the others talk? What's the point?" I said as I worked. "They won't tell a soul."
"They're your men now," said Hatrikilo with a trace of annoyance. "I need to talk to my apprentice," said Krill, dragging me away from the old fighter. Hatrikilo scowled, but turned to call the flankers in. As far as I could tell from his tone and staccato orders, he was anticipating some friction as we approached the main tribe.
How many? Krill demanded with a grin. I knew what he meant. Souls? 515. I need most of them for smithing equipment, I replied. The last days of travel had been increasingly profitable. No, you don't. The traders haven't left. You'll be going along with the hat-trick wagon, so you can spend them now. You'll need all the power you can get, and I want better stones. Krill grinned at me. I haven't thought about it much. I've been saving them up. If we can get access to proper smiths, it would be better. I can't enchant shop-bought items. Oh, you haven't thought about it much, Krill mocked. Boy, you've been scowling every chance you get, except when you know Fayala is watching you. Then you try to look all heroic, he chortled. I'd bet you half a dozen bronze spearheads you were scowling just now because you were thinking about spending souls rather than saving them. He wasn't entirely wrong, although I was confident my expression hadn't changed whenever hazel eyes were pointed my way. I had spent a lot of time imagining what I'd do with the bounty of the last few weeks. It felt ironic. I had to kill to gain souls and power, but I was largely doing it passively at the moment. It felt almost lazy, and the professional in me was considering ways to become more active. Maybe a hunt? A war would net you more, Krill chuckled, as though he could read my mind. Slit a few hundred prisoners' throats, and no one will be able to stop you. I've seen your sort before, boy. Potential, limited by circumstance. They weren't Shikrikin, though. All right, witch, get out of my mind.
I smiled at him, despite my concerns about how right he had been, and he cackled in response. Get some boosts while we walk down to the welcome party, he said. While we'd talked, a group of riders had swarmed out of the camp, perhaps 30 of them, and they were galloping towards us. I didn't have long to make my choices. The others all noticed when I spent souls. They didn't know exactly what it was, but they sensed the change somehow. And I had no desire to draw any more attention than Krill and Tricolo had already planned for me to get. Krill wasn't wrong, and it didn't take me long to spend a chunk of souls. Level 35, primary stats, body, D, mind, D, soul, F. Available souls, 75. Secondary stats, physical strength, 20. Reflexes, 20. Health, 150. Magic strength, 20. Focus, 13. Mana, 250. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, 5 meters. Intensity, plus 6%. Fire resistance, plus 2%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Detonation, 1.5 meters cubed, plus 0%. Firewall, area, 3 meters squared, lasts 10 seconds. Barrier, 20 HP. Fire spirit, duration, 10 seconds. Affinity, life heal, self, 15 HP and 48% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self, 26%. Resistance, all, 1%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Heal other. Rapid growth, area, 1 meter squared. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Enhance other. Shapeshift, minor. Duration, 10 seconds. Affinity, space. Size, range, touch. Intensity, 14%. Mass, range, touch. Intensity, 14%. Area, 1 meter cubed, optional. Lasts 10 seconds. Resistance, 2%. Pocket dimension, 0.5 meters cubed. Spatial tear, 1 meter range.
I put 7 stat points into magical strength and was pleased to notice that the health points per cast on heal grew to 15, and the duration of my other abilities had increased to 10 seconds. I was now officially rated as a D-class entity, bar the soul stat that appeared to operate more like a credit rating than a meaningful measure of my power. It would be useful to know if one of my opponents had a large reserve of souls they could spend to buy more power or items if I gave them the chance. Not that I would give them the opportunity when the time came. A wealth of new opportunities had opened up. Would my Enhance Other spell stack with someone using a trinket to enhance themselves? Could I stack trinkets to massively boost my own strength? I probably should have considered that possibility before now. The barrier and summon fire spirit spells from the fire tree were both interesting. They were each 40 mana when I checked. The mana cost was becoming annoying. More teeth and stones would be needed in my near future as well. That, and the time needed to recover my mana, were now my major limiting factors.
I had not imagined I would spend my time setting traps to kill rabbits to level, and then waiting impatiently for my mana to recover when I arrived in this world. When that bitch had stuck the green knife in my heart, I hadn't had terribly high expectations for my future. But this was not what had flashed through my brain. The new spells in the life and space trees were interesting, but I didn't have time to experiment. I had 75 souls held in reserve, and a gaggle of cavalry charging my position to stop me from playing around. I drew myself up as Krill, and I moved back to the rest of the group, and we waited for 30 seconds or so as the gallopers closed in on us. I fought down my disappointment that the shapeshift spell had such a short duration. Increasing it was expensive in souls, but I could boost it up to something vaguely useful in due course. Fucking magic. Watching cavalry rush towards you is unnerving, even if it's only 20-odd riders, even if they are only what we would consider light cavalry on ponies back on Earth. The mass of the animals and the leveled spears can't help but weaken even the strongest bowels. We had come together, and the riders streamed around us a couple of times before they came to a halt in a line between us and the camp. "Name," called a rider from the center of the pack. "You know us, Jet Clan. Don't be an ass. Hatrikilo, brother of Hatrikan. We are back from our hunt," called the big man. Without orders, 2 of the riders peeled away and rushed back to the camp. "You failed, then," sneered the captain who had spoken before. "Hardly," said Jandak cheerfully as he pulled the line of aurochs forwards and led them to the side so the tusks were visible. "The king will greet you as you approach." "Aresk must have blessed you," the captain called as he wheeled his pony around, and the horseman moved quickly back to the camp. "Was that a threat?" I asked. "Yep." "Don't worry. Hermuna has already slipped into the camp, so when Hakubin rides out, the Herm and Hatrik clans will be following him." Krill grinned at the thought of humiliating his nephew. "How the hell did he get in there already?" I wondered as the camp stirred to action like a beehive hit by a stone as the pair of riders vanished inside. "He was leading the way today. They all had orders to get inside and reach out to our friends as soon as they saw the camp," said Hatrakilo. As we tramped tiredly down the slope to reach the camp, Krill gestured for me to stay in the midst of our little party, so I dropped back. I ended up walking beside Feala, who shot me a worried look before locking her face into a stoic expression. Another group left the camp, more riders and a gaggle of infantry, plus what appeared to be a royal party in the center. The bright red tunics marked out the 3 members of the royal family that I was aware of. Behind them, and apparently much to their displeasure, a larger group of infantry, perhaps civilians, but none of the men of the tribe were incapable of fighting, spilled out of the palisade and followed in their wake. The main group kept turning and sending members back to yell and wave their arms at their tails, who cheerfully ignored the orders to return to the camp.
The riders spread out once more to partially surround us. With the tricks our fighters had available, let alone the firewall stones I could see Krill juggling to one side, I was confident that even if they attacked, we'd be the victors. I had faded into the background, as far as possible, to stand at the rear, but I was tense and ready to pass through my friends and take the lead formation single-handedly. Friends. It felt uncomfortable, but the word rang true in my mind when I considered my traveling companions. So many weeks on the road together had forged us into something approaching a family.
The bright red tunics moved through the footmen as the riders spread out to completely encircle us. I was tense as I watched the ponies moving to our rear, and they passed out of my peripheral vision.
"Hail, uncle! Hail, Hatrakilo! You return triumphant!" called Hakuben as he closed the distance, half a dozen warriors escorting him.
"Nephew, Aresk has truly blessed us. 6 tusks to take to the traders," Krill answered smugly as he stepped forward.
"You lost a third of your aurochs, uncle. Most careless." Hakuben smirked as he embraced Krill. Hatrakilo was standing just behind Krill, and I was now familiar enough with the man to see the hidden tension in his stance. Violence was a real possibility in the next few seconds. As Hakuben stepped back, I watched Hatrakilo's back relax slightly, and I breathed out slowly, releasing my own tension a little. I hadn't even noticed it building up. "Not lost, my noble king. Sacrificed to lead the Ervile retribution away from our summer pastures," Krill announced loudly. Hakuben's warriors either flinched or snorted. I noted the ones that flinched and tried to fix their faces in my memory. Those were the more intelligent members of Hakuben's followers. "The Erviles?" asked Hakuben sharply. "Jandak, bring the trophy!" called Krill happily. Jandak must have been expecting the request, as he quickly freed the thick leather sack and heaved it over to the meeting. As he arrived, he spilled the contents out at Hakuben's feet. A partially dehydrated, partially rotten head of a giant rolled out, and Hakuben danced backwards with a retching sound. His hand flew to his mouth, and he turned away. Hakuben ran forwards, escaping the hand of his mother, and kicked at the evidence of decapitation. "I want it mounted on a spear outside my wagon," the boy announced, before his mother could move forward and drag him away from my grisly trophy. "You slew one of the giants?" demanded Hakuben as he turned back. All the fake warmth was gone from his voice. "And you came back to the tribe," he finished in a snarl. "Of course, cousin," said Hatrakilo. "We've nothing to fear from the Erviles while the Vile Slayer is among us." "And who the fuck brought this doom down on our people? Which of you, you inbred horsefuckers, managed to kill a giant? And why didn't you walk alone into the north to spare the rest of us?" Hakuben demanded. Krill turned to me with a grin, and I desperately wished to be anywhere other than where I was. Fayala moved backwards and bowed her head slightly. In the process, she somehow shoved me forward and I stumbled. A hand caught one of the tusks where it was tied to an aurochs, and I steadied myself. I really wished that I'd been briefed on this part of our return to the tribe. A happy cry went up from the Hattrick and Herm infantry that had surrounded the royal party, making them flinch as my cheeks flushed red, and I tried to work out what the hell I should say. Hakuben saved me the trouble of stumbling through an improvised speech. As I arrived next to Hatrakilo and drew myself up to my full height, the king scowled, then burst into laughter. "Jitan, kill this slave for me. We can leave his corpse on the plains for the giants to find," he called, and the widest member of the tribe I'd yet seen stepped forward. He was almost as broad as he was tall, and his arms were thick with muscle. "Jitan is Jedik's brother?" I quietly asked Hatrakilo, who nodded. "He's as much of a dick?" Another nod. Well, that settled my conscience at least. The deceptively squat man wore a tunic adorned with small squares of bronze that shimmered as he threw his cloak back off his shoulders.
A spear swept around, and in the process, the leather covering on the blade flew to one side, revealing the burnished orange head of the weapon. "Do I get to keep his shit if I win?" I finished. "Only if he's dead," Hatrakilo replied, stepping to the side to give me space.
Jitan spun the spear up onto his shoulder, point aimed in my direction, and in a fluid motion hurled it at my face.
Chapter 33.
We're all pawns. I hadn't yet come to grips with my D-tier reflexes, but they kicked in without me having to reach for them. My left hand snapped up and latched onto the shaft of the spear 2 inches behind the metal head. The point stopped an inch from my eyes. I ignored the gasps and muttered conversations that spread out like a ripple around me. I shifted my grip, spinning the spear around and burying the tip in the dirt to my side. Throwing your best weapon at the start is fucking stupid. Now I have the advantage of range and leverage. Not that I need it, I rumbled in my most menacing tone. I felt like a child playing the strongman, like a teenager who starts fights on the street to show off to their friends. It went against every habit I'd built over the years. You don't brag, simply kill them and disappear. However, I'd sensed the need for some drama to put the king in his place, and did my best to pretend I wasn't feeling utterly embarrassed. "I'll leave this here till we're done." I waved a hand at the spear impaled in the turf. Jitan grimaced and rushed at me, pulling a bronze knife from his back. It was more of a short sword. The leaf-shaped blade was the largest piece of metal I'd seen any Ariskin carry. So this was Hakubin's champion? Time seemed to slow as he crossed the distance. I pulled out an unenchanted stone with my left hand and flicked the pebble into the man's face. He flinched and dodged the distraction, but it threw his strike off. I leaned back slightly as the burnished blade passed across where my throat had been. My left hand lashed out in a short jab as my body came back to upright. The rough edges of the metal rectangles stitched into his clothes cut into my knuckles a little, but I ignored the pain. I felt his body crumple around my blow, and he was thrown backwards. Credit where it's due, the man rolled back to his feet quickly and spat in my direction. I smiled mockingly at him, and he snarled in response. But he approached much more carefully this time. The sword was more of a dagger by my standards, perhaps the length of my forearm. However, it was held in a good forward position, ready to slash or stab, and I had to respect the threat. As he crept closer, I settled into one of the knife-fighting stances I'd been drilling into my warriors. "He's using the crouching strike pose," said Jandak from behind me. The warriors had been giving names to the moves that I taught them because I didn't know the originals from Earth. "I bet the Erkendine guts him in 4 moves. A couple of the others took him up on the bet, offering their cuts from the ivory as stakes on how many moves I'd need to kill this man. I ignored them and waited patiently, legs spread, arms held close to my chest. "Draw your knife," barked Jitan as he crept closer. "There's no honor in killing a slave, but there's less in killing an unarmed one." "You think you'll win this?" I asked, genuinely confused. I'd caught his bloody spear in flight, for God's sake. These people had guts, even if they lacked common sense. He didn't answer. Instead, he slipped his lead foot forward and shifted his weight to it. His rear hand swung for me as he pivoted to bring his rear leg through, revealing a more commonplace flint knife in his offhand that thrust at my core. My right hand slapped his arm away hard enough that the stone blade slipped from his grasp and spun away. My weight shifted to my back leg, and I lashed out with a stop kick to the knee of his rear leg as it was moving towards me. There was a satisfying crack as my foot connected. This shifted his momentum again and threw him off balance. Before he could recover, my own offhand had flicked out to smash into his cheek and send him tumbling away from me again, his bronze knife scoring a thin line down the outside of my forearm in exchange. "That's one," called Hermune. Aurochs, shit.
That was 2. The block and the counter aren't one fucking move, you buffoon. I can see why your fang always loses. You're too slow to grasp the finer movements, replied Hatrikos. He's got 2 more moves. Technically, it was 3, but I'm happy to agree to 2 moves left, said Jandak contentedly, not bothering to argue the point. The fact that my warriors had no doubts about my victory filled me with a strange sense of warmth. They truly had bonded to me as some kind of leader, awkward as it felt. The responsibility sat heavily on my shoulders, but I was confident these men would follow me wherever the hunt for my targets led me. My new reflexes left me incredibly overpowered against a single human opponent. I wasn't playing with Jatan, but neither was I taking the challenge very seriously. His movements, fluid and fast as they might be to one of the others, looked like a fly trying to crawl across honey to me. Well, perhaps not that slow, but instead of moving so fast, you might blink and miss a stroke. It was like watching someone fighting underwater. Surrender and live. I get to keep the spear, I offered Jatan as he recovered and cautiously tested his left leg. He winced as something ground against bone when he put weight on it. He glared up at me and spat once again. If I were going to change these people, and I suspected I was, I decided to work on getting them to do something other than spit when they got pissed off. It was a tell, if nothing else. Jatan advanced slowly. He didn't swipe his blade back and forth to try and drive me back. He held it rock steady at his hip. I was certain the tip was aimed at my groin, and I briefly wished for an armored loincloth. As he crept closer, the sweat and pain on his face became obvious. Once he felt he was close enough, he made his move. It wasn't good enough. The long dagger stabbed forward for my guts, but my left hand snatched his wrist as it crawled towards me through the air. At the same time, my right hand shot forward and grasped his left bicep. My weight shifted as my right arm strained to lift the man upwards, and my left guided his blade to his own throat. The leaf of razor-sharp bronze stabbed upwards beneath his chin, and the tip drove through the relatively thin bone that lined the base of his skull. A gush of blood sprayed out, painting me a brighter crimson than the king. We finished in a tableau, my left hand holding his own fist under his jaw, and my right suspending his body by the man's left arm. I released my grip, and Jatan fell to a heap at my feet. I looked up, and the king blanched, backing away slightly. I could only imagine what I looked like, fresh arterial blood smeared across my face and covering my tunic. It was unprofessional to have nicked the artery with that move, but it illustrated my point to Hakabin, just as it had painted me red. Normalis humanos slain, 10 souls gathered. The king drew a breath, no doubt to order the rest of his men to attack, but Jandak interrupted him. 3 moves. That's a 6th share from each of you, the swarthy man laughed. Halen, I'll buy you some wine when we reach Gethanal. I bent down and pulled Jatan's blade from his own brain. I swiped it in the grass and held it loosely in my hand. Hakabin glared at me, but closed his mouth slowly. To the victor the spoils, he announced loudly. Your master will appreciate the weight of bronze you've won, slave. Krill, take your loot. Jatan will be buried tomorrow with full honors. Most gracious king, I thank you. We will set off for the shit-sitters at noon. Lots of ivory to trade, called Krill as he came up beside me. He pulled me back slightly and whispered, Not yet, in my ear. Hatrikos, please remove poor Jatan's armor and bring it to my tent, he called, in the wheezy voice he adopted around the king. Of course, dreamer, Kaz said, with a self-satisfied tone in his voice.
He'd lost the bet, but the end result of the fight was more than enough to offset the annoyance.
You'll have to take your slave north again in spring.
I won't have him bring down the giant's wrath on my people, said Hakobin. But for now, welcome home, uncle, and the mighty warriors of Herm and Hatrick. Hakobin backed away, then spun and headed towards the new camp. The mob of Herm and Hatrick people at the rear parted to let the royal party through. The horsemen peeled away and galloped back to camp, bar a pair of troopers who waited while Kos removed the bronze hauberk Titan had worn. "But I want the head!" snapped a boyish voice loudly, and a woman's tones tried to shush him. "Wait!" I called out. I grabbed the giant's head by the remains of its hair and strode forward. That the weight of the thing didn't slow me down was noted in the eyes of the royal warriors. "Here, boy. Take it with my blessing," I called, and tossed it across the last few meters so it bounced at the young man's feet. His face went pale, but then he began barking orders to warriors twice his size. After a hissed argument, Hakobin threw up his arms and stalked away. The head was collected and carried by a pair of infantrymen, trailing behind the three in bright red tunics. My loot was tied onto an aurochs, while the horsemen gathered up Titan's corpse and walked it back to town across a pony's haunches. We waited for them to set off before we began to follow. My warriors moved out into the gathered tribe, leaving Jandak and I to guide the now skinny aurochs down towards the gate in the palisade. My troops moved among their kinsmen, laughing, joking, and bragging. I caught snatches of conversation that tended to revolve around great days ahead for the tribe and exaggerated retellings of our adventures, where whichever warrior was speaking was the hero. I smiled to myself as I slipped the bronze knife into the sheath I'd taken from the body and attached it to my belt. "Boy."
Hatriculo's voice was cold as he approached me.
Triculo? I replied. If he wanted to call me boy, then I'd use the familiar form of his name without permission. It was the first time I'd done so with the older man. He snorted a laugh. "Here." He passed me a stone mace. "You broke your last one. Now you're a man." "Not a slave?" I asked, as I hung the heavy weight from the hook that all Eriskin belts had for the purpose. "Not a slave. You're a free man of my family. My brother will approve my decision," he said dryly. His own belt currently lacked a mace, and I felt a surge of gratitude. "So this loot is mine?" I asked, grinning as I pointed at Jatan's armor and weapons. "Could any of us take it from you?" he asked, slightly bitterly. "You're the gust that leads the storm, aren't you? The strong wind, stronger than the wind behind you, that heralds change." "It will be a change for the good, Hatriculo," I promised. "I can lift the Eriskin up. I won't do it out of kindness. You are worthy people, if a little rough around the edges, but I'm not the only Shikrikin on Earth right now. My enemies can do everything I can, and I'll need good men at my back. Men to lead my forces where that is necessary, a tribe to give me refuge when I need it. We won't be pawns in the games of the gods," Hatriculo snapped. "I'd try to kill you before I let you sacrifice us to divine games." This sense of duty to his family and tribe was part of what forced me to like this grumpy old man. I had some lieutenants and a witch doctor already. I needed a general. "We're all pawns to the likes of the gods, Triculo. It's like an ant complaining about the anteater. I won't spill any blood I don't have to, and together we can teach your people to fight clever, not hard." He gave me a serious stare for a moment, then grinned at me and winked. "I like the sound of that," he chuckled, as we continued down into a town whose king wanted me dead. For some reason, I wasn't too concerned about the threat. Hakobin's time was coming soon enough. The outdoor stable area was much larger than I'd seen at Ereskit in the north. Hundreds of sturdy ponies filled the enclosed paddock. We made our way through the encampment, my fangs orbiting around me to keep everyone back.
The story of the fight had spread quickly. Krill's strangely familiar tent appeared to one side, and the old man, Tranquilo, and I ducked inside. "We'll remain on watch tonight," said Jandak as I moved past him. "Don't worry about a knife in the dark." I nodded gratefully to him and stepped inside. Krill built a pile of kindling and carefully threw a stone into the middle of it to light the central fire. The orange light flickered up and threw comforting shadows across the chests and shelves. "You leave again tomorrow," said Hakrakilo simply. "Can't stay here with that much wealth. Hakubin will contrive some way to steal it if we linger," muttered Krill as he examined the layout of his goods on the shelves. He grunted in satisfaction after checking the contents of several pots and pouches. "Your people did well when they moved my things." "Gethanol is the best choice," rumbled Hakrakilo as Krill began making ched. "What's it like?" I asked. "Shit-sitters are all the same. We should stay in the hat-trick part of the camp tonight. No wandering about looking for booze, dreamer," Hakrakilo ordered firmly. Krill gave him a sneering look as he tossed a pair of enchanted stones in one hand, but nodded reluctantly before bending to see to the tea. "No point tempting fate," Krill muttered as he poured hot water into a pot full of bitter leaves.
Chapter 34. Nothing for ale and food. "You understand the plans?" I asked Krill as we walked towards the Hattrick trade wagon. The other families had set off earlier in the morning, but I had had many things to discuss with Krill and Tricolo before I could set out with the Hattrick caravan. I had been sad to learn I'd be leaving the pair behind, but Hatrikos was staying back with his warriors to keep them safe and start training the rest of their men in the new techniques I'd drilled into my fangs. How many times must I say I understand? I've studied in the great cities of the south. Yes, I fucking understand, grumbled Krill. Tricolo was at a meeting with his brother to pitch the new training regime and the proposed chariots to his brother. The weight of his mace swung heavily on my hip. "The prototype will be done before you return. It would be better with metal rims on the wheels, but if you use wet rawhide, it will shrink and bind the wood well enough. It just won't last as long," I replied, as I jumped up and caught the lip of the wagon. I flexed and lifted my head over the edge to peer inside. Why did they make their wagons so damn big when they were all so short? Inside, I saw the 6 tusks laid out neatly to one side. Clay jars full of the rendered mammoth fat, to be used as lamp oil by the city dwellers, lined the opposite side to balance the weight. The rest of it was filled with sacks of herbs and hides to sell to the shit-sitters in exchange for metal products and luxury items. I was optimistic this would be a bumper haul for the families I'd tied myself to, as well as resulting in considerable personal wealth for yours truly. I dropped back down and grinned at Krill. "I know how rawhide works as well," he muttered. "Take care, Mond. The city folk at Gethanel are poor imitations of their cousins to the south, but they'll see you as a nomad and treat you like one of us. It will be nice to be in a city again, Krill. I'm good at blending in there." "It's not a city, lad. It's a provincial shithole. You'll still tower over everyone and stick out like an upright prick at a wedding, boy. Jandak has done this before. I've told him to stick close to you." "Who's got the token?" I asked. "Hatrikandos is the official trader," Krill replied. "Trikilo has had a word with him. He knows enough to do as he's told." I smiled. This was shaping up to be an excellent little adventure. I'd get rich, get some medals, and finally get to see how the more civilized people of Earth lived. I held out a hand, and Krill took it in a warrior's clasp, gripping my forearm. "Take care, old man. I've got plans for you." I smiled. He snorted and released my arm. "Don't fucking die, Mond. The trader's truce holds, but not all of us come back from the cities. I want more magic stones as well. Don't scrimp at crafting them while on the road." He smirked to take the sting out of his words, and I nodded solemnly. "Until next time," I said,
and he nodded before spinning on his heel to bark insults at the rest of our escorts as he walked back towards town. "He's always been like that. Don't take it personally," said Jandak as he came round the corner of the wagon. "There's someone else waiting to say farewell." He beckoned me over, and around the corner of the wagon, I found 3 robed and hooded women. I knew who they were from the hazel rods tucked into their belts. Hermune stood behind them, scowling at every blade of grass that waved in the wind. "Ladies," I nodded politely. What the hell was Jandak up to? We weren't bringing them along again as far as I knew. One of them pushed back her hood and stepped forward. Haylin's dark hair caught the sun. She was bathed and wearing clean clothes, a stark change from how she'd appeared just last evening. Haylin drew a knife and pricked her finger. One of the others passed her a simple strip of cloth, bleached white. She pressed the drop of blood that had bloomed on her finger into the strip and passed it to Jandak. He grinned and tied it around his wrist so the crimson dot sat on the back of his arm and was clearly visible. "Not sure it will be her first," chuckled Hermune's second. Jandak shot him a fiery glare, and the man lapsed into silence. Then Fayala pushed back her hood and stepped forward. She repeated the process and offered me the strip. I tied it around my wrist just as Jandak had. "Safe travels, vile slayer," she said softly, as her eyes twinkled in amusement. The 3 women pulled their hoods back up and set off back to town. I watched them sway back past the palisade in confusion. None of the other men had moved either. "Still thinking with the wrong spear, Mond," laughed Jandak. "Now you're pledged, you'll need to learn to keep your eyes in your head." "Pledged?" I barked in surprise. "The blood," Mune pointed at the red dot on my wrist, "is a promise of her first blood." "What the hell would I want with her menstrual blood? And surely she's already started," I muttered. Fayala looked to be in her early 20s by my reckoning. The simple nature of these people still struck me sometimes, despite how familiar I'd become with them. "Not that blood," laughed Jandak. "Her first blood," he waggled his eyebrows at me and made crude thrusting motions with his hips. "You mean," I said quietly. "Yes," laughed Matt, as he slapped me on the back. "You'll be getting married soon, Erkendine. Then you'll truly be one of us." I wasn't entirely sure how I felt about this situation. I needed these people, and tying a powerful family to my cause appealed to the more calculating part of my mind, but marrying a woman 2/3 my age hadn't been part of my plans. Hazel eyes flashed across my mind's eye, and all I could think was that it could have been worse. A subtle warmth filled my chest. I hastily shelved the issue to be dealt with later.
Hattukandos reminded me a lot of Krill, but without the warm personality. The man was surly, complained constantly about his aches and pains, and was generally unpleasant to interact with. As we marched south, 6 aurochs hauling the wagon with a steady rumble, I came to dislike any time I had to spend with him. It took us a week to reach the town of Gethane, and I didn't get time to do any trapping as we travelled. I was not impressed by what I saw when we reached the brow of a low hill, and I caught my first sight of the place. It was surrounded by wooden walls 2 meters high, and sat at the crest of a small rise, with a river running around 1/3 of it to the south. A city it most certainly was not. It looked like a large village from back home. Even from a distance, the river looked dirty, and I resolved to get back into my habit of only drinking boiled water for the duration of our stay here. Across a rickety-looking wooden bridge, fields stretched out as far as I could see. Farmers, then. That meant grains, and grains meant bread and beer, or more likely, ale. Perhaps I wouldn't stick to just water. I acquired a spring in my step as we gradually grew closer to the gated entrance in the walls. "What are you happy about?" called Hatrikandos from his seat at the front of the wagon. He didn't drive the cattle. The warriors walking as escorts used the long, flexible sticks as goads to guide the beasts. He just sat and barked orders. "A little taste of civilization would be an interesting change," I replied. "Spent time among the shit-sitters, have you?" he grumbled. "Makes sense." He spat in my direction over the edge of the wagon seat. I quietly resolved to speak to Tricolo and his brother when we got back, to ensure this old man could be gently forced into retirement. We lapsed into silence as we crossed the final distance to the break in the wall.
A pair of men, wrapped head to toe in thick linens, bandages hiding all of their faces, bar their dull black eyes that stared out from the wrappings, waited outside the gate. As the wagon rolled to a stop and Hatrikandos climbed painfully down, complaining loudly all the while, a man in a simple blue tunic came out of the town to greet us. "Shit." His voice was flat with imperious command, and I half expected Hatrikandos to slap away the hand the stranger had extended expectantly. Instead, the old man bowed his head politely and unhooked the rectangle of bronze he wore hanging from a necklace to pass it over. "Greetings, my old friend." Hatrikandos had switched from grumpy old bastard to insincere charming bastard in an instant. "Fine goods this year, Nachten. How was the harvest?" Hatrikandos said, as the man pressed the chit into a clay tablet. He examined the impression and nodded his satisfaction before passing the chit back to Hatrikandos. "Well enough. You've got food on your wagon?" Nachten asked. "Not so much. Ivory and hides mostly, with some of our wondrous herbs to sweeten any deals we make," Hatrikandos replied happily. He actually sounded happy? "Shame. The Lord's new tithes have cut deep. 3 men other than you only. The laws have changed as well. You can pull up in the caravan area behind the gates as usual, though. I would advise against wandering around," Nachten said curtly, before pivoting and walking back through the gates without another word or glance. "Are they always this friendly?" I asked Jandak. "They're arrogant pricks, but this is outside of normal custom. We should be allowed 6 men inside, plus the trader. And I've never seen these bandaged men before. Or maybe I have? They're wrapped up like babes in swaddling, after all. Can't see their faces." His voice had risen loud enough that the pair of gloomy men standing like statues on either side of the gate should have heard. If they did, they gave no reaction, and Jandak harumphed. "Hatrikandos. Myself, Mune, and Mond will accompany you inside," Jandak said. The old trader glared up at him, but Jandak didn't flinch, answering the sour expression in kind. "Pah! Fine. The rest of you go set up a camp and wait for us to complete our business." He chuckled and rubbed his hands together. As we passed through the gate, the bandaged men didn't turn or speak. I was impressed by their discipline, to be honest. They stood completely still, short, thick staves of some dark wood held at their sides. I couldn't tell even if they were breathing. They reminded me of the guards outside of palaces in Britain, where they wouldn't move while on duty, just scruffier and smellier. The sight that greeted me within the walls was disappointing. I had hoped for stone buildings and a bustling town, maybe a bar or pub to get some drinks and food after the travel rations we'd been subsisting on for a week. The town was composed of crude wooden structures, ramshackle things that looked as though a stiff wind might knock them down like dominoes. Muddy streets wound through the bone-dry buildings, and ragged-looking people hurried around with their heads and eyes firmly aimed at their feet. The smell became more noticeable once we had passed the gates. The stench of unwashed bodies mingled with shit, piss, and smoke. The smell of cooking laid a sweeter note over the top of the miasma
that failed to make it appealing. It seemed worse by contrast. Sewage systems and night soil collectors were clearly not something the citizens of Gethanol were aware of. It still smelled better than the lingering scent of rot that we had passed through between the gates. "Jandak, get my weights." Mune and the stranger unhitched the aurochs and put them in the stables over there. Hatri Kondos waved a hand towards a series of wooden fences intended to house the animals. He tossed a small pouch he had taken from his belt to Mune.
"There's enough in there for feed, not enough for you to get drunk. I want the animals fed and watered, not you. Jandak, we'll go see my old friend Patanis. He'll know what the hell is going on here." Jandak had clambered up onto the wagon and jumped down with a leather pouch in his hand. He shrugged at Mune and me as he followed the truculent old man down a muddy street. "What's in there?" I asked, pointing to the pouch Mune had caught. "Salt to pay for the feed and housing. It's a trap. We have to pay them for the feed, so they massively overcharge us. This will only cover a few days' shelter for the cattle," he grumbled. "So nothing for ale and food for us?" I asked. "Nope. We'll still be on jerky while Jandak and the miserable old bastard get fed at the merchants' houses." Mune sounded glum. I spent a single sol on a kilo of salt. Instead of appearing at my feet, I willed it to appear in the dimensional pocket I'd unlocked by reaching Tier 4 and choosing the space affinity. I scrambled into the cart and rooted through the stock until I found an empty pouch. I reached out, and my hand seemed to vanish as I spent 40 mana to access the storage space. I scooped handfuls of salt out until I'd filled the pouch. "Not a problem. Let's go get a drink and chat with the locals," I said, waving the newly filled pouch at Mune. "We need to settle the aurochs first," muttered Mune, unable to understand my suddenly upbeat mood. "Where the hell are the peasants?" Chapter 35. Soulbound Servant.
Moon and I wandered over to what seemed to pass for an inn in this shithole of a town. I began to appreciate the nomad's epithet for city folks as we approached. The place was a run-down 2-story wooden structure with the barriers needed to pen animals set to one side. A boy ran out and spoke to Moon as we approached, then bolted back inside. As the pair of us arrived at the door, a fat man in a stained apron bustled out and gave us a suspicious glance. Moon nodded politely, and I waited as he stepped forward to offer the innkeeper his arm. "None of that. Feed's gone up, so has the board. How much have you got?" he snapped. "Enough for a week's worth of board and feed," smiled Moon, as he weighed the sack in his hand. The other man held his own hand out, palm up, and Moon placed the sack down, carefully keeping hold of the tie string. The bag bounced twice in the innkeeper's palm before he snorted and pulled his hand back to cross his arms. 2 days for 6 beasts." "Sir, that's 3 ons of fine salt. It's worth at least 5 days. You'll get the manure for your garden as well." Moon sounded wounded, and I didn't think he was faking it. 2 or fuck off out of town. You might be happier if you did." "Is there a problem in Gethanol?" Moon asked. "I could perhaps settle for 4 days." "No problem that I'd waste words with the likes of you about. 2. Moon sighed and handed the bag over. "I expect good grains at this rate. No swill or kitchen leftovers," Moon said firmly, locking eyes with the man, who shrugged in response. "They'll get what they get. Are you coming in or not?" he snapped, as the pouch of salt vanished somewhere on his person. "We'll get the animals settled first," I chimed in. He glanced up at me and seemed to fight down the urge to bark at me like he had Moon. Something in my tone might have tipped him off that it would be a bad idea.
We went back to the wagon and unhitched the first pair of aurochs, Mune muttering and cursing the whole time.
"Bloody robbery! They're always thieves and crooks, but 2 days!" he grumbled.
"How long should it have been?" I asked. "We should have settled on 4, he said, as we began leading the first pair of aurochs to the fenced-off area.
Things must be bad here for prices to be twice the norm. We guided the aurochs through the gate and closed it behind them. They began snorting and snuffling across the mud like they were looking for truffles. "Sorry, girls, it's only shit in there," Mune muttered as we headed back for the rest. Once all the aurochs were put away and we had a moment, I raised my own bag of salt and waved it at Mune. "Fancy a drink and some hot food?" I asked with a grin. Mune was surprised at the contents of the bag. "You're going to get ripped off," he said, but we headed back towards the entrance of the inn. The door swung aside, and we entered the gloom within. "It smells like death in here," I complained quietly. The inn had a reed-covered floor, a handful of tables and chairs, and a wooden table set opposite the door. The only furniture I'd seen other than simple raised beds and Hakubin's throne did not impress me. Functional was about the best way I could describe it. Against one wall, another bandaged man stood like a stone. I ignored him and approached the table with Mune. "Hey, what's on the fire?" called Mune, slapping a hand on the table. The fat man walked out muttering and wiping his hands on his apron. I was confident neither his hands nor the cloth got any cleaner as a result. "Stew, ale if you can cover it," he said unhappily. I waved my bag of salt. "Meat stew?" I asked. "Lamb, freshly killed. Let me get my scales," he replied, before disappearing behind the door again. "He's got lamb in the stew but didn't weigh the bag before?" I looked at Mune questioningly. That bag was a 3-ounce sack. It always has the same amount of salt. He doesn't know how much is in your pouch. The man returned and set up a primitive set of scales. He added small stone weights to one side and looked at me expectantly. Mune laughed and shook his head. "2 full ons for a meal and a drink?" he scoffed. "Let me check your weights at least." The innkeeper scowled, but nodded. Mune produced a small stone figure of a shapely woman from a pouch on his belt and set it opposite the man's weights. He picked 2 off until the scales balanced against his stone and grunted in approval. "Well, you're not cheating us with your weights at least." 2 mugs of ale, though," Mune snapped. The innkeeper grimaced, glanced at the immobile, bandaged man behind us, then looked back and nodded. "Fine, but you eat outside. Don't need stinking nomads infesting my hall." "Pay the man," Mune said coldly. I didn't fully grasp what was happening here. I didn't want to leave the wagons any longer than necessary, though. Towns meant thieves, after all, so I poured out salt until the bronze scales balanced. The innkeeper tipped the salt into a clay pot and nodded his head at the door. "I'll bring the food out, noble wanderers," he sneered. I fixed him with a look intended to communicate how annoyed I'd be if he didn't produce the food in short order, and he blinked before nodding. "It'll be with you shortly." His tone was marginally more polite this time. "What the hell was that about?" I asked as we moved back to the wagon. There was almost no one on the streets, and those I did see turned and hurried away when they spotted the wagon. This isn't normal. The shit-sitters have brains made of the shit they sit in all day, and they hate us for sure, but they're usually more polite to trade wagons. We sat down on the ground and rested our backs against the wagon's wheels while we waited for our food and drinks. The boy who'd first greeted us scurried out not long later with a bowl in each hand. "The master wants the bowls back when you're done," he said. "And he'll get them." "The ale?" asked Moon. The boy ran back inside and returned a short while later, grasping the handles of 2 small tankards in each hand. He set them down at our feet and vanished into the inn without a word. "Is it normally this quiet?" I asked, waving a mug at the streets leading away from the traders' area. The ale was bitter and dark. The taste was not entirely pleasant, and I was certain it was about as alcoholic as the first piss of a hangover. There was probably some small percentage of alcohol in it, but not a lot. The small folk usually come out with trinkets and food to trade for hides. At least they did 3 summers ago when I last went with a caravan. Never came here before, so maybe this is normal for Gethanel? I'm not from around here, so I have no idea. He smirked in response and lifted a hand to finger the fang hanging from his neck. We finished the stew. I found a total of 3 small lumps that may or may not have been lamb in it, and set the bowls aside as we drank our ale. The other 2 mugs were put on the wagon driver's seat to wait for Hatrikandos and Jandak. The oppressive mood of the town began to seep into my bones. Something felt wrong about this place, but I couldn't put my finger on exactly what was making me feel so uncomfortable. The thought of sleeping here wasn't a happy one, and I wondered if I could switch out with one of the others we'd left outside the walls. The bandaged men. Ever seen them before? I asked as a pair marched smoothly down to the gate, and the ones that had been outside when we arrived marched back towards the center of town. Never. Nothing like them in the other towns I've seen. You think that's what's setting the peasants on edge? Moon asked as the heavily wrapped figures moved out of sight.
Just as they did so, a man in fine clothing, a richly colored tunic and cloak, appeared around a corner and headed towards us. A giant of a bandaged man followed in his wake like a dog behind its master. "Traders, where is your chit?" the man demanded harshly. He was another fat one. All the peasants I'd seen, bar the innkeeper, had been rake-thin, but this chap had somehow managed to keep his weight up above what I'd consider to be healthy. "Our trademaster has gone to visit his old friend Patanis," replied Mune affably, without even looking up at the man. "No one will trade with you until my master has had his pick. Lord Getha will pay a fair price." The look in his eyes told me that was a lie. The bandaged man had stopped a few paces behind and seemed to be staring impassively at the wall behind us. I didn't fail to note the sword sheathed at his hip. "We've got some fine ivory if it appeals to him," said Mune. "Brath, fetch a chair from the inn. I'll wait for the trademaster," he snapped over his shoulder, and the bandaged man moved away like an automaton to enter the inn. He returned, carrying a crude chair a moment later. The innkeeper stuck his head out of the door with an angry look on his face, then ducked back as soon as he saw our new friends. The big bandaged man set the chair down to one side and resumed his statuesque stance. The sword he wore was perhaps only 2 feet long, but it had clearly crossed the transition from big knife to actual sword. We sat in silence, and the well-dressed man stared down at us. Mune shrugged and resumed nursing his ale, so I followed suit and ignored the minion of the local potentate. Not long after our drinks were finished, Jandak and Hatrikandos came back down the street. Hatrikandos was in a foul mood, judging from his gesticulating and the cursing that carried across the space between us. The servant rose and turned to face them as they got close. Hatrikandos suddenly clapped his mouth shut and put on a smarmy expression. "Ah, noble friend of the Lord, I trust?" he asked as ingratiatingly as he could manage. "Indeed, I am Hansa. My lord wishes to speak with you before you can trade with any others. You are earlier than we were expecting this year. Apologies for your inconsiderate welcome. Leave one man here and come along if you would be so kind." It wasn't an invitation. Jandak shared a look with Mune and me. Mune shrugged and made some gestures with his hands that I didn't understand. Some kind of sign language or simple obscenity? I made a note to ask about it later. "Mond will join us," Jandak said. "Trademaster, please lead the way." Hatrikandos glanced back and forth between the servant, the bandaged man, and the wagon with all our goods in it, then nodded reluctantly. We were led through winding streets covered in mud and shit towards the peak of the small hill the town had been built on. Brath stalked along behind us silently like a specter,
the scent of decay he gave off lost in the general miasma of a town that had never heard of sewer systems. The Lord lived in a 3-story complex that looked markedly sturdier than the homes of his people. We'd seen more and more of them as we headed uphill. They had all been thin and looked sick, with pale faces and hacking coughs that echoed around the narrow streets. They hurried away as we passed them, disappearing into buildings or down adjoining roads as soon as they saw us. Hansa led us into the main hall, a wide space with a fire pit in the center. Ventilation. Must remember to introduce ventilation to the Araskin. Carbon monoxide was no joke. On one side, a set of stairs led up to the next floor. Brath remained behind us as we followed Hansa. He pulled aside a door and led us into a room with the shutters thrown open.
A fresh breeze, relatively untainted by the smell of the town, blew in, making it pleasantly cool and relatively unscented in the room. "My Lord Getha, the barbarian traders are here to present you with your due and first choice of their goods," Hansa barked as he stepped to the side and waved an arm for us to step forward. At the end of a short table sat a narrow-looking man. Everything was angular and precise. A cup was placed at just the right angle so it didn't interfere with his movements as he spooned broth into his mouth from a bowl, but would be instantly available should he need to drink. Dark hair framed high cheekbones. Dark brown eyes looked up from his meal and narrowed in our direction. He finished his mouthful and pushed the bowl carefully aside. Behind him, framing him like curtains on a window, loomed 2 more bandaged men, even larger than our old friend Brath, who had stopped to one side of the door. The crossbows in their hands were primitive, but undeniably a huge step beyond the ranged weapons I'd seen among the Araskin. "Nomads, what have you brought me?" he asked in a nasal voice. His tone set my teeth on edge, and I narrowed my eyes at him the same moment he glared at me specifically. As I met his gaze, something I'd never seen before appeared in my vision. Pale red letters floating over his head. Soulbound servant. Body F+. Mind E-. Souls F.
Chapter 36. Not a smart move. Getha's chair slid back with a screech as he jumped to his feet, his meal and goblet forgotten. His eyes went wide as he extended the index finger of his right hand, arm outstretched in my direction, and hissed like a boiling kettle. "Kill them!" he barked, as a shard of ice crystallized at the end of the finger that was aimed at me. I spent 10 mana and summoned a blob of fire on top of what I assumed was the projectile version of the ice affinity. I didn't wait to see what happened next. Fractions of a second counted here. I shoved Jandak to one side and Hatrakandos to the other as I surged between them. A cloud of steam exploded around Getha's hand, and he screeched in pain, wheeling away. Fire beats ice, motherfucker, I thought, as a savage grin spread across my face. 4 meters. I could cross that distance at a terrifying speed, but I wasn't taking any chances. The bandaged men were raising their crossbows, so I spent another 20 mana to set their heads on fire. The bandages caught, and flames spread down their bodies, but they didn't seem to care. The crossbows came level, and the strings snapped forward. I batted the first bolt to my right casually. Even at this short distance, my new reflexes let me palm the bolts aside. I heard a grunt behind me and the sound of wrestling, but the others would need to take care of themselves for a few more seconds. My dagger was in my hand, and I leapt, sailing across the gap to slam into the scalded lord of Gethanel, punting him into the wall with my leading foot. He smacked against the wood with a thump and slid down into a boneless heap. A staff whistled past my head, and I turned to drive my dagger into the burning cloth over the man's heart. The blade slipped between the ribs, but his head, wrapped in burning bandages, slammed forward,
and knocked me back on my heels. A staff crashed across my shoulders from the other side and battered me to the ground. I rolled back under the table on instinct as the pair of staves cracked the wooden floorboards where my head had just been. I was dazed, possibly concussed, but old instincts, backed up by new capabilities, took over. My free hand shot out and yanked a staff back behind me, disarming one of my opponents. I used the force to help launch myself forwards, feeling the table spin over behind me, my back bashing into it as I rose to my feet. 10 more mana to enhance myself. I moved more fluidly, and some of the fog in my mind faded away. 10 more to heal myself, and I felt as good as new. That was probably just the adrenaline, though. As I rose, I drove the bronze dagger up into the bandaged man's chin, aiming for the ever-professional instant kill. It slammed home, and the body went limp, dragging my arm down before I could pull back to face my other opponent. I let the blade go and spun to catch a descending staff in both hands. The bandages were burning away merrily, and as they crumbled to ash, my opponent's face was revealed. A grinning rictus of gray skin pulled back over yellow teeth, now slightly charred and covered in blisters, met my gaze, and I heaved with all my might to hurl the monster away from me. The body slammed into the wall, but even as it slid to the floor, it righted itself like it had bones made of rubber and lurched back towards me. I still had the staff, and it flashed out to slam the thing's head into the wall again with a thud. I danced backwards, trying to catch my breath and check my sanity. It slowly righted itself, the left half of its head noticeably dented, and took an unsteady step towards me. 20 mana went into a fireball that appeared next to its skull and slammed it back into the wall. The detonation was larger than I'd expected, and it knocked me backwards as well. I flailed at my clothes to put out the sparks and flames where they'd caught on me. Snatching my dagger out from the first head, I rushed to repeat the impromptu brain surgery on his friend. With his guards down, I quickly checked that Getha was still out of it. He seemed to be, but I punched him hard in the temple to make sure he stayed that way, then spun to take in the rest of the fight. Hansa sat in a puddle of piss, pressed back into the corner by the door. Jandak and Brath were locked together, Brath's hands clamped around Jandak's throat, while my friend repeatedly stabbed the bandaged man in the gut. "Just fucking die!" Jandak gasped as the stone blade flickered back and forth. "Destroy the brain!" I called out as I rushed towards them. Jandak clearly heard me and tried to follow my advice, but the vice-like grip on his throat was weakening him, and Brath's arms stopped him from getting a good shot at the base of the skull. I arrived and drove my own dagger into the weak spot, wrenched it back and forth to turn the contents of his skull into unsavory porridge before I staggered back. Jandak coughed as he pried Brath's fingers from his neck and rolled away from the corpse. "He was cold," Jandak muttered, sitting up slowly. "He was dead." "This was magic," I replied. Hatrikandos had been killed. Blood pooled beneath him to drip through the floorboards. A crossbow bolt had pierced the bronze traitor medallion and sunk into his chest. I offered a hand to Jandak, who clambered to his feet. He slapped a fist against his chest and sighed as the healing trinket activated. "You aren't the only one." "Getha was from your world?" he asked. He glared at Hatrikandos's body and bent down to wrench the bolt out of the old man's chest. It was stuck through the medallion, and he pulled again to snap the thong from around the old man's neck. "No, he wasn't. I know my enemies. There are 5 more like me, plus however many they've made, like Getha." I gasped. The adrenaline was starting to fade,
but it spiked as the door below slammed open and footsteps rushed up the stairs. I grabbed the table and hurriedly wedged it against the door.
"Madness! You'll be hunted down for this. The master won't tolerate it," babbled Hansa. I kicked him hard in the chest, and he shut up, backing away until he saw the bodies of the zombies. He stopped, uncertain which way would be better to crawl. "Worm!" snapped Jandak. "How do we get out of here?" "No way out, savage! You're fucked!" Hansa began to giggle hysterically. "I can jump." I'd checked the height out the windows and was confident I'd be able to run after I hit the mud. "You?" "I can use enhance and try." "What about him?" Jandak gestured to Hansa. My wrist flicked, and the dagger crossed the distance to sprout from his eye. I strode over and plucked it out, wiping it on his robes. I didn't like him. I slipped the blade back into its sheath. "Let me grab Sleeping Beauty, and then we'll book it." "Book it?" Jandak asked in confusion. He was looking down at the mud outside, and some of his confidence seemed to have ebbed. "I meant run. We go grab Mune and get the fuck out of town." "There are a lot of those bandaged guys outside," he said dubiously. "Health, 109/150. Mana, 150/250. I regretted the mana I'd spent to access my storage space earlier, but I had enough for what I intended. I checked out the window and saw the undead swarming into the building. Maybe 24 of them? The door shook as something slammed into the other side. I rushed back and slung Getha over one shoulder. He felt light enough now, but I knew he'd feel a hell of a lot heavier when my boots hit the ground outside. The banging on the door intensified, and the table slid into the room slightly. I kicked it back into place as I passed, then stood at the window with Jandak. Normalis humano slain. 10 souls gathered. Reanimated humano slain ×3. 45 souls gathered.
"Tuck and roll, bloke," I told him before putting my words into action.
I launched myself outwards, landing 5 meters past the edge of the hall, and rolled, partially using Getha to cushion myself. Jandak swore, then leapt after me. He rolled, but as he came back to his feet, he stumbled. I threw a heel at him, and he began limping back towards the wagon, Brath's sword clutched in one hand. I had to respect his dedication to looting. 130 mana. What to do? I eyed the highly flammable wooden construction and smiled. 9 blobs of fire appeared against the wood and on the other side of the ground floor windows. The fire caught quickly, and screams filled the air as burning figures shambled out the door, apparently unperturbed by the flames wreathing them. More fucking zombies. I took to my heels and followed after Jandak. As I caught up with him, I scooped him under my free arm, and he squawked in indignation. He didn't fight me too hard. I think he knew we needed to move fast. "Mune, get your shit together and run for the others," I yelled as I finally saw the wagon. The mob of undead, only 6 or so now, had tailed me this far, stumbling along in my wake. I was out of mana, but they were mostly crispy, and while it didn't kill them, it did seem to slow them down. "But the goods!" Mune yelled, as he turned and guiltily threw aside the now empty final tankard of ale we had saved for the others. His eyes went wide as he saw me sprinting towards him, a stranger over one shoulder and an unhappy Jandak under the other arm. He sprinted for the gate, but I got there first. The guards had been pulled away by the commotion in the hall, so we were unopposed as we ran towards the site where the rest of the party had set up a camp a short distance from the wall. I staggered to a stop and dropped Jandak and Getha. "Can you walk?" I asked Jandak, who grunted and rose to his feet shakily. That was undignified, he muttered.
Why'd you drag that bastard along?
I knelt to check Getha's pulse, then smacked him in the head again just to be safe, and definitely not for fun. I need to know who made him, I replied absently. Blokes, we need to move. Break camp, now! The men we left outside the town rushed to obey. His dad got really drunk and fucked his mom, said Moon with a smirk. Not what I meant. Someone gave him powers like mine. I need to know who and how. That silenced them. In a couple of minutes, everything we needed and could carry was packed up. Smoke hung thick in the air above the town behind us as we bravely ran away. We stopped by a copse of trees after we'd run ourselves ragged for hours. I carried my prisoner off to one side, making sure the rest of them were out of his sight so he couldn't cast any magic at them, and tied him to the thickest tree trunk I could find with meters of thick leather cords. The kill notifications had trickled in over the last couple of hours and put me in a foul mood. Normalis humano, slain times 76. 760 souls gathered. Reanimated humano, slain times 7. 105 souls gathered. I'd started a fire and killed a lot of people. Probably innocent people, at least by this world's standards. The system didn't seem to differentiate between men, women, or children. The odds were that a good chunk of my victims had been in the latter two categories. My stomach was roiling, and the smell of smoke clung to me, a constant reminder of what I'd just done. Getha seemed well enough for now, so I went back to our small fire and sat down in silence. We lost all the ivory, Mune groaned, for the 50th time. Those were dead men walking around, you fucking idiot. At least we're alive and not moving corpses, snapped Jandak. I'd cast heal on him a couple of times as we ran to save him from burning through the charges on his fang. One of my enemies got there first, I muttered.
You're going up against people who can make the dead walk.
Can we just send you off on your own? Asked Hermond. I tried to, I said sadly as Jandak cuffed Hermond around the ear. Krill made me stay, and now my enemies are your enemies, so I have to stay. Yeah, but release me now, you fucking vermin, or my lord will wipe your pathetic wagons from the plains. Nasal, arrogant, and coming from behind a tree, Getha had woken up. I rose to my feet and strode over to him. No tricks, you little shit. Mine are stronger and better, I said, glaring down at him as I drew my dagger. His eyes widened at the same time as his pupils contracted. I crouched down to bring my face closer to his. Let's have a little chat about your boss, shall we? My knife slid slowly towards his left eye. You have been afflicted by rot, 4%. 1% resistance from life affinity. Health, 149 over 150. I stayed still for 5 seconds, knife held a centimeter from his unblinking eyeball, as my health ticked down to 145. After that, it stabilized. Not a smart move.
Chapter 37.
Transfer Souls. The muffled screams had drawn the rest of the group around the tree to watch. By this time, Getha was missing both eyes and couldn't see to cast anything at them, so I didn't object. They got into it in a way I found deeply disturbing, despite my being the one carrying out the torture. He had information I needed and seemed reluctant to share it, so I was falling back on barbaric techniques. My conscience, whatever was left of it, didn't raise a peep. This bastard had made me a mass murderer. A careful serial killer was perhaps an accurate description of my life on Earth, but I'd never slaughtered indiscriminately before. What about his stones? Asked Mune in confusion. Why not start with his balls? That's what our women do to outsiders who offend us. I can't tourniquet that area, and it has a lot of blood vessels.
He'll bleed out. Give me another strip of leather." Even in my anger at what I'd caused as a result of this idiot attacking me, I wasn't going to geld the man. I made another mental note to be sure to avoid offending the Eriskin women. Jandak leaned over and passed me a foot-long strip that I wound tightly around his left wrist, like I had already done to the right. The knife bit deep into the first joint on his index finger, and the final third of the digit popped away with a twist and push of the blade. He screamed and thrashed again as my companions chuckled. "This tying off the limbs prevents bleeding?" asked Jandak with gruesome interest. "Yes, it constricts the vessels so the blood can't leak out. It's usually used to save lives, to buy time for a medic to get to the injured person, where I'm from." "What is a medic?" asked Mune. I shrugged. I'd used the English word because the locals didn't have an analog, and Mune had parroted my pronunciation in confusion.
"Like a dreamer, a healer," I replied distractedly, as I moved carefully to make Getha's left hand match his now fingerless right, saving the thumbs for last. "Do they do this to all your prisoners where you're from?" asked Jandak, sounding almost impressed. "No. Once Getha here understands his predicament, I will ask him some questions and he'll answer truthfully, or I will start on his feet. I could always heat the blade in the fire so it would cauterize the wound. Then I could cut his balls off, no problem," I said thoughtfully. Getha had gone very still. He was no doubt going into shock, but that would work to my advantage. I cast Heal Other on him. A little color returned to his pallid cheeks, and the trickles of blood stopped as fresh skin crept out to cover his wounds. "If he tells me the truth, I will kill him quickly." The tortured man's head lolled on his chest. I gave him a few minutes, then returned and cast Heal again. I pulled out the rags I'd shoved into his mouth at the beginning and leaned in close to his ear. "You will speak the truth, and this will end. Otherwise, we will be here a long time. I think with the heal spell, I could keep you alive for days as you gradually lose body parts." His head jerked round as he tried to face the direction of my voice. He was willing to talk. He told his story in agonized gasps. A man from afar, fat and wealthy, had come to town with a caravan from the city of Urkash that sits on a distant shore to the south. He had been surrounded by bandaged men as well as soldiers, and had demanded a meeting with Getha's father, who was at the time the lord of the town. After the meeting, Getha had been called in, and his father was dead, stabbed through the chest with a long iron blade, pinning his body to the wooden panels of the hall. Getha was given the same choice as his father, but he chose a wiser response. Gethanel was to be an outpost of Urkash, and Getha was to rule in the name of its king.
To seal the deal, he was given 3 rings of iron that would allow him to raise the dead to serve as bandaged men, and King Mortimer would tie him to his growing network as a soul-bound servant.
"I cannot betray the king. My mind is not my own," Getha gabbled desperately.
"How did he give you some of his power?" I demanded, poking the still sore knuckle at the base of where an index finger had recently been attached.
"He touched my forehead, and I saw writing I did not understand. When he told me to say yes, and then what to do with the souls he had given me," Getha blurted. "Now end my pain as you promised."
"How do you gather souls?" I ignored his pleas for an end to his suffering.
"I cannot. That is reserved for the master. He said he would return next year, and if I was faithful, he'd give me more souls so that I could become stronger."
I looked up at my companions, and they were a curious blend of revolted and delighted. These people were savages indeed. Most people at home would have thrown up or tried to stop me. Instead, they had been watching my methods with avid interest.
Can you think of anything else we should know? I asked. I've heard of Urkash. The dreamer has a low opinion of the place, Jandak replied. But he only speaks highly of one shit-sitter town. Cripple, what were his forces like, this king? Numbers, infantry, and cavalry. 500 foot decked out in gray metal armor, and 100 horse. Plus his bandaged men, perhaps another 100 of those, Getha babbled, not caring who asked the questions. Where did they march to next, and how long ago? Demanded one of Mune's fighters. 6 weeks since, and they went west along the edge of the plains, Getha barked back obediently. I looked at them questioningly, and they shrugged. Thanks, Getha, you've been very helpful, I said blandly, as the bronze blade slipped through his throat to stab through the roof of his mouth and into his brain.
I pulled it out and wiped it on the man's tunic.
Non malis humano, soulbound servant, slain. 20 souls harvested. Do you think he meant these rings? Asked Mune, who had retrieved them from the grass where I'd tossed them while I worked on Getha's fingers. Getha really hadn't needed them anymore. 3 shiny bands of iron sat on his palm. I'd touched them and had no sense of any power in them. Was this world littered with artifacts from previous games that no one knew how to activate? Try it on him, I suggested, and Mune leant down to touch the ring to Getha. Nothing happened. You need to want him to rise from the dead when you touch him. It seems that it's all about the intent, I added helpfully. He tried again, and the thoroughly dead Getha rolled his head up and stared at Mune with empty sockets. Aresk's balls, cursed Jandak, backing away. We should destroy those rings. Part of me agreed, but another was unwilling to throw away any edge I might be able to get over Mortimer. Getha hadn't known how Mortimer gathered souls, but it couldn't have been from killing. He was a slumlord. Perhaps it came from having dominion over other people. It could be anything, but I strongly suspected it wasn't killing. I'd been blessed, or maybe cursed, with killing because of my past. The others must have a different method. I cut the bonds tying Getha to the tree, and whatever he had become staggered to its feet. What am I to do with him? Asked Mune in disgust. Send it back to his town as a warning. Erkendine, we need to head back to the tribe. This king will have visited all the towns in easy reach by now. The other traders will be getting to them soon, said Jandak. We can't stop them from getting there at this point. They don't have any of my trinkets to trade. Krill kept his greedy mitts on all of them, and without me, even if their lords have been made slaves of Mortimer, they shouldn't just attack them on sight. We should return to the camp. I need Krill and Tricolo to give us some advice, I replied. No resting. We run until we drop, then we run again as soon as we can. Without the wagon, we're only a few days away from Areskit. Can you give us powers like this king did? Asked Jandak as he jogged along beside me, heading north. Not yet. Either he got some sort of boon from a god, or it needs a higher level, I replied as we ran. I was pacing myself. I could easily outrun my companions if I pushed, but I didn't know the way. So, despite my urgency to get back to the camp, I restrained myself. You got souls from the fire. Use them? Suggested Jandak. You really want magic? I asked with a smile. No, I want to get strong. The magic would be nice, but you have that covered with the trinkets, he gasped back. I slowed the pace a little more with an internal grumble. It really would be an advantage to be able to unlock the potential of my allies, and it was another way to tie the tribe to me. I liked these warriors. They were simple, direct, and even at my worst, I didn't seem able to shock them. In fact, when I let the demon out, they tended to be impressed. Weirdos. Jesus, Mortimer must be so far ahead of me in terms of levels and magic. He was already building a fucking empire while I was pissing about killing bears and catching a few souls from rabbits with snares. I needed to catch up to him quickly.
I had 1,024 souls in my bank, an incredible sum compared to what I had scraped together by setting traps and hunting mammoths. I asked Jandak to let me think for a minute and started running through the numbers in my head. I spent 190 souls to jump to level 40 and got what I was hoping for. I split the stat points between health and mana evenly, bumping both to another threshold score. Level 40. Stats. Body, D. Mind, D. Soul, E. Available souls, 834. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 20. Reflexes, 20. Health, 200. Magic strength, 20. Focus, 13. Mana, 300. Affinity, fire. Summon, fire. Range, 5 meters. Intensity, plus 8%. Lasts 10 seconds. Fire resistance, plus 2%. Projectile. Speed, plus 3%. Detonation, 1.5 meters cubed, plus 0%. Firewall. Area, 3 meters squared. Lasts 10 seconds. Barrier, 20 HP. Fire Spirit. Duration, 10 seconds. Affinity. Life. Heal, self. 15 HP and 48% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self. 26%. Resistance, all, 1%. Projectile. Speed, plus 3%. Heal other. Rapid growth. Area, 1 meter squared. Projectile. Speed, plus 3%. Enhance other. Shapeshift, minor. Duration, 10 seconds. Affinity, space. Size, range, touch. Intensity, 14%. Mass, range, touch. Intensity, 14%. Area, 1 meter cubed, optional. Lasts 10 seconds. Resistance, 2%. Pocket dimension, 0.5 meters cubed. Imbue, enchant, soul transfer. Maybe I wasn't as far behind Mortimer as I feared. I called a stop, and the others gathered around me, gasping for breath as they rested their hands on their knees. We'd been running for hours, and, frankly, I was impressed at their endurance. I have it. I can give people souls and unlock magic for them. Jandak, come here, I said brusquely. He stepped forward, grinning broadly, and I put a hand on his forehead, as Getha had described happening to him. I felt around in my mind for the switch or activation, then gave up and simply willed some souls across. Transfer souls? Yes. Confirm the amount to transfer. 50% loss of souls as transfer cost. Shit. I'd need to give each of them at least 100 just to give them 5 levels and the associated stat points to boost their physical capabilities. There were 6 of them. I just couldn't afford it. I liked the others well enough, but this would have to be for captains only. For now, at least. Mortimer must have been rolling in souls. It would have cost him hundreds to boost Getha as far as he had. He was richer than I could imagine. I sent 100 souls across, and Jandak's eyes went wide. He began swatting at the air in front of his face.
"Have you broken him?" asked Moon with a grin.
I slapped a hand on his arm and sent him 100 as well. The other 4 men backed away with their hands raised as Moon joined Jandak in flailing his hands at nothing. "Spend the souls on your levels," I suggested. "That will give you stat points to make you stronger." "What is this madness? What does any of it mean?" snapped Jandak angrily. Ah, of course, they're illiterate. Bloody primitives. I talked them through what the stats were by describing the shapes of numbers and the positions of each stat on my own screens. It came down to drawing in the mud before they got the gist of it. Jandak had started with 8 strength, 7 reflexes, 80 health points, 4 magical strength, 7 focus, and 50 mana. I explained what I wanted him to do, and soon enough he'd spent his 10 stat points and had 10 in strength and reflexes and 110 health points. He grinned as he poked and prodded at his muscles before leaping high into the air with a whoop. You want to choose life as your first affinity. You'll gain heal and enhancement spells, but they'll suck until you get more points in your mental statistics. He nodded and began muttering the word for life to himself. I repeated the process with Moon. He ended up with 10 in strength and reflexes and 100 HP. His magical stats were slightly better than Jandak's for some reason, but still nothing special. Jandak had begun slashing a thin line on the back of his forearm and grinning madly as it healed in seconds each time. Don't waste your mana. It only comes back slowly. I'm sorry, blokes. I addressed the rest of the fangs present. I don't have enough souls for everyone right now. Jandak and Moon each dropped to one knee in front of me and held out their daggers before them. I vow to serve the Vile Slayer, the Urkendine, the Shikrakin for all my days, they both intoned almost simultaneously. Well, at least now I had acquired dedicated followers. I could feel the bond with the pair in the back of my mind. I could lean on it. I could sense the option to force them to act in my interests. I left it alone. I had no wish to start mind-controlling people just yet. Down that road lay madness. We picked up the pace and ran on once more. Jandak and Munet sprinted ahead, then slowed while the rest of us caught up. They were grinning like schoolboys all the way back to the camp.
Chapter 38.
I am a wizard now, aren't I? My new soul-bound servants kept smiling all the way back, but by the time Areskit came into sight, they were plastered on and not genuine. I was exhausted, and I was stronger than they were, so God knew how they were aching behind the fake grins. The unenhanced members of our party staggered to a stop as soon as we crossed the lip of a hill and saw the wagons and tents laid out before us. They collapsed onto their arses and gasped for breath. Moon and Jandak tried to tease them, but they were struggling to breathe as well. 2 days had passed. Last night, Moon had announced he'd lost his connection to the blind corpse of Getha we'd sent staggering south behind us. As we stopped to catch our breath and rest, 3 plumes of dust rode out from the mobile town. I narrowed my eyes and grinned fiercely. Krill and Tricolo had been busy. Chariots drawn by pairs of ponies raced across the grass towards us, resolving out of the dust they threw up. They were simple contraptions, a crude, open-backed basket covered in leather attached to a wheelbase and harness for the ponies. They would do the job, though. If Mortimer held off coming north for a couple of months, I'd have squadrons of these things carrying archers equipped with firewall arrows ready to drive him back. The lead vehicle cut sideways as it slowed, and the trailing ponies followed suit. Krill jumped down from the back of the first chariot and glared at us. "How far behind you is the wagon? Why the fuck did you leave it unguarded?" he snapped. "Wagon's gone," gasped Jandak, who still hadn't recovered his breath. "We had a few problems in Gethanel," I offered. "An enemy was there." I caught his gaze and tried to silently communicate that it was Shikrakin's business. He narrowed his beady eyes at me. "I've learned a few things you'll like, though."
I can share the wealth? What fucking wealth? 6 good tusks gone? All our trade goods for the season wasted? Where's the joy, Urkendine? Where's the wealth? I rose and pulled him away from the others. The men who'd accompanied me smirked among themselves once his back was turned, but I caught their expressions from the corner of my eye.
I can give you magic, I whispered once we were a few meters away from the chariots. I felt a bit like Hagrid as I towered over the wizened prune of a man. He leapt into the air and spun to slap me in the face with an outstretched hand. He landed lightly and once more fixed me with an angry look. Quit fucking around. I'm not joking, Krill. Look. My right hand flashed forward too fast for him to react and clamped down on his forehead. He brought both hands up to grab me around my wrist. I sent him 100 souls, 200 from my reserves, and the hand. I am a wizard now, aren't I? Focus and rapid growth. Explain, please? He sounded pleased with himself. At least you picked life as your first affinity. I don't know what focus does. I think it's like mental reflexes, maybe stamina as well. It's not one I've figured out. Magical strength increases the effectiveness of your spells, duration for attacks, and impact for buffs every time it goes up by 10. I've never found much use for rapid growth other than making berries sprout from a half-dead bush. I shrugged at the end and got cuffed around the head. I really needed to establish some boundaries with Krill. He knelt down and put his hand to the ground. A moment later, the grass began to grow. 5 seconds later, the stubby stalks waved over a meter tall, and fat grains lined their crowns. He rose and kicked my shin again. I assumed it was easier for the little bastard to reach. Forget the bloody tusks, boy. We're going to be rich beyond ivory. I've got the seeds of every herb, spice, and dye sitting waiting in my tent. I've never been able to get most of them to grow so far north before. Why the fuck haven't you been using this? He demanded. It didn't seem that useful. What about your second affinity? I asked, and jumped backwards to avoid another blow to my shin. I have chosen the path of wisdom. What do you know about the rest? It's all hidden from me, he replied with a lopsided smile. Death gives you rot and corrode, then you can reanimate the dead as slaves at higher levels. We've got some rings my competitor kindly donated to us that are enchanted with the spell. His eyes gleamed at this, and not in a way I found reassuring. The dead should rest, he snapped. What else? Fire, ice, and lightning are all basically the same, but different flavors. You know what fire can do. Space, you know. Time lets you speed up or slow down yourself or an enemy. If you took it, I'd probably have to give you enough souls to get to the point you could enchant stones with haste and slow. I regretted it the instant the words left my mouth. You just chose time, didn't you? 2%? 2%? He snarled as he began pacing back and forth. Range and area come next tier. Aresk's hairy legs. Imagine making a group of warriors faster just as they smash into the enemy. How high do I need to be to enchant? Level 20, if it works for you. You're a soul-bound servant, not a shikrikin. How do I get souls? His beady eyes were locked on my face. You can't. I need to give them to you, I replied. I'd almost said I or one of my competitors needed to give them to him. I wasn't sure if he would be able to accept souls from one of my fellow transmigrated earthlings, but I didn't want to put the idea out there either way. Well, give me another 200 then, he barked at me, hand outstretched, as the charioteers looked back and forth in confusion. It costs me twice what you get. That would be 400 souls. I've got it, but I need some to buy some metal to win over Sulk. I backed away, faintly worried he'd latch onto me until I transferred the souls across. Instead, he suddenly sat down cross-legged and looked up at me. How? That's a lot of souls. You didn't have enough rope to set that many snares, he accused. As we ran away, I set some fires to buy us time, I began, but he started cackling and rocking back and forth. I closed my mouth and looked at him quizzically. Burnt the fucking town down, right? He chortled. These people were savage. How many dead? 70-odd, plus a dozen or so undead. My voice was cold,
and he caught the faint hint of rage in my tone that I couldn't mask. "Hardly the whole town, then." "Not your fault, boy." He rose and patted me on the shoulder. "Those towns are tinder boxes ready to burn."
They build with stone in the far south, and still, fires are regular problems for the shit-sitters.
You're right. How much for your fanciest metal bar from the shop?" He once again fixed me with a penetrating glare. I sighed and accessed the shop. Tier 3 had given me iron and crude steel equipment. Tier 4 had given me proper steel, as well as Damascus and Wootz variants, a considerable improvement in effectiveness. Tier 5 was unlocked when I reached level 40, and it contained... What the hell is adjuntium? Or Origanish Celt, I muttered. They were both processed ingots, so they should be refined metal, but I'd never heard of them. "No idea. How much bronze can you buy?" Krill asked sharply. "We might want to look at iron instead. Have you ever seen reddish rocks on the plains?" An idea had just occurred to me. "Sure, they're all over to the northwest, but that's Coprigin land. You don't want to mess with those savage bastards." "How much bronze?" he repeated like he was speaking to a simple child. Iron has some advantages over bronze. It's not as good at first, not until you figure out how to make steel, but it has one massive advantage. You only have to have one mine to get everything you need, and the ore is 10 times more common than copper or tin. "Where does the shit-sitter's bronze come from?" I asked Krill. He opened his mouth to snap at me, but then thought better of it. "The shit-sitters," he replied with a shrug. Considering he was the most cosmopolitan and well-travelled of the tribe, I shuddered to think what any of the others would have said. Somewhere on this shit heap of a world is a bunch of people, probably slaves, digging up copper ore. And a few thousand miles away is another bunch of saps digging up tin. You bring those two metals together, and you get the bronze that you steal or buy from the settled peoples. But with iron, you just need one hole in the ground and some charcoal. You guys can make charcoal, right? I asked. "Yes, of course. Well, Sulk can at any rate." "What's good about iron?" Krill asked, catching some of my excitement. "It's easier to make, and I can help you jump a bit of the way into steel. It'll be shit steel, but it should match up against bronze, and we can mass-produce the stuff." I was getting giddy at the idea. The South had clearly started experimenting with iron, if Getha's description of Mortimer's escort was accurate. But I could jump ahead of that, and I had all the northern steppe to play around in. Once I had dealt with the locals, of course. "Imagine all your warriors wearing coats of metal and wielding long metal blades. We'd take over the plains, then the goddamn world. Eresk's mighty Pekka, boy. All we need is to get that miserable crippled old bastard on our side." "Shit." His voice had fallen towards the end. "Sulk will be easy enough," I scoffed. "I'll tease him with some of the finished products from the shop." "Won't work. He's crippled. He can travel, but he won't. You want to drag all this metal rock down to him so he can pull the iron out?" Krill snapped back. "We could do. What would make him move with us?" I asked. "Us?" asked Krill. "The Hatrick and their allied families. We ditch Hakubin and his loyalists, go pay Sulk a visit to get him on board, then head north into the Coprigin lands. With chariots throwing out firewall stones, I think they'll figure out fairly quickly to leave us alone." Krill stroked his chin thoughtfully. He began pacing back and forth between me and the chariots. They were simple things, and I could already see easy ways to improve them. "How are the ponies taking to the harness?" I asked a driver, giving Krill time to scheme. "They don't like it, Lord. They're getting used to it, though. Have to pair them upright, see? If they don't like the other horse, they work against each other." "I'd love to go for a ride on one, once the dreamer is finished with his thoughts."
I really did want to go zooming across the grasslands on a chariot. The horses were too small for me to ride comfortably, and the absence of a proper saddle and stirrups would make it almost impossible for me, unlike the much shorter warriors. I can make this work. You might need to throw some magic at the Huttrick Patriarch. No, waste of souls. If he won't commit, we'll still take a chunk of his warriors and women with us. Fayala has become very popular with the women folk. That wand you gave her saved a newborn and the mother. Probably a lot of the Herm will join us. A few of the Jet? Nah, fuck them, Haku lapdogs. We can do this, I think. Krill grinned up at me. We'll need to test the other chariots and train some more horses first, though. How many have you made? I asked. I'd assumed the 3 I'd seen were all they'd produced in the week and a bit we'd been away. Another dozen, and 4 more that are nearly finished. The limiting factor is the wood, but after the first worked so well, Huttrikan has been sending out more gathering parties. Just wait till I teach you about the stirrup, I grinned. The little horsemen would love that. It would let them fight properly from horseback with lances or bows. I'd probably need to introduce a proper saddle and see how long it would take to breed a properly sized horse, but then I might be able to ride as well. In the meantime, I was stuck as a pedestrian. My future was looking busy. The rage from my inadvertent massacre had settled somewhat, but still burned in the background of my mind. I was a long way behind the only rival I had any information on, stranded among Stone Age savages who didn't even bake proper bread or brew beer. Despite my recent losses, things were looking up. With a mounted horde at my back, armed with iron-tipped arrows, I could even the score nicely. What the fuck is a stirrup? Krill barked back.
Chapter 39. Coward's words. Mune, Jandak, Krill, and I walked back to the camp while the rest of our group slumped on the back of the chariots for the final leg of the journey home. I got the feeling I would have to buy a saddle and stirrup set from the shop in order to explain the concept properly, but all of them were deeply intrigued by the idea. So you can land a solid blow with a spear and shoot arrows while retaining control of the horse? Mune said in wonder. That would change everything. You need more souls. The winter call starts soon, and I'll arrange it so that you'll take over from my herd. But I'm going to bully Huttrikan into letting you deal with his family's yearlings as well, Krill muttered, as he walked alongside us. We will be disgraced, complained Jandak. A laughingstock. We lost the richest bounty of ivory we've had for generations. Nonsense. I've already figured out a way to replace our losses. Never underestimate a dreamer, cackled Krill happily. Jandak gave him the side-eye, but chose not to bother arguing. His mood didn't change, and he continued to trudge along with an aura of gloom hanging over him. You'll see Haylin soon, bloke. Chin up, I said. I'll see her as the man who lost the greatest wealth the tribes have... Never mind. You should be more worried about Fayala than my betrothed, he replied. I don't know what to think about Fayala, I muttered. You like her, yes? Tall, pretty, clever? She's perfect for an overgrown lump like you, Krill snapped. In my country, we don't arrange things this way, I grumbled. I was looking forward to seeing those hazel eyes again, but judging from Jandak's mood, it might not be a happy reunion. I sure as hell didn't want to marry a woman I'd barely spoken to. How does it work where you're from? Chimed in Mune, with genuine interest. We'd go out for meals, hang out, talk. I don't know how to explain it, but it didn't involve a drop of blood on a strip of cloth.
It also didn't involve it being arranged by sneaky old men. I'm not old, Krill complained. Well, I'm not that old, he added as every eye narrowed in his direction. It's a good match, Mond. We didn't force her to give you the blood bond. That was her choice. You'll complete the cull while we get a few more chariots finished.
Then you can get married and we'll head towards the Jaggernon camp and have a word or two with Sulk."
"I don't even know if she really likes me," I said softly and got a clip around the head from Krill. "We're talking about the future of the tribe. Stop thinking about where you'll plant your spear. And yes, she likes you, whatever that's supposed to mean. If the story of you killing the Ervile has gotten about, you'll have every maiden in the camp throwing herself at your feet." I rubbed my head and glared at Krill, who smirked back at me. "How will you fix the loss of the tusks?" asked Jandak suspiciously. "By growing plants," Krill chuckled, and Jandak's face fell. "We aren't farmers like the shit-sitters. That will not salvage my honor," he complained. "I've got magic to make plants grow fast. So does Mond, that he chose to keep to himself for some stupid bloody reason," Krill replied with a twinkle in his eyes. "So what? It's farming. Why don't we start selling the magic stones? If we get enough levels to start enchanting—" His face fell as I shook my head firmly. "We don't want that kind of thing getting out into the wild. Enemies will buy them up and use them against us. Best we keep that to ourselves," I said definitively. "Fine. What bloody plants?" Jandak turned his ire back onto Krill, who plainly didn't care. He was bouncing along happily. "Rubia dye, dream spice, ched. I've got some hellas weed as well somewhere. That will sell for 12 ons per plant." Krill seemed to be planning to go into the drug-dealing business. Dyes and ched were fine, but— "What's hellas weed?" I demanded. "Makes you happy and sleepy. Hungry, too. Very popular among the nobles and their retinues," he replied with a shrug. "We don't want folks getting high. We need our people sharp." I enjoyed alcohol, but had always refused any other form of recreational drugs on a general principle. "Pah! We sell it to Hockabin's people, then. Don't get your loincloth wedged in your crack." The conversation stopped as we passed through the palisade and into the town proper. The chariots had unloaded their passengers, who were waiting for us patiently. The charioteers put their ponies back in the paddock and then pulled the contraptions by hand to move them into the Hottrick and Herm section of the camp. Krill dragged us all along to his tent, then sent the warriors, bar Jandak and Moon, to fetch Trickolo and the heads of the Hottrick and Herm families. We settled down as he began boiling water for ched. "Just back me up when they get here. Trickolo and I have been working on them while you've been gone, but we'll probably need to do a little demonstration when they get here. If I tap my shoulder, you should show them Aresk's mark, okay, boy?" He glowered at me, and I nodded slowly. Perhaps it was finally time to get some use out of the damn thing. A few minutes later, Trickolo joined us with Koss in tow. I exchanged forearm clasps with both of them. "We need to ride south in force and reclaim the ivory," said Trickolo as soon as he had sat down. "We could take the chariots and some riders to demand the return of the cart." "Did the aurochs die in the fire?" Krill asked me. I shook my head. "I didn't get a notification for them," I said thoughtfully. "If that section of town had survived, it was possible we could launch a raid to reclaim our lost property. If we take spare horses, we could set off in the morning and be back there tomorrow evening," Trickolo pointed out. "Krill, you're too cheerful not to have already figured out another angle, but it's a matter of family pride. Hottrikan and Hermatus will both demand it." "I'm ready to head back right now. Mune and I can outrun the horses," Jandak declared with a broad grin. "Don't be a fool. You're only a little better off than the rest of the Fangs. No, you should ride out in force. 12 of the new chariots and 30 riders would scare the shit-sitters into letting us reclaim our tusks. They won't know what to make of you. Mond, make me some rapid growth stones today to use up your mana. By the time you return triumphant, I'll have enough dream spice and ched to pad that wealth into something we can trade at the festival," Krill ordered. "It's not ideal, but we'll end up as the wealthiest faction there." "You lost the ivory?" demanded a basso voice from the tent flap. A temporary setback, Hatrakan, said Krill quickly, rising to his feet and nodding as the squat man entered in his dull red tunic. Up close, his face was almost identical to Trickolo's, deep-set eyes and a broad forehead. His hair was grayer and had receded slightly, but the resemblance was remarkable. This must be the effect of a small gene pool. Everyone looks like everyone else. Ched, Hatrakan? Krill offered, adding the ground leaves into his pot. The patriarch grunted and sat down. "Where is my uncle?" he demanded of Jandak. My friend pulled out the bronze talisman, still pierced through by an iron-headed crossbow bolt, and passed it over to Hatrakan. The point was bloody, as was the back of the chit. "We must punish them for this. Losing a warrior or being chased out is not a blood debt, but this spits on the trade truce. We need to regain our face. Jandak, you will lead a raid. Burn their fields, kill their animals, and if they won't return the goods, with a little extra by way of apology, burn their town." The old man was fuming, his face bright red with spittle flying as he snapped his words out. "Patriarch, I will not lead it." Jandak bowed his head low. "What is this disrespect? You'll do as your lord commands, bastard," Hatrakan barked. "I hope I'm not interrupting. Khan, are you aware your voice carries rather well?" said another man, ducking into the tent, followed by Cause. "Atas! These bloody fools have lost the ivory and our honor. They ran from the town," Khan said more quietly. "So I've been told. Old friend, are you aware of why they fled?" Atas asked gently. "What does it matter? They must return and take revenge, or I will not sanction the marriages. Jandak can keep his pecker in his shorts another year, and this one," he shot me a venomous glare, "can forget about my daughter and his adoption into the family." "The dead, cousin. The dead walked and fought. If not for your future son-in-law, that plague might have made its way here. Worse yet, the shit-sitters could have marched on us during the winter with unliving soldiers." Hermatas had a smooth voice, intelligent and calm. He was slightly shorter and younger than Hatrakan, and wore a bright yellow tunic instead of a dull red one. "Orok's shit! Eresk's stinking feet! Atas, are you mad?" Khan demanded. Atas smiled and lowered himself to sit, accepting a cup of ched as Krill passed it to him. "I'm told they can prove it, as well as a number of other things I'm intrigued to see." Atas fixed me with a flat stare. He didn't seem to doubt me, but I got the feeling he wasn't expecting much. I noticed Krill tap his own shoulder in the corner of my vision and began unwinding the cloth on my left arm to reveal the golden mark. "God-touched," hissed Khan. "As I suspected." "And the other tricks I've heard your warriors muttering about?" asked Atas. "They aren't my—" I began, but Jandak cut me off. "We are. Uncle, that's why I won't lead the raid. I will ride beside Mond to pay them back, though," Jandak explained to Khan. "A force of chariots and cavalry, armed with our new weapons, is all we need," Trickolo added. I wasn't sure. If Mortimer had the same kind of connection to his soulbound as I did, I expected he would already know that Getha was dead. He might have sent forces to investigate, or even gone himself if he were nearby. "Fast movement would be best. Everyone should be mounted or riding a chariot," I jumped in. "If my enemy has returned, we'll need to retreat. I'm not strong enough to face him yet." "Coward's words," sneered Khan. "Brother, he is God-marked. Have a care in case Eresk takes offense on Mon's behalf. He killed an Ervile single-handed. Of all of them, he could have fled the fastest. He'd have escaped for certain. He did not. He is a vile slayer, not a coward." Tricolo rebuked his brother. A flush of warmth spread across my cheeks at the praise. Was that how they saw me? Those who had been there that day thought I was some kind of hero. I chuckled internally at just how wrong they were. Ha! What a terrible enemy this must be, to scare the vile slayer. Khan fixed me with a look. He's Shikrikin, like me. I summoned a ball of fire in front of me and waited for it to fade. As soon as it appeared, Khan leapt back and pulled his dagger. Koz locked his hands on the older man's wrist from behind and held him in place. "You as well, son," he snapped over his shoulder, but he relaxed and shrugged off the younger man's grip. "Me as well, father," Koz said apologetically. "You foment rebellion in my family," Khan said dryly. "But your training is widely appreciated by our warriors. The other families sneer, but none dare to challenge our men now. You can summon fire and have the mark. What are we to you?" I glanced at Jandak and the other fangs, then at Krill and Tricolo, while I considered my response. His eyes never left my face. I doubted he had the uncanny truth sense Krill seemed to possess, but I had no wish to lie to him. These were forthright people, simple relative to the folks back home, and I had come to appreciate that characteristic in them.
My first encounter with your tribe, I killed 5 of your young warriors. The last of them asked me to tell his father he died well. I had no special intention of doing so, but when Hakobin found my camp in the steppe, I took the opportunity to discharge that request. Then I was captured, tormented, and strung up to die. Krill took me under his wing, and I have become friends with some of your people. It felt strange to say, but Krill, Trikilo, and the Fangs all felt like what I thought friends ought to be. My enemy has made himself king of Urkash and begun conquering the surrounding lands. His power has spread to Gethanal and the other villages that line the steppe. I paused for breath and to consider my next words before continuing. You and your people are a blessing to me. You're strong and brave, fierce and honorable. I know a lot of things that can help you, and I can give you magic to make you stronger. Jandak, can you demonstrate, please? My big friend grinned and rose to his feet. He drew his flint dagger and sliced a long, thin line down his arm. A trickle of red dripped down from the cut. He moved close to Khan and Atas, then used his own heal spell. He wiped his arm across his tunic and presented the smooth and unblemished skin to the patriarchs. Healing magic? What about the madness? Demanded Atas with a sharp look. I don't think it was madness. Maybe it was, I'm not very strong yet, but I think the previous Shikrikin were thought to be mad because of the wars and devastation they must have left in their wake, I suggested. We're sent here to kill each other until only one of us is left. The people of this world got caught up in those wars and assumed they happened because my predecessors were mad. I had been ruminating on the subject and had meant to discuss my ideas with Krill before sharing them, but now seemed as good a time as any. Khan and Atas switched their glares to Krill, who shrugged. It is possible. Mond has shown no signs of being affected by his powers. Let me show you a little something. He scrambled over to his shelves and pulled a leather pouch down from the highest one. He scattered a handful of seeds that he pulled from the leather pouch at his feet, and then knelt down to put a finger on the floor. Wiry, gray-green shoots boiled up, some of them winding up his arm as they climbed towards the roof of the tent, while others twisted into thick knots, winding around themselves as they grew. After a few seconds, they were waist-high, and Krill had to struggle to free his arm, dragging up a patch of the impossible greenery as he rose to his feet. Dream spice. Krill dragged his hand up the vines and showed the leaves and seeds to the older men. With this alone, we're rich. but I have other seeds from valuable plants. Between myself, Mond, and eventually the others, we'll be able to churn out the most valuable dyes and herbs in vast quantities." He finished with a signature cackle. "Koss, the other fangs have already received magic. I saved enough souls for you as well. My captains should be the strongest," I said, offering him my hand. Koss grinned and grabbed my wrist. There was a brief pressure from Arisk's aura, sealing us all together. Khan and Atas smiled broadly at this sign from a god. I guessed the mark was good for something after all. I passed Koss the souls and sat back down to laboriously explain the English status screens my illiterate follower had gained access to. Krill snickered along as Koss stumbled through the process. After a further round of questioning, and Koss being forced to display his new magic by healing himself, the meeting wound down with a bottle of fermented mare's milk.
Khan and Atas had both largely gotten over their doubts about me, and on the condition that we retrieved the tusks, or burned the town down in retribution for Hatrikandos's murder while under truce, Krill and Trikilo's plans would be fully embraced by the heads of the families. My new patrons were nothing if not ambitious. The training in close-quarters fighting would be stepped up to include all the warriors of both families and intensified. Chariot construction was also to be boosted, with the aim of having 30 vehicles complete by the end of the cull. The cull was due to begin in 4 days, to coincide with the new moon, so we didn't have a lot of time to get to Gethanel and back. But Jandak seemed confident it would be possible. Once again, Krill schemed to force me to serve as the primary killer of the animals. The herds had to be culled at the start of winter, much like the harvest festivals back on Earth would have involved slaughtering animals in the pre-industrial age. The religious nature of the mass slaughter was just a product of the primitive times. The beasts needed fodder and protection from the elements during the winter, both of which were in short supply among the Eriskin, meaning only limited numbers could be preserved. One of the primary reasons for sending out the traders before the cull was to acquire salt to help preserve the glut of meat for at least part of the colder months. Our failure at Gethanel posed a serious problem for the families. Milk was something the tribes had in abundance, and I'd explained the concepts of potting meat using clarified butter. Khan and Atas were both intrigued by the idea, but they became confused when I started explaining about bacteria and fungi. They took me at my word that fired clay pots filled with cooked meat, then sealed with clarified butter, would make the meat last for weeks, if not months, at ambient temperatures, and planned to begin trials with the first culled animals.
Eventually the meeting broke up, and I was directed to the next tent along the row. In my absence, Krill had arranged for me to have my own yurt, and I was grateful for the privacy. As the tent flap fell down behind me, I took in the space. It was smaller than Krill's, but followed a similar pattern. A smoke hole in the roof still let in some light, and a crude wooden platform was covered in furs to one side. Mattresses went to the top of my list of technology I'd try to help the tribe invent as I looked at the pile of animal skins. Across the central fire from my bed lay a small chest, one of Krill's, I was sure. I opened it up, and a few belongings had been put inside it. In addition, it contained a leather pouch that I discovered held ched, a few pots and bowls, as well as wooden spoons for eating. My shorts, the ones I'd bought from the shop all those months ago, were clean and folded neatly inside as well. The bronze spear was propped in a corner, and Jatan's armor had been laid out on the ground to one side. I unwound my loincloth and donned the shorts with a sigh, letting the tunic hang down over the top of them. A cough from the flap startled me. "My lord, I've brought you some food." Phyla stooped to enter my tent, and I became intensely aware I'd been flashing my arse about only seconds ago. "Don't call me that." "Thanks, Phyla. Will you join me?" I asked, taking the bowl from her. "You have my bond?" she replied questioningly, as she produced another bowl from behind her back and went to sit on the edge of my bed. Your bond? I sat down by the pre-laid fire, and with a thought, it flared to life, the dry wood catching immediately. The cloth with my promise. She narrowed her eyes at me. Ah, yes, I do. I put down the bowl and tugged at the bracelet of cloth. It got a bit messy while we were away. I apologized as I passed it back to her. She held it up in the firelight and smiled savagely as she noted it was entirely red now.
Blood from the fighting in Gethanol and my interrogation of Getha had painted over the small spot she had marked the token with. You didn't take very good care of it. Her face suddenly became stern. I had to fight. I didn't mean, I tried to explain, but a tinkling laugh rang out as she creased up. You truly don't know our ways. This is fine, Vile Slayer. I'd have been disappointed if you'd fled without at least adding to my blood, she chuckled. Such a strange woman. I'm not sure how this works. In my culture, we normally go out for a meal or a drink before before whatever this is, I stuttered. Whatever this is? She arched an eyebrow at me. You accepted my bond. I'm far past the age I should have been wed, thanks to being pledged to Hakuben since he was small. Do you know what that's like? All your friends and sisters are getting married and becoming mothers, while you're left to wait for a spoiled brat to grow hair on his balls? I think I'll be a lot happier with you than that little shit. Aren't you bothered I'm so old? She was 21 if she was a day. You're hardly old, and I won't force you to do anything you don't want. I was a killer back home, but I was always polite to women. Most of my relationships had been transactional in nature since my marriage fell apart, and my job became my life. I'd still maintained decent manners with the ladies of negotiable affection I'd hired, though. Won't you now? What if I want you to force me? She emitted a throaty chuckle, then laughed uproariously as my entire head went red. Don't worry, Erkendine. I hope you'll be happy with me. As your betrothed, I came to ask for a favor. I'm sure I'll be happy, I managed to grunt. You have discovered how to give your followers magic. I want it as well. As your wife, it would only be right, she said with a grin. I smiled back as the expression reached her eyes, and they danced in the flickering light of the fire.
I'm a bit short on souls at the moment, I began, but she waved a hand to silence me. My dowry will make you wealthy. My father hasn't broached the subject with you. Who's your dad again? I asked, struggling to keep up with how she jumped from topic to topic. Hatrakan. Khan is your old man? So, Kos will be my brother-in-law, I wondered aloud, half to myself. He's hardly old, and yes, Kossi will give me away as well as welcome you as his brother. You don't need to give me magic before we are wed, but I would like to see the world as you do if we are to journey through life together. How did you know I'd given magic to the captains? Is it widely known? I was worried. Kos is my little brother. He doesn't keep secrets from his older sister, she replied archly. Kos was younger than this woman? I'd have sworn he was half again her age. The men in the tribe seemed to age fast up to a point, and then just gray slightly, it seemed. Weird genetics, maybe? But it isn't widely known, I insisted urgently. No, only to myself, outside of those in your secret meeting. Father really should learn to keep his voice down, though. I could hear everything he said from here. My ability to give people souls lets me control them as well if I want, I confessed. I haven't used it, and I won't. But I can feel that it's there. Those hazel eyes narrowed once again. Her aquiline face took on a predatory look for a moment before she gave me a radiant smile. I thank you for your honesty. I do not mind.
"Will you agree?" she said. I nodded slowly. I needed to get more souls, and quickly. "Thank you." "May I call you Mond, like the warriors?" she asked. "I prefer Ray." She rose to her feet and stepped towards me. I stood up and towered over her as she drew close in the smoky confines of the yurt. She reached out with a delicate, milk-white hand, and taking my now empty bowl from unresisting fingers, she placed it on top of her own in her left hand. Her free hand then reached up to cup my cheek, and she leaned forward. My face dipped down, and our lips met for a lingering moment. "Seeing as we're to marry," I wondered aloud as my hands began to get ideas of their own. The alcohol I'd drunk earlier and her proximity overcame my uncertainty. The hand on my cheek pulled back and slapped me lightly. "Thank you, Ray." She smiled up at me, and all my cynicism melted away for a second before slamming back into place. If she were to be my wife, a possibility I now found extremely appealing, I'd have to make sure she was protected from my enemies, those from Earth and here in the camp. She turned gracefully and left without another word, leaving me in turmoil. I stretched out on my furs, and my thoughts went back to the brief glimpse I'd seen from the tent flap when she woke up after the vile cat attack.
Chapter 40. It speaks well of your character.
"She'll be safe?" I insisted the next morning. Krill seemed exasperated with me. We were meant to be discussing the concept of stirrups. He had a basic grasp of the idea, but without an example, and speaking to the smith, all it meant to him was frustration. My crude drawings of a proper saddle and stirrup setup made clear how useful they'd be, and he was getting increasingly annoyed at my inability to focus on what he considered to be important.
"Of course she will, boy. She's Khan's bloody daughter, you dolt. Just because you're going to hump her doesn't mean she's immediately going to get killed. Hakubin would be broken on a wheel by his own troops if he even tried."
There are plenty of more subtle ways. Poison, a contrived accident, paying someone to do the deed. I can think of half a dozen ways to kill you right here and get away with it, I snapped back.
"I trust you won't follow through on that," he cackled. "Boy, it speaks well of your character that you're so worried about her safety. You think we're primitive and savage. No, don't interrupt." I'd opened my mouth to deny it. "I can tell your original people shared more with the shit-sitters than they do with us. But women are sacred. Even if Hakubin chose to make war on us, the women would be spared." Why the hell was I so worried? It didn't feel natural. She was beautiful and bright, but where was my cool distance? My comfortable dissociation had vanished for some reason. "To be fucking trophies," I barked back. "Indeed, but not dead. She is safe here, and when we split the herd, it will be only us, and she will be truly safe. As much as any of us are." His cackle didn't reassure me, but I could see his point. What the hell had come over me? She was beautiful in a way, but I had spent years with nothing more than casual relationships. How deep into my head was the Godmark reaching? Was Eresk trying to ensure he got his war and his nomad hordes riding south to raise the townsfolk by forcing me to love a specific woman? "Fine," I ground out between clenched teeth. I wasn't a bloody teenager, and I needed to get a grip on myself. "You'll lead the raid with the Fangs as your seconds. Now get your head out of fuck dreams and go do what needs doing. If we can't get the ivory back, then burn the place down and gather the souls." His words were harsh. They were honorable people, but comments like that only reinforced my perception of them as savages. "I'll do what I can," I replied, praying we could resolve this by burning some fields and reclaiming our loot. Targeted murder was fine, as long as the victim deserved it. Indiscriminate slaughter was not.
It was somewhat refreshing to find myself to be the least psychopathic person in a conversation. "Good lad. Now bugger off," Krill said. "I've got enough mana to grow some more Rubio leaf, and that stuff is valuable." As he turned, I put a hand on his shoulder and held him in place. I offered him 6 stones with the other hand. "1 cast of rapid growth on each," I said as I handed them over. Another bout of cackling ensued as he pushed me out of his tent. "Let's go, brother," said Koss from where he'd been waiting. How much had he overheard? Would he be offended by my attitude towards keeping Fiala safe? A silence that felt uncomfortable to me, but didn't seem to trouble Koss, settled over us as we moved towards the palisade. We found a dozen chariots hitched up with a pair of spare ponies tied to the back of each of them. 30 riders were walking their horses back and forth just outside the barrier. Jandak waved as he spotted us. "Time to ride to war," he called happily. "Did you leave something in Gethanel? An old man, perhaps?" said one of the guards snidely. Jandak strode over and punched him so hard in the gut that he folded the man in 2, despite the padding and leather armor. "Hatrikandos was an elder under the trader's truce," he snarled, as the other man gasped for breath. "You might want to remember your manners, Jet." Without another word to the man, he strode over and jumped into a chariot. "Let's go," he called happily, all anger forgotten, as his driver cracked his reins and the vehicle rolled out onto the steps. Koss and I rushed over to the last pair of chariots and leapt on just as they started moving. The riders formed up on our flanks, and we rattled across the plains. The wind was fresh, and the ride was exhilarating. Periodically, one of my captains would leap down from the cantering chariots and run alongside for a few minutes, laughing as the riders stared on in shock at them easily keeping pace. We changed horses after a few hours and went slowly for a while as the new ponies warmed up and the previous pair got their breath back. It took us most of the day, but as the sun was setting, we found ourselves looking down on Gethanel from a low rise to the north of the settlement. Smoke still rose from part of it. Perhaps 24 houses had burned down around the Lord's Hall atop the slight rise at the center of the town. They must pack them in their homes like sardines. We stopped briefly to tie up our spare mounts in a small copse of trees nearby. "Form on me!" I yelled as I tapped Hermitless, my driver, on the shoulder and pointed towards the gate to the town. The other chariots fell back slightly. "Jandak, take a squadron and half the riders across the river." He waved, and 3 chariots peeled off, followed by perhaps a dozen riders. They sped up and headed for the shallow ford to the west of the town. As we clattered to a halt at what I deemed to be about the best range a crossbow could manage, I leapt down and strode forward. The riders spread out on either side of me, but, as instructed, they didn't go any closer to the walls. I wasn't planning on losing any troops today, whatever was waiting for us inside. "You broke the trader's truce, and we've come to recover our losses," I called out. Shapes moved behind the gates, shadowy glimpses that I caught through the gaps in the wood. "Return our goods and repay us for the insult." For once, Krill had remembered to coach me on the correct etiquette for the situation. We were here to fuck shit up and take names, not play nicely. My code was becoming an itchy memory, as the realization that none of the people in this world could really meet my definition of innocent, bar some of the children, settled into my bones. "Fuck off, savages! The walls are closed! If you come closer, we'll shoot you!" called a voice that failed to hide the terror he was feeling. "Open the gates, or we'll open them for you," I answered, slipping a smooth stone from a pouch at my belt and hefting the weight in my right hand. "I'd like to see you try," came back from behind the gate. Jandak and his group were over the river now. I waited in silence as they spread out into the fields and started throwing firewall stones out around them. Dumb. They'd need to cross somewhere else as the conflagration spread behind them. I made a note to remind him to drive deep into enemy territory and then burn it as he retreated, rather than setting fire to his own escape route on his way in. Newbie mistake, Jandak.
Your fields will burn. Look to the south. Return what was stolen and send out 50 slaves, or we'll burn your shit heap to the ground.
I didn't get a response this time, so I waited a minute for them to realize their fields were indeed burning. I was contemplating tossing the rock in my hand at the gates and just burning them out, when there was movement. One of the gates swung outwards, and a single person walked out. "You don't have any dead marching with you,"
a boy's voice called. The shape looked too tall to be a boy to me.
"No, we don't practice that kind of dark magic," I answered loudly. "My brother did. You're the one who killed him?"
The figure kept walking closer.
"Yes." I could speak normally now. "Your goods are unharmed. We'll pull them out for you. What will you do with our people if we offer them?" He was in his late teens, with smooth skin and a hairless face. "That is not your concern, but they will not be mistreated. They'll have to work, but they'll be fed and kept warm," I answered. "Why? Because they're valuable?" he asked in his piping voice. "Because we aren't monsters. You broke the truce. None still live who broke it, and the unliving all collapsed a few days ago. We're no threat to you. We wish for peace with the nomads. Please take your goods and leave my people in peace. We will fight if we must." The kid had balls, walking out here all on his own. I felt a grudging respect for him, but the tribe's rules were clear. 50 workers. I swear they will not be harmed, and in 5 years, they'll be returned with some goods and wealth. Do you have any smiths in town? I was breaking tradition here, but fuck slavery. I'd rather have volunteer miners when the time came, but the tribes knew bugger all about digging up rocks. Hopefully, these townsfolk would have more experience at grubbing into the soil. I needed them. "We have 3 smiths," he replied reluctantly. "Who is the best?" I demanded excitedly. "At what? Old Hipule is the most experienced. Gathrid was his apprentice, and Clip is a recent arrival from Jurgath to the south." "I'll take Clip. Bring his equipment as well." As an outsider to Gethane, hopefully, it would be an easier pill to swallow. As seemingly agreeable as this young man was, I appreciated it was a fragile peace at best. Slaughtering the town might be good for souls, but I wasn't a monster yet. "Very well. Smiths are sacred to us. If he's mistreated, we will rebel." The boy's voice had gone cold. "Myself and 49 others will join you. Perhaps your friends would like to stop burning our fields and killing our animals." "Send a rider to pull them back," I said to one side. A mounted warrior shot off to ford the river away from the fires. "The slaves must be hard workers, experienced at digging and preferably craftsmen of some sort. Where are our goods?" "What do I call you, barbarian?" the boy demanded. "I am Mond." "You're like him, aren't you? The king of Urkash?" Smart little bastard. "Kind of." "He'll come back soon. He promised he would sense any betrayal and return. I'm going to bring my family and some hard workers with us." "Us? Already?" "I saw what the power did to Getha. I want none of that. Will you give us an hour to say goodbye? Will you betray us if we leave the gate open? Can I trust the truce is back in place?" "Sure, kid. What's your name?" I asked. "My name is Tennille, Lord Barbarian. What goods are we permitted to bring?" At this point, I was out of my depth and called over Mune to negotiate the details. It was agreed that they'd bring some animals and 3 wagons with food and goods. No weapons were allowed, but I chimed in and insisted that the crossbows and any iron weapons be handed over. Tennille was reluctant, but as he was preparing to argue back,
Jandak rejoined us, soot-covered and grinning like the pyromaniac I suspected he was. The sight of him shut the boy up. An hour later, our wagon of goods rolled out of the town, followed by 3 more wagons that were much more lightly built. Mune leapt up and inspected our trade wagon, leaping gracefully to the high platform with ease. A dozen women were part of the slaves, wives, I supposed, and the rest were strong young men. "The women are off limits," I growled to my troops. The Ereskine might have a lot of respect for their own women, but I doubted it extended to shit-sitter slaves. I was pleasantly surprised. They gave me shocked looks. None of us would hear the end of it from our wives. If we were on a great raid, lasting through the seasons, they would look away, but if any of us got frisky, we'll get our eyes gouged out when we get home, chuckled Jandak as he explained the disgusted looks my order had received. "Will this satisfy Khan and Atas?" I asked as we set off at a more sedate pace back towards Areskit. "Oh yes, there's no cause for vendetta with the ones left behind either." I found that unlikely, but maybe this kind of honor-based exchange of people and goods was more normal here than I could ever remember being mentioned back home in the history books. We rode through the night, cycling the horses and aurochs on the wagons. We let the slaves take shifts riding on the wagons to rest as we went. It was noon when we saw Areskit again, and the king's forces were arrayed outside the gate to greet us. Perhaps 100 riders and 3 times that many infantry moved forward in a ragged and ungainly formation. The cavalry kept to the wings in 2 large groups as they advanced on us, while the loose formation of warriors in the center formed a rough line and stopped 100 feet from where we waited. Hakubin rode a pony in the center of the infantry, with 6 mounted guards to either side of him. Just one time I'd like to get back to base without having to fight or kill someone. One time wasn't too much to ask for, surely. "What now?" I asked Jandak quietly. He shrugged from the next chariot along. "Want to see how good the chariots and magic stones work? It was fun burning those fields." He gave me a toothy grin. "We shouldn't waste our strength. No need for a civil war if we can part on friendly terms after the cull. Why's he out here like this? I reckon he wants a tithe, but he can go fuck his horse. This was an honor raid, and no business of his. He's probably just trying to play the big man like usual. We should talk to him." It seemed the wisest choice. Where the hell were Krill and the others we'd left behind yesterday? Where was Fiala?
Chapter 41. Still thinking with the wrong spear.
Hakubin rode forward with his mounted escort and stopped halfway between our warbands. While he had the numbers, I wasn't worried about it coming to an actual fight. We still had plenty of firewall stones on our cavalry to deal with the infantry. The only issue would be having to defend the prisoners. I'd taken to thinking of them as prisoners because slaves felt utterly wrong and alien to me. It had surprised me that during the march they had been reasonably content, exchanging food and even a few jokes with their guards. "Well, let's go see what the man wants. Captains, with me. The rest of you, if there's any betrayal, use the stones," I called out, loud enough to travel among my fighters, but not loud enough to be understood by Hakubin's group. 4 chariots rumbled forward as the drivers cracked the reins and tapped the ponies with their goads. Leaving behind the rest of my forces left me feeling vulnerable and paranoid. I had been playing sergeant rather than captain on the raid, an NCO barking orders at privates. I supposed I was now facing the equivalent of a commissioned officer, one of aristocratic blood, like in pre-modern wars. Sometimes they were heroes like Marlborough and Wellington. Sometimes they weren't worth more than the bullet it took to frag them. We pulled up 12 feet from the king, our chariots forming a line perpendicular to his warriors. This would allow us to move off quickly if we had to, and I silently thanked whoever had trained the drivers. The king maintained a stoic expression, but his warriors shifted nervously at the neat maneuver.
Normally, the rider had the advantage of speed and weight. While they could likely still outpace us, mass was very definitely on our side.
I see you've had a successful raid.
It wasn't sanctioned, so I require a tithe of the loot, Hakubin began, without preamble and in a stern voice. King, this was an honor raid.
No blessing was needed, and no tithe can be demanded, said Jandak angrily. The murder of Hatrikondos under trade truce had to be avenged. Nonetheless, I should have been informed. I would, of course, have granted you my blessing. You saw us ride out. If you'd had any objection, you could have sent a rider. That you didn't is a tacit blessing. Mune jumped in, interrupting the king. Speak out of turn again, Herm, and I will have you tied to a wagon for 3 nights, Hakubin exploded. I stepped between the king and my friend. I am owed a tithe due to your making war without my permission. If the Southerners band together and seek retribution, it is all of our people who'll suffer. The truce is restored. There won't be any retribution, I offered. What would happen should Mortimer come back, I couldn't predict, but until then, what I said was true. Hakubin ignored me and spoke to Jandak. Jandak, you know damn well that the king of Urkash has claimed all the nearby towns. We aren't dealing with petty, disunited townships anymore, but satraps of a powerful lord. I supposed the rest of the traders had come back with tales from other towns falling under my enemy's control. And you just raided one of his possessions. You fucking idiots have placed our people and my rule in grave danger. So you will pay the tithe. Mune, go and fetch 2 fine iron swords for the lord, I said. Mune glanced at me, as if to ask why it had to be him, and I shot him a glare. He glared right back, but he did as I requested. He jumped from his chariot and loped rapidly back to the prisoners' wagons. Brief words were exchanged, and he was passed 2 long objects wrapped in cloth, and then sprinted back to us. Give them to him, I ordered Mune, who strode forward and passed the objects to one of the king's guards. The man unwrapped one and gasped. He drew a bronze dagger and tapped it against the gray metal, then nodded to Hakubin with a smile. Please take them as an apology for any trouble we have caused, and to help strengthen the tribe should violence result from our actions. This is acceptable, Jandak. The prick was still pretending I didn't exist. However, I will need to discuss the cull with Hatrikan. Your family may need to make a greater offering to the collective supplies than usual. Jandak looked like he was going to spit feathers, but he kept quiet and merely nodded. You recovered your goods and avenged your honor? He asked in a much more reasonable tone. We did, Lord, Jandak ground out through clenched teeth. Hakubin smiled broadly at him. Excellent. It's a shame you won't be able to trade the ivory this year. I'm afraid that, as your family lost a chit, I may not be able to promise you a trade wagon of your own next year. It wouldn't look right to the other families. I expect whoever does get the chits will be happy to carry your goods, for a suitable cut of the profit. Hakubin's smile was all teeth at this point, and it was more predatory than friendly by a large margin. I clenched my fists. Hopefully the fangs would keep their cool and not react. Mune had been about to step back onto his chariot as he heard the last words, and he snarled, pulling his dagger. I was on him in a flash, faster than a normal man could hope to move, and fast enough that even with the speed and strength from his levels, I caught his wrist before the blade became visible over the rim of the chariot. Don't, I hissed. Hakubin had noticed me when I moved. His pony shifted backwards slightly as the reins and Hakubin's weight commanded it to retreat, but he caught himself, and the beast stopped still. It won't matter. After the cull, it won't matter at all, I whispered as quietly as I could. Mune relaxed slightly,
and slipped his dagger back into its sheath. "Such an unruly slave you have, Jandak," Hakubin said as he wheeled his pony and his party followed behind him.
The guards began barking orders as soon as they returned to their lines, and the infantry and cavalry facing off against us turned into a disorganized maneuver and filtered back towards the main camp. "Forget about it. Half our swords don't matter. None of you are trained to use proper swords, and we won't be fighting with swords much if we can help it. We will be horse archers and charioteers. If we're fighting with swords, then we'll have fucked up." I tried to cheer them up, but having so much metal extorted from them had thrown them into a foul mood. That much metal represented incredible wealth to these men.
"So much bloody loot," complained Cause. "He had no fucking right."
"Better to let him have them. Keep him off our backs until we split the herd. Mond, I'm going to go and let Krill know we're back. We should keep the slaves away from the main settlement. Take them an hour north and set up a camp there. I'll have wagons and tents sent out to you," Jandak said.
"You're worried about them being in the camp?" I asked.
"They know about your magic. We can't let them mix with the rest of the tribe. If that arrogant Aurochs rapist finds out there's a smith among them, he'll burn every wagon on the steppe to take him," Mune offered.
"I hadn't thought about the magic. They've got no reason to keep it to themselves, I suppose. Is a smith really something Hakubin would go to war with us over?" I wondered.
"Smiths are like wizards, except they're real. Well, I guess wizards are now as well, but smiths have always been real. They're sacred and tend to get their own way. Sulk has made the Jagarnen clan a power on the steppe just by joining them. The majority of our metal weapons come from him," Jandak chuckled. "There's going to be shit up the yurt walls when we reveal we've got a smith of our own now. I'll take the trade wagon back in. You head north with the loot and the slaves." "Check on Krill and Fayala for me?" I asked. "Still thinking with the wrong spear.
"You'd think you'd never had a woman before," laughed Jandak.
"Of course I will." I exchanged a forearm clasp with him, and he ordered his driver back to the trade wagon. In short order, half a dozen riders peeled away from my own column and joined him in driving the exhausted beasts towards the palisades. I turned my back on the town that had somehow started to feel like home and began yelling at riders and warriors to organize the move. The prisoners complained quietly among themselves, but loud enough for me to overhear as I passed them. I explained it would only be a short journey at a much more leisurely pace, and at the end they would be able to rest. Some of them continued grumbling, but most of them became quietly resigned and plodded along as they were told. "Do you think Hakubin is right about the king of Urkash?" asked Mune as we rattled across the plain. "Probably. He might set out to punish the town for killing his pet lord, but when he hears there's another one of us here, when he hears about me, well, I'm not sure what he'll do. If I were him, I'd back off until I had an overwhelming force and then make my move." I called over to him over the noise of the chariots. "So it will be in the summer, you think?" he questioned. "I don't know, Mune." Having people look to me for answers was exhausting. If I knew what to say, I'd tell him, but I had no idea what an asshole like Mortimer would do. He had been arrogant back on Earth. Now he had magic. He might be full of himself and charge in, but he might just remember what Poseidon had said about me. If he did, he'd be much more cautious. Some of my competitors aren't fighters. If he thinks it might be one of them, he might rush in. If he thinks it was me, Gallagher, or Amir, he'll probably hold back until he has an army and dozens of soul-bound servants," I finished. "What do you know about the others?" he asked.
I couldn't help but notice the drivers of both our vehicles were doing their best not to look like they were listening to our every word.
Gallagher was a professional unarmed fighter. "All the close-in fighting I've taught you,
He is a pro, and I'm a rank amateur in comparison. Amir was a high-ranking soldier, a commander of armies in my world. They're the most dangerous of us, I said. More dangerous than you? Mune laughed. One-on-one, Gallagher would kill me easily in a fair fight. That sobered Mune up quickly. Of course, I won't fight fair, I grinned evilly. Amir will be much better at training and leading men than me. The rest aren't fighters, so I don't know what will happen with them. You've done well so far, Mond. We have a smith now, called Mune with a smile almost as evil as my own. We made camp on one side of a large copse of trees. We would need plenty of wood to build palisades and fencing for the herds following behind us. I asked 2 riders who looked less exhausted than the rest to get fresh mounts and head back towards the camp to guide the wagons to us. The chariots were parked in a circle around the wagons, and the dismounted warriors went into the woods with crude stone hand axes to begin gathering wood. I found Tennille talking to a broad man in a leather apron whose arms were covered in burn marks and sooty smudges. Tennille, we'll have yurts for your people before nightfall. You'll need to dig your latrines down the slope from the camp, I said. Greetings, Lord Barbarian. We may move about without supervision, he asked. There'll be riders patrolling the area, and only 10 of you can leave the camp at any one time. Otherwise, you can organize yourselves as you see fit. There won't be much work until we head north, but if your crafters have anything they can do here, I'm happy for them to practice their trades. Why work when the products of our labor will be stolen as soon as they're finished? The boy asked. What crafts do you have among your people? I replied, ignoring his question. Weavers and carpenters mostly, and our good friend Smith Clip here, he answered, waving a hand at the broad man standing next to him, who hadn't stopped glowering at me. When Forge Master Badenick sent me to journey and perfect my craft, I never thought I'd end up a slave to steppe savages, he spat to his side. His voice was gruff and raspy. His eyes were wide, but his pupils were tiny, his large brown iris almost completely filling his eyeballs. I don't think of you as slaves, more as prisoners. In 2 winters, you'll all be freed if you want to be. By then, I hope you'll have decided you prefer our company. What do you know about water wheels? I asked with a glint in my eyes. I needed this man on my side, and a little bit of simple technology I could explain the gist of might help win him over. Are you mad? What the fuck is that? Some kind of nomad demon? He snapped back. I crouched and swept a patch of dirt clear, and began drawing out a simple design and explaining how the rotational force of the wheel could be transferred into things like trip hammers or grinding grains. After 10 minutes, his pupils had actually increased in diameter slightly, now being merely small as opposed to almost invisible. This is revolutionary. He sounded enthralled, but a second later, his earlier surliness snapped back into place. You aren't a smith. I get no aura of Velkit from you. This is all just the nonsense of a tricky savage. They talk about your kind back in the towns. Savages for sure, but tricksy and evil, always looking to con simple folk and steal their animals. I'll build you one when we arrive in the north. Then you'll see. I straightened and grinned down at the man. I'll leave you be for now. Please don't stray too far from the camp, or the riders will be forced to drag you back. I left him cursing and swearing, but he kept glancing down suspiciously at the crude drawing I'd made in the soil. I could almost feel the thoughts whirring in his head. Tennille, I called back as I was walking away. Did you bring any leather workers? We have 2 with us, he answered in an annoyed whine. Once Clip has stopped trying to figure out if the water wheel will work, please send him and the leather workers over to me. I'll be overseeing the cutting of the trees for the palisade.
Chapter 42. God-marked.
I explained what I wanted in terms of saddles and stirrups to my new crafters. They caught on quickly, but seemed to doubt my sanity. "But why? The horses won't like it. You'll never be able to control them," said Gant, the male leather worker. His wife, Simmel, nodded firmly in agreement. "They'll get used to it." "Do you have what you need?" I asked. They shared a look, then shrugged at each other and nodded to me. "It's your leather, Lord," said Gant. "And we're your slaves," Simmel added bitterly. "You won't be mistreated. If you can make this work, then you'll go home with a new product that will make you rich. Clip, I trust a stirrup is easy enough for you to put together." He grumbled, but nodded reluctantly. "I'll need wood for the forge. What metal should I use?" he asked. "Bronze is fine for now, but eventually I'll want a lot of them made from iron or steel. And I do mean a lot. Thousands." "Have you considered taking on an apprentice?" I asked. I'd need more than one smith to produce the quantities I was going to need in the near future. "I won't train no savages. Velket would curse me with the fumes. You animals all worship Eresk. Velket doesn't like your war god. Always destroying and killing, never making." His voice was firm. "What about someone from among the townsfolk?" I offered. Clip was going to be a thorn in my side, and all my efforts to get him on Team Ray seemed to have failed thus far. To be fair, I had never really developed any social or diplomatic skills back on Earth, beyond those needed to trick my way into a place I shouldn't be allowed. Aye, some of the young ones might be fit to serve the god of the forge. "Choose 3 and start training them, please," I said firmly. "I'll let you get on with it then. How long until you'll have a prototype?" "A what? What's that word mean?" Clip glared at me. "An example that we can test." "Oh, I can knock up these stirrups fast enough."
Slower if I'm training boys who've never swung a hammer.
"How long?" I repeated, fighting back a sigh of frustration. "Half a dozen by tomorrow night?" he guessed, glancing at the sun which was falling in the sky to the west. "Perfect. I'll leave you in peace." Clip immediately began barking instructions at Tennille's townsfolk, who jumped at his words like he was their lord. Soon enough, he'd lined up the young men and boys and was walking the line, looking them up and down and snarling questions at them. Gant and Simmel wandered over to a wagon and began pulling rolls of hides down. A short while later, I spotted a dust cloud to the south, so I jumped in my chariot and we rode south to greet the rest of our merry band. As I drew closer, I began to worry. There were a lot of wagons, almost 50 by my count, and over 100 riders pulling lines of ponies. This must be most of the Hottrick and Herm population, judging by the swarm of people on foot moving in the wake of the wagons. We pulled around in an arc, and my driver placed us running along next to Jandak's chariot. He waved cheerfully at me. "How many is this? Why are so many of them joining us rather than staying in town?" I demanded. "Well met to you as well," Jandak laughed at me. "The king visited Khan and Atas before I could get their permission to take some wagons. They were more than a little pissed off. Khan will be shitting horns for weeks. I swear Atas could have lit a fire just by staring at the wood." "So why so many?" I insisted. If we'd broken the herd already, I needed to know. We couldn't camp so close to Areskit if the patriarchs had split with Hakabin. "Oh, the old boys were annoyed enough to order most of us out of town. Hakabin knows he's broken with them. It was the chit in the end, forcing us to trade through another family like peasants or lesser nobles. Never fuck with a man's pride, vile slayer," he called back. "Krill and Fiala?" I asked, wondering how the hell we were going to feed and house so many. "With the wagons, we've got enough yurts for everyone, even the slaves." Prisoners. I corrected him absently, as my mind focused on other matters. Food? Enough to see us through the cull. Khan wants you back in Ereskit tomorrow morning. The mighty king is going to screw us on the tides from the cull as well, so Khan wants it done fast, and then he'll split the herds and we'll head north for real. Hope your knife is sharp. It'll do the job, I muttered. The longed-for windfall of souls was just around the corner, and I'd finally be able to jump some more levels. I wanted to get to level 50 while still keeping some in reserve for the shop. Level 40 had revealed the soul transfer ability, and I was eager to find out what new goodies awaited me at the next tier. I was also owed a boon from Erisk when I hit 50, and whatever it was, I would need every advantage I could get over the next few months. As we arrived at our new camp, I quickly realized the nomads needed no orders to set up efficiently. Wagons were pulled into a ring with the half-built palisade facing south, completing the circle. People rushed back and forth, unloading the lattices that made up the supports for the yurts, and arguing good-naturedly with each other about who got to place their tent next to each other, or complaining that one person's snoring was too loud and demanding they move their tent further away. In less than an hour, it looked like Ereskit in miniature, complete with a fenced-in paddock for the horses and chariots. The bustle and noise of a nomadic town quickly filled the air. Our prisoners now found their little circle of wagons surrounded on all sides, as the Ereskin had set up around them like the guards they were. The tribesmen and women left the shit-sitters largely alone. They were cold and distant to our guests, but not unkind, that I saw as I passed through the new camp, in awe at how quickly it had been put together. "You think we don't know how to make a camp?" asked Tricolo from behind me. I spun and extended a hand, receiving a firm warrior's clasp from him, and he grinned at me. "The boy constantly underestimates his betters," cackled Krill. "Come on, lad. I've got a fire going, and some ched will be ready soon." They led me to the heart of the camp, and I found my tent next to Krill's and two much larger ones. We had been put on the edge of the large, central clearing that included our prisoners. Even with so many new arrivals, I could hear Clip cursing and shouting as the sound of hammers striking metal rang out. Any nomad who heard the noise would stop for a moment and mutter something to themselves while smiling broadly. We ducked into Krill's yurt, and Faella rose from the fire. She turned to pass an icy look over us all. I smiled tentatively as the other two passed by me, leaving me standing in the door flap like a fool. As soon as Tricolo wasn't able to see her face, she winked at me, then settled down to finish the ched. "Come in, you aurochs bollock. You're letting the warmth out," complained Krill, as he settled by the fire, cross-legged, and accepted a bowl of the tea-like drink from Faella with a gap-toothed grin of gratitude. Tricolo was served next, and when I sat down to receive my own bowl, I felt her hand linger as it brushed against my fingers. "I've got work to do. You can tend your own fire now, old man," she told Krill. As she swept towards the flap, she shot me another wink and stuck her tongue out at me. She was going to be trouble. I could feel it in my bones, but I was quietly looking forward to it. "You've got work to do tomorrow, boy," said Krill after the flap fell down behind my betrothed. "Oi, pay attention!" He snapped his fingers at me, and my head swung back to him. "I've made arrangements so our herds get processed first. You should sharpen your knife tonight." "How have you jumped the queue?" I asked. I'd been told how it would work. Killing the animals was easy enough, but processing all the meat, sinew, and bones took weeks. The Haku herds would usually go first, then the other families would kill their own excess animals. The whole tribe worked together, day in and day out, to salt the meat and prepare the hides. Dream spice is valuable. There'll also be some new red tunics on some of the lesser families tomorrow. As the dreamer, I'm in charge, But I can't go against Hakubin without support from the patriarchs. Good job. I've got them all in my pouch now. This enthusiastic bout of cackling caused me to worry his heart might give out at any moment. You'll also reveal the God Mark. Everyone will want you to slaughter their herds, but once you've done ours, you can decide for yourself, Tricolo said while Krill fought to catch his breath. We can stay a few days for you to get some extra souls. It will take a couple of days for our part of the cull to be processed, but while we're working on that, a few more will be killed each day, Krill said, having calmed himself down. How many are we talking about? Aurochs, I mean, I asked. There'll probably be over 2,000 killed, all told. Plus the goats, I suppose, said Tricolo. The Hatrick and Mune herds will be losing about 300 heads. I whistled. Each aurochs was worth 6 souls. If I did the whole lot, I'd be 12,000 souls richer. Just my allies' animals would net me nearly 2,000. I'd be able to advance again at last. I could boost my friends and have a suitable wedding present for Feala. Even the ever-damned shop might become worthwhile. We talked some more before I excused myself. I walked around the camp for a while as the sun slowly set. People I didn't know nodded respectfully to me. Warriors would offer me arm clasps as I passed and slap me on the shoulder. Usually the left shoulder. I suspected the knowledge of the God Mark had spread among the friendly nomads. I checked in on Clip and found him berating a young man who was sweating profusely and holding a lump of glowing red something into a fire while another pumped the bellows. Clip glared at me and told me to piss off. The stirrups would be ready tomorrow night. I won't be here tomorrow night, but Hatrikilo knows what we need. Take them to him when they're ready, I ordered. He cursed and spat into the fire, causing a sizzling sound, but nodded before resuming harassing the poor kid who'd found a moment of respite while Clip turned his fiery temper in my direction. The leather workers were clipping and trimming what looked like a passable effort at a simple saddle. I left them in peace after watching from nearby for a minute. They worked well together, finishing each other's sentences as their work seamlessly flowed together as though they were one mind in 2 bodies. "Mond, join us," called Jandak from a fire where he was drinking from a clay bottle with Mune and Koss. "I can't, I'm afraid. I've got to be up early to head back to town. You guys go easy on that stuff. It sneaks up on you," I called back as I moved past them. "Ha! Sneaks up on you! This stuff is for kids. We're saving the strong stuff for something special," Koss sniggered, and I got the feeling it might have been at my expense, but I just waved at them and moved back to my yurt. I had hoped that I'd find Feala waiting for me again, but it was empty. I set a small fire to clear out the chill and lit it with a cast of fire. I lay back on my pile of furs, burrowing in so that the increasingly cold nights wouldn't stop me from sleeping properly. I listened to the bustle of the camp and the crashing sound of hammers striking metal as I drifted off to sleep. "Up, you lazy bastard!" Krill yelled from a foot away from my face. I lurched upright in shock as he began to cackle at my surprise. "I'm your driver today. Get dressed and we'll head off now. Need to be there before the sun's fully up." "Isn't riding in the dark dangerous?" I asked, as I scrambled to pull on my tunic over my shorts. "I'm sure we'll be fine," he said cheerfully. He harried me down to the paddock where a chariot was waiting and hustled me aboard. We set off south just as the sky in the east began to turn pink. Dozens of aurochs were being led towards our camp as we cantered south, and I quizzed Krill about them. "We're saving a few more than we ought to this year. We probably won't have the option of trading should we lose any to disease next year. With rapid growth, we don't need to worry about feeding them," he replied over his shoulder as he cracked the reins to drive the ponies faster. As we approached Eriskit, the change was striking.
Even at this time of day, the people were out en masse, gathering around and I did a double take. It was an actual building. Wooden walls and everything. That's where we'll do it. The herds have been gathering during the night. We drive the beasts in, kill them out of sight of the rest, and then drag the carcass out for processing, Krill told me when I asked him about it. Sure enough, a sea of cattle and goats spread across the plains. We rattled to a stop at the palisade, and I unhitched the ponies, putting them in the paddock before dragging the chariot to where 4 more were waiting. Krill led me through the crowds until we reached the strange shed. Then he leapt up onto a small platform built at the side, where the aurochs would be marched into the structure. "Warriors and ladies!" he called out, snatching everyone's attention and causing a hush to settle over the crowd. I stared down at them after he pulled me up next to him. There must have been almost every person in the town looking back at me. We are truly blessed this year.
Aresk has been sending me more and more true dreams. He has demanded that the Hattrick and Herm clans be the first to make the offerings.
What? Barked Hakuben angrily. My herds are to be first, as is tradition. What bloody game are you playing, old man?
He was positioned towards the back of the crowd, but his voice carried easily in the quiet dawn air. We have a god mocked among us. Aresk has demanded that the friends of the god-touched be the first to offer him his due. Krill nudged me and mimed taking off the bandage I still wore on my left shoulder. I did as he asked and pulled my sleeve up to show the golden tattoo, which gleamed in the first rays of light as they pierced through the high clouds. For a moment, every head craned forward to catch a look. Then the pressure of Aresk's aura settled on me, locking me into the shield wall. Everyone else felt it too, as they gasped and looked around, muttering to each other. Various cries began to rise, probably from the men Krill had bribed with dream spice, dyes, and this world's equivalent of pot. A few of them did appear to have very red eyes as they looked up at my arm in wonder. Demands that not only should the Hattrick and Herm animals be processed first, but that I should carry out the slaughter single-handedly. I briefly wished to be a gray man once more, but the swell of excitement through the crowd was infectious, and the sight of Hakuben glaring at me impotently as the mob overrode him was kind of delicious. Then I declare it shall be as mighty Aresk has commanded. Let us begin the slaughter in his name, yelled Krill. He turned to me and spoke quietly. Good job with the pressure thing. Can you do that at will? No. That's one of those things Aresk keeps control of. I guess he's happy with us, though, I muttered back, and I followed Krill into the slaughterhouse. Large, flat stones had covered a large section of the floor inside. They sloped down to wooden troughs that must be to collect the blood and carry it out through the back wall. What's out there? I asked, pointing at where the guttering went out through the wall. There's a trench lined with urns. We collect the blood and ferment it. Strong stuff, said Krill happily. I expect some more souls after this, you know, he cackled. I'll tell them to get your first victim, he called as he scurried back out the door, pointing at the plains.
Chapter 43. Glimpse.
The animals were led in one at a time. A pair of ropes had been slung across the stone slab, and once the beast was in position, it was hoisted off the ground slightly. They must have drugged the animals, slipped something in their feed, because the aurochs were extremely docile. Once it was in position, I slit the poor bastard's throat. We waited for the blood to drain and it to stop moving. Then a noose was thrown over its head. The ropes lowered it to the ground, and a pair of ponies dragged the body away. I repeated this gruesome slaughter every few minutes for 12 straight hours. We only got through 100 of the damn things due to the time needed to bleed them out and drag away the carcass. Still, I was 600 souls up, but my right arm hung at my side like a lead weight. Krill, are we done for the day? I asked as he came back into the killing shed to bring me some food and water. Not even close. Wash up, boy, and get some food. I'll get torches going and we'll get another 50 or so through before we stop for the night. I sighed and went to dunk my upper body in a barrel of water, scrubbing the blood off my arms and face, then rubbing myself dry on some cloth left there for the purpose. When I staggered into the yurt Hatrakan had set aside for me in the camp, having fought my way through a throng of warriors wanting to touch the bloody tattoo, I was in a foul mood. I'd resisted the almost overwhelming urge to snap at the nomads as they crowded around me by the thinnest of margins, and as soon as my tent flap closed, I sagged, staggered over to my bed, and fell into a deep and dreamless sleep. Krill woke me before sunrise and dragged me grumbling outside. I was given a quick bowl of stew and led back to the shed. I imagine I felt worse than the animals already being led my way. They were doped up, and soon all their problems would be in the past.
I did appreciate the ant-like efficiency of the tribe as they stripped the beasts down for parts. It was very professional. Teams carefully skinned the bodies, passing the intact hides to others who stretched them out on wooden contraptions that looked like medieval torture devices. Then the skinners cut fat away and sent it to huge pots boiling away over long trench fires for rendering. The meat was sliced into chunks for smoking and salting. The entire community was working with incredible dedication and unity to process the animals as quickly as possible. 18 hours later, I collapsed back into my bed fur and curled up around my aching right arm. Just over 2,000 souls, allowing for the ones I'd been holding in reserve before. I spent 550 souls to level up to 50, which still left me a massive 1,594 souls. I had 20 stat points to spend, and I intended to make the most of them. Level 50 primary stats. Body, D+. Mind, D+. Soul, D. Available souls, 1,594. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 30. Reflexes, 20. Health, 200. Magic strength, 20. Focus, 20. Mana, 330. Unlocked. Eresk's Boon. Carrion Feeder's Gaze. I boosted focus up to 20, then put 10 into physical strength and the last 3 into mana. I was admiring my new stats and the slight relief from the pain in my arm that the jump in strength had granted me as the world faded to black and I fell into a god dream. The pain was gone, and I was once again wearing my coveralls from the workshop back on Earth. After months of woolen tunics, shorts, and loincloths, my old clothes felt uncomfortable and restrictive. They're not made from wool, Ray. They're made from felt. How many sheep have you seen in the herds? Boomed a voice I knew only too well. Perhaps this time we should be a little more civilized. My clothes vanished, instantly replaced by the now familiar nomad garb, and I glanced up as the giant bronze statue shrank down until it was a mere 8 feet tall. The god extended his right arm in the same way the warriors offered an arm clasp. I accepted the offer and felt my bones creak as the god gripped me. After a second, the pressure was gone, and I looked around. The plaza was identical to last time. "Perhaps we should sit?" said Isekai, and a metal throne made of shields and swords appeared behind him. He sat down, completely ignoring the sharp edges that rang against his bronze body. I found a much more modest and less spiky chair had materialized behind me. Glancing towards Isekai, I saw the giant was smiling at me, so I sat down carefully, not fully trusting the magically summoned seat. "I'd be grateful if you'd start saying my name when you kill the aurochs, Raymond. It's a missed opportunity to earn my favor," Isekai complained lightly.
Do I have to? I asked. Not at all, but it is to your own advantage. The offerings of a champion are worth much more to us gods than those of mere mortals. It would allow me to help you more. I'll think about it. Why am I back here? I asked, careful to keep my tone respectful. I wanted to ask you what you'd like for your boon. Surely you didn't think I'd stiff you on that promise, he blared out like a foghorn. I honestly hadn't expected much. Carrion Feeder's gaze doesn't sound terribly exciting. Can I see through Scavenger's eyes or something? I asked. Nothing so humdrum. Well, it kind of is, but I'm so pleased with you, my dear little Genghis-to-be, that I thought I'd bump up the reward a little. You can only see through a single beast's eyes, but if I make the beast for you, it will far surpass anything that occurs naturally. What kind of god beast would you like? He said, and a column of bronze rose up next to him. Metallic outlines of various species of animals and birds flickered across the flat top. I can pick an animal and I can see out of its eyes? I clarified. This could be quite an advantage. Of course. Perhaps a mighty bear in honor of your first kill, or a wolf to replace poor Wilson. I scowled as he mentioned the wolf's name. Perhaps not. A rat, small enough to scurry through cities and tents unnoticed, to serve as your eyes and ears. I don't think you're a rat kind of guy, if I'm honest. I thought furiously. Remote vision and hearing would be incredibly useful as my new tribe began to operate independently. We'd be going up against the Copragen soon, an entire clan of cannibal nomads, and we'd be less than half the strength of a Resket. How much stronger than the regular animals would they be? I asked. As much stronger compared to a vile variant as those are over normal beasts. It won't be unkillable, but with your fondness for the life tree, I can see you making the beast a terror to rival an Ervile. He chuckled to himself. I wasn't laughing. I was trying to work out the best option. I had an entire tribe of nomads, or half of one anyway, that could be enhanced by magic to be truly formidable. Assuming I ever got round to spending some more souls on my magic, that was. I ruled out large carnivores like a bear. What will it eat? I asked Aresk, and he smiled down at me. Always thinking ahead. Whatever the normal animal would eat, of course, but they might be hungrier than the average beast. They will be carrion feeders, scavengers, so they won't be fussy about their food. What kind of range does this ability have? I wondered. It's a god-forged link. As long as it lives, you'll be able to borrow its senses, said Aresk affably. Come along now. I can't keep you here for too long. The plains were vast, and the nomads could move incredibly quickly across them when they weren't burdened by their wagons. Even with the lumbering vehicles, they moved a lot faster than I would have expected. I'd need eyes in the sky to gain an advantage over my enemies. A crow! A large crow! I blurted as I made up my mind. It would give me aerial reconnaissance that none of the other tribes possessed. A huge advantage. It also wouldn't be so remarkable if I had to move among the shit-sitters. Townspeople, I mentally corrected myself. Christ, I was going native far too quickly. A wise bird. Ferries the souls of the fallen in battle to the afterlife. I like it. The image on the bronze pedestal solidified into a crow with a 4-foot wingspan, a large example of the species. The bronze color melted away, draining back into the pedestal, and it was replaced with jet-black feathers, barring a ring of pale white ones that lined the back of its head and neck. How will I find it? Back on Earth? I asked, as it cocked its head to the side and cawed at me. Oh, don't worry about that. Just make sure you start saying my name as you slay the aurochs. His voice faded away at the end, and I found myself back in bodiless limbo for a moment.
My real eyes snapped open. The smelly furs and aching right arm assured me I was back where I was meant to be. Damn it. I wasn't meant to be here at all. I should be back on bloody earth, drinking beers, eating fast food, and tinkering in my garage. "What the fuck is that? Get out of here, you filthy bastard!" Krill yelled from nearby. Without even thinking, I was suddenly looking up at him as he waved his arms at me. From my new perspective, I was sitting on my wooden chest, but my eyes could only be a foot or so above the wood. My perspective snapped back to my own body as I jerked upright. "Enough, Krill! He's a friend!" I called groggily. The dream sleep apparently wasn't as refreshing as regular sleep. "Thanks, Eresk." "It's a bloody raven," he said, glaring suspiciously at the other half of my senses.
The bird flapped over to land on my shoulder and fixed Krill with a beady glare. "It's a crow, bloke. Eresk gave him to me for reaching level 50, I said. The crow flapped back over to my storage chest as I rose to my feet and started pulling a tunic on. I was going to need some shoulder padding added to my tunics. Those claws were sharp. "A god beast? Truly," Krill said in wonder, bowing his head to the bird that cawed in satisfaction at the new respect. "Yeah, whatever that is. He needs a name. I think I'll call him Glimpse. I can borrow his sense, so it works nicely." I settled my tunic and tied my belt around my waist. "Glimpse," I said, and the bird flapped over to settle on my shoulder. I could feel something from the creature. More emotions than thoughts. Loyalty was the strongest flavor. Flavor wasn't the right word, but I couldn't find a better one that fit as well. Then there was love? Devotion, maybe? Obedience followed, and then curiosity. A faint hint of hunger as well. With a thought, the bird flapped back to the chest, landed, hopped along the length of it, and then returned to my shoulder with a caw. Krill flinched backwards as it swept past him. "Can I touch it?" he asked, awe making his voice thick. "Sure, I guess." I wasn't in the mood for a double entendre, so I held out an arm, and Glimpse hopped down to land on my fist, and Krill carefully extended a finger to stroke the feathers on the back of the bird's neck. The old man's eyes gleamed with a fervor I'd never seen before in my prune-like mentor. "Thank you, Mond," he said quietly. But then his voice quickly rose to its usual volume. "Come along! No time to play with your new friend. We've got aurochs to sacrifice." He led me back to my seemingly endless task. As we left the tent, I told Glimpse to fly above the town and keep watch. I somehow communicated that if he found something to eat, I was happy for him to feed. Otherwise, when my breakfast was delivered, I'd save him some meat. He cawed back happily at me as he rose into the sky. Chapter 44. Split the Herds. I resumed my usual place on the now red-stained stone flags. Another beast was led in, and I put my wrist under its chin as usual, blade a centimeter from its throat. "For Eresk," I whispered. Then, with a well-practiced movement, I drew the knife around the neck and upwards. There was a spray of blood and a thud as the now decapitated aurochs swung gently on the ropes, its head resting at my crimson feet. Strength at 30 was no joke. I'd have to be extremely careful with my movements until I got the hang of it. "Eresk's hairless balls, Mond! You're only meant to slit the bloody throat!" yelled Krill as he ordered the support ropes dropped, and the teamsters who were looking a bit lost due to not being able to throw a rope over the horns to tie off on a leg. "I thought Eresk had hairy—" You know what? Never mind. I endured 5 more days of mindless slaughter. 5 days of braying and blood and boredom. At the end of the 5th day, I sat with Krill in my tent. Khan and Atas would be joining us shortly. "Here," I held out a hand to him.
More souls for you, I explained. His own hand moved like a striking snake to clamp down on mine. I spent 600 souls to give him 300 more. His eyes gleamed, and I noticed his mind stat jumped up to D-. Did you just spend everything on your magical strength stat? I asked him suspiciously. It was his build, and I wasn't about to dictate to him what he did with the souls, but I'd have advised against just pouring them into one stat. Nope, I jumped to level 30 and spent the rest boosting my magic. I put a few points in the body stats to boost me up to 10 and everything. You're not the only passable healer now, he cackled happily, as Atas and Khan entered the tent. Choose your next affinity carefully, old man. It's the last one you'll get. His face became serious, and he nodded. God-touched, the two patriarchs said respectfully. Are we ready to move on? I asked.
The endless killing of cattle was starting to annoy me. The souls were great, but I'd had Glimpse make a few trips over to our main camp, and I wanted to get back to start advising on the new cavalry tactics we'd be implementing. If only Trikilo could read, I'd have had Glimpse drop him letters with some of the basics. Then again, I couldn't write their language either, so that would have been a non-starter. The saddles and stirrups were already making waves among the warriors. "We should stay a few more days. You need more souls," Krill objected greedily. The souls were huge, and I couldn't deny I was tempted. We need to find the red rocks before winter truly takes hold. And before that, we need to recruit Sulk, if we can, I said firmly. He won't be easy to bring to your cause, Mond, said Atas. He's been a smith long enough that Velkit's madness has touched him. He's God-touched too? I asked. No, it comes to all smiths, the madness. It's the curse that balances their blessing, said Khan. They all go mad from the fumes, Krill interjected. Primitive metallurgy was hardly a safe process. I remembered hearing that all the gods of smiths back on Earth were cripples or mad, because all the smiths went mad from the mercury and metal fumes they were exposed to as they practiced their craft. We'll need him. He might convince Clip to work more closely with us, I suggested. Or they'll talk each other into not working at all. You never know with smiths. It is a good idea to try, though. We lose nothing, and with the chariots, we can travel quickly to Jaggerneet. It's a week or so to the west by wagon, so a few days if you move quickly, said Atas thoughtfully. I'll speak to Hakubin in the morning and split the herd. We'll only drive a couple of dozen north with us when we leave. The rest of the herd is already at Mondit, rumbled Khan. They were using my name for our new settlement, and while it was flattering, it also made me worry about my true enemies. I still wasn't sure if my mind was fully my own. Eresk's mark could be working on me as much as it worked on them, and the feeling made me want to fight back against the growing bond I felt for these people who had adopted me so readily. I resisted. I needed these people if I was to stand a chance of dealing with Mortimer. How many wagons will we be taking? I asked. 12, all loaded with salted meat and hides. Our aurochs were finished processing yesterday. We'll need a week or two staying in place to cure the hides before we move north, but you can use that time to reach out to Sulk, said Khan. Mond, there is something else we must discuss, as men. I wasn't sure I liked where this was going. Fayala's dowry, idiot, cackled Krill as he saw my face go blank. Indeed. I'm prepared to offer 6 heifers and a good stud bullock. I will also gift you 6 slaves who will manage your household and herd. I think it is a fair offer? Khan narrowed his eyes on me. Not only did I get the hazel-eyed beauty, but I also got a modest fortune by the standards of the nomads. Agreed, I said simply, and offered him an arm clasp. He snorted and turned away. You think so little of my daughter. If you were a man, you'd have driven a harder bargain.
A wife and children are not cheap. Children? I meant no disrespect, I hurriedly said. It's a great honor to join your house. I couldn't put a price on Feala, so it doesn't matter what her dowry is. I felt a brief, crushing pressure, as though trapped in a shield wall. Khan's eyes widened at the presence of the aura, and he nodded his head. Well said, God marked. He seemed to set the matter aside, for which I was grateful. Krill was smirking at me from the side of Khan, but when the patriarch turned to look at him, his face flowed seamlessly into polite attentiveness. Have your dreams revealed anything more of Hakubin's plots? He asked my mentor. We had decided to conceal Glimpse's power from everyone but me and the old rascal for the time being. We could pass off seemingly prescient knowledge as either his dreams or my tactical genius, and hopefully no one would think to go after the giant crow that always seemed to be near me. He's scared, cackled Krill. He won't dare go against a man marked by Eresk, but he expects you to split the herds. Currently, he is planning some light raiding on our herds once we settle. He'll send shadows out after us to track our trail, but he won't move against us in strength. He's also panicking about what Urkash will do over the next few months. Losing our strength leaves him vulnerable, but he doesn't know how to stop us going. Desperate men make rash decisions, said Atas sagely. We should be on our guard until we reach Mondit. Surely they should have chosen Rayet or Cobblerit as the town name. That Mond was now my given name among them. Were they all calling me by what they thought was my individual name or something else? We'll have outriders and rear guards, but Hakubin isn't a fool. However much he might want to move against us, he can't risk losing any of his remaining warriors. He knows we've taken his crown. He'll get rolled up into another federation as a junior member, whereas we will strike out on our own and bring other tribes to heel. Khan chuckled to himself. Agreed. If there's nothing else? I asked politely. They shook their heads. I'll excuse myself then. I'm bone-weary, and we've got more bloody traveling to do over the next week. Good night to you all. I stood and went to my own tent next door. As I stretched out on my furs, I considered my soul bank balance. I had just over 10,000 to play with. I wanted to level my magic, but I needed to leave enough for my fangs. Boosting them up to having something close to D-grade bodies would take 600 or 700 from my reserves for each of them. Feala wanted magic as well, and I had earmarked enough to make her so strong I wouldn't need to worry about her safety. Would it be worth giving some souls to Halin and Grable as well? A coven of witches could be an advantage in the short term. And in the long run, I wanted a handful of people who could enchant, and the crafting was largely done by the women of the tribe. The risk of losing the souls invested in a warrior if they died in battle was also a problem. The women would at least be safe with the main camp most of the time. I spent 280 souls to bring my life resistance up to 19%. Now I'd be immune to all low-level spells, like rot. I winced as I spent 2,870 souls in one go, leaving me with a still substantial sum of over 7,500 in the can. I examined my new affinity screen and grinned for a moment before my face sagged. I'd need to start mass-producing bloody magic rocks for Krill again as soon as he finds out. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, 45 meters. Intensity, plus 76%. Lasts 10 seconds. Fire resistance, plus 2%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Detonation, 1.5 meters cubed. Firewall, area, 10 meters squared. Lasts 10 seconds. Barrier, 20 HP. Fire spirit, duration, 10 seconds. Affinity, life.
Heal, self, 15 HP and 48% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self, 58%. Resistance, all, 19%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Heal other. Rapid growth, area, 1 meter squared. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Enhance other. Shapeshift, minor, duration, 100 seconds. Affinity, space. Size, range, touch. Intensity, 30%. Mass, range, touch. Intensity, 30%. Area, 5.5 meters cubed. Optional. Lasts 10 seconds. Resistance, 2%. Pocket dimension, 5.5 meters cubed. Spatial tear. Range, 11 meters. Imbue. Enchant. Soul transfer Aresk's boon. Carrion feeder's gaze. I was now far more formidable than I had been back at Gethanol.
The jump in my enhancement spell, which cost me a measly 10 mana to cast, was insane. I would have to start wearing baggy tunics as well if I ever wanted to use the size spell to grow 30% larger in combat. I had enough left to make my friends, and soon-to-be wife, stronger than any mortal ought to be. I might even have enough left over to boost Krill up a bit more as well. Altogether, helping them would probably cost me a few more thousand, but it would leave me some free time to pick up a few choice items from the shop. Now that I was getting access to metals I had never heard of, I was sorely tempted to find out what they were like. Knives made of what sounded like magic alloys would be handy, as would some armor for my friends. Glimpse sent me a mental nudge to wake me just as Krill opened my tent flap. I resolved to come up with some sort of lock, and a way for him to bloody well knock before swanning into my bedroom. He tossed me a leather pouch that I caught without thinking. "What's this?" I asked, waving the sack at him as I stood up. "Rocks, boy. I know you've spent some souls on magic. I need better rocks." He cackled at my shocked expression. "Thought so. You can do it in the chariot. First, we get to say farewell to good King Hakubin." Krill watched slack-jawed as I loaded the contents of my yurt into the pocket dimension. I couldn't figure out a way to get the yurt to vanish into it as well, which was a shame, but my chest, bed, and meager possessions seemed to disappear before his eyes. "Righto, bloke. Let's go kiss the ring for the final time." I grinned as we headed out towards the palisades. The Herm and Hotrick patriarchs were waiting for us by the paddock. The horses were ready in the traces of our chariots, and the wagons had already begun to roll out onto the nearby plains to wait for the rest of our party. "You cannot abandon your tribe now. We're faced with the wrath of Urkash, and you want to go running off after that fraud," Hakubin snarled. "Nonetheless, we will travel north with the god-marked," Khan replied calmly, his basso voice echoing out to the growing crowd of spectators. "He isn't one of us." "You cannot break faith with me, with the rest of us, for the sake of an outsider," Hakubin's wife called from where she held a surly-looking Hakudan by the hand. "You felt the god's aura, woman. Be silent," snapped Khan. Hakubin went red in the face, and Atas coughed as an excuse to cover his smile with a hand. "You will be forsaken by our ancestors. Our families have been united since Hakutakas and Hatrikilik joined our families generations ago," Hakubin argued fiercely. "All things must end, Hakubin. We don't want to split the herds with bad blood in the air. Aresk bless you with trials you may overcome," Khan said as he offered his hand for a warrior's clasp. Hakubin glared at the outstretched limb, then reached out and clasped arms. He pulled Khan in close and whispered something in his ear.
Khan snatched his hand back like he'd touched a hot coal, and he scowled but took no further action. "Take us with you!" called someone from the crowd. Atas turned and raised his hands. "Any who wish to join are welcome, but please think hard. We are going north to make war on the Koprigin. It will be a winter full of violence and glory," Atas called out. Did he know who he was speaking to? These people were battle and honor mad. Ah, of course, he bloody knew the effect his words would have. We waited a while longer as the wagons formed up. Atas and Khan spoke to a number of brightly dressed men privately before we mounted up and the chariots rolled out ahead of a dozen wagons. In the camp behind us, I could see a significant percentage of the yurts being hastily pulled down and wagons beginning to roll along in our wake. Will we be able to feed this many? How will they complete the processing? I asked. There was still a lot of the herd to cull, although I had done the lion's share in the last few days. "They'll cope," snorted Krill. "And we're the stronger group now. Hakubin will think twice before he tries anything against us." "You shouldn't be worrying about that now, though." A cackle drifted back over his shoulder, somehow dirtier than his usual evil giggle. "What the hell are you talking about? Feeding everyone through the winter is going to be a bloody nightmare," I snapped. "Nah, rapid growth, remember? You probably didn't improve it, but I certainly did. What you ought to be worrying about is your nuptials, boy." Krill grinned back at me as he cracked the reins. Oh shit. I was getting married when we got back to Mondit. Chapter 45. Aresk blesses this union. Krill accelerated our chariot ahead of the slowly moving wagons. Two more of the rickety-seeming vehicles sped up to pace us as we raced north towards Mondit. "What's the rush?" I asked, as we bounced along, the wind blowing through my unruly hair and beard, sweeping them both back behind my head. "Have you ever been married, boy?" Krill snapped over his shoulder. "Yes, a long time ago. It didn't work out." Regret wasn't present in my voice, but it lurked in my mind. "Why not? It's not that hard. Pump a few babies into them and don't piss away your wealth," Krill cackled in reply. "It's not like that where I'm from. Well, it kind of is, very broadly speaking. But I went to war when I was young. I came back different from how I was when I went. Jenny put up with it well enough for a while. But then we lost a baby and things fell apart," I replied. The sadness from the miscarriage and the collapse of my marriage was well behind me, and I repeated the thought to myself to make it true. I spoke about it in an almost clinical fashion. "Losing one child broke her?" "She wasn't a good woman," Krill barked. "Infant mortality must be very high among the tribes," I carefully reminded myself. "Well, you remember the day you wed, I trust? How much faffing and pomp and ceremony was there?" he demanded. I had a sinking feeling in my stomach at this point, but I couldn't deny his point. "How much ceremony is there among the Ereskine?" I asked tentatively, as I clutched onto the rim of the chariot with one hand, the other clamped onto Krill's shoulder. "We're the Mondin now, boy, and don't you forget it again. As to the ceremony, about the right amount. There'll be the sacrifice, the pledges, the celebration, and then the consummation. You'll have a grand old time." The cackle was back in force today, it seemed. As we headed north, I kept checking in on Glimpse, who I had left orbiting Ereskine.
The coal had slowed down somewhat, but the remaining people were clearly still focused on that monumental annual task. A trickle of wagons and riders had left town to follow our trail, converts to our cause, I assumed. But there was no sign of Hakubin preparing any kind of military response to the splitting of the herds. I reached out and directed my crow to head north to find Mondit and give me some idea of what I'd be walking into. Crows aren't terribly good at judging human activity, but after he overtook us and arrived at Mondit, I was surprised. 2 squadrons of horse archers, 20 riders apiece, were practicing charging, launching a barrage of arrows and turning to retreat. They all had saddles and stirrups, simple things compared to what someone from Earth would expect, but effective enough nonetheless. More chariots had been completed and were rattling around the nearby steppe as the horses were broken into their new roles. I couldn't help but respect the quiet efficiency of the Ereskine Mondan. I caught myself. Their barbaric professionalism was truly a wonder. Glimpse landed near the impromptu forge at the center of the town and cocked his head to one side while he observed the activity below him. The apprentices were now doing the crude shaping of the stirrups individually, all 3 holding the partially formed metal in the fire with crude tongs, as one of the prisoners from Gethanol worked a bellows to keep the fire burning hot. Clip was busily smashing the final pieces into the proper shape as they were passed to him, and cursing his apprentices at the same time. The smith had an impressive ability to multitask. As our chariot got closer to Mondit, I started seeing more and more aurochs and goats. The families must have kept hundreds of beasts back from the cull, leaving us a large enough herd to survive next year.
With the additions I was sure were trailing along behind the final Herm and Huttrick wagons, we would be a formidable force, perhaps over 1,000 people in total. For a brief moment, the thought of the paperwork required to organize such a mob made me worry, but then the bustling efficiency of the illiterate tribespeople came back to mind, and I smiled as the wind rushed past my face. When we arrived at Mondit, I hopped down and left the chariot and horses with the guards at the palisade. "You don't know our ways, but you'll figure it out as you go," Krill snickered. "Right now, your job is to sit in your tent and wait. When people come in, do as they bloody well tell you, okay, boy?" he snapped. He escorted me through the camp to my tent. Along the way, every warrior insisted on a warrior's clasp, and every woman bowed her head and smiled at me. The smell of the smoke and curing hides filled the air with a sulphurous mix of piss and fire. None of them stopped to speak to me, the simple gestures being all they seemed to need. It was unnerving. My gray man days were truly behind me now. Everyone here seemed to know me on sight. Krill abandoned me in my tent with a wink and a cackle, which I didn't find very reassuring. I set a fire and began boiling water before pulling the chest and bedding I'd taken from my temporary tent in Ereskine out and arranging them in the cozy space. I felt a double bed would probably be in order for later. I was on my 3rd bowl of ched when I got a sense of urgency through the link with Glimpse. Halen was heading towards my tent carrying a small chest with a leather-wrapped bundle on top of it. I stood and turned so I was facing the flap before she entered. She followed the local tradition of neither knocking nor announcing herself. "Mond, you need to be made presentable for your bride. Sit. I will cut your hair and beard." There was a formality to her words, so I simply nodded and sat down on the soft earth near the fire. She unrolled the leather package and revealed what I mistook for implements of torture for a moment. I realized they were grooming tools as she picked up a sharp piece of flint with care and began shaving away at my hair. "Wait, let me wet it first or I'll be covered in cuts and pimples," I offered. She slapped me on the head, hard enough that even with a strength stat of 30 it made my ears ring, and resumed her task. When she was done, the sides of my head were shaved down to the skin, the razor-sharp flint doing an excellent job and leaving the skin smooth. My fringe had been cut back to just above my eyebrows, and the back of my hair was left alone. I was now officially sporting the clan mullet, and I found I didn't mind at all. My hair had not been properly cut since I arrived, and the lack of mirrors had kept it from being something I'd thought of much. I called Glimpse into the tent, having to stop Halen from attacking the poor bird in the process, and examined myself through his eyes. I looked savage,
like a bearded barbarian or a Norman knight of old. However, Halen wasn't finished with me yet. My beard went next, the smooth, chipped stone sliding across my skin to cut the hair away at the root. Glimpse had moved to sit opposite me, so I enjoyed the uncanny sensation of sitting with my eyes shut while a primitive tribeswoman ran razor-sharp stone across my face and neck. As the last of my beard fell away, I opened my eyes and looked up at her. "Thank you, Halen," I said solemnly. She snorted. "You can't see what I've done, fool. Maybe I've left jagged lines in places you can't feel." "I know you haven't. You be good to Faye. They're going to make you king. But if you turn out like Hakuben, or worse, Hakudan, I'll slit your throat myself." She was fierce, like all the Eriskin. "I'll be a good man for her," I promised. And I realized as the words left my mouth that I meant them sincerely.
Whether it was her perfect eyes or the mark affecting my mind, I couldn't be sure. But I knew I wouldn't do anything to hurt her. I hadn't realized my coronation would also take place today, and I quietly cursed Krill in my mind. Sneaky old bastard. "Here." Halen opened the chest, moving the leather wrap to the floor, and pulled out a brilliantly red tunic. She passed it to me, and I marveled at the texture. This wasn't the rough wool felt Aresk had told me it was felt that I was used to. It was clean and smooth, some kind of linen, almost as soft as silk. "Your tunic for the night. There are trousers and boots in the chest as well. There is also a flask of York if you need to steady your nerves." She smirked slightly at the last. The York fermented mare's milk was potent enough, but not so strong as to be able to affect me after my recent leveling, I assumed. "Thank you, Halen. Will I see Fayala before the ceremony?" I asked, as she stood to leave with her grooming tools tucked under an arm. "What sort of bloody savages are your people, Mond? Worse than the Coprigin, I'd bet." "No, you won't see her until after the sacrifice." She stooped to put a hand on my shoulder and leaned forward. "Don't worry, Mond. Just be good to my friend," she whispered, before rising and stalking out of the tent like a lioness on the hunt. However much I came to know and respect them, these nomads were strange folks indeed. "Halen, can you send in the fangs, please?" I called as the flap closed behind her. "Yes, O mighty king," she muttered, before I heard her feet pad quietly away. I got changed, then borrowed Glimpse's vision again, and now I truly looked the part of a warrior of the tribe. The smooth chin and weirdly appealing mullet, combined with my bright, blood-red clothing, all combined to give me an air of barbaric splendor. The only thing setting me apart was my bright blue eyes. It set my old instincts off.
I was still too noticeable, but I fought down the urge to change back into my regular tunic. The sound of boisterous voices approached from outside, and I recognized Jandak as he made a joke at Mun's expense. "Mond!" he called as he led the fangs into my tent. I poured out bowls of still warm ched and handed them to my friends. They sat around the fire, but I chose to sit on the bed. I didn't want to risk soiling my wedding clothes, even though I wasn't even sure if anyone would care if I did. "How's the training been?" I asked, once we'd exchanged greetings. "Always straight to work with you. You're marrying my sister in a few hours, you dolt," laughed Kaz. "It's going well. The stirrups and saddles are incredible. We're working through the horses to train them to accept the new equipment as fast as we can," enthused Mun. They filled me in on the progress they'd made while I slaughtered cattle, and I couldn't help but be impressed. In a few more weeks, I'd have a formidable force of chariots and mounted bowmen. I made a note to add lance training to give us a close combat unit of cavalry as well. "I've got a gift for each of you. The Cull gave me a lot of souls.
And I'd like to share some of them with you, I offered. I was confident they had embraced their new capabilities with rabid enthusiasm, but I wouldn't force them to accept any more if they would prefer to refuse. I needn't have worried. I spent 1,500 souls to give them each another 250 to spend. Their body stats all jumped to D, as I cautioned them to spend some souls to improve their basic spells. After being quizzed about which affinities they should choose, I explained as much as I could. They all chose time, wanting the haste spell to further boost the effects of the enhancement spell in the life tree. They would be formidable warriors, unmatched by normal men. We shared the bottle of Yalk, but before they became drunk, they stood to excuse themselves.
"Won't be long now, brother," grinned Cause. "You should see my sister in her bridal gown. Such a beauty."
"I'll take her if you refuse," offered Mune, earning a slap to the face from Cause, but Jandak fell about laughing, and any tension fled the tent. "I look forward to our adventures, Lord. I expect fell deeds and great honor in my future," Jandak said when he stopped giggling. "Please extend my thanks to Halin for the grooming. She has deft hands and a gentle touch. She'd make you an excellent wife," I sniped back at him. He blushed and tried to stammer something, but Mune and Cause each grabbed an arm to drag him out of the tent in fits of laughter as they quizzed him about making her an honest woman. Glimpse cawed and ruffled his feathers as he settled on one of my chests once they were outside. "I know, right?" I muttered to the crow, but I was smiling to myself as I said it. I sat and stared at the tent walls as I drank more bowls of ched. I listened to the excited chatter and bustle as preparations were made just outside my tent. After a while, I sent Glimpse out to circle over the camp to get a feel for what was happening. A fire pit had been dug nearby in the open central space, and most of the normal work had stopped, except among the prisoners who continued to craft saddles, stirrups, and simple furniture from the green wood that had been brought into the camp while I was away. I sent Glimpse off to look for food, and eventually dozed off, stretched out on my bed. "Time to wed, little king!" Jandak shouted into my ear from close range. I jerked upright and lashed out without thinking. He blocked my fist, but went skidding back a few feet from the force. "I see you aren't neglecting your physical stats as well," he chuckled as he shook out the hand he'd used to block. "Come on, Mond, it's time." He led me out of my tent and to the fire pit that had been dug nearby. Khan was standing at one end of the depression with a stern expression on his face.
Krill stood next to him, with a gap-toothed grin. As we arrived, Jandak guided me to stand facing the pair of old men, and backed away to stand by Mune at the front of the crowd. Every bloody person in the camp must have been present. Even the prisoners had now been relieved of work and stood to one side of the gathered tribe. "You are pledged to wed my daughter. Will you honor your word?" Khan demanded loudly. I flinched at the sudden silence following his call. "I will." He nodded, and a faint trace of a smile lit a face I'd only ever seen scowl and grimace. "Bring out the offering!" yelled Krill. I turned to look behind me, but a slight shake of Krill's head told me I should stay as I was. A perfectly white heifer was brought forward and stopped in front of the dreamer. Pink eyes rolled in the beast's head. I had no idea where they'd found an albino aurochs. "Aresk blesses this union of your families," Krill called, as the bone dagger that I'd only seen once so long ago flashed out and crimson blood painted his lower legs and feet. There was a wash of pressure as Aresk flexed his aura over the crowd, and a hushed murmur ran through them. "Thanks, Aresk, but I'm pretty sure you weren't invited to my wedding." I felt rather than heard the faint chuckle in response to my thought. Another murmur ran through the crowd, and I started to turn, but Krill coughed and glared at me. So I stayed facing Khan
and my grumpy mentor. A presence stopped next to me, and I dared to glance across. My jaw dropped. Fayala had flowers woven into her flaxen hair, giving her a colourful crown of organic beauty. She was wearing a long dress of sheer linen, pure white, and sealed at the front with lacing to hold it together. The braiding ran from halfway up her thighs to her throat and gave the dress a simple elegance. As she stopped next to me, I saw a flash of cream skin as the dress parted briefly over her bare feet. "Daughter."
"Your price is 6 heifers and a bull, which I will cede to Mond if you are willing to accept his hand," Khan said. Wasn't this all agreed on in advance? I briefly worried I'd missed something, then narrowed my eyes at Krill, as I assumed he'd neglected to mention this detail for his own amusement.
"I am, father." Her voice rang out, full of pride and joy. "I have a gift for my husband." Oh shit. Was I supposed to bring a gift as well? Krill snickered softly as he watched my face shift ever so slightly, and I swore to take revenge on the old goat no matter what. Halin stepped forward and handed an ornately worked leather belt, already hung with pouches, to Fayala, who smiled as she passed it to me. "Thank you, think, you moron." Too late to pop to a garage and pick up some flowers. No shops here anyway. But wait. I dived into the shop and pulled up something I'd been considering for myself. I bought 2 of them for a total of 2,000 souls. They arrived in my dimensional pocket, and I opened it with 40 mana to pull them out. A susurration ran round the crowd as my hand seemed to vanish into thin air, then emerge holding 2 long silver objects. I clipped one to my new belt as I locked it around my waist, and held up the other. The Adjuntium sheath looked like glowing silver to my eyes, and I slid the matching blade out. I held up my bronze knife in the other hand and effortlessly sliced it in half with the shop-bought weapon. As the front half of my old dagger fell to the muck at my feet, I sheathed my gift and offered it to Fayala with an awkward smile. "A blade fit for a queen," I said, unable to think of anything else to say. She passed the knife to Halin, who retreated back into the audience with it, and Faye bowed her head slightly. "My thanks, my lord." She spoke softly, so only those nearby could hear. "Giving such a weapon to a woman may upset some of the warriors, Ray."
"Speaking of queens and kings," Krill called out, taking control of the ceremony once again. "With this union, we become a new tribe, the tribe of Mondin. The primary clans are the Herm, the Hatrick, and the Mond. I swear on Erisk's holy spear to serve as a true dreamer to our new tribe. Who will pledge themselves to the newly formed house, Mond?" A roar went up from the audience. Even some of Tennille's people, prisoners though they were, joined in happily. "In accordance with the ancient rites, the strength of Mond is tied to the beauty of Hatrick. We are no longer Eriskin. We are now Mondin in truth, and any man who dares to disagree will be met with spears and stones." Krill was really getting into this. I got the feeling this kind of shit was why he'd become a dreamer in the first place, and it had bugger all to do with his brother's rise to power back in the day. "King Mond will lead us to ever greater glory." He practically screamed the last part, but the crowd seemed to love it. So who was I to judge? I'd just been married and crowned a king, by the local standard at least, in less than half an hour. A bench was brought out for Fayala and me to sit on as gifts were presented from the various clans and families. Krill presented us with a pair of large wooden chairs, the nomad equivalent of a throne, and Fayala and I switched to them, letting Khan and Atas take our places on the bench. Hides, bags of herbs, and food were offered up, mostly modest offerings, but the heartfelt nature of people with so little offering as much as they could left me strangely affected. I was a professional, cold-blooded and meticulous. A pile of leather or a bag of grains shouldn't have touched me as much as it did. Is the brand messing with my head again? I didn't know, so I decided to roll with the situation and just enjoy myself. Most of my time here has involved endless traveling, boredom, or pain. I reminded myself that those times had been interspersed with moments of terror and rage. It felt to me like I'd earned this brief reprieve from the horrors of my new world. Once the gifts were given and taken away to our new tent, which was considerably larger than the previous one, the real entertainment began. Krill thrust a jar of red liquid in my hand and told me to drink with a no-nonsense tone. In a much more polite fashion, he offered Fiala a jar of white liquid, which she accepted with a laugh and took a long slug from. "Drink up, my lord. It will give you energy for later." She emitted a throaty laugh as she took another swig of her yolk. I took a tentative taste from my jar. It tasted like sausages? Or maybe black pudding? This must be the fermented blood drink they prepared after the cull, and it was much stronger than the yolk I'd enjoyed previously. Fortunately, as the night wore on, I found my new body statistics preserved me from obvious drunkenness. I definitely had a buzz going by the time Krill stopped telling the stories of the first tribes and the heroes that led them. Next, the ladies danced, a mesmerizing display of simple movements perfectly choreographed. They flowed back and forth, their skirts swirling around them, and even the shit-sitters clapped along to the beat of the drums and the atonal humming that passed for singing among my warriors. They were my warriors, I realized with a shock. These were my people. To round out the celebrations, the now thoroughly drunken warriors pitted themselves against each other in feats of strength. Aside from wrestling and something like boxing matches, they formed teams and held a wooden rod over a fire. On each side, the groups tried to pull their opposition into the flames or force them to drop the rod. In every competition, my fangs proved too much for anyone else to match. I smiled as Halen planted a kiss on Jandak's cheek after he and my other captains yanked 12 men off their feet from across the fire with a single heave. Fiala laughed and joked with me as we watched the antics of the tribe. The people were finally blowing off steam after the tension of the last few weeks. We had parted ways on moderately friendly terms with the Ereskine and successfully set ourselves up as a new faction on the steppe. Her breath seemed to creep closer to my ear, and her words were clearly only for me as she drank more flagons of yolk. "It's time to retire, my lord," she whispered. She stood and offered me her hand, the sheer dress highlighting the contours of her body. I rose and took her hand. Then Jandak raised a mighty cry. "It's time to consummate!" he crowed, and I flinched, flushing red in embarrassment. Glimpse circled down to land on my shoulder, briefly startling Fiala, and cawed loud enough to silence the raucous laughter. The bird circled up and then shot into my new tent without another sound. After a few seconds, Jandak, impervious to the opinions of others as ever, made a crude joke about 3 being a crowd, and the entire mob howled with laughter. "Well, my husband," said Fiala once we were inside the tent, hooting and grunting noises echoing around from outside. "I think you know what is expected of you," she finished in a breathy voice. I stepped forward, but stopped as her new dagger appeared in her hand, aimed at my chest. Flint daggers barely cut me anymore, as Halen had accidentally tested earlier, but I was sure that blade would slice straight through me. She backed away until her calves were pressed against my bed, and then she slid the blade I gave her as a wedding gift through the cords holding her dress together from the bottom to the top. She shrugged out of it letting it fall across the furs behind her. She had been naked underneath the whole time. Her creamy skin seemed to flicker in the firelight, and I stepped forward, pulling my tunic over my head as I did so. "Husband," she whispered, in a voice that sent shivers down my spine.
"Wife," I grunted as my tunic came free, and I threw it into a corner of the tent. The word felt right on my lips. "Send the bird outside?" She sat down on the furs and put her arms behind her, arching her back as she crossed her legs. Glimpse took off like a rocket, shooting through the tent flap and away into the night. Chapter 46. The Power. I awoke alone, which surprised me into sitting bolt upright. I scanned around my empty tent and reached out to Glimpse, but he was currently devouring every scrap of meat he could find that had been dropped or cast aside at the party last night. I sent him a warning not to get fat, but all I got in reply was a mental raspberry. I shrugged the furs off me and looked around for my new red tunic, just as the flap swept aside and Fayala entered the tent wearing it herself. It was an uncanny sight, like a girlfriend back on Earth wearing one of my t-shirts the morning after. "Raymond," she said with a smile as she rushed into my arms, slender legs flashing as she crossed the short distance, and kissed me. She stepped back and pulled the tunic over her head before tumbling me back into the pile of furs. After an extremely pleasant rematch, we lay tangled in our bed, her arms and legs wound around me, and she snorted as she lifted her head from my shoulder. I was wondering if they had tobacco in this world, as now would be a good time. Mattresses also went up a notch on my list of tech for the nomads. "You owe me a few things, Ray," she whispered in my ear. What tradition had I missed this time? I would be having serious words with Krill about his throw him in at the deep end and see if he can swim attitude towards my education in the local norms. "You want to know about my world?" I asked tentatively, remembering our first conversation. "Of course. Now you've no excuse for keeping such things secret from me. I'm in the right moon phase, and I'm sure Aresk will bless us with a son. No more secrets from the mother of your children." She kissed my nose and lay her head back down on my shoulder. "Moon phase?" I repeated, dumbfounded. Family planning apparently involved a fuck her and see approach on Earth. "Yes, I do want to know about your world, but you promised me magic." "I appreciate the shake-the-bed furs kind of magic." She let out a throaty laugh. "But I was promised real magic." "That wasn't real enough for you?" She giggled in reply. "I've saved some souls for you from the cull. I remember what I promised." As our naked bodies were pressed against each other, I could simply will the transfer to happen, and she would receive the souls. Another 2,000 vanished, leaving me with about the same left in reserve. Her body went rigid for a moment, then melted back against me. "What does focus do?" she asked quietly. "You can read?" I gasped, raising myself up on an elbow to stare down into her hazel eyes. "Of course. Most of the noble women are passably competent in Crathen. It's just the men who refuse to learn. It's effeminate." I cursed Krill once again. I'd had a large group of literate people available to me for fucking months, and he hadn't mentioned it. "What are your starting stats?" "Don't pick an affinity just yet. You've got enough souls to unlock 3 of them and boost your spells a bit if you spend the souls wisely. But they won't go as far as you'd want. Trust me, I know how frustrating it is," I babbled excitedly. "I can do basic arithmetic," she replied with a laugh. I'd been wishing for a calculator every time I stopped to spend souls, but I wasn't about to argue as her legs tightened around my own. Faye ended up picking ice, life, and space as her affinities. "You have to spend enough stat points to go past 10 in the physical stats,"
I insisted repeatedly. I didn't want her to be as fragile as a run-of-the-mill mortal. It took some persuasion, but she eventually agreed and raised her strength and reflexes to 12, as well as bumping her health points to 120. The rest she poured into mana and magical strength after pushing focus to 10.
Body, E. Mind, D. Souls, F. I could see the status floating over her head in faint red letters, and the knowledge that she was considerably stronger than even the fittest man filled me with a sense of comfort. If, as she was determined, it was already the case, she was carrying my child. I needed her safe, especially as I would have to go away shortly to try and recruit Sulk the Smith to our cause. A throat was cleared outside my tent flap. Apparently, the tribe had some sense of announcing themselves, but only if a couple was within the tent in question. "Go see who it is. Come back before you leave for the Jaggernon," she whispered as she snuggled deeper into the furs, not coincidentally sliding her breasts down my side. I grunted and kissed her, then extricated myself from the entangling limbs that seemed to work to trap me in bed. I threw on my new linen clothes and stepped into the sunlight outside. "Good job, Mond," Jandak grinned. He pointed at where the white dress Fayella had worn last night, which she'd spread on our bed, now marked with red in places, was draped over one of my guy ropes. So that was what she'd been doing outside when I woke up. Jandak smirked as I blushed. "What's the problem?" I demanded gruffly, unamused by his amusement. "Clip wants a word before we leave for Jaggernet. He's been bleeding to see you since he woke up. Be grateful we put him off this long. Saying no to a smith isn't natural for us," Jandak replied, as he slung an arm over my shoulder and led me over to the prisoners. The sounds and smells of the camp washed over me. Despite the celebration last night, the bustle and efficiency had already resumed. "So, how was she? Ripe fruit, I'll bet," he chuckled. "I'll ask Koss how I should answer that question," I replied, and he jerked his arm away. "That's just cold. His strength stat is higher than mine. As soon as they become king, they all turn into pricks." He laughed to take away the sting of his words, and I couldn't help but join in as we stumbled into the area set aside for my prisoners. "You! What the fuck was that metal?" rang out, cutting through the noise of the bare bones smithy and the other work going on around us. A brief silence descended. "Did I tell you to stop hammering, you bloody layabouts?" Clip spun and snarled at his apprentices, who had frozen as their master harangued the new king. The smell of the forge and molten metal filled the air here, giving it an acrid tang that kept most of the tribe away. "It's called adjuntium. It isn't common." I was getting good at understatement. "I might be able to get you some ingots, but I'm not sure you could work them. I mean no disrespect," I added as his face darkened. "It's just that I don't even know what ore they come from." Clip strode forward and held up a small lump of orange metal. "It's sliced through this effortlessly. This is fucking good bronze. Forge Master Badanik couldn't make a better alloy." He threw the end of the dagger I'd cut off yesterday at me, but Jandak's hand blurred out to snatch it from the air. Jandak glowered at the smith while he tossed the gleaming piece of metal up and down in one hand. "Apologies. I forget myself sometimes." "You must get me some of that metal," Clip insisted. "It isn't cheap," I hedged. "I'll serve your filthy nomads for the rest of my days for a hide ingot of the stuff," Clip snapped. "What the hell is a hide ingot?" I asked in confusion. "About yay thick and about yay square, with curving edges like a hide stretched out to dry." He had pinched a finger and thumb to perhaps an inch wide, then spread his hands about a meter apart to give me the dimension. If that was the same as the ingots I could buy in the ever-cursed shop, it was the same shape as the images attached to the option for the ingots in the shop.
maybe it wasn't such a ripoff? That was a lot of arrowheads from one purchase. I bought 2 ingots of bronze from the shop on instinct and spent the mana to retrieve my acquisitions from my dimensional pocket. 2 lumps of meter-square bronze appeared as if by magic in my hands. For 300 souls, and factoring the value of bronze to my tribesmen, that wasn't such an awful price as I'd first thought. Well, that's not so bad after all, I muttered, and Clip snatched one of them from me and laid it down. He began tapping and scratching at it with a wedge of bronze that appeared in his hand without me catching where it came from. This is the finest bronze I've ever... How much of this can you provide? His voice was full of command, and Jandak stepped forward slightly. My king, he added hurriedly. I couldn't quite see Jandak's face, but I assumed the glare had been enough to remind the arrogant crafter of where the real power lay. It suddenly struck me that I was indeed the power now, at least in this place and among these people. Warriors raised a fist in salute at me as they passed, and the women nodded their heads. Bowing and scraping were alien to my savage and independent-minded people, but those small shows of deference that I'd largely ignored this morning were more significant than I'd realized. It isn't cheap, and you cannot buy it with salt or trade goods. When we get to the Northlands, you'll understand about the iron, I replied. I know about fucking iron, Lord. The gray metal that turns red. It's more brittle than this bronze, Clip answered. Pure iron is brittle, but it has 2 major advantages over bronze. You don't need to find tin and copper to make it useful, and by mixing in a little carbon, you get steel. And steel, my friend, is the kind of thing that will make Velkit love you. For a moment, there was a sensation of a hammer striking an anvil all around me. Similar, but different from Eresk's aura. Oh, great. More bloody god friends. I hear you, Forge Maker, Clip called to the sky.
You aren't a lying savage, are you? He didn't give me a chance to speak before he continued. I'll journey north with you, Lord. What do you want me to do with this metal? He asked, pointing to the ingot resting against his legs and the one I still held casually in one hand. I'm not really from around here, I answered his first question before continuing. Same as I asked for before. Stirrups. We'll use iron for arrowheads, spears, and knives when the time comes. I want all my riders to have saddles and stirrups by the time I return from the Jaggernon. Can you do it? I asked. He nodded furiously. I'll need to train some more apprentices. Perhaps some of your nomads might be worthy. I'll look at any who wish to offer themselves to Veltik. You'll be away for how long? He belatedly realized he'd forgotten to ask the determinative question. I glanced at Jandak and raised an eyebrow. Perhaps a week and a half, he said with a toothy smile, assuming the negotiations go smoothly. That's too little time, Clip muttered unhappily. We won't move the main camp north until the hides from the cull are cured. I'm told it will be 3 weeks or so. Is that long enough? I asked, cutting the suddenly cooperative smith a little slack. Yes, Lord. And to help with your negotiations, King Mond, please swear on your honor to return this to me, he asked as he tugged at a leather cord around his neck and produced an exquisitely cut rectangle of bronze. What is it? I asked as he passed it to me. I turned it over and couldn't make out what the markings were meant to represent, but it must have taken a lot of work from whoever cut the dense, angular lines into the metal. The mark of my profession, damn fool. Lord. This is my journeyman's token. Any smith north of Settle will recognize the marks showing I'm a student of Master Badnik. A prodigy of a student, if I might say so. Master Badnik always spoke highly of me. If this sulk is truly a smith, he'll understand when he sees it. I tucked the trinket into one of my belt pouches and patted it happily. Thank you, Clip. I'll leave you to your work. Here,
I passed him the other ingot, and he sagged under the weight as he tried to take it with just one hand. "Consider these ingots a retainer?" He nodded and dragged them towards his forge, barking orders at his minions as he pulled them along behind him. "Well, that was surprisingly easy. The old bastard has been throwing his weight around all morning," muttered Jandak as we walked away. "The tribe won't argue with a smith?" I asked. "Mostly. Smiths are always a bit mad, and bickering with them isn't worth the trouble, but they're also useful, and it doesn't do to slit your pony's throat while you're riding it." "A lovely turn of phrase," I muttered. "Anything else? Or can I go back to my wife?" I asked. "You need to go back to pack, not plant another spear. Krill's already organizing a warband to head to Jaggerneet. You've got until noon," Jandak replied, and I cursed. "Packing won't take long. Who's coming with us?" I was really starting to appreciate the dimensional pocket spell. "The Fangs and Krill plus 20 horse archers and 10 chariots, with spare mounts and whatnot. We're planning to travel fast. The main delay to getting back to your warm bed is going to be winning over Sulk," Jandak said with a smile. He left me outside my yurt as he set off whistling to make his own arrangements with Halin. I took a deep breath and stepped into the gloom within. "Fela," I began as I took a step towards her. She was wearing a long dress of bright red felt, and while I regretted that she had gotten dressed, she still took my breath away. A disk of ice, 1.5 meters in diameter, appeared in front of me, halting me in place. "Raymond," she said in an acid tone, as she arched a perfect eyebrow at me, peering over her magic shield. "Faye?" I tried experimentally. Her face dissolved into a broad smile, and the shield vanished as she moved over and pulled me into an embrace. "Better, husband. In public, I'm Fayala, and you are King Mond. Under the felt, we are just Ray and Faye," she whispered into my ear. I liked the sound of that. I pulled back and gave her an uncertain look. "How long will you be away, love?" she asked. A shiver ran down my spine as she used that word. "A week, maybe 2, I replied, expecting an outburst. Not long enough to know for sure." She kissed me lightly. "You'll be traveling light. Take a good tunic to impress the Jaggernan, but otherwise just take food and weapons." She pulled out a set of clothes similar to the formal wear I'd worn last night from one of my chests. "They're a fractious tribe, but Sulk is married to Kayla. She's a niece of the Hetep Patriarch and a distant cousin of mine. She had dreams of being a proper brood mare, but Sulk has no weight to his spear, if you take my meaning. She's a little bitter, but has made the best of it. Tell her we're wed and give her this note. It might help. Win her love, and Sulk will do whatever she tells him to. Hurry back to me?" She finished with a slight quaver in her voice as she passed me a bundle of clothes.
Chapter 47. Being Brash. We traveled quickly to Jaggernet. We stopped to make camp twice on the way, and I spent the evenings instructing unarmed and short-blade fighting, as well as giving lectures on what I could remember from Mongol and Turkish mounted archer strategies. The concept of a feigned retreat was sneered at. At first, they felt it was dishonorable and inglorious. It took a great deal of persuasion to explain how, by drawing the enemy out of formation and position, or even just elements of an opposing force, it created the opportunity for even greater glory. My savages were nothing if not glory hounds. "What's ahead of us?" asked Krill, as we rattled towards the final rise between us and Jaggernet. Glimpse was circling overhead, and I was observing the camp ahead of us. "The cull. They're still busy processing the meat and hides, but they seem to be taking it a lot easier than Ereskine," I replied. The machine-like bustle of the cull in Ereskine was nowhere in sight. They were almost laconic as they went about the annual ritual. "They keep a smaller herd," Krill spat to the side, and I dodged the phlegm as the wind pulled it back in my direction.
I really must have a word with my tribe about spitting all the damn time. Having a pet smith, they tend towards trade and craft. Most of the warriors here will have bronze weapons, even if it's just a small knife. They're rich enough to spend less time herding. So they have more crafters than Ereskine. Leather workers and carpenters. Their women are some of the best weavers in the steppe. They can afford fine linens from the shit-sitters. Another ball of spit flew past my ear. Don't tell Fiala I said that about this lot being better. He turned to give me a glare. So, they'd be a good trade partner? I wondered. My dimensional pocket had been loaded up with Krill's favorite trade goods, drugs and dyes. He was hoping to make a killing and acquire more metals for Clip, even if Sulk rejected us.
I'd also loaded an entire chariot and a bunch of spare parts for the vehicles into the storage space, as well as a note from Fiala to Kayla.
Pah! Can't trust the bastards. They'll screw you over any chance they get. They're fighting mad, so don't be surprised if some hotheads start throwing out challenges to our warriors. For an Ereskine to consider these people unusually belligerent, they must be extremely violent. I had no fears for myself or my fangs, and Krill was sacrosanct, as he was a dreamer. No one would raise a hand to him. The other warriors could find themselves in trouble, though. If they were forced to use their healing trinkets, questions would be raised. What if they find out about the magic? The healing trinkets the warriors have? I asked. Best make sure they don't. At this point, lad, it will only add to your reputation. But we're a small band, and all their warriors are here. If they decide to take them from us, it would be trouble. Think you can kill 1,000 warriors at once? I suspected that with my magic upgrade, I could probably do a passable job, but I had no wish to find out. We rattled over the brow of the hill, and Jaganit was spread out before us at the bottom of a shallow valley. It looked much the same as Araskit or Mondid, a circle of wagons around yurts and an open central area with a wooden palisade and livestock area at the south-facing side. The people were dragging cattle from a shed built just outside the town into the camp proper and processing them under the autumn sun. Rows of hides stretched out on crossed wooden poles were arranged around fires or along the sides of the paths to dry out before being properly cured. Glimpse was perched atop the culling shed and eavesdropping on the humans below. He seemed to feel condescending towards the lowly earthbound creatures, but his eyes were greedily watching out for any opportunity to swoop down and steal a lump of meat that came away as the bodies were hauled into town. He wasn't alone. Dozens of airborne scavengers were circling around or watching from the peaks of wagons or yurts. They're sending a group to greet us. Pull up here. No point going closer until we're invited, I called into Krill's ear. He began to slow the chariot, the rest of our troop following his lead, and we parked the contraptions perpendicular to the approaching horsemen. They'd sent out nearly 100 riders, and as many warriors were following on foot behind them. We were severely outnumbered, but we had enough quality to counter their quantity, especially with Krill and my own magic available as fallback options if things went badly. I hopped down and walked a short distance in front of the rest of our group. Jandak was muttering to himself about damn fool kings, but I ignored him as the riders approached. As the Ereskine had done when we arrived back at that camp, the riders spread out to form a partial encirclement and kept 30 meters or so distance between us while they waited for the infantry. "Hail, Jagan!" I shouted over at them. "We're here to trade and speak to Sulk." "And who the fuck are you? You look like Ereskine dogs, but none of his retainers are with you." The rider who replied rode forward slightly. They cut their hair differently, leaving the sides and back to grow out, but shaving the top of their heads. I assumed it was the coiffeurs that identified us to him. "I am Mond, of the Mondin tribe. We split the herds with Hakubin," I called back. "Never heard of you. An unknown kinglet comes to trade for metal with some stunted wagons? Ha! You've got balls, at least." He began muttering to one of his colleagues, who wheeled about and galloped back towards the infantry.
"We've got rare herbs to trade for bronze, but I would also like to speak to your king," I called back. I heard Krill muttering in the background and glanced over at him. He made a variety of facial expressions that suggested I had just put my foot in my mouth. I was winging this whole conversation, having no bloody idea what the protocol was for visiting royalty, but I thought I'd handled it well enough.
"Do you now? Well, I'm sure Jagapan will greet you with happiness. He'll be here in a minute."
The rider laughed, and several of his men chuckled along maliciously. I heard what sounded like Krill face-palming, and glanced back to find he had indeed covered his eyes with a hand. What the hell had I said wrong? The infantry contingent arrived, and the opposing cavalry contracted to occupy the flanks. The warriors all sprouted the same haircut as the riders, and their tunics ran the usual gamut of colors I'd grown used to among my own tribe. They moved apart at the center, and the smallest tribesman I'd ever seen strode through the center in a purple tunic like a peacock. He held a spear casually over his shoulder. "I hear you want to speak to me, boy," he asked as he stopped 2 meters from me. His right eye was a deep brown, but the other was an orb of polished bronze. A deep scar ran down his face across the metallic eye, starting at the top of his forehead and ending at his jaw. "Jagapan, I am Mond, king of the Mondin. I'd like to spend a day or two I began, but he snorted and interrupted me. "Demanding to speak to me? Without even waiting for guest rights? We all know what that means." He spun in a circle and raised his arms over his head. He slipped the leather sheath off the tip of his bronze spear and reached up to his face as he turned back to me. He pulled out his bronze orb and slipped it into a pouch on his belt, leaving me staring at the hole where an eyeball ought to be. "Defend yourself, fool!" He lunged at me with the spear. He moved faster than anyone I'd seen who wasn't a soul-bound servant. I slapped the spear aside and thrust out a hand to smash into his chest, but he somehow pivoted, using the force of my parry to twist his body out of the way. I flashed out a foot to catch his leading leg and swept it from under him. He rolled and flowed back his feet like he was made of rubber and launched another strike at my face with the spear. "I came to talk, not fight," I snapped as I blocked once more. I hadn't bothered carrying a spear. All I had was my shop-bought wedding dagger in my belt. "You don't demand to speak to a king, moron. You ask his guards to pass on your greetings, and he will see you if he thinks you're worthy." A flurry of blows flickered out at me, and I leapt backwards to avoid them. He had switched tactics, no longer going for a killing blow, but trying to wear me down and make me bleed. It wasn't going to work out for him. As he moved in again, I caught the spear in my left hand and held it still. He jerked to a stop and tugged before releasing the spear and leaping away to pull out a bronze short sword. I flexed my hand, and the spear shaft snapped in my fist. "I apologize for being brash. I did not know the correct protocol. Can we stop this and talk, please?" I asked calmly. "Breaks my fucking spear and then demands to talk again. Boy, you're going to die here." Jagapan snarled as he slid forward, keeping his weight split across both feet, trying to get into range for his blade. I stepped forward into his range, and the bronze flicked through the light, aiming to slice into my left arm just below the elbow. My dagger sliced through his sword, about halfway along, and the tip sailed into my shoulder before it glanced off the god mark and flew into the long grass. I lifted him up with my free hand by grabbing his tunic and dangled him at arm's length. His legs swung back and forth for a moment, as his remaining eye gleamed almost as brightly as the bronze prosthetic had. Then the remains of his sword sliced across my wrist in a lightning-fast cut. I tossed him aside and looked at the thin line of blood. That blow would have removed my hand before I started leveling up. I glared down at him,
where he had tumbled to a stop in a purple heap, and stepped forward.
Enough! A friendly bout is all this was. Honor has been served, he called out loudly, before continuing much more quietly.
You owe me for the spear and the sword, King Mond.
I paused and nodded, backing off slightly. Jagapan rose to his feet and brushed himself off. He retrieved his bronze eye from his belt and slipped it back into his empty socket, blinking rapidly to settle it in place. Then he gave me a grin that made his scar twist and writhe. King Mond, you're welcome to trade with us, and I'd ask you to join me for a meal this evening. You're not the only visitors we have at the moment, and it will be interesting to bring such divergent people together. He winked his bronze eye at me, then spun and walked off. The infantry and cavalry followed, bar the rider who had spoken to me before. He trotted over and dismounted to scrabble around in the grass and retrieve the various parts of the king's weapons. "What the hell is that dagger?" he demanded, then glanced up and hurriedly added, "King Mond." "A wedding gift. Where can we camp?" I asked. "That's a fine gift indeed. Park your baby wagons to the west of the palisade, then you and 5 others can come into town." He glanced over at my men and seemed to be examining them with a hint of fear. "None of those bastards, then," he muttered. "I'd like to speak to Sulk and Kayla. I've got a note from my wife for her," I said. Krill had hopped down and picked up the sheared-off section of sword to pass to the rider. "Here, boy. Is Jagabant still your dreamer?" "I'd have words with him as well," Krill said in a friendly voice. "He was till not long ago. Everyone wants to speak to Sulk whenever they come. If that mad dwarf would stop hoarding his secrets, it would give some of the other traders a chance," muttered the Jaggernan man. "Thanks. I'm Hastajep, by the way. You're Haku Krill?" "The one and only," Krill cackled, pleased by the recognition. "Hakubin must be pissed that this boy poached you away," Hastajep said. "Jagabant died a few moons back. Hastakark has replaced him as the dreamer." He was clearly proud that his kinsman had become the new spiritual authority for the tribe. "Then I'll call on him later. Bant was a good man. His dreams were often almost as true as my own," Krill grumbled. "If you rest your horses over there, I'll let the guards know you can enter freely."
I'd rather not have to fight every time I meet a new tribal leader.
Chapter 48. I've never met a wizard before. "Does this place smell bad to you?" I asked Krill as we walked into the town. I nodded to the guards who gave me wary looks in reply. Krill took a deep sniff and shook his head. "Nah, it always smells like this at the cull." We moved aside as a dead aurochs was dragged past us by a pair of ponies. "I don't like it," muttered Jandak. He, Mune, and Koss were accompanying us to see the smith and dine with King Jagapan. The 3 of them all had 2 sacks of Krill's finest dope swinging from each hand, having left their spears back at the camp. "Should have brought the spears," muttered Koss as he eyed the hostile looks we were getting from the locals. "Nah, we're twice as strong and fast as any of them. Jandak's just being a baby," joked Mune. "Enough. Keep your guards up, blokes. These guys aren't friendly," I said quietly, and the grumbling stopped. The camp was similar to Ereskine in most ways. Many more of the men carried bronze weapons, and some of the women had woven bands of metal holding their headdresses in place. Krill led us towards the sound of hammering, and we arrived at a large open-sided shed. It looked like a permanent building, unusual for the tribesmen, but I noted the fittings at the side that suggested it could be broken down and loaded on a cart. Under the sloping roof of wooden shingles, a man worked with a hammer, smashing it down on glowing metal. He was short, even compared to the nomads, and had a hunchback. Maybe he didn't?
Perhaps his right shoulder and back muscles had simply grown disproportionately large compared to the left. The hammer in his right hand swung down, and sparks flew. Krill called out to him, then waved a hand at us to wait. I watched him refining the edges of a neat bronze dagger, having to reheat the metal several times in the process, then dump it into a bucket of water waiting nearby. Only then did he turn and look us over. "What you want?" he barked.
His face was lopsided as well, like he'd had a stroke at one point, and now his left side drooped slightly. One eye was open wide, the other squinted, half closed, and from only a few meters away I couldn't see his pupils. They must be pinprick small.
"Sulk, we come for trade and opportunity," said Krill jovially, as he walked under the roof and offered his hand.
Sulk looked down at the hand and clamped his right hand on Krill's forearm. A look of confusion passed over his face before he yanked his hand back.
"You got stronger, old man. A lot stronger," he grumbled as he lowered himself down onto his anvil and shook out his hand. "I repeat, what do you want?" He waved at the rest of us, and we moved in to join them. "Trade and opportunity," Krill repeated with a broad smile, but he hurriedly continued as Sulk glared at him. Krill never seemed to care to be polite to anyone, but this man was clearly exempt from his lack of respect. "I've got dream spice, ched, and crimson dye for trade, as well as a proposition." "I'll trade good metal for the herbs. You can speak to Kayla about that. What is the nature of your proposition?" He leaned back and unhooked a cup that he then lowered into the semi-boiling water that he'd dropped the dagger into. He took a long drink and smacked his lips. "We're going to set up a new venture in the north," said Krill as he glanced around to ensure we wouldn't be overheard. Glimpse was parked on the roof above our heads, and I knew no one was close enough to eavesdrop. "New metal and new methods. We've got a smith trained by Forge Master Badanik to join us. He told us to tell you he recommends it as a worthy adventure." I stepped forward and offered the small talisman Clip had given me to the smith, who squinted down at the intricately carved metal on his broad, burn-scarred palm. He harumphed and passed it back to me. "I've got a note from my wife, Fayella, for your Lady Kayla as well." I passed him the folded scrap of incredibly valuable paper and stepped back. "You're the new king? Split Hakubin's herd, I hear," he said to me in a gruff voice as he slipped the note into his belt without glancing at it. "Yes. What makes you special enough to break that tribe? Those clans have lived together for hundreds of years." I raised my left sleeve and showed him the god mark. "That'd do it. Strange rumors have been going around recently. Talk of magic and armies gathering in the south. Settle fell to Urkash this summer, as well as a dozen other major cities. You know anything about that, King?" He fixed me with a beady glare. "I've heard some of it," I hedged. "I'll bet. I'm not marching north for no one. Now, if you want to trade, you lot," he pointed at my fangs and myself, "can fuck off over there and wait while the wise men talk." "Boy!" he screamed, and a nearby tent flew open. A young man wearing a leather vest and trousers that matched Sulk's scurried out. "Jagalut, take this to my wife and tell her there's trading to do." The boy nodded his head as he accepted the note and ran to another yurt before calling out and entering slowly when a muffled reply came back. Jandak sat and complained about the smell as Mune and Koss teased him. He was right. Something smelled off. But I couldn't be sure if it had been like this at the Cull in Ereskine. I'd been soaked in arterial blood 18 hours a day and then staggered off to sleep after a quick wash. I expect my nose and lungs were painted red by the time I quit the horrible task. A woman, tall for a nomad and with broad hips and large breasts,
emerged from the tent Sulk's assistant had entered, and moved over to where Krill and Sulk were bickering good-naturedly. She glanced across the four of us and locked eyes with me. She winked and smiled faintly before she settled next to Krill and began kicking his ass in the negotiations. His voice became increasingly shrill, and his gestures became wilder, but Sulk just laughed and turned to pull the dagger out of the water and take it to a grindstone for finishing.
"But this is theft!"
yelled Krill. I couldn't catch Kayla's quiet words, but he glowered at the end, and she burst out laughing. "Fine. I only want raw materials for Eresk's sake. This is what I'd expect to pay for finished blades." "You've got your own smith now, old man. That's competition, and we don't need it. This will keep your finished goods too expensive, stopping you from undercutting my dear Sulk." Kayla's voice was warm and gentle as it finally rang out loud enough for me to pick out her words. "Damn it, woman, this is robbery!" Krill complained again, but he began handing over sacks that she opened to examine the contents. Once she was satisfied the herbs were as promised, she called out the boy and ordered him what to take back to our camp. Then she turned and walked over to my little party. "King Mond, a pleasure to meet you. I'm afraid dear Faye's request is impossible for now, but I'll bear it in mind. Please, could you pass this back to her?" She passed me the same paper I'd given her, but Faye's message was now on the outside. "Lady Kayla, Fayella spoke highly of you. Is there nothing that can be done to persuade your husband? I have access to some things that might interest him." I drew out my dagger and offered it to her hilt first. She narrowed her eyes and looked up at me questioningly. I nodded permission, and she took it over to Sulk, who damn near leapt out of his skin after he'd had a look at it for a minute or so. He hobbled over to me and waved the blade in my face. "Where the fuck did this come from? This is a Juntium. No one can work it anymore, but here's you with a shiny tattoo and an impossible blade," he barked at me. I deftly snagged the blade from his outstretched hand and sheathed it at my waist. "I can only give you details if you come away north with us," I said firmly. "I can get more of it, though." While technically true, I had no wish to spend the amount of souls I'd need to buy that metal in bulk. Sulk went bright red and looked ready to explode, but Kayla laid a hand on his arm and pulled him gently backwards. "That's understandable, but I'm afraid we cannot go north with you. You'll be riding to war with the Koprig, and it's not safe for a smith and his wife to wander at times like that," Kayla said, as Sulk seemed to melt into calm at her touch. I was fairly confident she wasn't a witch, but her power over her husband was every bit as impressive as Faye had promised. "We're eating with King Jagapan this evening. Would you join us?" I asked, silently hoping I wasn't breaking some obscure rule by inviting another guest. To be honest, even back on Earth, that would have been bad form. She laughed, her whole body shaking as the surprisingly deep sound rang out. "Thank you, mighty king, but I wouldn't presume on Jagapan's hospitality. I'm sure we can speak again before you return to your people." Kayla nodded her head at me and went back to her tent with a spring in her step. "I want to see that blade again before you leave," muttered Sulk as he gave me an angry stare, his tiny pupils flaring slightly. I nodded, and we began to make our way towards Jagapan's tent in the center of the camp. "Bloody thieves!" Krill grumbled loudly. "4 ingots for all those herbs. They were out to shaft us." His voice dropped, and he glanced around, then grinned at the rest of us and winked. "Good thing they don't know how easy it is to grow more," he whispered as he waved a finger like he was casting a spell. The fangs grunted in amusement as we threaded our way through to the heart of the camp. Jagapan's tent was the largest in the settlement, perhaps 8 meters across. It was even larger than Hakubin's. 2 guards with bronze daggers, maces, and spears waited outside the entrance. I eyed their simple armor in appreciation. It was much more refined than the junk I'd inherited from Jatan.
Smooth discs of bronze overlapped from their throats to their thighs and provided impressive coverage all around their bodies. "Here at Jagapan's invitation, King Mond wishes to pay his respects," Krill said with a mocking bow to the one on the right. He scowled and spat to one side before heading into the tent. We waited patiently as the remaining guard fidgeted and glared at us. A few moments later, the other guard returned and held the flap open for us. We ducked inside, and I was impressed with the place. Bronze sheets hammered thin and cut with intricate designs hung on the walls, and there were metal swords and spears propped upright all around us. The light from the central fire danced and flickered on all the reflective metal, giving the place an aura of constantly shifting light. "Come in. This is my wife, Lady Habine," said Jagapan from his throne-like chair. The elegant woman bowed her head to us. Her face was hidden by a scarf, but her eyes were blue, almost as bright as my own. "Please be seated. I'll arrange some food for you," she said in a gentle voice, a strange counterpoint to the harsh and staccato speech of her husband, then moved past us and out of the tent. "You fight well, boy, although you lack manners. It would have been better to let me win at least a little," chuckled the one-eyed man. His bronze orb flickered in time to the fire. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean any offense," I started, but Krill snorted and Jagapan chuckled, slapping his knee. "A king doesn't apologize, Mond," he laughed. "If we fuck up and get away with it, that's what we meant to do in the first place. Please, sit." He gestured to the cushions placed around the fire. They were the first soft furnishings I'd seen in this world, and I resolved to buy as many as were available before we went back to Mondit. "Thanks. We're looking to establish a more regular trade with your people," I said. "Pah! Krill and Kark can sort that out between them later. Where did you learn to fight that way? You moved like liquid metal." He leant forward to stare down at me eagerly. "I've had some training that your people may not be familiar with," I offered, hoping to avoid any comments about my abnormal strength and speed. "Where are you from? You speak the language fluently, but with an accent I've never heard before. I've been to 40 Halath festivals and never heard its like. You aren't one of us, so you must be either from the tribes in the far west or somewhere in the south. You're not a shit-sitter, are you, boy?" he asked with a mock glare. Speaking as a shit-sitter myself, I must say I do not recognize the accent either, so it must be the far west, said a mellifluous voice from the entrance. As my head snapped round, I was already reaching out to lock a hand on Jandak's arm. He'd started to rise and draw his knife at the same time. At the entrance to the tent stood a man in flowing robes of fine linen, dyed red and lined with dense yellow threadwork. His face was angular, and his eyes were intelligent. Gray hair that had retreated from his brow covered his head, but what remained was gathered in a ponytail at the back that he had pulled over his shoulder and stroked with one hand. Every finger had an iron ring on it, and behind him stood 4 bandaged men. I tightened my grip on Jandak's arm and forced him back into his seat. This man didn't have any stats floating over his head in pale red letters. He wasn't a soul-bound servant. The stink of rot floated into the tent on the draft that passed by his escorts. "Wizard Grell," said Jagapan, rising from his seat and nodding his head at the man. "Friends, please meet the emissary from Urkash who has chosen to grace us with his presence." Kaz and Mune had risen to their feet, but I quickly stood and stepped between them and the newcomer, one hand behind my back, gesturing for them to sit back down. "A pleasure," I nodded my head. "I've never met a wizard before. What's that like?" Chapter 49. No one will know. Grell smirked at me in reply. Crow's feet marred the otherwise smooth olive skin around his eyes, and he held out his right hand. A ball of orange fire appeared floating above it. I feigned shock and stumbled backwards,
deliberately knocking over my captains, as I didn't trust their acting skills at all. Direct, brutal, and honest were the traits of my adopted people. Subterfuge and subtlety were reserved for the oddballs like Krill. "Herisk's balls!" I exclaimed in a passable impression of shock and fear. I fell backwards and landed on Jandak. "He's not soul-bound. He's just got trinkets. Play along," I whispered quietly in his ear. Fortunately, Krill had leapt into the air and was bouncing up and down excitedly. "I told you my dreams were true, Mond. Look, magic has returned to Earth. Master Wizard, can you teach a humble dreamer to wield such powers?" he gasped out, covering my quiet words to Jandak. "Only those deemed worthy by King Mortimer are permitted to attend his school for the magical arts," said Grell in a smug voice as the fire vanished. 5 seconds, and only a fist-sized ball of orange flames. Since my recent spending spree, my summon fire now produced a ball of blue-white flame the size of my head. Whoever had made these trinkets had not put many souls into improving their spells. "I'm sure some of my warriors would be worthy of such an honor," I said, as I stood back up and pulled a scowling Jandak to his feet. He flashed some hand signs to the others as he helped them back up. They glanced at me, but nodded reluctantly. "I'm afraid not, but you might be worthy of retaining the services of a wizard. Perhaps this is a happy coincidence." He took a seat on a cushion opposite me, and I sat down as well. He scowled and flicked some lint from his robe, glancing unhappily up at Jagapan, who was above us all on his throne.
"I came to offer the chance for a respected tribe to receive wizards in exchange for pledges of fealty to Urkash. I was expecting one king, but now I find a pair of you. You barbarians are such colorful people." "Fealty to a city lord? I'm not sure," I began, but Krill cut me off. "What else can you do?" He hopped back onto his own cushion and gave the wizard a look of bright eagerness. "No respect for authority," Grell muttered. "We can heal injuries almost perfectly, cast fire, ice, and lightning, as well as cause weakness in our enemies." "Thanks, Krill. So they've got the elemental affinities as well as life and death covered for trinkets. Useful to know." "And what is the King of Urkash's price?" I asked, pretending enthusiasm at the new information. "To serve him, you would need to pay a tax, you people call it a tithe, I believe, on all your earnings, and your warriors would have to join him in times of war. My king is a wise and generous ruler who only seeks peace with his neighbors, but some people are simple-minded peasants who cannot see the sense in his kindness. Already we have had to settle accounts with Setall, among other primitive cities." Grell was waxing poetic, his voice flowing smoothly from one well-rehearsed line to the next. "What do you think, King Jagapan?" I asked. "I think it would be a great sacrifice on my part," grumbled the old king, his bronze eye reflecting the fire at me. "Pfft, you should be honored, Jagapan. If you do not accept, you'll find the northern towns closed to you for trade, and you need the raw metals for your—" he sniffed pointedly. "Smith." "And why should this be a problem? The trade truce cuts both ways. If they won't trade, then we will raid." Jagapan leaned back and crossed his arms. "Those towns are under the protection of Urkash now. You would not like the reprisals should a cadre of my brothers be sent to deal with you." Icy confidence. Grell truly believed what he said. How many of these buggers had old Morty trained and equipped with trinkets? How far behind the curve was I? "Nonetheless, nomads rule the steppe. You'd not be able to chase us down, and we'd be constantly cutting at your flanks," Jagapan replied with a toothy smile. Grell sniffed again. Perhaps sniffing was the shit-sitter equivalent to the tribe's constant spitting. "You could not stand against us, mighty king," Grell said sarcastically. "I am here to offer peaceful terms, not badger and harangue. I apologize. I will excuse myself for now.
Perhaps we can speak again tomorrow? Grell asked as he rose to his feet. Jagapan grunted and nodded. The air freshened noticeably as the wizard and his bandaged men left the tent. Jagapan snorted and moved to get some wood from a corner. He tossed it on the fire, then sat back down on his throne. No Aurochs shit. What do you think? He glared at me. My acting may not have been all I'd hoped it was. I don't trust him. A man like that at my side, I'd end up dancing to his drum and not the other way around, I replied carefully. You'd seen them before, his guards. Jandak would have attacked them if you hadn't interfered. Tell me why you hate them, Jandak. Lord, they seemed off to me, Jandak hedged, glancing from the king to Krill and me. No lies, warrior, I said, and nodded to him. Jandak sighed, then turned to face Jagapan properly. They are dead men, made to walk with magic. They're hard to kill, he said simply. The smell? That doesn't prove what you say. Is this simple superstition? Jagapan asked. No. We've dealt with their kind before, I interrupted, as Jandak opened his mouth to reply. Only damaging the brain will truly stop them. If they took off those bandages, you'd see rotting faces and the rictus grins of those already taken by the god of the dead. Hadestes minions? The gods haven't troubled us for a long while, but here you are with Aresk's mark on your shoulder and too many herbs for trade. You've a pet smith as well, and wanted to steal Sulk away from me to join you in the north. Oh, don't bother denying it. I'd opened my mouth to deny it. I was a young leader once as well. I know how you think, or how Krill thinks at least. Who is the master here? He glanced between me and my rascally mentor. Mond is my god-marked lord, and I am sworn to serve him until death. He commands, and I obey, Krill said in a serious voice. Ha, so a bit of both then, Jagapan said with a grin, and Krill cackled back at him. This is a lot for me to think about. Do you have anything else you'd like to share, King Mond? He fixed me with a glare, one eye brown and the other bronze. Urkash isn't the only source of magic. I know another. In the north, we are going to mine the grey metal, I began. Iron. It's called iron, Jagapan muttered. Iron and then make steel, which is much stronger. We will sweep across the steppes in the near future with new ways of fighting. Once I unite the tribes, we'll ride south and teach the shit-sitters who the real power is in this world, I declared, channeling my inner dictator. Perhaps I don't know how you think then. That's ambition beyond anything I'd thought possible. I like you, kid. You've got balls. I look forward to the next spring festival. Now piss off and let me think. I've lost my appetite, but I'll have some food sent to your tents. We departed, nodding our heads to the man brooding on his fancy chair as we left. Where are they? Hissed Jandak. I know where his tent is, but now isn't the time. I'll deal with it after dark. Just keep your shit together, bloke. We do not want this Grell character to get away. I'd resolved that he had to die. Not a chance I was letting him take a description of my physical appearance back to Mortimer. The height and my eye color alone would give the game away. Glimpse was perched on a nearby wagon, staring down at the unmoving zombies as they guarded the tent Grell had retreated to. We didn't speak until we were back at our camp, and I dismissed the captains to go and join the rest of our party. I went into my tent to find 4 large, hide-shaped ingots of bronze waiting for me. I resisted the urge to dump them in my storage space. I was going to need all my mana this evening. Krill swung the flap aside and swanned in like he owned the place, glaring at me as I turned to face him. He knows, Krill hissed quietly. Grell? I think we fooled that arrogant, not that fraud. Jagapan.
He knows you're Shikrikin for sure. The only question is what he does about it. Krill interrupted me. We could use him on our side. He seems like a decent bloke. A bit hot-headed, maybe. He's not a hothead. Wait till you meet the Koprigin shits. He's a smart man. He has to play the bully in front of his warriors. The Jaggernin are looked down on by the rest of us. And we're jealous too, he muttered. Too much metal, not enough herds. They're all battle-mad as a result, Krill added. Should we leave? We've got the metal. With Clip, we don't need Sulk. He'd be a boon, but he's not vital to our plans anymore. Not yet. We'll see what the dawn brings. What are your plans for Grell? I feigned a thoughtful expression, then grinned. I think Mr. Grell is going to vanish during the night without a trace, I said. Best do it quietly. These warriors won't take kindly to it if you're caught. We can cut our way clear, no doubt, but it will make it impossible to ally with Jagapan, advised my mentor. No one will know. Knocking people off and getting away with it is something I've gotten very good at. And I didn't even have magic before, I chuckled, and Krill cackled. I couldn't help but worry that my laughter sounded almost as evil as the old man's. The moons were both thin slivers of light in the sky when I slipped out of my tent in a mucky green tunic rather than my royal red clothes. Glimps circled above me, and I had a bird's-eye view of all the nearby Jaganin warriors. I went north, away from the palisade, until I was able to duck into the shadow of a wagon. I stripped off my tunic and boots, hiding them in the darkness behind one of the wheels, and when I was naked, I used a spell I'd been eagerly looking forward to playing with. 60 mana vanished, and my skin became a matte black from head to foot. I lifted the pair of flint daggers I'd brought with me, then rubbed them in the mud to hide the faint gleam they gave off in the thin light. I slipped between the wagons and headed for Grell's tent. I paused occasionally to let a wandering warrior pass me by and fretted as I counted down the duration of the spell in my head. I had 1 minute and 40 seconds per cast. I'd chosen to infiltrate the town as close to Grell's tent as I could, and fortunately, possibly due to the stench of his undead guards, he had been placed only a couple of rows inside the outer wall of wagons. I had 40 seconds left when I paused next to the yurt along from my soon-to-be victims. 4 zombies. I had to break their brains to put them down. Glimpse let me know that I was in the clear, and I cast Enhancement on myself. I became almost 60% stronger and faster for 10 seconds, and I chose to make the most of them. The undead were arranged in pairs on either side of the entrance to Grell's tent, and I blurred across the 3 meters separating us. A blade slammed into the base of each of their skulls, and they sagged as I tried to snatch the blades back. I had not made a sound thus far. One of my blades snagged and snapped, the crack making me skittish as I whirled to the other 2, who were turning to me in what seemed like slow motion. They pulled iron swords from their hips, but I was next to them before the blades were halfway out. One got the still whole knife driven upwards through its throat, and the last took the stub of my remaining dagger to its temple, knocking it sideways. I abandoned the still intact blade in the 3rd zombie's brain and threw myself onto number 4. My fist rose and fell twice. The meaty thuds turned the skull into a concave mess, brains leaking around the sides of my fist. I heaved the last 2 into a pile on top of my first pair of victims, then spent 40 mana to dump the zombie corpses and their equipment into my pocket dimension. My shape-shifting ran out, and I found myself naked, unarmed, and painted red and pink over my right forearm. Reanimated Humano slain, ×4. 60 souls gathered. I ducked into the tent, ready for violence, but Grell was still asleep, his robe tossed in a pile in the corner of the yurt. His fingers were still covered by his many rings, so I had to do this without him waking up and firing off any magic. I stepped forward slowly, the dry dirt rough on my bare feet. I could throttle him? Or punch him unconscious, perhaps. Either option would give him the chance to cast something, though. I didn't want to kill him. Ideally, I wanted to take him prisoner and smuggle him out of the camp. Glimpse was still circling overhead, so I knew I was currently in the clear from the Jaganin. A revelation struck me. I spent another 40 mana, and the man vanished into my dimensional pocket, along with all his goods. Whether he would survive or not, I couldn't be sure. But I'd noticed food held in my storage space didn't rot as it would in the outside world. I hurried over and pulled his robes over my body. It was too short for me, but I slouched down as best I could. Another 60 mana vanished as I shaped his face and hair over my own.
Then I strolled out of the camp through the main palisade and walked off into the darkness of the steppe, making sure the guards got a damn good look at me in the faint light of the moons. I had to recast minor shapeshifting 3 times before I was far enough from the warriors at the town entrance that they wouldn't notice me reverting back to my own appearance. The robes should be enough to confirm who the stranger wandering onto the plains alone had been when they were quizzed in the morning. Once I was confident I was clear, I crouched low and made my way back to my tent, hopefully with no one the wiser. As I swung the flap up, Krill leapt at me with a dagger in his fist, but I batted him away. "It's me, you fool. It's done." Above me, a crow cawed happily in the night.
Chapter 50. Schrodinger's Wizard.
"And you didn't see him at all?" asked Jagapan, fixing me with his mismatched stare. We were back in his tent, and in addition to Krill and my fangs, we were joined by Sulk, his wife Kayla, as well as Jagapan's wife, Habine. "It seems a remarkable coincidence," said Kayla with a faint smile. "I haven't laid eyes on him since he left this tent yesterday," barked Krill. "Jagarin manners don't include accusing guests of crimes, do they?" The missing wizard and his guards had been noted come the dawn. "No one said anything about crimes. Perhaps a secret meeting with him out in the plains? He was seen walking out alone last night. Strange, though. He never went anywhere without at least 2 of his guards," Habine said softly from behind her mask. Jagapan removed his brass eyeball, put it in his mouth, and rolled it around for a moment before spitting it out and slotting it back into his socket. "I want no friendly dealings with Urkash," I said firmly. It was a simple truth. "Fucking shit-sitters," muttered Jandak from my right. Shit-sitters or not, I appear to have misplaced an emissary from a mighty southern lord. There may be consequences for my people. Jagapan glared at me once again. I was getting used to it now. The bronze orb had been off-putting at first, but now it was just part of who he was to me, despite his method of cleaning it. "The steppe can be dangerous at night," Krill said with a shrug and a toothy smile. "It can indeed. Small bands, let alone a single man, should take care that nothing ill befalls them as they travel," Habine replied pointedly. "What about the trade?" asked Krill to change the subject. "We've more herbs to exchange. King Mond has taken a liking to the fine cushions you use. If you have some for barter, we'd gladly take them off your hands." "You can trade when we're done here. Speak to Jen Tackle. His family makes the cushions." "I'm afraid I cannot allow Sulk to go with you," said Jagapan flatly. Sulk bristled a little, but Kayla put a hand on his shoulder and he stilled. "I cannot. But if you wish to trade for more metal, or can tell me more about your dagger, I'd be happy to offer you good prices," Sulk grumbled. I glanced at Krill, who nodded. "Plan B, then. The offer remains open to you and all the Jaggernin. If you ever find yourself in need of warriors, the Mondin will come to your aid. We'll be heading for the Paliat Pass to winter in the north. You would be welcome to join us." Krill had drilled me on the correct language to use for this possibility last night, and I'd repeated it verbatim. "I'll remember your offer. I think the Coprigan will not be happy with you, though, Jagapan replied gruffly. We exchanged some small talk, during which Kayla caught my eye and winked at me. Was she working for us or against us? I couldn't be sure, but I didn't want to try and force the issue with Sulk and the king. I'd just have to hope things worked out in the end. My old job had been so much simpler. Get access to someone and kill them. None of this swaying them to my cause bullshit. I sighed as we left the tent, and Krill scurried off to do some final trades. Let's get back to camp and pack up. We'll set off as soon as Krill is back, I ordered, and my captains grinned back at me, happy at the thought of heading home. Finally! I need to wed Haylin soon, you know. She was pretty pissed off about Lady Faela getting married before her, Jandak grumbled. I'll get you a nice wedding gift, I promised, although I had no idea what would be appropriate. I couldn't afford 1,000 souls to get him a fancy knife. What about you two? I asked Mune and Koss. Koss blushed bright red, and Mune cackled in his best impersonation of Krill. It might be an idea to keep some of your captains free and easy for the sake of political marriages in the future.
There'll be your sons, and any daughters you have in the future. But close friends are nearly as good, and you don't have to wait a decade for the union, laughed Mune. I gave him a flat look, but concluded that if they were happy with arranged marriages, who was I to judge? Krill returned with a number of women following him who were carrying large wrapped bundles of things that looked soft. My heart warmed. No more sitting on the cold ground in my tent. If we were going to winter in the north, we'd need to look at more furniture and cushions. Possibly felt mats would help at least a bit for the prisoners and the poorer freemen, or the chill could begin to cause health problems. I loaded all the goods into my dimensional pocket inside my tent. Then we finished breaking camp and rode back towards Mondit. A group of Jaggernon riders shadowed us for half a day, but they turned back eventually, and Glimpse made sure none of them turned around to resume trailing us. We were free and clear. I'd failed to recruit Sulk, but it seemed we'd made a good start towards a possible future alliance. We skirted north of Areskit and made camp well out into the wilderness. My bird's-eye view assured me we were alone, and once our tents were up and the animals hobbled, I led the warriors a few hundred meters off to one side. I spent the mana from my storage space and dumped out the corpses of the 4 bandaged men. I nudged them into a pile with one foot. I don't know if Grell is alive or dead. He's very much Schrodinger's wizard right now. They looked at me blankly, not understanding the reference. I mean, I don't know what to expect when I pull him out. I ordered everyone but the Fangs and Krill to form into 3 blocks, carefully positioned around the circumference of a circle so they could shoot arrows into the center without the risk of a miss hitting a comrade on the far side. Once I was happy with the positioning, I moved to the next phase. Knock! I yelled, and arrows were slotted into place. The archers put enough tension on the string that they were a heartbeat away from drawing and releasing in one fluid movement. All of them aimed at the pile of zombie flesh in the middle of their formation. I stepped forward into the kill zone and pulled Grell out, letting him fall onto the remains of his guards. He spluttered awake as he landed and rolled to the side, but I was on him in a flash. A single blow rang his bell to knock the sense out of him as I snatched off his rings and tossed them towards Krill. I moved backward slowly as he regained his senses. He glanced around frantically, and his eyes went wide as the realization that he wasn't in his tent anymore sank in quickly. "Urkash will take revenge for anything that happens to me," he snapped angrily. I waved a hand and conjured a ball of blue-white fire near his head that made him shy away and stumble over the zombie bodies. As the realization that his undead guards had been returned to their natural state hit him, he swallowed convulsively. "Have you got any more enchanted items on you, wizard?" I asked coldly. His eyes flashed to his now bare fingers, and he grimaced.
I am a mighty wizard, trained by Haskat the Wise, in service of the House of Mortimer of Urkash. I demand guest rights and the return of my possessions." He narrowed his eyes at Krill, who was currently juggling half a dozen of his rings. "I thought old Morty would have had a sense for talent. Maybe you're just an idiot who managed to slip through. Rich parents, maybe?" I asked. "My family is one of the wealthiest in Urkash. A handsome ransom will be paid for my safe return. It was an honor to be chosen to attend the magical academy the king has established, and had nothing to do with my birthright," he blustered. "How many? Students, I mean," I snapped. "More than the stars in the sky."
More than... I blurred forward to punch him just as a bolt of orange fire appeared and slammed into my chest, ruining my green tunic. I pulled the burning scraps away, noting most of the damage had been cancelled out by my Resist All bonus from the life tree. I'd lost a whopping 2 hit points. I had missed an item on him somewhere. I spent 20 mana and launched a bolt of my own to the ground just to his right. A ball of white-hot fire exploded, showering him with dirt and leaving a glassy depression in the soil, like something had taken a 1.5 meter wide bite out of the earth. That was nice. I hastily spent 160 souls to boost the diameter of the detonation up to 6.5 meters cubed, and launched another bolt, considerably further away from the man, to his left. This new bolt was like a mini sun that had opened up to devour a chunk of soil and air. A volume the size of a small house was encompassed in the white fire, leaving a deep dish shape of glowing dirt and glass when it vanished. "Hand it over. Now!" My voice was laced with death. If he didn't obey, he knew it would be his end. He jerked a necklace over his head and tossed it at my feet. "How many students?" I asked again, in a more friendly tone this time. "About 300, Lord," he stammered, clutching his nightrobe around himself like a girl caught changing clothes. "So there are 300 fake wizards working for him?" "No, Lord. 300 per year. This is the 2nd year since the founding," he replied quickly. Shit. By the end of winter, there could be nearly 1,000 of these bastards running around with shit-tier trinkets. How does he keep control of you? Giving you trinkets and letting you run free? It would be impossible to keep track of you all. How does anyone keep control of someone? Hostages, Lord. My family will be killed if I don't return within a year. My children... His lip began to quiver, and he stuttered into silence.
"Jandak, strip him to check he's not hiding anything else. Then give him a tunic and hold him prisoner," I said flintily. I didn't want his family to be killed, but there was fuck all I could do about it now. He had tried to kill me a moment ago, so my code was happy enough. "I'll have more questions for him. Krill, if there's anything you can think of, let me know." "Are we giving him to the women when we get back?" asked Cause in a bloodthirsty voice. "Maybe," I muttered. I had no intention of letting the poor bastard be tortured to death. I'd kill him cleanly if I had to. Grell was led away under guard to be strip-searched, and I eyed the dead zombies. We'd need to identify all the trinkets. The raise dead ones would be kept aside, but the others could be shared among my warriors. "I'll grill him over these," said Krill, showing me a pouch with Grell's trinkets mixed together within. "The undead summoning ones are going in the fire. Clip can reforge them into something useful." Krill spat to one side of me. "Fine. I'm looking forward to getting home," I said with a slight smile. Another fireball removed the dead zombies from existence. "I want a trinket to do that, and you're still thinking with the wrong spear." Krill chuckled, slapping me on the shoulder. Shortly after noon, 2 days later,
We crested a ridge and looked down on Mondit. As soon as we became visible, one of the 3 columns of horse archers doing exercises in the area, each of which was 50 riders strong, peeled off and galloped towards us. They slowed as they spotted the chariots and waved as they drew close. "Mond!" called the leader of the troop. "Hakuben has sent a traitor. His new dreamer is trying to drive a hard bargain. Clip tried to kill the man last night." "Who's the new dreamer?" snapped Krill, as he whipped our horses, and we rattled down the slope towards my little town.
Chapter 51.
That word again.
We didn't catch the name of the new dreamer from Ereskit as we bounced and shook our way past the horse archers who wheeled about to follow in our wake. Glimpse had circled down and landed on Faye's shoulder, receiving a fond pat on the head for his trouble. "Hello, Crow. Hurry home, husband," she whispered into the bird's ear before stopping her meeting with a handful of the female nobles and heading towards our tent. As she vanished through the entrance, Glimpse cawed, took to the sky again, and spiraled upwards to keep watch. The chariots weren't as fast as a pony with a single warrior on its back, but they were still pretty fast compared to a man running. A normal man, at any rate. I clapped Krill on the back, making him jump. "Need to go see to something," I called into his ear, making him wince, before I leapt off the chariot and shot ahead. I left divots in the earth, and each stride threw me forward over 2 meters. I was blurring past the palisade, while Krill was still 100 meters away, the shaman's complaints lost to the wind, and the guards let out a roar as I zoomed past them. I skidded to a stop in front of my own tent and paused to smooth my hair and beard. "Just come in, you fool," Faye called from inside, and I stepped into my home. She rose from the bed and walked towards me with a crooked smile on her face. "What by Eresk's left nut is this?" she asked, as she snagged my week-old beard in her hand and yanked me over to my throne. With gentle but firm pressure, she guided me to sit. "Is my husband incapable of caring for himself? Must his wife be constantly by his side to stop him turning into a shaggy Moloth?" I didn't think. "Obviously, Ray. Are any of the rest of your party as unkempt as this?" she demanded, drawing her adjuntium blade and laying it against my cheek. I didn't dare move to speak, as she carefully scraped the blade over my face until the skin was smooth. I raised a hand and ran it along my jaw as she stepped back and sheathed the dagger at her waist. She wasn't wrong. None of the others on our expedition had let their facial hair grow out while we were away. "Now you are fit to greet me properly," she smiled as she undid her belt and let it fall to the floor. Sometime later, when I could feel my toes again, I rolled over and kissed her cheek. Kayla wasn't much help, I'm afraid. Sulk wouldn't come. I rose and pulled on a pair of bright red trousers before scrabbling at my belt where I'd dropped it on the floor. I retrieved the reply Sulk's wife had written and passed it over. Faye pulled the twine off and opened it. "You haven't read it yet?" she asked as her eyes scanned left and right. "I can't read your words. Could you teach me?" I asked. "Ha! A warrior king who can read. That will set a snake among the goats. Of course I will, love." That word again. Shivers ran down my back. Even if my infatuation was some trick from Eresk's mark, I wasn't sure that I cared anymore. "She says she'll work on the king and her husband for us, as well as extending her congratulations." She suppressed a giggle that made me think I was receiving a sanitized version of Kayla's comments. "I had a thought, Ray, about better ways to use the enchantments." "Go on." I stretched back out next to her, and she nuzzled in against me, breasts pressed against the side of my chest. "Acorns," she said happily, and I craned my head around to look at her. "Acorns?" "Yes, they'll rot. Within a season, there won't be any trinkets left for our enemies to gather up after a battle. Most of them will burn up in the fires anyway." Are there a lot of magic items left over from previous games? I asked gently. Games? I briefly explained the nature of how I came to be on Earth rather than the Earth. Bastards, she snarled. Is my world just a board to them? Are we just fucking pieces?
Her face had gone red, and she'd pulled herself up to her elbows to look down into my face.
I think we're all just toys to them, I said softly, hoping to calm her down. Pah! I'm no one's toy but yours, she said fiercely, then took control of herself. I mean, I'm your loving wife, and will honor and obey. She winked at me, and I felt my cheeks flush. There are old stories, Ray. Blades that can slice through stone like our daggers. Men and women wielding magic for generations after the Shikraken passed through the world. They must have been using enchanted items stolen from or given out by your kind. The fantastic weapons might have come from the shop? That makes sense. Switching to less durable stuff like acorns might be useful, but it will also stop us from reusing the items, I pondered aloud. True, but it's easy enough to spend 10 mana on a single fire trinket, she replied quickly. Sure, but that's an hour's worth of regeneration time per item. I can do 33 of those a day, and it would be a day and a half before I could repeat the process, I replied. She lay back down, pressing her body against mine once again, and sighed. You're probably right, but for simple things like an elemental wall, it might be a good choice, don't you think? I thought about it, and I could see the sense. We had lost all of the firewall stones Jandak and his team had used to burn the fields around Gethanel. It's hard to retrieve a lump of stone from the heart of a conflagration unless you're prepared to wait for it to cool and then waste hours scouring through the ash for the rock. I agree. I'll speak to Krill. Other than you and I, he's the only one with a high enough level to enchant items at the moment. What affinities did he choose? Faye muttered as she nuzzled closer. Life, time, and... You know, I never found out what his third choice was. Best you check soon. If he picked death, I'll be having words with him, she chuckled.
Krill had been horrified by the death tree, and there was no chance he'd have chosen it. But I was suddenly interested in finding out what he had picked. Perhaps we could give some of the noble ladies enough souls to be able to enchant simple spells. If this Mortimer Oroc's rapist king is arming hundreds of men with magic trinkets, we should counter with a coven of nomad witches, she chuckled as she finished, and I smiled in reply. Why the women? You don't go to fight, do you? I asked. I'm talking about making the damn things, not using them, she swatted me on the shoulder. Any men you give power to can spend it on making their bodies stronger and still be able to use the artifacts the women craft. In my world, men and women are generally considered equal, I started, but she snorted. Well, that's crazy. Can you bear a child? She demanded. Nope. Can I fight a man with my fists? Well, before I raised my body stat, I mean. Probably, I hedged. Gender politics was not something I was comfortable discussing with someone coming from a late Stone Age perspective, however beautiful and intelligent she might be. Of course I couldn't. It would also mean the women could better protect themselves when you men go to war with the Coprigin. You'd be able to leave a smaller number of guardians and take a larger force with you, she finished triumphantly. Would it cause any problems with the warriors and other women? I asked, turning to look into her hazel eyes. She blinked slowly and smiled. Nothing that I couldn't deal with. Women are sacred among us. If we gain the power to heal and create shields, the men wouldn't complain. Many a warrior has died from blood sickness after taking a wound. If his wife could have waved it away, they'll be fine as long as we explain ourselves properly. How did I luck into you? I asked, kissing her brow.
It was my eyes, wasn't it?
She cackled like a higher-pitched krill as I jerked my head to stare at her, and it rather spoiled the mood for me. They were the start, I said ruefully. Ahem, came a voice from outside. Go see what my father wants. I recognize that cough. I'll get dressed and start picking out suitable women to give souls to, she whispered, slipping across me and padding towards where her clothes had fallen. I pulled on a red tunic and stepped out to find Khan glowering at me from a couple of meters away. Work before pleasure, King Mond, he growled. Krill is having some problems with the trade delegation from Arasket. He's asked for your wisdom. Then he really is in trouble, I joked, and my new father-in-law cracked a faint smile. Lead on, noble father-in-law, I declared grandly. He snorted and turned as glimpse flew down to settle on my shoulder. We arrived at the unfolding scene outside the cobbled-together smithy, and I was just in time to witness Krill slip sideways to catch the smith by both elbows and haul him backwards. Fucking puppy! I serve whom I choose. Your Hakubin has no claim on my skills. How the fuck are you this strong, old man? He snarled the last over his shoulder, and Krill emitted his signature cackle. Enough! What's the problem, Clip? I asked. Glimpse spread his wings to either side of my head and cawed loudly into the sudden silence. I resisted the urge to stick a finger in my right ear to clear the ringing. A feeling of regret mixed with smugness came through my link to the bird. This man is insisting his king gets a cut of my work, snarled Clip. My lord, he hastily added. Barefoot and disheveled? King Mond, what kind of example are you setting for your people? Asked the stranger, who had been the focus of Clip's ire. I glanced down. I hadn't remembered my boots when I left my tent. What's your name? I asked, stepping between the smith and the trader. Jatopaline, dreamer of the Araskan.
Lord, he sneered at me. And what do you want, little dreamer? I asked, moving to loom over the shorter man. I require dream spice from the traitor Hakukrill so that our tribe isn't left without true dreams and metal weapons from the smith that you concealed from my lord, he snapped. The Jet family seemed to have a knack for breeding dickheads. Krill, are any of the Jet clan born with functional brains? I asked over my shoulder. It hasn't happened yet, but it might be possible if they introduced an aurochs or two into their bloodline. I hear they've tried that in the past, but not had any luck, Krill replied instantly. The warriors around us laughed, but the trader and his 5 guards scowled angrily. Clip grinned, and Krill released his vice-like grip on the man's arms. Opaline, I'm afraid your request is unreasonable. I feigned regret. Clip works for us willingly, despite being taken on an honor raid for the Hotrick family. Hakubin has no claim on his work, so I refuse. Dream spice? Perhaps we can spare a little. What do you think, Krill? Will Aresk bless this one with true dreams? He can hope. I'll give him a pouch, though, for the sake of our former ties to Areskit, Krill replied. I stared down at Jatopaline. That is my best offer. Take it or leave with nothing, I half snarled. Betrayers, and now thieves, Jatopaline spat at my feet. I moved reflexively, extending a hand to stop Jandak from ripping the man's arms off. My friend bounced off my arm, but I could almost feel his glare as he looked at the members of the Jet family from behind my shoulder. Your tricks won't, said one of the warriors escorting the new dreamer, but Jatopaline raised a clenched fist, and he fell silent. I thank King Mond for his generosity, he growled. Hakukrill? Jatopaline held out an expectant palm. Here. Krill tossed a small pouch of dream spice to the man. He opened it to check the contents and looked up at me with fire in his eyes. This insult will not be forgotten. He spat at my feet again and stalked towards the palisade, trailed by his warriors. What a dick, I muttered. Lord, I've been thinking about your water wheel, Clip began excitedly, but I raised my hands to stop him. Tomorrow, Clip. I've got a few more ideas for new technology you can probably make as well, but not now.
The bad blood between Mondin and Eriskin was not something I'd wanted, but I supposed it had been inevitable. Hakobin was petty and arrogant, nearly as arrogant as I was becoming. Glimpse took off and rose above us to keep an eye on the delegation from Eriskit as they departed. "We need to discuss basic perimeter security," I said, turning to Khan and my captains. "We're far too lax. Sneaking in and out of our towns is a fucking joke. Khan, can you and Atas call your captains? We can lay out the basics this evening and start implementing them tomorrow."
Chapter 52. Just as red as this one. 2 weeks had passed in a happy blur. The hides were cured, and those that weren't, being immediately converted into simple saddles, were packed onto wagons in anticipation of our move north to the iron ore. We now had nightly patrols of warriors with packs of dogs, huge, shaggy things that would terrify people from back home, to ensure our perimeter, and constant sweeps by trios of horse archers giving us more wide-ranging protection. There had been some grumbling at first, but when the first raiding party to try and attack our herds had been stopped dead in its tracks, quite literally, the warriors began to appreciate the wisdom of it. I had 4 squadrons with 50 horse archers apiece and 1 of dedicated lancers intended to smash through infantry. Clip had grinned almost as evilly as Krill when I explained how scythe chariots worked, and asked him to forge the blades for mounting to the wheels of an expanding fleet of the primitive vehicles. More horses had been hunted down and broken to the harnesses, causing Krill to grumble as he had to spend gradually more mana on casting rapid growth to ensure we had enough food for our rapidly growing herds. I slipped out of bed, gently untangling myself from Faye's legs, and stood in the chill air of my tent. The hairs on my arms stood on end. I hurriedly dressed and lit a fire in the central pit with a thought. Putting a metal pan over the flames, a novelty from my tribespeople that was rapidly gaining in popularity, I pulled some sliced meat from a chest Faye had packed with ice. It was cut thin, and I wasn't too worried about it being partially frozen as I threw it into the pan and began to nudge it around with my dagger so that it cooked evenly. "Add more, I'm hungry," Faye muttered from beneath a pile of furs. I did as she asked and put a few more slices in to start sizzling. "We can move today," I said. I was excited to head north and start the next phase of mine and Krill's plan.
"How's your stomach?" I asked. "I don't care, I'm ravenous," she replied, looking over and smiling at me. Glimpse cawed from the roof of our tent, and I checked his perspective to see what had made him cry out. Khan, Atas, Trikilo, and Krill were all moving purposefully towards my home. I sighed. "Looks like a command meeting is about to happen. You'd best get some clothes on, love," I said, and Faye crawled out of the warmth of the nest of hides with a series of quiet complaints. I admired her body as she slipped a red dress over her head and pulled it tight with a thin leather belt. She saw me watching and pulled the belt closed slowly, turning to one side as she did so and shooting me a smoky look. "Enough of that. Here." I passed her half the fried meat in a bowl and took the rest for myself. I'd come a long way from the badly smoked vile bear meat I'd started out surviving on in this world. I still missed bacon, though. The Southerners had pig herds, so I was told, and I made a note to send some raiders out to steal some of the delicious beasts. "Come in," I called out as my visitors arrived outside the tent. "How do you do that? Is it Shikrikin's senses or something?" muttered Khan as he swung the flap aside. "A man must know when to preserve the modesty of his wife," said Atas with a smile. "Lady Fayala." He bowed his head to her. "None of that, Uncle Atas. Would you like something to eat?" she asked politely. "Thank you," said Trikilo. I fished out some more strips of aurochs meat and put the pan back over the fire. Faye nudged me aside and took over, shuffling the meat around so it didn't burn. "Today's the day?" I asked eagerly as I sat down in my chair and received a round of nods. Paliat Pass is a 2-week journey with the wagons. It will get harder as we go north. The cold is already on us, said Krill with a grimace.
It was no colder than a mild winter day back home. The temperature was far enough above zero that the light frosts melted halfway through the morning.
How much worse will the cold get? Are we looking at deep snow over the next few months? I asked.
No. North of the pass it gets a lot worse. But where we're going, you rarely see more than a foot of snow, said Khan firmly.
A foot of snow sounded like a lot to me. It would interfere with our training and make forage for the herds, a useful supplement to Krill cheating with magic, much more challenging to find. How will the animals manage? Mond, this isn't the first time we've wintered in the north. We don't do it unless we have to, but it's happened often enough. We know what we're doing, replied Atas. Clip is packing up his forge, and we're breaking down the town now. We'll be ready to ride out before noon. We should arrive before the snows come, and that's all we need to worry about. Are the gathering parties from yesterday back? I checked. We'd sent out groups to fill wagons with wood for fires and hunt some game to pad out our food supplies. Not yet, but they'll catch up by this evening. We'll only move 15 miles or so today. A light camp overnight, then we start early tomorrow. Excellent. Krill, I'd like us to take a chariot and scout ahead. I want flankers and a rear guard as well, I ordered, then rose to my feet. Gentlemen, once we get to the pass, you'll see the wisdom of it. We need to hold that place permanently. We won't become shit-sitters, snapped Khan. Father, we'll still live under felt and move the herds. We will just have to keep control of the iron and the wealth we can gain from it, chided Faye. Khan glared at her before one side of his mouth quirked upwards. I'm proud of you, daughter. Your son will be a fine addition to our families, he replied. Son? We don't know if it's a boy yet.
It's too early for those signs. But my breasts already ache, and that is a good omen, Faye replied casually. I carefully controlled my reaction as a wash of emotion flowed through me. Thanks, gentlemen. Krill, I'll see you at the palisade shortly. Good day. I ushered them out hurriedly. You're pregnant? I hissed as soon as they were gone. Of course. The wedding was perfectly timed. She winked at me, and I wondered how much the date had been quietly planned behind my back. Krill had wanted to stay for longer at the cull, but Khan and Atas had both urged me to split the herds and move back to Mondit for a day or two before I agreed. That's great, I said, and I genuinely meant it, somewhat surprising myself. How long? Christ, we need to get all the baby stuff, bottles and blankets and a cot. We need a cot. I'll get the carpenters to work on it as soon as we reach the north, I babbled. Faye laughed gently and came over to take my face in her hands. The women will make all the arrangements. And why would we need bottles? It's so strange, my alien husband, to hear a man speak like this. Tonight, you can get drunk with your captains and boast about our child's future glory. That's all you need to worry about. Why didn't you tell me? I was sick every morning for the last week. I told you to be gentle with my breasts when we made love. Are men in your world completely ignorant about such things? She raised an eyebrow at me. Ah, no, just me, I guess. Cogs clicked into place, and my shock was replaced with a deep glow of happiness, but it was laced with fear. Jenny and I had lost a son, and it had been the end of our relationship. My marriage had died by inches over many months, but from that moment on, our divorce had been inevitable. The thought of losing Faye filled me with terror. Go, you lump. Find Krill and scout our path.
I'll be riding in a wagon for the trip, rather than walking, and there's no point in you traveling like an invalid as well. She kissed me fiercely, and then spun me about and slapped my arse to send me out of the tent. As I stumbled outside, I took in the hustle as the camp was broken down. Half the tents had been taken down and were being packed into wagons, while teams of warriors and women moved on to those still upright. I waved lackadaisically at the warriors who called out my name and raised their fists at me as I passed them. I was still in a fugue state when I reached the palisade. I found 3 chariots hitched to horses and a dozen horse archers waiting nearby. "You've found out you'll be a father before," muttered Krill, as I took my position behind him on the chariot. "What's got you so soft in the head?" Nothing. I wasn't going to rehash everything, only for Krill to smirk and mock me for feelings I had no control over. These people, my people, were brutal about life because life was brutal to them. I'd have loved to see Krill try to blend in on any city street back home. He'd be in a fight and then arrested, or just arrested for shouting at women to cover their skin in less than 10 minutes. "Don't worry, boy. She's strong. A bit slender, but her mother bore 7 children, and 3 reached adulthood." His surprisingly gentle reply didn't do anything to assuage my fears. Bloody infant mortality rates. How the hell did we discover penicillin on Earth? If only I had bothered to pay attention to that kind of shit when I'd had all the knowledge in the world just an internet search away. "Thanks," I muttered. "Let's move out," I called, and the chariots lurched into motion, keeping a safe distance from each other so the whirring metal blades sticking out of each wheel were a safe distance apart. We moved north, and glimpses flew back and forth between our scouting party and the rear guard of 100 horse archers. For 10 days we spent our days like this, throwing up temporary camps, most people sleeping in or under the wagons, and moving on again as dawn lit the sky. On the 11th day, flakes of snow began to fall around noon, but Krill laughed and cracked his reins. As we sped over one of the many low hills that covered the steppe, I finally saw our destination. A narrow gap, perhaps 50 meters wide, lined with almost sheer walls of smooth stone. It couldn't be natural. This was a feature made by man to create a level road through the hills that rose up behind the mouth of the valley. The sheer walls were perhaps 20 meters high. We'd have to patrol along them to stop us from being bottled up in the pass. I marked a couple of places to build watchtowers to provide some oversight over the area. As Krill drove the chariot into the mouth of the canyon that I was convinced was artificial, the sound of our wheels bouncing off the stone echoed back to us from every direction. He pulled us to a halt and hopped off, then scurried over to a shadowed cleft in the otherwise smooth wall and disappeared into the cave. I trailed after him cautiously, my hand on my knife. The last time I'd wandered into a cave, I'd nearly been eaten. "Give me some light," he called, and I summoned a ball of white fire ahead of me. The narrow entrance tunnel opened out into a large space, several meters wide, that stretched away into darkness. The walls were perfectly smooth, and above the entrance was a lintel that was carved with beautiful images of the local wildlife. I moved past the entrance and summoned another ball of fire. Hollow doorways left gaping black shadows along the walls, the rooms beyond them missed by my fire and left in the darkness they'd known for however many years. Dozens of them on either side marched away into the hill as the main tunnel gradually sloped downwards into the earth. Running a hand along the nearest wall confirmed that this place had not been made with primitive techniques. The stone was polished smooth, and there weren't any tool marks as my fingers brushed along. Krill emerged from the darkness, carrying a lump of red rock, and held it up to me. "This what you were hoping for?" he cackled. The noise filled the space and echoed back and forth. I turned it over in my hand and looked closely at it. It might be right. "I'll need to check with Clip, but I think so." "How much is there?" I asked. "Cast another fire that way." He pointed deeper into the darkness, and I summoned a ball of white fire as far away as I could. The main chamber narrowed as it sloped downwards, but the walls reflected red light, and the floor was covered in lumps of what I desperately hoped was iron ore. There are dozens of these tunnels, all just as red as this one, Krill said with a grin.
Chapter 53. Damsels in Distress.
"Step forward," I called from my chair. Faye was sitting next to me on her own, wearing a stern expression on her face that looked almost comical to me. She was usually either joking, teasing, or seductive in my recent experience. 10 warriors moved out of the crowd and stood proudly across the fire pit from me. Chests puffed out and shoulders pushed back. The snow was falling lightly today, and I was starting to hope the worst of the winter was behind us. By my reckoning, we were somewhere around the end of January, but the locals had 13 months based on lunar cycles in a year, so I was probably off by a few weeks, one way or the other. "You have completed your training as Lancers, and now join Jandak as the armored fist of our forces." I spent 40 mana, and 10 saddles appeared at my feet. "You may choose your mounts." 10 iron-tipped spears, nearly 3 meters long, followed. "Take up your weapons for the tribe." 10 sets of armor, thick felt lined with crude steel discs from neck to knee, came out of the dimensional pocket next. "Do not throw your lives away," I finished, then nodded. They came forward in a line, scooped up their new equipment, and headed off to the paddock, laughing and joking with each other about who would claim the best pony. Jandak commanded the Lancers, and he'd soon whip them into proper shape. The man was merciless when it came to discipline among his troops. Faye rose to her feet and stepped closer to the fire so her face was lit from below, throwing harsh shadows across her cheeks and plunging her eyes into shadows. "Munden, are you prepared for the summer season?" she called. A roar went up in reply from the crowd. "With our new weapons, none can stand against my king. When our son is born, a new prince of the steppe will take his place among us. At the Haleth festival, we will show the other tribes what we've become," Faye called out in a weird, atonal chant.
Her voice was flat, but carried across the mob gathered on the other side of the fire. Another roar came back, and shrill cries from the women added a counterpoint to the basso rumble of the warriors. "Eat and drink," I called. "We've worked hard and deserve some pleasure." I rose and whispered to Faye that I was going to the forge. She scowled prettily, but kissed my cheek and took her seat to oversee the feast. We were almost ready. I had 300 mounted archers, split into 2 squadrons commanded by Mune and Koss. 100 lancers answered to Jandak, and we had 60 chariots, which I commanded personally. With our steel equipment and innovations like stirrups, I was confident we would be able to stand against any other tribe, even before factoring in the enchanted items the warriors had all trained with. Faye, Krill, and I had been pouring our mana into enchanting items every day for weeks, and our stockpile had grown significantly. Every warrior had a healing trinket, and arrows enchanted with firewall and fireballs were kept in special compartments of the quivers fixed to their saddles. The lancers all had small hide shields capable of creating ice or fire shields. I knew we weren't capable of facing down Urkash by a long shot yet, but the seeds of the army I'd need to go against Mortimer had started to come together. I slipped away and strolled out of town to cross the few hundred meters from the camp to the entrance to the canyon. Glimpse orbited above me, and I could see the guards in the watchtowers on either side of the pass were alert and watchful. The forge had originally been set up under wooden coverings, just like Sulk had used back at Jaggernet, but it had grown over the last few weeks. A dozen prisoners and some of the boys from the tribe worked feverishly around the clock to smelt the ore being wheeled out of the ancient mines in handcarts. "Clip."
"It might be time to talk about the water wheel," I said as I exchanged a warrior's arm clasp with the man.
Lord, there's no fucking water here, he grumbled. If I'd known you'd bring us to a day's walk from the nearest river, I'd have insisted we set up over there.
Water isn't the only option. The wind can be made to work for us as well. I pulled out a piece of paper I'd covered in meticulous designs and notes and passed it to him. He wouldn't be able to read the writing, but the pictures should make sense to him. If we build at the top of the walls, we'll get the most out of the wind, and we can transfer the power down here with a series of shafts and gears. Look here. I explained the drawing as best I could, and his eyes narrowed as I continued talking. I can't spare the men. When the ore dries up, I'll have bodies to spend on this, but until then, it's iron or your fancy windmill, he grumped at me. It seemed nothing could change the man's general disagreeableness. Damn. For now, focus on the iron. The water wheel will come soon enough, and once it's up and running, we'll have more free labor to build the windmills here. It might be best to move the smithing over to the river anyway. What about the smelting? Clip asked suspiciously. Best keep that here. Windmills can run bellows to do that work here, and we can ship the finished ingots to the river in wagons, I said as I scratched at my chin. Bloody logistics. Fine. You going back in again? He asked with a raised eyebrow, and I nodded. He moved over to the forge and lit a torch, the end wrapped in felt and dipped in pine resin. He passed it to me with a glint in his eyes. Here, no point wasting your magic, Lord. Torch in hand, I went into a nearby tunnel. They were all crafted to look like small gaps in the cliff face from the outside, and they all had a short corridor that opened out into a wider tunnel lined with rooms on either side. I'd grilled Krill about the history of the place, but he didn't know very much. There were stories of a mighty kingdom that stretched across the tundra and the plains, long stone roads connecting various fortified settlements. The name was lost to time, apparently, but some ancient stone monuments and abandoned cities remained. I moved into the first room on the left of this tunnel and lifted my torch to illuminate the marks that had troubled me for days. The flickering light shifted in the faint breeze as I stared at the carved words on the wall, throwing dancing shadows around the room. Set above the lintel, carved into the living stone, was something written in an alphabet I was certain was from Earth. Hunc locum Julius Narbo, in 30 anno regni, sui regem septentrionalium gentium fecerat. Was it Italian? It was certainly from my world. The letters were angular but cleanly cut into the stone in the Latin alphabet. How long ago had someone from Earth taken power here and ruled as an exile, far from home, stranded among an alien culture? I ran my hands across the letters, as I'd done 100 times before, and felt a faint sense of kinship for whoever had been responsible for leaving this sentence behind. A sense of alarm from glimpse snapped me back to reality, and I hurried back to the campsite, throwing my torch to the side as I left the abandoned mine. Long strides let me cover the distance from the pass in a minute, even while I watched 5 unknown warriors make their way into the camp from the south, under escort by Jandak and 2 of his warriors. The newcomers had their heads shaved except for a fringe cut level with their eyebrows. The rest of their heads gleamed faintly in the moonlight. I sent Glimpse closer to listen in. "The king will be back shortly. We have food and water for you if you want," said Jandak. The leader, walking ahead of his companions, snorted but inclined his head gracefully. "I accept guest rights. This is a violation of our lands, and it will be held to account. But if you're lucky, we can avoid violence." His voice was like gravel sliding down a metal pipe, discordant and harsh, high and low notes mixed together in a strangely accented version of the steppe dialect. I sped up and covered the last 50 meters to the town in a couple of seconds. Then I had to slow as I wove my way through the camp to the central fire, just as the strangers arrived. "Lady, The leader nodded his head to Faye on her throne. Coprigan, we've been expecting a visit from your tribe. Please. Faye stood and gestured to plates of meat and vegetables. I strode out into the cleared space, having taken a moment to straighten my tunic and smooth back my mullet. Greetings, warriors. I moved in and offered an arm clasp, which the leader accepted. His grip was strong, and I carefully applied the same amount of pressure on his forearm before releasing him and sitting down next to Faye. These lands are empty in the winter, so we haven't prevented your use of them. Come spring, most of us will move south. Lord, come spring, none of you will be left if you do not leave now, he ground out as he lifted a piece of meat and dangled it over his mouth. As he opened his jaws to eat it, I saw his front teeth were filed into sharp triangles. This is our sacred land. It is for us to decide who stops here and which herds graze on our grass. King Mond, I understand you have only recently been appointed to lead these air-skin rebels. Did they not tell you how the world truly is? His shark-toothed grin was cold and malicious. I am aware of the transgression, I said softly. This man was triggering my aggression, and the urge to attack him had to be pushed down. Half a tribe, stolen from one of the weakest tribes on the plains, no less, has trespassed against the Coprigan. His voice increased in volume as he spoke, until he boomed out the last part, stopping any conversations in the area.
Pillaging our land, putting your warriors in silly metal skirts, he sneered, and pointed at Jandak and his armored companions. Can this be made right? I ignored most of his points, and wasn't particularly worried if he said no. War with the Coprigan was built into my plans based on their bellicosity and the fact that we had breached their territory. In exchange for all your metal, your smith, and 4 years of slavery for your people, I am willing to forgive this grave breach of the law. I was favored with another jagged smile. Perhaps it doesn't need to be this way. Trouble is coming, Coprig. Trouble from the south that will make the old wars seem like childhood stories, said Faye. Silence, woman, he snapped, and I slowly released my grip on the arms of my throne as I heard the wood creaking between my fingers. I was confident Faye could put this idiot down on her own, even without magic, and I reminded myself that my people had no concept of white knights and damsels in distress. If Snow White had been set in this world, she might well have forged an army of dwarves, laid siege to the wicked stepmother's castle, and hung her from the highest window by a hook through her ankles. I am the wife of King Mond. If you speak to me like that again, you will be crippled and thrown out into the wilderness, Faye said quietly, fingering the dagger I'd given her on our wedding day. Oh, do stop prattling, he stuttered to a stop, as Faye was suddenly next to him with her blade against his neck. I had one of his companions swinging from my left hand, his feet ineffectually kicking at me, and my own poignard had stopped an inch from his other friend's now unblinking eye. I had moved without thinking as soon as Faye blurred into action. Jandak had the final member of their party, both arms pulled behind his back and locked in place. I should take you for the women, Faye snarled, a feral note in her usually soft voice. We'll take your balls and your eyes. The boys can kick your head about for a few days. Her blade flicked twice, carving lines from either side of his mouth up to his ears. The man gasped and stumbled away, clutching at his face. Faye advanced on him and kicked him hard enough that he landed in a pile 3 meters away from where he'd started. I smacked the one I was threatening with my dagger in the temple with the pommel, knocking him out, and tossed the other towards 3 of my warriors, who beat him down as he landed at their feet. I moved towards Faye, but she had stopped over the leader and lashed out again with a foot.
She struck down on his ankle, and I heard the bones crunch as she twisted a foot I used to think of as dainty. She ignored his screams, and her dagger flicked out to slice into the man's right elbow. I watched in horror as his bicep rolled up into a ball under the skin as the tendons holding it in place were cut. She'd crippled his left leg and his right arm. A warrior should have better manners when it comes to women. No wonder all the Coprigan women prefer to fuck goats. Her tiny foot lashed out again into his balls, and he cried out, all the bass missing from the high-pitched groan. "Throw these animals back into the steppe," Faye commanded, and warriors began dragging the poor bastards out into the wintry plains.
Chapter 54. Did they eat them?
And this is what they do? I asked Krill in icy horror. It had been 2 weeks since we sent the Coprigan emissary packing, and they had finally made their move. "Coprigan are savage bastards," he muttered. Our gathering party, which the bastards had attacked, had been composed of a handful of men escorting women and kids who weren't yet eligible for marriage or going on Coriolis. The kids had been pre-teens. Their bodies had been laid out like they were the markings on a clock face, with the burnt wagon at the center. All of them had had their left legs removed, the flesh stripped, and then the bones laid back out in about the right places for the limb to be. The macabre set piece was meant to send a message. They weren't going to like my reply. "Anything from your dreams?" I asked flatly. "Aresk doesn't like to give too much away when it comes to wars, boy. Makes it more interesting for him, I guess. I've seen their wagons moving north, but that's it. The warriors will run ahead of the main camp, won't they?" He nodded at me. "Then we hunt them down and prepare a reception for the rest of them. Looks like Clip will get the extra workers he's been begging for." I was ice-cold inside. "They'll be too much bother. No one takes them as slaves. They've got no honor. We should just kill the men and let the boys and women run back south," Krill growled. "How many?" I asked the critical question. "They're a large tribe, Mond. Maybe 5,000 or 6,000. Less than half are warriors, but they're Sicarescan like us. Even the women and boys are tough compared to the shit-sitters." "They're nothing like us," I snarled as my mind ran the numbers. I had 400 cavalry and 60 chariots. "How many of them will be mounted?" I asked in a calmer voice. "Fewer than you'd expect, I reckon," he spat to one side. "We usually fight on foot. Without saddles and stirrups, fighting on horseback isn't easy."
Maybe 400 or 500 will be riding? With a bit of luck, they'll send the riders out ahead so that we can pick them off piecemeal and even the odds in terms of cavalry. They'll try to raid and harass? Attack the herds? Probably. If they can kill the herds, we'll starve or have to raid from other tribes. When we get back to town, we push most of the herds north through the pass. Keep a couple of dozen back to act as bait. We'll keep our forces close to Mondit. As soon as they get close, Glimpse will spot them, and we can move on them united to overpower them. We overwhelm the smaller forces, then move out to fight the main group as far away from home as we can. It's harsher through the pass. Some of the Aurochs will die from exposure, Krill said with a shrug. It's not a bad idea. We'll lose 1 in 10 rather than maybe losing them all. But it will have a cost, Mond. We'll be inheriting a bunch more cattle before I'm done with Coprigan. What do you do with the bodies of the dead? I asked. Some tribes leave them to scavengers in sacred places. Some bury them, some burn them. We burn ours, like Gedrick, he said softly. I cast enough fireballs to immolate the entire area, reducing the remains of the wagon and my dead workers to ashes. With a thought, I sent Glimpse circling around us with instructions to find the band that did this, then to head south and find the main force. The Crow would find these bastards, and when he did, I'd take revenge for the poor buggers I'd just burned. Let's go, I growled.
We got back on the chariot, and Krill whipped the horses into a canter towards Mondit. As Krill started to slow down, I leapt off the chariot and ran to the palisade. "Warrior, what's your name?" I asked, as I offered a forearm clasp to the nearest guard. "Jokutrak, Lord." He gripped my arm and gave me a gap-toothed grin. "Please ask all the patriarchs, the Fangs, and my wife to join me in my tent before noon."
He nodded and rushed off to carry out my instructions. I strode through the camp, and while warriors called my name and women nodded their heads as I passed, I ignored them. The expression on my face must have been terrible, as no one dared to approach me for any kind of more personal greeting. I flicked the tent flap aside and strode over to my chair, plonking myself down and resting my elbows on my knees, chin cupped in both hands. "Ray?" asked Faye as she entered. "What's wrong?" "We need to step up production of healing charms. I want every rider to have at least a single use of a healing spell in the next few days," I said firmly, giving her an apologetic look. "The Koprigan have started raiding. We need to pull back the gathering parties from the south and send them north." "Can Glimpse see them?" she asked, as she nodded in agreement to my plan. "He's looking for whoever hit the group to the east, then heading south." "Did they eat them?" she asked. "Bits of them, from the look of it." "I burned the bodies," I growled. It was going to be a day for growling. The flap swung aside, and the rest of the leadership of my little tribe came in. "We're organizing for war," I began, and then explained my plans. The herds would move north, the warriors would stay close, and the gathering parties would be suspended or only go north to look for wood to keep clips supplied. "The band that did this?" asked Atas in a furious voice. "I want to ride them down myself." The nobles had all been trained in the new weapons and tactics I'd introduced. "Send me, Mond," barked Tricolo, who'd come along with his brother. "I'll deal with them myself. Keep the main forces gathered close around the camp and the mine. We have to protect the metal." "How many enchanted arrows and javelins have we got in reserve?" I demanded. "Perhaps 200 arrows and javelins," said Khan. "Without expanding the number of sorcerers, we can only produce so many." He was preaching to the choir, but I only had so many souls. I had plenty in reserve currently and could probably spare a few, but it would cost 440 souls to give a new soul-bound servant the 220 they'd need to be able to enchant equipment. They would only have the most basic forms of the spells, and without spending souls to boost them further, they wouldn't be terribly effective. "I've got perhaps 1,000 firewall stones," offered Krill with obvious reluctance. He'd been a busy bee, it seemed. I took it as a mark of how seriously he was taking the situation that he'd mentioned them at all. I sat in silence, and the room gradually became quiet as all eyes focused on me. For 300 souls, I could raise someone to level 10, giving them access to imbue, for a cost of 110 souls. That would leave them 40 souls left over to get a few basic upgrades to the fire tree, or the life tree. Their mana'd limit them, and I knew the warriors would all want to dump their stat points into body and reflexes, but that was fine. Frontline troops with superhuman strength and stamina would probably be for the best. "Get me your 5 best horse archers." Glimpse had sent me an image from the top of a tree. 25 raiders, Koprigan, judging from the haircuts, were camped 5 miles south of the site of the attack. "Make it your best 6 horse archers. I've got a little something I need to do first, but this evening I'll give them all enough magic that they can imbue spells into arrows." I rose to my feet. "Why not my lancers?" complained Jandak. "I want to give us ranged attacks. I suspect after this war, I'll have enough souls that every squadron will have a group of warriors boosted with souls. But for now, it's best to kill your enemy before he's in arm's reach." "I hope there'll be an allowance made for the women. A cadre of healers would be very useful," said Faye. Tricolo snorted, but immediately looked contrite as Faye glared at him. There's a lot of killing to do first, but I think it's a good idea, I reassured Faye. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to deal with the bastards who ate our gatherers. I'll be back in a few hours. No krill. My dreamer had stood up as well. I'll run. I'm faster than the chariot anyway. I grinned savagely at them and got toothy smiles in reply. Faye laid a hand on my arm and smiled gently at me. I kissed her quickly, then strode out of the tent and the camp without a backward glance. Glimpse took to his wings and guided me in. I ran flat out for 2 hours, faster than any horse the tribes had, then skidded to a halt when I was a mile away from the raiders. The run had invigorated me, but I wanted to catch my breath before I attacked. Once my breathing returned to normal, I approached cautiously, slipping from cover to cover, until I could hear them talking quietly over the next rise. I crouched and snuck up to the lip of the hill at the same time as I sent Glimpse to attack one of their ponies. The crow dived down and snatched one of the horse's eyeballs before flapping to a stop on the tree that the pony train was tied to. He swallowed the organ greedily and cawed loudly. The scream of the horse had snatched all the warriors' attention away from where I was, and I jumped forward. "For a resk!" I called, and their heads spun back my way. 5 fireballs appeared around me and flew forward like falling stars. Glimpse launched himself upwards as soon as I moved, and the spheres of white-hot fire enveloped all the warriors and their ponies. Normales humanos slain times 26. 260 souls gathered. Normales equus slain times 40. 200 souls gathered. All that was left was ash and smoke. I looked at Glimpse and sent him a command to circle around us. There had to be more than one advanced party nearby. I sat and watched the flames die down for almost an hour.
Smoke still rose into the sky, marking this position to everyone from miles around. But the divots of molten earth had cooled from glowing hot. It looked like a series of meteors had smashed into the ground in a precise pattern, leaving nothing behind. I raised my head as I got a tug on the link from Glimpse. Another party was 5 miles to my east. I rose and headed in their direction at a flat sprint. I didn't bother with a distraction or magic this time. Krill would bitch at me if I spent all my mana on jobs that could be done just as easily by a bit of physical labor. I didn't slow down as I approached either, just charging in with my dagger in my fist. I bellowed my war cry, dedicating the kills to my god. The first one didn't know what was happening as his head left his shoulders. 5 seconds later, 6 more corpses littered the ground, and crimson gushes painted the thin snow. The rest had scrambled to their feet and brandished their weapons, but it was like fighting children to me now. Their spears slipped past me, or I sliced through the wooden shafts before carving the wielders up like a butcher at work. My blood was up, and I flowed around them faster than they could follow. The last 3 broke away and tried to run, but I covered the ground in 3 long strides and sliced them vertically up their spines. As they thrashed and gurgled, I turned my eyes on their ponies. Normales humanos slain times 29. 290 souls gathered. Normales equus slain times 53. 265 souls gathered. Glimpse had located another camp by the time I had caught my breath, and I set off once more with blood in my eye. These cannibals were not going to live to regret attacking my people. Normales humanos slain times 21. 210 souls gathered. Normales equus slain times 36. 180 souls gathered. Normales humanos slain times 18. 180 souls gathered. Normales equus slain times 32.
160 souls gathered.
The sun had set as I finally saw Mondit again. I trudged forward as a swarm of horse archers charged out at me.
"It's me, Mond!" I yelled as they got closer. They didn't slow down, falling into an orbit around me with arrows nocked and bows drawn, until one slowed and rode forward. "Mond, are you hurt?" Mune demanded as he slid off his pony and ran forward. He slapped his hands over my chest and shoulder, but I shoved him away. "I'm fine. The Coprigan raiders in the area are all dead, though." I chuckled in an evil enough way that Krill would no doubt have approved if he were here. "I need the 10 best archers to meet me at the center of the camp. I've got a few more souls to share than I did earlier." I found my throne set out in front of the central fire, and Faye was already sitting in hers. I smiled at my wife, and she flashed her teeth in a vicious grin at the sight of me. I was painted head to foot in blood. I'd wiped the worst of it from my face, but I was confident I had long streaks and smears across my skin. I gingerly lifted the cushion from my chair with my fingertips and tossed it towards my tent before sitting down and facing the gathered people. My commanders were all present, as well as a sizable crowd of warriors in their armor. 10 archers were called out by name, at least one from each of the families that made up my tribe. They stepped out and formed a line across the fire from me. "You've been nominated for your skill and bravery to receive power, like that which I gave to my fangs. If you do not wish to be tied to me in a way that you can never escape, speak up now. There will be no hard feelings or punishments." None of them moved, so I went around the fire and issued them 150 souls each, 3,000 spent in a matter of moments. "Krill, explain what they need to do. Fire affinity first. Advance to level 10 and put the rest into intensity and area of the firewall spell."
They can pick their own second affinity, but I'd recommend life. I smiled at them, and I must have looked terrible as they blinked through the writing. They could each see floating in front of them. They let out a bloodthirsty roar. "You're now part of my family. The Fangs, Krill, and Feala will guide you in how to use your new powers. None will stand against us," I said in a sibilant hiss, the rage at what I'd seen this morning boiling over into my voice. They nodded quickly and turned to my captains with questioning looks. I staggered over to the water barrel outside my tent and began stripping off to wash myself down. Killing to gain souls had seemed limiting at first, but now, with a war against thousands of enemies, none of whom could hope to match me physically, I was beginning to see the bright side.
Chapter 55. War. Looking down from Glimpse's perspective, at first glance, this seemed like it would go very badly for us. My 60 chariots held the central position, flanked by 50 lancers at either end of our double line. The mounted archers were formed into 2 groups on our flanks. All told, I had just over 500 men in my army. We had taken position on a small hill devoid of trees opposite the main Coprigan force that had set itself up along a ridge 500 meters away from us. They had a small forest to their backs, so they probably trusted that our cavalry wouldn't be able to attack their rear. Roughly 2,000 infantry formed the center of their force, split into 4 groups of 500 or so, but warriors moved from one blob to another seemingly without a pattern. On each of their flanks, 200 riders waited for the order to charge. We were heavily outnumbered, but I was confident things would work out to our advantage. I sent a command to Glimpse, and he circled down to fly over Mune on the right, emitting 3 short caws as he passed. I saw the archers tense and ready themselves, but they didn't move quite yet. Using a crow to issue orders on the battlefield was unwieldy at best, but we'd worked out a series of coded bird cries. Glimpse passed over the center of our line and flew down to Koss, emitting the same 3 short caws. Koss raised his bow over his head and waited until Mune's troopers did the same, then they all thundered forward at once. The earth shook to the sound of the hooves smashing into the dirt as both of my flanking units charged. They moved at an easy canter, not pushing the horses at this point in the battle, and began to approach the enemy cavalry. A shower of regular arrows flew out at the Koprigin, but didn't do much damage. The enemy took the attacks for a minute or so, but they were ill-disciplined, and soon enough, a handful kicked their ponies forward with javelins in their hands to try and retaliate. As soon as a few warriors moved, the rest all lunged forward to join them. Moon and Koss did as we had planned, and peeled away into a feigned retreat, showering arrows on their pursuers as they fled before them. "Give them a minute to pull the cavalry out of position," I said to Tricolo, who was in the chariot next to me. He grunted and fingered his bow. Pairs of steel-tipped spears were mounted on either side of the drivers of all our vehicles, pointing at the sky and glinting in the early morning sun. I'd ordered strips of red cloth tied to the ones on my chariot that fluttered in the wind. Waiting for the enemy riders to be pulled out of position seemed to last forever. But soon enough, my cavalry had them far enough away that they wouldn't be able to intercede in what was about to happen. I nodded to Tricolo, who flashed his teeth at me in something that certainly wasn't a smile. "Aresk! Witness the might of our warriors! This battle is dedicated to you!" I screamed at the great blue sky above me. A brief wash of the war god's aura spread over us, and my warriors whooped and cheered. "Advance!" Tricolo called out. His voice was long and deep, washing over our position like a wave. The chariots moved into a slow walk and started to descend our hill. The lancers formed wedges and carefully kept their distance from the slowly spinning blades that protruded from our wheels. As we began to move, the Koprigin infantry roared their defiance and charged down the slope towards the shallow valley, where they would die. Flashes of blue and orange started going off in my peripheral vision, and I checked with glimpse. Koss and Moon had started using the enchanted weapons a bit too soon, but the enemy cavalry was going to collapse. Those that hadn't already burned were turning away from my mounted archers and the rest of the battle. As my archers wheeled around and charged to pursue the Koprigin riders, I focused on my immediate surroundings. Their infantry had reached the bottom of the hill and had spread out into a single line, 3 or 4 warriors deep, as they sprinted towards us. We were still a few hundred meters apart, and I mentally reached out to the 4 iron rings on my right hand. 20 bolts of white fire appeared above me and shot forward to explode in the densest parts of the enemy line. I spent my mana to summon 15 more and launched them into the places I'd neglected with the first barrage. The chariots immediately charged. They had been expecting the barrage as the signal to get close to close quarters. Air whistled in my ears, competing with my heartbeat for the privilege of deafening me. We shot forwards, closing the distance quickly. Next, the fighters on the chariots opened up with javelins and arrows, focusing their fire on the remaining center of the Koprigin forces. The spheres of white-hot destruction from my firebolts swallowed swathes of the enemy, leaving nothing but ash. Then, the blue and orange walls of fire from the enchanted projectiles erupted among the terrified survivors. The firebursts were random, and the lack of a common pattern seemed to terrify the ones still unburned as much as the actual attacks. My lancers peeled away from the chariots and swept into the flanks of the infantry, then pounded on into the distance after killing as they passed. They were going to secure the wagons and as much of the Koprigin herd as we could catch. I snatched up a spear from next to a madly cackling krill, who slewed our chariot sideways and cut us along the line of disrupted infantry. The whirling blades on our wheels buzzed, and they tore through legs and torsos. He threw the occasional fireball into knots of warriors far enough away to escape the mechanical death of our vehicle. He pulled us back to the left as I stabbed out with a spear into a warrior mad with battle lust, and then we were through the ranks of the enemy and turning around for another run. I checked the crow's eye view as Krill cut another line through the surviving enemy. The fight had clearly gone out of them. Koprigin survivors were fleeing as fast as they could, except for the poor bastards who had been surrounded or cut off. Normalis humano slain times 1,235. 12,355 souls gathered. Well, damn. War, huh? What is it good for? Shitloads of souls. My greed was rubbing its hands together while my conscience tried to raise a complaint. The memory of those kids with their left legs stripped of flesh settled my ethical concerns, and my code quietly retreated into the background of my mind. Enough, Krill. They're done. Let them run, I yelled into my mad mentor's ear. Like fuck! Chase them all down! Kill every last one of them! He screamed as he spun the chariot onto a course to take the legs off a handful of routed warriors. I clung on as he drove our ponies into a lather, murdering fleeing men. The concept of surrender, or letting a beaten enemy flee, was not something my savage people understood. I stopped fighting, except to block the occasional attack aimed at Krill from a panicked Koprigin. We hadn't had it all our own way. The mounted archers were unscathed as far as I could tell, but we'd lost 3 chariots and a dozen of the lancers as they slammed into the unbroken flanks of the enemy infantry. Most of the lancers were alive, but they'd lost their ponies and had been forced to fight on foot until the rout began properly. What happens now? I called to Krill, who stopped giggling and shot me a look that suggested I had been dropped on my head repeatedly as a child. Now we claim their animals and women. The tribe is broken. A lot will run and die on the steppe. Some of them will reach other tribes and beg to be taken in, with varying results. No one likes the Koprigin, he snickered. Take me home, Krill. There's no point in us chasing them down. How many? What? I asked distractedly. How many bloody souls? He demanded. 12,000 plus bloody souls. Enough to make it so 10 men in each squadron can imbue weapons, and a bit left over for the rest of us to share, I muttered. But I was considering just spending them all on myself. I'd be an absolute powerhouse if I poured them all into leveling and boosting my magic. I'll take a few hundred off you, Krill called as he wheeled us about and began trotting back to where we started the battle. Cause, Mune, and Tricolo were already waiting for us when we got there. We shouldn't have done this well, called Tricolo as we arrived. I jumped down, and he rushed over to wrap me in an extremely unexpected bear hug. Thanks, bloke, but we still lost a few. It wasn't all in our favor, I muttered as I slapped him on the back to try and get him to let me go. He pulled back and grinned at me. We killed 4 times our total number and lost only a handful. This is a heroic victory, Mond. Krill, you'd better have been paying attention so you can tell the story when we get home, Tricolo called, as Krill jumped down from the chariot. The horses were lathered and sweating, stomping their feet with nervous excitement. I was keeping my eyes open, he lied. I caught his eye, and he winked shamelessly at me. I've split my troops to hunt down the remaining riders, said Mune, as Kaz nodded in agreement. They'll be gone for a few days. You mean they've broken up into little packets of troops without orders? In the future, they'll need to chase for a few hours, staying together, and then come straight back. I'll add it to the training regime.
We can't allow ourselves to disperse because our warriors want to chase glory, I muttered unhappily.
It should be fine this time. There weren't any other large forces nearby. But if this were a skirmish against the outriders of a greater power, it would be dangerous for the warriors to take off after prizes. Jandak has the wagons. The women have mostly fled, but there are a few hundred prisoners. What the hell do we do with them? I asked. Slaves, said Kaz. They can work the mines. That's dangerous work. It would be kinder to just kill them, I answered. Isn't there something gentler for them to do? You're a good king, Mond, but you're soft in the head. 2 winters of slavery, then they're free to leave or marry into the tribe. They're Coprigan women. I think they'll be happy that our men don't fuck goats when their backs are turned, laughed Mune. I'm heading back to town. Send out riders to pull back our more enthusiastic warriors. I'll be able to share some souls with the tribe. If Mortimer has hundreds of trinket-wielding wizards in addition to his soul-bound servants, we need to find a way to counter him. Urkash is a problem for the summer, snapped Krill. You need to focus on winter and spring. The Heleth Festival is your best chance to gather more tribes to your cause. Urkash is the threat we need to plan for. He'll have tens of thousands of soldiers backed with trinkets and soulbound. Shit-sitters, all of them. Even without magic or the new weapons, any of us is worth 3 of them, barked Cause excitedly. Tricolo, what do you think of the new tactics and weapons? I asked. The old warrior's opinion would carry a lot of weight with the patriarchs and the rest of my fighters. They're something I wish we'd known about before. We'd have ruled the steppes. As it is currently, no tribe can stand against us. We will rule the plains. His voice faded away as the realization sank in. We will. But the other tribes aren't our enemies. We need their numbers. After this, I waved at the burned and blasted landscape strewn with bodies behind me. The tribes will know we're serious. If they ride against us, we'll put them down, but it's better if they join us. We need an alliance. I'm afraid I don't know how you arrange that kind of thing, I grumbled. Give it a few weeks, then send emissaries to the nearest camps. The Coprigan women and surviving warriors will have spread the song of our victory for us, Krill chimed in. Let them carry the word for us. Then we send small groups of traders and talkers. Diplomats. Do you have anyone trained in that kind of thing? I wondered. Ha! Talking is easy, laughed Mune, but he stuttered to a stop as I looked at him. Not if we want the right things to be said. No headstrong, arrogant warriors. We need people with a deft touch. Can women carry trade between the tribes? You want to set Fiala's friends on them? Just don't send Halen or Jandak might mutiny, barked Koss. Tricolo cuffed him on the back of the head, but Cause's head didn't move, and the old leader shook out the pain in his hand from the impact. No, but Kayla and Habene carried a lot of sway among the Jaggernan. Could it work? I asked. No one would attack them, but they might not listen either, said Tricolo slowly. I assume you mean the men won't listen. Do you think they'll listen to their own wives, though? I smirked. Oh, that's nasty. It might just work, said Krill with a chuckle. His evil cackling from earlier seemed to have worn him out, and a mild chuckle was the best he could manage now. Glimpse landed on my shoulder and rubbed his head against my cheek. I knew what he was after and sent a mental confirmation. He flew off to look for eyeballs among the fallen. Send out riders to bring back our crazies. We might need to move some of the archers over to the lancers if they can't learn some discipline. We'll regroup at Mondet, share the loot, and make plans for spring.
And yes, Krill, I'll share some of the souls I've gathered today.
My mentor grinned, hopping up and down happily.
Chapter 56. Levels and Loot.
So what's the final tally? I asked Tricolo. His savage grin looked sinister in the dancing firelight. It had taken 3 days for us to round up the Coprigan herds and bring their wagons to join our main camp. Hundreds of warriors and women stared at me from the cleared area in the middle of the camp. They were almost all nursing hangovers and practicing the old adage of the hair of the dog that bit you.
"Lord, we've taken 1,000 wagons and all their carried goods. The aurochs that pulled them, plus 800 from their roaming herds. Nearly 1,000 slaves as well." The old leader took a swig of yalk, the fermented milk dribbling down his chin as he smacked his lips and swiped it away with his forearm. We'd quadrupled our supplies of tents and wagons, and our herd was larger than it had any right to be. We were rich by the standards of the steppe. "The slaves will serve for 2 more winters, and then become free men and women. They can choose to stay with us, or can leave in peace at that time," I said firmly. Taking the losers and their families as slaves was common practice for these people, and as much as I loathed the idea, I couldn't fight centuries of tradition without losing a large chunk of my support among the nomads. I could ensure they were treated properly while they served their time, though, and I had just doubled the population of my little tribe with a single battle. "They'll be put to work in the mines. If any show signs of talent, I want Clip and the other craft masters to look them over and take them on as apprentices." I glanced at the smith, who grinned and nodded at me. He'd become a firm supporter since the iron mines had proved so productive. "And the goods?" asked Khan greedily from my right. 2/3 will be split among the families. The rest I claim as a warlord.
Does anyone dispute my claim?
I stared around with a stoic expression, but I could practically feel the ice in Faye's eyes as she glared at the crowd from my left. A roar of approval echoed out, and I relaxed slightly. I had no idea what the hell I'd do with so much stuff, other than maybe sell it, but Faye had assured me she'd make good use of it. "I want to establish a permanent presence here. No, I won't ask you to become shit-sitters," I added to cut off the immediate grumbling. "We'll still live under felt and move our camps as the seasons change, but the mine is too important to abandon over a little snow. There's a river to the west, and I want to start building there. Machines, to make all our work easier, will be powered by the flowing water. Looms to weave and hammers to shape metal will increase our wealth beyond your imagination," I announced. "Lord, we don't care about wealth. We want to ride to glory with you," called one of Jandak's lancers as he thrust a spear at the moons. "There'll be plenty of that." I rose to my feet and stepped closer to the fire so it lit my face from below. Now for the real loot. I killed over 1,000 of the cannibal bastards with my magic. That means I can give some more of you access to the system and affinities. Jandak, I want your 10 finest lancers, those who showed courage and determination and followed your orders. Those who ran off to loot and chased down the enemy for the longest are not yet worthy. I need men I can trust to obey the instructions they're given." "Lord," Jandak said, as he stepped around the fire and stood next to me. He rattled off 10 names, and the men in question moved out of the crowd and nodded their heads at us. "Jandak will explain the details to you. Do not spend any souls until he has explained everything to you. You are to be my greatest fighters, unstoppable warriors, capable of dueling Erviles single-handedly. Put your points into your body statistics."
I recommend life as your first affinity, and fire as your second. But you can choose as you see fit, once Jandak explains them to you. I passed down the line, clasping each warrior's arm and muttering a few words of congratulations as I spent 300 souls on each of them, to give them half that amount. Enough to get them to level 10 and gain imbue. They'd all be beyond peak human capabilities physically, and have access to weak spells for their own protection. Mune, Kos, each of you send me your 5 most disciplined archers. I wanted to drive home that following orders led to better rewards than charging off like a berserker for personal glory. The riders called out, stepped forward, and smiled at me uncertainly. You aren't like the Lancers. You need to put your stat points into your mental abilities. Magical strength and mana are your best choices. You don't need to fight up close. You rain death on our enemies from afar. I paused for breath and looked at the slightly disappointed faces. You kill at range, so the enemy never even gets a chance to hurt your brothers. Your honor can never be questioned. You are my left hand, as the Lancers are my right. There is no difference between you in my eyes. I passed down the line and gave them each enough souls to get to level 10. 6,000 souls gone in the space of a few minutes, and a couple of cringe-inducing speeches. I wish I'd studied rhetoric back home, but school had been one of those things I'd avoided as much as possible. I was fairly confident that rhetoric and public speaking weren't big parts of the curriculum anymore anyway. Lady Faella, have you found the candidates I requested from among the women? I asked, as I turned to look at my wife. This pomp and ceremony bullshit were for the birds. I wanted this done, and then to rush her back to our tent for some privacy. She quirked a slight smile, as though she was reading my mind, and rose to her feet. Her long red dress swirled as she stepped closer to the fire and to my side. Halen, Grable, Jeston, and Calasti. Step out, she called, and the named women stopped forward. We need more magic items, but we cannot ask warriors to spend all their days putting spells on arrows and necklaces. She waved a hand, and a ball of ice appeared over the fire and spewed steam into the night. Women are the better crafters among our people, she added, and I saw Clip snort to himself. He was a proud man. These women are from the 4 major families in my husband's tribe. They will be empowered to create the weapons and healing items we need, and I will teach them how to cast magic in combat. You'll never need to fear leaving us women behind again when you go to war. She nodded to me, and I passed down the line again, taking each of their hands in turn and giving each of them 250 souls, enough to get to enchant at level 20 and have some left over to get basic spell upgrades. Another 2,000 souls gone. The warriors were silent, not quite sullen, but clearly not entirely on board with this shift in the power wielded by the women. Ladies, please join me in my husband's tent, and I'll explain the writing you can see, said Faye. But I raised a hand. One moment, please, wife. Krill, Mune, Koss, and Jandak, please step forward. Krill bounced from foot to foot as he moved forward and was joined by my fangs. Faye, I have more souls for you as well. I touched her cheek and sent her 250. My mentor and my greatest warriors, I would be remiss not to include you in these rewards. I exchanged a warrior's clasp with each of them and gave them the same. Another 2,500 souls gone. I had just over 1,500 left for myself. I'd had a few sleepless nights worrying over the best way to share everything out.
I could have elevated myself and become a powerhouse, but I would be facing hundreds of wizards armed with enchanted items, and from what I could gather, tens of thousands of warriors from the south would be massed against me when I moved against Mortimer. Plus, however many soulbound he'd made as well. Alone, I would be pulled down sooner or later by some lucky spear throw or arrow. However strong I became, I couldn't cut my way through tens of thousands alone. So I had chosen to follow in my enemy's footsteps, elevating some of my followers to be potent enough to make a difference in the fighting to come, while making sure I retained enough to progress my own power steadily. Whoever our next enemy was, and I suspected it would be more of the nomads as I moved to consolidate control over the steppes, would just be more fuel for our growing fire. I could feel my new soulbound servants in my mind. The link was like a ghostly muscle that I could flex if needed.
I didn't want to find out how much control I could exert over them. I feared that kind of power would be intoxicating, and I'd become an addict. For 20 souls, I could give someone a single level, and they'd be under my sway. I had a sinking feeling Mortimer might have taken that kind of an approach, and I would have to do the same to match him. Perhaps next time I got a windfall, I'd consider it. I sat back down on my chair as the celebration resumed. Yalk was passed around. Soon enough, drunken dancing and singing filled the air, as it had every night since the battle. Faye led her new coven of witches into our tent to instruct them on how to spend their souls, and I stared moodily at the fire. 1,500 souls. They wouldn't go as far as I'd have liked. The further down the trees I went, the higher the cost was for each step. It was the same with the levels, but I had enough to take a big step up in power, whichever option I chose. I pulled up my status and rested a chin on one fist as I thought.
Primary stats. Body, D+.
Mind, D+. Soul, D. Available souls, 1,552. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 30. Reflexes, 20. Health, 200. Magic strength, 20. Focus, 20. Mana, 330. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, 45 meters. Intensity, plus 76%. Lasts 10 seconds. Fire resistance, plus 2%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Detonation, 6.5 meters cubed. Firewall, area, 10 meters squared. Lasts 10 seconds. Barrier, 20 HP. Fire spirit, duration, 10 seconds. Affinity, life. Heal, self, 15 HP and 48% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self, 58%. Resistance, all, 19%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Heal, other. Rapid growth, area, 1 meter squared. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Enhance, other. Shapeshift, minor. Duration, 100 seconds. Affinity, space. Size, range, touch. Intensity, 30%. Mass, range, touch. Intensity, 30%. Area, 5.5 meters cubed, optional. Lasts 10 seconds. Resistance, 2%. Pocket dimension, 5.5 meters cubed. Spatial tear, range, 11 meters. Imbue, enchant. Soul transfer, Eresk's boon, carrion feeder's gaze. I was pretty happy with my magic at the moment. Increasing the intensity of the summon fire spell in conjunction with the area of the projectile version had let me delete half of the Copregan infantry in seconds. It had been a while since I'd gained some stat points, and the sense of progression that came with improving my stats called out to the greedy part of me. I could buy some equipment from the bloody shop, but I still resented the cost for a single item. We were churning out crude steel weapons and armor now, so I didn't see the point, other than perhaps getting the weird mythical level equipment. But that was still too expensive for my tastes. I spent 1,320 souls to move up to level 70. Level 60, synthesized spell. Rolling. Based on the most commonly used magic, new spell unlocked in the fire tree. Burning skies. Level 70, advanced affinity unlocked based on previous choices. Looking. New affinity unlocked. Earth. I sat bolt upright and stared at my status screen in shock. Were there more affinities? This changed everything. My enemies would get the same. I pondered for a second before spending my stat points, and then quickly spent them. Level 70. Primary stats. Body, C. Mind, C. Soul, E. Available souls, 232. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 40. Reflexes, 25. Health, 250. Magic strength, 30. Focus, 20. Mana, 430. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, 45 meters. Intensity, plus 76%, lasts 15 seconds. Fire resistance, plus 2%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Detonation, 6.5 meters cubed. Firewall, area, 10 meters squared, lasts 15 seconds. Barrier, 20 HP. Fire spirit, duration, 10 seconds. Burning skies, area, 50 by 50 meters. Duration, 15 seconds. Affinity, life. Heal, self, 20 HP and 48% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self, 58%. Resistance, all, 19%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Heal other. Rapid growth. Area, 1 meter squared. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Enhance other. Shapeshift, minor. Duration, 100 seconds. Affinity, space. Size, range. Touch. Intensity, 30%. Mass, range. Touch. Intensity, 30%. Area, 5.5 meters cubed. Optional. Lasts 15 seconds. Resistance, 2%. Pocket dimension, 5.5 meters cubed. Spatial tear. Range, 11 meters. Affinity, earth. Shape, earth. Range, touch. Duration, 15 seconds. Imbue, enchant. Soul transfer. Eresk's boon. Carrion feeder's gaze. I flexed my fists in pleasure. My muscles had become like steel bands under my skin some time ago, but now they felt like machine presses as I flexed my fingers open and shut. The additional mana I'd gained would be useful, seeing as Shape Earth and Burning Skies each cost a whopping 100 mana to cast. How the hell could I protect my warriors from someone like me? I could throw a spear hard enough to impale 10 men in a line. I could lob 20 fireballs a day that would incinerate huge areas with each hit. All the levels and loot were great, but I needed to start thinking about how to counter myself. My enemies would all be just as strong, if not more so, than I was.
Chapter 57. Barefoot King.
I cannot believe you aren't wearing shoes. The ground is still frozen for Eresk's sake, Faye grumbled good-naturedly as we walked from Mondit to the pass hand in hand. I paused and stamped a foot, leaving an inch-deep imprint in the frozen earth, and then raised it to show her my soul. Foot beats stone now, I grinned. You wouldn't believe how happy I was to finally have shoes after I first got here. They weren't even shoes, just cloth and hide wrapped around my feet. I need to be in contact with the ground to use one of my new abilities, so— Barefoot King, she snorted. It's hardly an impressive sight, Ray. You'll see the benefits soon, love. How's your coven doing? I asked, hoping to change the subject. Trinket production is steady, about 60 a day for single-cast items, but it doesn't leave us any mana to learn to use our new powers, husband. Some more souls would be helpful. Faye was now almost as avaricious for souls as Krill had become. When she called me husband, I knew she was being deadly serious. "It's at the top of my list. It's why going north on your own in winter, without shoes no less, is crazy. You should take guards and hunters to process the meat," she interrupted me. "I could come along as well." We'd been low-key arguing about this for 2 days now, since I told her my plans. "It's almost spring. I'll put the loot in my storage space. You know I can outrun the cavalry now. They'd only slow me down," I gently repeated once again. "And what about me? Weeks on my own? No one to warm my bed for me?" She rested her free hand across her gently curving stomach. You had to pay attention, but the growing bulge was just starting to show. It made me a little uncomfortable. I didn't have to worry about my more violent tendencies and professional inclination in this world. Hell, here they were viewed as bloody advantages. But I felt vulnerable when I rested my palm on Faye's stomach in a way I'd never felt back on Earth, where I was usually only a single slip away from blowing my cover. "It won't be that long," I tried to reassure her. 10 days, tops. I've got glimpse to scout for me, and the tusks and meat will just go in my storage space." I didn't mention my other idea. Neither Krill nor my wife would appreciate what I was considering. Faye continued to grumble, but the fight had gone out of her, and a resigned annoyance settled in. We reached the pass and stepped aside as a slow-moving wagon rumbled past, carrying finished steel products, arrowheads, spear tips, and the new helmets I'd asked Clip to produce, back towards Mondit. The Paliat Pass was now thoroughly changed. The western side was lined with crude smelters being serviced by dozens of apprentices. They were mostly from the prisoners. Slaves, I suppose. But more and more of the warriors who hadn't made the cut for the horse archers or lancers had made approaches to Clip, looking to learn the smithing arts. The eastern side was composed of streams of people pulling hand carts in and out of the small entrances to the previously excavated tunnels. They dumped their loads by the smelters and went back for more, weaving between each other. Whoever had been here before, however long ago it was, had created a huge network of winding tunnels and artificial caverns below the surface. I suspected most of the hills around us would look like Swiss cheese if I had access to LiDAR. My people had currently only explored a fraction of the old tunnel system. I paced the width of the mouth of the pass a couple of times, Faye watching bemusedly, then made a couple of cuts into the stone with my dagger. I sliced a pair of neat lines into the stone that were about 3 meters apart and roughly in the middle of the opening. "Clip!" I called loud enough to be heard over the smashing of hammers and the hiss of molten metal being poured out. A minute later, the blacksmith walked over to me, head held high. "Lord," he greeted me. "I need to stop the traffic through the pass for a few minutes. I'm going to build you some walls," I told him. He twitched and looked at the 30-meter-wide entrance to the pass for a moment, then shrugged and nodded. "Oi, keep the stock on the loading spot for now," he yelled back towards his open-air workshop. A chorus of surly replies and waving hands came back to him. I grinned at Faye, who was looking at me with a raised eyebrow. This is why I'm not wearing shoes. After striding over to the cliff wall, I spent 100 mana, and my perception flowed out into the ground below me. It began with a radius of about 1 meter, but for the first 5 seconds, it spread out until it was 10 meters in either direction. As soon as I cast, I bent my will and began moving the stone around me. I rose up on a column of rock and soil that solidified into a pillar 3 meters tall and half a meter wide. I flowed across the mouth of the canyon, leaving a wall of solid stone behind me. When I got to where I'd cut my first mark, I stopped, the 15-second timer on the power having elapsed. Moving by mentally controlling the muck around you to push your feet along felt a bit like ice skating. I glided rather than walked, and at a much quicker speed than I could manage with my legs. I could also condense or expand the material as long as it was within my sphere of influence. Rather than create styrofoam rock walls, I'd pulled the materials from the south side of the wall in, creating a wide, shallow trench that attackers would have to cross and increasing the effective height of the wall to outsiders. I wanted this place to be as secure as possible before I went north. Of all my little satellite settlements, this one could not be lost. I glanced down with a broad grin on my face, then stared dumbstruck as Faye leapt upwards. Her enhanced body made leaping 1.5 meters vertically simple enough, but as she reached the peak of her jump, a disk of ice appeared under her, and she launched herself off it. At the second peak, she summoned another ice shield, and then stepped daintily onto the top of my new wall, like she was strolling out in the steppe. "It's high up here." She looked south over the steppe, towards Mondit, and the well-worn tracks leading to our little town. "Is this what it's like looking down from Glimpse's eyes?" The crow cawed loudly from where he circled above us. "Not even close, I'm afraid." I spent another 100 mana as I leapt down to the other mark I'd cut into the floor of the pass. I repeated the procedure, then passed through the little town to the north and built walls to seal that end of the pass as well. When I got back, Clip was still in awe, smacking his fist gently against the first wall I'd built. "You could be a rich man. Mining's dangerous. Making the rock flow away with a thought would let you beat out all the competition. Is this... Lord, I've been down into the tunnels. There are no supporting beams, and the walls are smooth. Did someone like you make this place?" "I think so. I don't know how long ago or who they were, but there are signs beyond the sculpted walls that it was someone, or a number of people maybe, like me." Kilp stared up at the sheer cliffs that had penned him in for months, with a look that bordered on reverence. I stuck out my hand in the traditional warrior's clasp. Even the shit-sitters recognized the correct form after so long among us, and he stuck his arm out and gripped my wrist. When did the nomads become my people? I couldn't point to any particular event, except maybe my marriage to Faye. She landed next to me, perhaps having grown bored of the view to the south while I reinforced the north. I spent a whopping 2 souls on soul transfer, in order to hopefully give Clip a single soul and awaken his first affinity. It didn't work, because that would have been too easy. I tried again, going up through the numbers in steps, until it clicked. He had been starting to look a little uncomfortable as I failed to release his arm, but then his eyes went wide, and he snatched his hand back to swat at the air. "Crathen? Why the fuck is it in Crathen? What the hell are affinities?" he gasped. Affinities are the types of magic. Normally, I'd say pick life, but you being you, fire might be a better fit. I grinned at him. You can boost your spells a little, or get a level and improve your stats. He was completely F-tier at the moment. "Why me? You know I'll leave when my time is done," he wondered, as he continued swatting at the words floating in his vision. "There's a cost," I replied ominously. "What?" he demanded in a panicked squeak, a far cry from his usual brash baritone. Among the nomads, the women are the crafters, while the men are herding and hunting, or at war. Look at the women for new apprentices. "But, Velkit, I think it's a good idea," Faye interrupted. "I've got a few strong ladies I'd like to present to you, Master Smith." His eyes flicked between us, and a look of resignation crept into his gaze. "Why'd you give me the souls?" he asked. I wanted to establish how few souls I had to transfer to give. "What? That's insane. We need to concentrate the souls we have, Ray." Faye stomped her foot, and a circle of dust spread out from the impact. "I'm not going to be able to get enough to seriously level more than 1 or 2 people until after our next battle. If we get to that fight, and all our warriors have access to the life affinity, even just the weakest spells, it will go better for us. The Coven and Krill could stop churning out healing charms and focus on shields and attack magic," I answered quickly.
Marriage was never an easy thing, but when your wife could break rocks with her bare hands and was riding the hormones of pregnancy, that took it to a whole new level. Faye was remarkably understanding, but her temper had been flaring a lot more over the last few weeks than was usual.
"How many?" she asked, suddenly calm again.
20. I have to transfer enough to give someone a single level.
"This is huge. It means that for—" I paused and tried to do the numbers in my head and quickly gave up. 2,000 souls, I can get 100 warriors able to self-heal and give them a minor boost to their strength. Can you imagine 100 warriors who just shrug off minor wounds and survive serious injuries? We've got 400 warriors training in the new squadrons. 8,000 souls to make them all like us? We'd be unstoppable, I enthused. I might have been laying it on a little thick, but the idea had been eating at the back of my mind for days. They'll be weak compared to us. Compared to people without that advantage? For the same amount, you could make 2 people as strong as me or the Fangs. But I can see your perspective. It would make us a lot more formidable, collectively. I'll agree on one condition. When they're available, I want more souls for the women. She crossed her arms and fixed me with a glare. The coven hadn't gone down entirely well with the wider tribe. Women were respected, borderline sacred, despite the fact that they couldn't technically own anything. It was ironic that they were so important, but had so few rights. Seeing women snap spear shafts in their hands had upset some of the chaps, to put it mildly. I wasn't on a crusade to bring equality to this world. I wasn't even sure what my crusade was at the moment. Poseidon still sat at the top of my shit list, and I fully intended to kill her if I could. But the longer I'd been here, the more tied to this world I had become. My lists had gotten rather muddled. They were now almost entirely focused on the well-being and strength of my adoptive tribe. Partially out of self-interest, but increasingly there was something else motivating me as well. It was mostly with a view to taking down Mortimer, and then the others, of course, but even in my head, that argument had started to feel hollow. "The men are all a little worried about the fact that you keep snapping inch-thick poles of wood when you get cross," I began, praying desperately I wasn't stepping on a landmine. "They'll come around in time, and I'm more than happy to give the women's souls as well. This summer is going to see a lot of fighting, whatever I do. I'd rather get the other tribes to join us, but some of them are going to fight us. Whatever I do for the warriors, I'll do the same for the women, eventually. This might annoy some of the warriors, but I was, somewhat embarrassingly, viewed as something of a demigod to a lot of them. I had the social capital to burn on keeping Faye happy, and it was kind of the right thing to do anyway." "How long until you go?" Faye asked as Clip wandered off, happily staring at screens that no one else could see. "I'm going now, love," I said softly, pulling her into an embrace and moving for a kiss. She allowed the hug, but she pulled her face back. "No. You get that when you come home. Be careful, Ray. The Erviles," she whispered in my ear as she moved to lay her cheek against mine. "Won't know what hit them," I said with a savage smile. I kissed her ear and stepped back. Krill needs to keep focusing on his project. If he skulks back into Mondit, tell him Glimpse is keeping an eye on him. I said it lightheartedly. My crow would be watching my back and looking for my prey, but Krill might not know that. "He'll know that's a lie. If I see him, I'll make sure he gets back to work," she said. "Safe travels, love. Hurry back." Without another word, she turned and walked back towards Mondit. I looked around me and smiled. The mine was doing well, and Mondit was rich and thriving. My army was constantly training under the Fangs or Trikilo, and the side project I'd foisted on Krill was coming together nicely. I sighed as Faye moved into the distance. I was getting soft. I looked to the north and felt a sense of freedom. The tribe would be fine without me for a couple of weeks. It was time to go hunting.
Chapter 58.
No shorty could do this. I ran north on bare feet. The cold was uncomfortable, as were the occasional jagged stones, but it wasn't painful, and it didn't do me any harm. Whether it was my strength stat or my increased hit points, or perhaps some combination of the two, the force of my feet pounding into the semi-frozen ground didn't bother me at all. I silently thanked Hakubin for my time hanging on the back of the wagon. That had been pain unlike anything I'd ever known, and in comparison, the discomfort I felt now was negligible. Glimpse flew ahead of me, soaring over the end of the Paliat Pass and moving into the northern tundra to look for prey. The vast expanse of snowy plains stretched out endlessly in the bird's eyes, and he began sweeping north in a wide zigzag to find me targets. An hour later, I turned to the west and sped up. I was running at the best speed of my chariots, but it was only a casual lope for me now. Each footfall cratered the ground slightly and launched me 2 or 3 meters along my path. Glimpse had spotted a small herd of mammoths, but they were huge in comparison to the ones I'd faced before. A third or more taller at the shoulder, and while I couldn't be certain, I was confident I'd found some vile mammoths. As the crow flies is a fitting phrase for the fastest possible route. It took me another hour and a half to close in on the herd Glimpse had spotted for me. As I drew near, I slowed to catch my breath and checked my reserves. Health points, 250 over 250. Mana, 64 over 430. The cost of building the walls would take me most of the next couple of days to recover. 10 mana per hour was a bottleneck, and I hadn't figured out any way to improve it. Health and mana had set regeneration rates, and I hoped that they applied to my competition as well. They'd been here longer than I had, and were likely stronger than I was. I'd need to find ways to get them to burn their mana down before I made a move against them.
A problem for another day.
It was a herd of 12 beasts, 8 adults and 4 juveniles. They were much more intimidating up close than the last lot I'd faced had been. Huge, towering slabs of hair and muscle, with 2-meter-plus spears of ivory sticking out of their faces. I moved slowly closer, and they ignored me as though I were beneath their notice. The occasional fist-sized eye rolled in my direction, but otherwise they were utterly unthreatened by me. I had 6 steel spears in one of my storage rings, but I wanted to try and push myself. I hadn't faced any real threats since I leveled after the battle, and finding out what I was capable of now seemed like a good idea. Besides, killing these things with spears would take longer than I wanted to spend on the job. The metal heads wouldn't penetrate the thickly armored skulls, and crippling them, then bleeding them out, felt needlessly cruel when there was a more professional and efficient option available. Once I got to about 10 meters away, a pair of the bigger ones, the bulls perhaps, turned ponderously towards me. They were slower than the regular versions of their species, but I had a feeling they would be much harder to put down under normal circumstances. I slipped my shop-bought knife from the silvery sheath at my waist and weighed my options. I was short on mana, but I had a few trinkets and enough to try a spell that I'd wanted to experiment with for a while. I was wearing 8 iron rings, 1 on each of my fingers. The 4 on my right hand were all loaded with fireballs. 2 of the 4 on my left were enchanted with 12 charges of Krill's best heal self spells, considerably better than my own version. And the other 2 were storage rings I'd enchanted myself. I could only access them twice a day, but they had the same capacity as my upgraded spell and would be very useful in the long run. The fact that I could store living people in them had offered a number of interesting possibilities for the future. assuming anyone was mad enough to let me hide them in a dimensional pocket without time, and no guarantee of being released if anything went wrong. I'd find someone. Jandak would probably be up for it if no one else were. I scooped up a small rock from the ground and tossed it up and down in my right hand. The two bulls that turned to face me snorted and made quiet trumpeting sounds. I couldn't tell if the sound came from the swaying trunks or their mouths. Either way, it was clear they weren't pleased with my presence. With a swift flick of my wrist, I sent the little rock arcing across the space between us to smack the beast on the left in the forehead. It briefly went cross-eyed, then trumpeted more loudly at me and stomped a foot in anger and confusion. I wasn't where it thought I would be. As the pebble had left my hand, I'd spent mana and ripped open a spatial tear. It appeared in front of me as a jagged rip in reality, lined with pink and purple light. The oval was about 2.5 meters tall, and perhaps half that in width. I dove through it and appeared in the air a foot above the mammoth's neck. As I felt my impossibly sharp dagger flick out and stab into the animal's spine just behind the thick bone of the skull, my feet hit the ground, and I ricocheted like a pinball to launch myself towards his companion. The dagger carved effortlessly upwards through the second neck, and I landed neatly to one side of the pair of collapsing beasts. I buried the blade in the skulls of the paralyzed animals, and they were dead within seconds of my attack. The rest of the herd trumpeted in fear and started to lumber away from me. I could have cut more of them down. I probably should have, from a purely utilitarian point of view. I knew I was a monster in a lot of ways.
Killing these beasts bothered me about as much as immolating the front lines of the Coprigan army had, which is to say, not very much at all. But I'd spent a long time training my monster to fit in, and frankly, given my new power, I was worried that if I let that control slip, even for an instant, I'd spiral into madness. I'd taken 2 bulls from this herd, so the rest could go on their way in peace, and that was enough for me. My greed complained briefly, but I quashed it mercilessly. There'd be other herds nearby. Vilis mastodon slain ×2, 80 souls gathered. This could work. I hastily cut the tusks free with my impossible dagger, then skinned and harvested as much of the fat and meat as I could in a couple of hours. I dropped my harvest into one of my storage rings and sent my senses out to glimpse. He'd found 3 more herds not too far away, one of which was big enough that they were likely the vile variants of the giant mammals. I ran, killed, and harvested the ivory and meat for the rest of the day. Vilis mastodon slain ×4, 160 souls gathered. Normalis mastodon slain ×8, 160 souls gathered. I had 642 souls when I settled down to sleep under the stars that night. The storage spaces for my rings both had 24 tusks, the same number of sets of hides, and as much meat as I could easily butcher in them. The rest had gone into my own personal space. I needed to recover my mana before I went hunting anymore. It was unlikely I'd be able to remain on the hunt for as long as I had hoped, unless I started abandoning the tusks as well as the valuable meat and fat. It felt wasteful to me. However terrifying to the locals these mammoths might seem, to me it was like being sent to knock a toddler. It felt wrong, and I was quietly disappointed at the lack of challenge. I'd been careful only to take a couple of animals from each herd, letting the rest escape. I'd only killed adults, leaving the juveniles alone. Despite these concessions, my code was arguing with my greed, but I phased the internal bickering out. I stretched out under the stars and watched the night sky wheel overhead until my eyes closed. Before I dropped off, Glimpse flew down and nestled in at my side to get some sleep as well. The god-forged creature didn't seem to have the same needs as regular animals, but he couldn't go indefinitely without some shut-eye. Not as nice as Faye curling up against me, but better than being alone, for sure.
When I opened my eyes, as pink light filled the world, my crow cawed a greeting from above where he circled, and I sat up in the long grass that had hidden me during the darkness. I stretched, yawned, farted, and did what every man with a decent amount of fiber in his diet does first thing in the morning. Glimpse had already found my next targets, and I chewed on some dried meat I'd pulled from my storage last night before I ran to catch up to them. For 3 days, this routine lasted. I racked up another 1,400 souls in the process. I was over 2,000 in total, and when I got back, our warriors would receive a considerable increase in power. I wasn't sure if spreading the souls wide was better than going tall. Would 2 level 40s just steamroll 100 level 1s? Maybe. But I had a feeling the natural viciousness of my adoptive people would help swing the odds in their favor. How would I fare against 20 level 10s? Physically, there would be no comparison. I could rush from one to another and put them down with a single move. But while I was moving to the first one, the rest would be launching attacks. I didn't have any data one way or the other. My gut told me I was thinking along the right lines. Going wide might just be better than going tall.
Mana regenerated slowly, so once spells were cast, it would come down to how many there were and how physically capable each one was. If I had more, I'd win. Hopefully. My storage rings were nearly full. They would be a godsend when it came time to move the tribe to war against Mortimer. We could move fast without worrying about lumbering wagons or having to carry the weight of our supplies. I still had some room left in my own space, but I wouldn't get a chance to fill it. Glimpse had been watching them fall in on my trail behind me. I had headed northwest the first day, then turned northeast. I'd been zigzagging across the tundra as I hunted the different herds. Each day, more of them had fallen in on my back trail. They didn't always like to work together, it seemed. Whenever they bumped into others, there were 2 possibilities. They either joined up or had a brief skirmish and spread out to chase me separately. They didn't start fires on a night when they stopped to rest. Glimpse had kept an eye on them for me since he noticed my tails. I'd carefully avoided spending my own mana to let me get back to full strength for this evening. I stripped naked and put my clothes in one of my storage rings, hoping they wouldn't get rubbed against the raw meat and fat it was largely filled with. Then I took off towards the nearest camp of Erviles. There were 4 of them, a few miles behind me, and I crossed the distance like a ghost. As I neared them, I slowed down and stopped to listen. "You sure it's just one man?" "No shorty could do this," rumbled the deep voice from the darkness. "Only one set of tracks, you tusk fucker. How many times do I have to say it?" came back a whiny voice. "But one Gary Huskar is incapable of this. The clans are already planning a great raid next year in revenge for Latrikos. The trail led to the southern plains, and next summer, it's just the one. He moves like us. His strides are long," replied the whiner. "Shut it, Wapisk.
You're so full of shit you might as well be a shorty." That was voice 3. Hard to tell apart from the first voice. Beyond that, it came from a different giant.
"My brother is right. You are full of shit." The 4th one boomed with a laugh. "Your tribe's weakness is why you lost a brother to a mortal." As the mortal in question, I'd like to say it had nothing to do with that. He attacked me, so he died. "For a resk!" I called out. I was moving as the first words left my mouth. I'd seen these things' reflexes before, and while I couldn't resist spooking them, I had no intention of monologuing. They looked towards where I'd been and started to rise to their feet just as I emerged from the darkness 10 meters away. Achilles' heels turned out to be a thing for these monsters, just like regular humans, and the first one collapsed to the ground with a strangled scream as I blurred past him and cut the back of both of his ankles. I left him behind and rushed to the next closest giant. He was fully on his feet now, and he moved with a predatory grace despite his size. A fist swung down towards me, and I activated my self-enhancement spell. For 10 mana, it was a bargain, and I slipped past his attack effortlessly, running my dagger up his forearm as I passed. I leapt forward and drove my blade into the throat of the whiny-voiced one. It sank in deep, and I twisted it to drive it between the vertebrae of his neck. He keeled over backwards, but managed to latch onto my left leg and fling me away into the darkness. I lost a few health points as I hit the ground and rolled away. As I tumbled through the grass, I cursed silently. I'd left my blade in his throat, and I had a lot more work to do tonight. I was reluctant to spend my mana this early in the mission, but I didn't really have a choice. I cast limited shapeshifting, and my skin turned a mottled gray, black, and green. "We will find you, little one," said a giant. "You're 2 down, and I'm not even sweating."
"You fucking cannibals are in deep shit," I hissed as I rushed sideways silently to throw them off my location.
"These weaklings? I'm Gatropic, first fist of the Northern Star clan. You're just Urk." I flew out of the night and slammed a foot into the talkative one's throat, using the impact to launch myself towards the bloody body with my dagger buried in his neck. I rolled across the still feebly struggling giant's throat and retrieved my blade before spinning lightly back to my feet to finish this fight.
Chapter 59. That's pretty disgusting, bloke. Villis Humano, slain times 37. 1,850 souls gathered. I was crouched down near the last and largest camp of the giants that had been following me. I'd already killed the rest and was feeling pretty happy with the results. These bastards didn't trouble my code at all, and they were even more profitable than the vile mammoths. I could see myself spending most of next winter hunting the cannibalistic monsters down while the tribe continued to grow in strength. That assumed I'd get another year to prepare. Mortimer had most likely realized he had a competitor on his northern flank by now, and would move in force once the summer campaign season came around. 11 of the giants were laid out in a circle, feet pointed into the center like hands on a clock face. Some were stretched on their backs, others on their fronts, and a couple had curled into a fetal position to keep their furs tight around their bodies. Even the ones wrapped around themselves like babies were longer than I would be stretched out on my back. "For Eresk!" I called. Some of them started awake and began to get up. I cast Burning Skies. In an instant, red clouds gathered 100 feet above me and began to glow menacingly. A second later, the first of the fireballs began to fall, building into a barrage that lasted for 15 seconds and must have included nearly 100 of the meteor-like attacks. The ground shook as the dirt and dust that managed to avoid incineration were flung out with each impact. I had been braced to speed forwards and put down any of the giants quickly enough to escape the area of effect, but I ended up standing slack-jawed and waving the smoke out of my face. I stood still, senses alert for any movement, as I waited to be able to see what the hell I had just unleashed on the tundra. Villis Humano, slain times 11. 550 souls gathered. Well, shit. Synthesized spells were not to be taken lightly. In a daze, I walked forward into the blasted landscape. A 50-meter square area had been bombarded with fireballs that matched the spell enhancements on my projectile ability. It looked like a scene from the First World War after a heavy artillery barrage. I couldn't even identify the remains of the giants. Perhaps that was a toe, just at the edge of the devastation? Maybe it had been thrown clear early on, so it had managed to survive intact? On closer inspection, it was just a weird rock. Nothing organic had survived at all. I moved through the craters until I emerged from the smoke on the southern side of the Urviles camp. Jesus. If I could do this, what the hell would Mortimer be capable of? If he had taken fire as well, or ice, Or, God forbid, lightning. The sense of supreme power that had filled me faded away as I once again recalled that I was most likely the weakest of the 6 souls exiled from Earth. I couldn't be sure that was true, but I had to assume that was the case. If I went against them, thinking I was the strongest, it could be catastrophic. Glimpse flew down and landed on my shoulder. I would really need to get some kind of padded cloth added to my clothes. Whether it was all the fist-sized eyeballs he'd eaten in the last few hours, or if his strength somehow scaled off my own, his talons bit sharply into my skin. Maybe I should put some bloody clothes on and stop running around the night like a naked murder hobo? Probably the latter. The crow nuzzled my cheek, then took to his wings to orbit above me. He hadn't seen any more bands of giants following me, but that didn't mean there weren't any, and my latent paranoia must have infected his mind, causing him to double-check our surroundings. I made a note to advise the guards at the mine to keep scouts out to the north. I had more souls than I'd hoped to gain on this little hunting trip, and I was more than happy to head home. Exhaustion should be affecting me by now. The moons had set, and the halo behind the clouds they'd cast had faded hours ago. But I felt fine so far. I picked up my feet and ran back towards home. As the light began to creep into the sky to the east, I paused and pulled my clothes and some food out of a storage ring. Once dressed and no longer feeling hollow inside, I resumed my easy lope, covering a couple of meters with each stride. By noon, I had entered the northern end of the pass and waved at the sentries up on top of the cliff walls as I passed them by. Indistinct calls echoed out in my wake, bouncing back and forth between the walls of the pass. After exchanging arm clasps with the guards and telling them to spread the scouts out further to the north, I made my way to the orange glow of the smelters and furnaces. "Clip!" I called, as I found him berating a hapless apprentice, whom I was pleased to discover was female. If he was already giving the ladies a shot, that was the best I could hope for. "Lord, you need to talk to that prick in town. He's causing problems," Clip began without a preamble. I held up both hands to stop what I suspected would be a string of invective against whomever this prick might be. "Whoa there, bloke! Who are you talking about?" I asked. "Sulk is a fucking charlatan and a conman. My master would have used him for bellows work and nothing more." So Sulk was here. That meant the Jaggernon had come north. "Who has been dealing with the new tribe?" I asked quickly. "Please don't say Krill. Please don't say Krill." "Hatrakan. He's got them camped half an hour's ride south of Mondit," he replied. "The man is a complete buffoon. He doesn't even—" "I'll deal with it," I cut him off firmly. "How is the Horn Project coming along?" I demanded roughly. "This way, Lord." His eyes sparkled. I had needed a better way to issue battlefield commands than having Glimpse squawk at people, and had fallen back on ancient techniques from Earth. Clip led me into one of the cave systems and pulled a wrapped package from where it leaned against a wall. As he removed the cloth, a 6-foot-long curve of gray steel was revealed. The top was carved into the shape of a horse's head, mouth open wide to transmit the sound. It flowed in fluted waves, narrowing down to the mouthpiece at the bottom, which curled in the opposite direction to the horse head. He passed it to me, and I weighed it in my hands. Stepping out of the cave, I raised it to my pursed lips and blew deeply, eliciting an embarrassing farting sound that caused the workers nearby to glance over and smother their smiles. "Not so easy," laughed the smith as he took it from me. He put his own lips to the mouthpiece, and a brassy shriek rang out to bounce between the walls of the canyon. The head of the horn was nearly 10 feet above the ground when he held it up to blow. With some banners floating in the wind from the main tube, it would make an excellent device for passing simple coded orders to units on the field. This time, the workers scowled instead of smirking
as they rubbed at their ears. "Excellent. I'll need a couple more." "How long?" I asked. "Don't want much. Thousands of fucking stirrups, hundreds of coats of armor and helmets. Same again in daggers and spear tips. Tens of thousands of bloody arrowheads. And what does old Clip get? Just orders for more," he grumbled. I wasn't entirely sure how to react. "What do you want?" I tried. "More workers! And a fucking water wheel like you promised," he snapped back in an instant. "I've offered you every worker who wants to learn your craft. How many have you accepted?" I asked, as I glanced at the dozens of people working bellows and pounding metal around us. "Most of the good ones," he sighed, and rubbed a soot-covered hand across his brow, leaving a darker line in the sweat. "I'll need your support with Sulk, Lord."
He's going to cause a stink when he gets let in here and sees what I've been up to. Clip waved a hand across the proto-industry of the pass.
"You'll have it, but why will he cause a problem?" I asked. "He's blessed by Velkit. If he doesn't like it, he'll... I don't want the god to drive me mad so soon. I know it's coming, but not yet," he snapped. Surely Velkit would approve of all this industry and innovation. He seems to like that kind of thing. When a priest winds his loincloth too tight, he can shape the god's opinion of others. I don't want to go mad yet. His eyes flicked to a woman working the bellows for a fraction of a second, but I caught the movement. So Clip had a paramour, and he feared the inevitable fall into the madness all of his kind ended up suffering from, arriving prematurely, simply because Sulk left him a bad review with the boss. "I'm not sure I can intercede with Velkit. Aresk owns me." I carefully hid the bitterness I felt at the words. "But I'll speak to Sulk. Maybe take him to see the water wheel and explain how it will work." "It's ready? Why the fuck am I still here? I need to see it first," Clip barked. I raised an eyebrow, but he didn't back down, just glared at me from under his own bushy brows. "It should be ready by now." I glanced up, and Glimpse wheeled away to the east to confirm if Krill had been on top of the project as I'd asked. "I'll make sure you're there when we go to inspect it. In the meantime, 2 more of those trumpets and as many helmets and arrowheads as you can churn out. Please and thank you." He nodded his head reluctantly. It was almost a bow, but not quite, and went back to his workers. His semi-sotto voce grumbling swelled into barked orders and harsh critiques as he got near the smelters and forges. As a result, the pace of work resumed its usual brusque rate. The Jaggernin were here, and they'd brought Sulk. This was a bad time of year for the wagons on the steppe.
The ground was partially frozen, but the early spring melts made it muddy and treacherous. They'd have moved slowly through a morass of their own creation, and wouldn't have done so without a good reason. I needed to find out what had driven them north. Stretching my legs, I moved quickly back to Mondit. The palisade was guarded by dismounted lancers who threw me crossed-arm salutes as I passed, to which I nodded in reply. The atmosphere felt different from when I'd left. I was hardly the most observant when it came to reading the room, outside of an uncanny ability to avoid attention, but there was a taut sense to the air, and the interactions I noticed as I hurried towards my tent seemed strained and uncomfortable. Something momentous had happened while I was away. I arrived in the open space in the center of the camp. The handful of prisoners who hadn't moved into the caves of the pass were to the north and were busy with carpentry and leather work. I ignored them as my eyes landed on Feala, her coven behind her, as she stared down at a short warrior I recognized, even though he was facing away from me. "King Jagapan!" I called as I made my way to Feala and swept her into a hug. "How are you?" I asked quietly, before I received the kiss she'd withheld before I went north. It was worth the wait. "King Mond, you've brought a shower of shit down on the Southlands," Jagapan grumbled.
As I put Feala down and turned to him, he levered his bronze eye out and wiped it on his sleeve, then popped it in his mouth. After swishing it around for a couple of seconds, he spat it out into his palm and shoved it back into the empty socket. "That's pretty disgusting, bloke. What's caused you to come north during the melt?" I asked. "Shouldn't I fight you again or something? I'm pretty sure this is a breach of etiquette." He gave me a crooked smile and shook his head. "I meant no offense, Mond. Things have turned ugly in the south. Bandaged men moving en masse, supported by wizards like the one you killed in my camp. So I hadn't gotten away with that then. No matter. Some tribes have joined Urkash, and others have fled north. If they didn't take one of those options, they're fucking dead, and their women scattered. We don't have magic to counter them." He finished with his real eye glaring at me. "Jagapan is interested in an alliance, but he's reluctant to bow his head to you," Feala added from my side. The other king growled deep in his throat, but didn't contradict her. "We've been working out the details for the last couple of days." "Yeah, and the old bastard is trying to drive a hard bargain," cackled Krill as he emerged from my tent. I gave him a suspicious look that earned a snaggle-toothed grin in response. "How is the project I left you in charge of coming along?" I demanded. "Well enough. Tomorrow we'll release the stoppers to drop the wheel and see how your little machine works." His voice shifted and became serious. "It's bad down south, Mond. This lot isn't the only one that's fled north. If we hadn't broken the Capregan, there'd be a lot more slaves and fat cannibals on the steppes." "It's that bad?" I asked the old man. He turned and spat to one side, thankfully away from my tent. "It's worse, Mond. Half a dozen tribes have bent the knee to Urkash. The rest are fucked or fleeing. We need to deal with it," Krill said flatly. I looked at Jagapan, who met my stare with his mismatched eyes. I removed the storage rings I had loaded with ivory and mammoth meat and flicked them to Krill. He snatched them out of the air and gave me a quizzical look. 28 tusks, as well as the meat and hides. Some of it's in my own storage space, so there's a bit more to follow. Get the smokers lit and the tanners ready before you start pulling stuff out of them." He cackled and scurried off towards the tanners. "King Jagapan, you don't need to bend your neck to me. All I would ask is that if I call, your warriors will ride to war with us, under my command. And if you call, we will do likewise. Does that seem fair?" "No, it fucking doesn't," called the voice of a certain blacksmith from somewhere in the crowd, making Jagapan flinch. The mob parted, and the hunchbacked figure of Sulk shuffled through. "Who the fuck showed you how to make steel? Clip is a Velket-damned moron. That milksop couldn't make pig iron before. I should bloody know, as I taught his master how to work the bellows. Not a chance that idiot could produce so much gray metal so fast on his own. What the hells have you been up to, you bloody savage?" Jagapan managed to roll both his real and his metal eye as the outburst went on. "Sulk, I'm glad you decided to come north in the end. Kayla, how are you?" "I'm well, thank you, Lord. I'm intrigued about what has happened with Feala and her friends. Perhaps I could join their little group?" Her warm voice was familiar, and a pleasant shift from Sulk's grating grunts. Sulk seemed to melt as it rang out across the crowd, and all the fire went out of him. I grinned at the poor bastard as he shrank in on himself.
Chapter 60.
What fresh madness is this? "You need to share the souls, Mond," Krill called over his shoulder as our chariot rattled towards what I hoped would become my first industrial center. Sulk was not happy in the vehicle next to us. Clip was riding the contraption on his flank and grinning broadly at the old man's discomfort. "I know. I'm going to spread them wide among the warriors before we head south to the festival," I replied. "Wide?" Krill asked suspiciously as he guided the cantering horses around a dip in the ground. "Yeah, I'm going to give lots of the warriors 1 level each. The anticipated blast of invective did not disappoint, and I smirked to myself as my mentor fought to catch his breath. What fresh madness is this? You damn fool. We need to keep the strength among those you can trust, he barked as a finale, earning sharp looks from Sulk and Kilp. Once they take the souls, they can't betray me. I found the link to Krill in the back of my mind and leaned on it slightly. The chariot slid sideways, and he shot me an angry look over his shoulder. You can control us? Excellent. Give a level to as many warriors as possible. Make sure you include Jagapan and his honor guard as well. The old man crowed in delight. Glimpse circled down and replied with a caw of his own that mirrored the old man's delight. For some reason, I wasn't terribly surprised that Krill was happy at the idea of my being able to mind control my minions. I've got enough to get 200 warriors to level 1. I'm thinking the rest of the lancers, then 25 from each of the archer squadrons. The rest goes to the women, I yelled into his ear. The bastard had sped up now that he knew I could control him. Mutually assured destruction seemed like a reasonable response from the mystic. Use what you have left to boost up Kayla and bring her into Faye's coven. Tie that prick of a smith to us for good.
Krill muttered quietly to me as the first sign of my latest settlement came into sight. I can't deny that a sense of smug pride swept over me. The water wheel was about 3 meters in diameter and was currently held out of the water on blocks that would be knocked away. The river ran deep and fast where the prisoners had built it, then swept away to the east. When the wheel was finally dropped into position, it would drive a crankshaft that led out to a wooden gear wheel. From there, the 3 drive shafts were poised to be connected, one for grinding, one for a drop hammer, and the last was as yet unallocated. Clip had 6 ideas for it, but hadn't made up his mind. Construction was underway to make covered work areas at the ends of the soon-to-be spinning beams. We were entering the early Iron Age, and the prospect of increased productivity beckoned, like an easy mark walking alone at night on a badly lit street. A shiver ran down my spine, and for a moment I felt the aura of Velkit, hammer striking anvil, encompass my body. 2 gods on your side were surely better than 1. Both smiths stared, Clip in glee and Sulk in confusion. Our horses slowed and stopped outside the nascent town growing around the wheel, and we jumped off the chariots. "What the fucking hells is that thing?" snapped Sulk. Clip opened his mouth, but I spoke before he could rub salt into the older man's wounds. "It's a water wheel. The flow of the river drives the wheel, making it spin. That movement is sent down the primary drive shaft before being split off by the gearbox assembly into 3 separate rotations. Once it's up and running, this wheel will provide constant power for grinding grains, a drop hammer for beating metal, and something else. We haven't decided what the 3rd drive shaft will be used for," I replied in a rush. "The first mechanical hammer is mine," Clip added quickly, preening as Sulk's face went a curious shade of red. "Velkit's hammer it isn't." I felt his aura. It's meant for me.
The hunchback barked. "It's not meant for either of you. You'll have to be big boys and learn to share. We could use the 3rd shaft for another drop hammer, though. It's not a bad idea, but it needs to be worth it. I've got a lot of metalwork to be done in the near future," I replied. "How much?" Sulk glared at me. "More than your old bones can cope with, Ancient," chuckled Clip, earning a snarl from Sulk. "Easy now, old man. You can't match my arm," he added as Sulk stepped towards him. "I'd be happy to offer you some magic, Smith Sulk. Kayla would be welcome to join my wife's coven as well. We need more talented metalworkers, and you would be an excellent master to teach them." As I finished my sentence, I saw Krill slap a hand over his eyes for a moment. "Teach, eh? You want me to curse more, to be like me? Crippled and mad like my god?" Crap. How should I handle a self-loathing craftsman? "Sulk, I know why your kind go mad and end up crippled.
I can show you how to avoid it. This was half true at best. I knew early metalworkers were exposed to fumes from lots of reagents, mercury possibly the worst of them, and some decent ventilation would ameliorate the worst of those problems. But honestly, I wasn't sure this was a promise I could deliver. What's the secret, boy? Whelp who's never swung a hammer or worked a forge wants to tell a master smith how to avoid Velkit's fumes, he snarled at me. Fumes is the right word. If we make sure you work in the open and get fresh air while you mix materials, you'll get rid of most of the curse. A mask over your mouth and nose will help for some of it, but the real secret is not being cooped up in a secretive little room away from the blue sky, I said, and once again Velkit made his presence felt. Sulk glanced upwards, and Clip grinned broadly. I take it your god agrees? Asked Krill. Good. Refined iron is going to be shipped here by wagons under escort, and then you'll work it here. It won't just be arrows and spearheads. Mond has plans for metal tools and something called barbed wire. When the wheel drops, you'll be able to work faster than ever before. The god approves, Sulk said reluctantly. He eyed Clip sideways. Your master wasn't the worst, you know. He was a decent apprentice. Clip stuck out his arm, and Sulk shook it. He spoke highly of you, my pet smith answered. But even I could sense the lie in his words. Sulk snorted and took his arm in a firm shake. I offered my own arm and spent 20 souls to give Sulk a level and access to his first affinity. Krill can explain it, I muttered, as Sulk swiped at the writing only he could see. I was focused on the new defenses. Wooden towers stretched 5 meters above the steppe, giving the defenders excellent lines of sight over the surroundings. A small village of yurts had grown up nearby. The absence of wagons looked strange to me now, but they would come, flowing back and forth with cast metal to be worked and charcoal from the foresting parties, then taking finished goods back to Mondit. I nodded in satisfaction. This would work. They had 25 magically equipped mounted archers as guards, enough to keep the people safe or provide enough warning for them to fall back to the main settlements in advance of an attack. This little town was looking like it would do well across the summer. Krill, let Clip explain the rest. We need to get home, I called, as I made my way back to my chariot. The dreamer shrugged at Sulk with a cackle and skittered over to our ride. Home, then? He asked happily. Will they be okay? I nodded towards the 2 smiths who were already starting to bicker loudly. They'll be fine. Nothing we can do about it either way. He cackled as he cracked the reins, and we lurched into a canter home. As we raced back, I tried to plan out my next moves.
I left Krill to park the chariot like a good chauffeur and made my way to my tent. It was more Faye's tent than my own at this point, which was fine. I moved the flap aside and had to catch Halen's fist as it swung towards my nuthers. I glared at her as I pushed her away, and she just smiled demurely back at me. Jandak had my eternal sympathy. Ladies, how are you doing with the shield trinkets? I asked as I moved over to Faye and planted a kiss on her cheek. 80 a day, love. We'll be able to equip all the warriors by the end of tomorrow. How's the wheel? Faye asked, as she took my hand and led me to my throne. It looked good. How are the Jaggernans settling in? I asked as she sat next to me. Don't bother worrying about them yet, said Krill as he gracefully sidestepped Halen's fist and let the flap fall down behind him. She scowled at the elusive shaman. If they're with us, we should give them steel gear and trinkets. I know I promised to ride to his aid, but the reality is he'll be riding with us. I thought as much, said Habini, as she made herself known from among the small group of women working to carve the acorns and wooden trinkets that were intended for enchantment by the coven. I understand.
I've spoken to Jagapan, and he understands we should merge our herd with yours. But he's proud. A token of goodwill would go a long way towards securing his allegiance. If there was one thing the myths on Earth taught, it was that a wife was to be respected. Clytemnestra taught Agamemnon that lesson. I would be willing to serve as a soul-bound servant, she finished. I shot a look at Faye, who shrugged. She knows what it entails. You'll have some level of control over her, and she's happy with that, Faye said with a soft smile. Ask her why. I looked at Habini and raised an eyebrow. I've lost 4 children in childbirth. 3 others lived a few years, and only 2 became adults. Your life magic could have saved them. There's also this. Her hands reached up and pulled her veil aside. Her eyes were bright and intelligent, deep brown and full of wisdom. As the veil was pulled away, her face was revealed, and it had been ravaged by some disease. The skin was scarred and pockmarked. As quickly as it was revealed, she pulled the veil back across her face and clipped it in place by her ear. I would give anything to prevent this from happening to anyone else. All I want to do is heal. The thick emotion in her voice made my conscience twitch and prod my mind. I tightened my grip on the emotions her scarred face had stirred up. Pity warred with revulsion. I don't have enough to raise you up to match the rest. I have to make sure the warriors are strong enough to survive what's coming, I ground out reluctantly. The souls I'd earmarked for the women were intended for Kayla, so I could bind Sulk to my cause. I wasn't proud of my pragmatism, but it was the pragmatic choice. Do this for my older sister, and I'll ensure my husband becomes a true part of your faction, called Kayla, who had been lurking in the shadows. I wasn't sure if these women could read minds. Sulk has already joined us. This might be the better move, Mond. Split the souls for the women between them, and they'll be able to heal others. Enchanting items will be beyond their power, but they can help the dreamers, Krill added thoughtfully. You haven't been doing much in the way of dreamer work for a while, I said wryly, and his mustache bristled. Dreaming isn't something you can control. And herbalism is a waste of time when you've got magic healers running around, the old man grumped. I agree. Kayla, Habene, if you want to join Faye's coven, I'll split the souls between you. The bulk is going to the warriors, though. Soon we'll have to go to the festival, and I'll need all the strength we can muster. The women nodded. Kayla smiled, but Habene's face was once again hidden. I gave them each 100 souls, losing 400 in the process. I was down to just over 4,000, enough to give a single level to 200 of the warriors. Krill, I need all the lancers and 50 more from each of the archer squadrons. They'll each get 1 level for now, enough to give them self-heal and a weak enhancement. I get the feeling there are more than a few things about the festival you've not explained to me yet. While I hand out the levels, maybe you can explain the things you've somehow neglected to mention? Krill looked sheepish, then smirked and scurried out to gather the warriors together. It took less than an hour to hand out their first levels. The Fangs and the Coven were kept busy explaining the meaning of the strange writing floating in their vision. I sat down to glower at my less than forthcoming mentor. Spill it, I ordered. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. Well, the tribes are kind of democratic in a way, more like the shit-sitters in the far southeast than they would ever want to admit out loud. I didn't like the sound of that, and I liked it less and less as he explained.
Chapter 61.
Fine then. Fists. Seen from above, the festival site lacked something. It was impressive in scope, don't get me wrong, but it just looked like a low hill surrounded by concentric rings of upright stones. However, as we got closer and I saw it with my own eyes, The scale of the construction stole my breath. The barrow loomed in the distance, far more imposing from ground level than it had been when seen through Glimpse's eyes. The first ring of stone pillars was spaced 50 meters apart and stretched dozens of kilometers in circumference around the artificial hill at the center. Each one was elaborately carved with geometric shapes and animal designs. Horses ran beneath birds, and raised spots on the stone above them showed the stellar configuration each beast was linked to. All of this was fitted into what looked like someone had taken an ice cream scoop to the surrounding hills, carving out a sheltered expanse surrounded by hills on 3 sides. On 3 sides, maybe 20 miles from the barrow, steep, heavily forested hills rose up, and misty clouds clung to their seemingly barren tops. Whatever geological forces had shaped this place had done an impressive job. About 500 meters closer to the barrow was another ring of cruder, older, and more heavily weathered megaliths. But the carvings were still clear and distinct enough to make out details. This ring showed human figures fighting fantastical battles against giant beasts and what could only be Urviles. The next ring was even older and was covered in something I took to be a script of some kind. Angular lines arranged in pictograms that were clearly some form of writing. I doubted there was anyone alive who could decipher them, except perhaps for Patricia, wherever she had ended up. We had chosen to arrive fashionably late at Krill's insistence. The other tribes had already set up their camps within the innermost circle of monoliths. Hundreds of wagons and thousands of warriors were moving back and forth between the camps, ostensibly for trade and to arrange marriages, but mostly so they could boast and challenge each other to mock fights. Sometimes tempers flared, and still smoldering pyres marked where the losers had been burned, but it was considered shameful to sully the sacred site with bloodshed. The warm spring rains had come and gone. Enough time had passed for the ground to dry sufficiently for the wagons not to get bogged down behind the aurochs, and the tribes had come together for the Helath festival. The spring equinox was tomorrow night, and the next day would be the final celebration before the nomads dispersed and prepared to move to their summer pastures. We'd traveled light, no wagons to haul our goods and accommodation. With storage rings, we didn't need them. In contravention of tradition, Faye had accompanied us as well, riding in a chariot pulled by a pair of white ponies and driven by her brother Koss. As we arrived at a free space, I sent Glimpse out to investigate the nearest camps first. Then he was to move outwards and lurk on the roofs of the chief's yurts to gather intelligence. Our arrival wasn't unnoticed, and the sight of my wife pulling disassembled yurts and stored food from thin air caught the eyes of the nearest camps that were perhaps 50 meters from our little circle. The warriors began hammering in a palisade and linking the poles with strands of iron lined with twisted knots of metal. Barbed wire was a bitch, and I was happy to have it on hand to deal with any overly nosy neighbors. Packs of dogs had run alongside the chariots as we traveled, and their handlers set about tying them to the circle of chariots we made, instead of the wagons the other tribes had brought along. As our goods and supplies appeared as if from nowhere, the warriors who'd come to investigate our late arrival hurried off back to their own camps after a few perfunctory greetings to establish which tribe we were. The conversations I was overhearing via Glimpse made me smirk. Shock and fear, not quite as good as shock and awe, but close enough, ran through the nearby camps. "It won't be long," Krill muttered, as he bounced from foot to foot next to my chair. We'd set up a pit, and a pre-butchered aurochs that had been kept in storage was now slowly turning on the spit. Dogs barked and horses whickered in the distance, as our warriors settled down to gamble and challenge each other to tests of strength. "The first lot is setting off now." "Hair like a Mohican?" I asked. "A what?" he snapped, narrowing his eyes at me and going still. "Shaved at the sides, but long on top and greased into a ridge along the skull," I clarified. The Fawapin. Good folks. They were constantly at war with the Capregan, Krill replied thoughtfully. Bunch of assholes, grumbled Jagapan from his own chair to my side. Panny! They're honest travelers, snapped Habine from behind her gauzy face mask. She stood behind Jagapan and rested a hand on the back of his throne. Most honest travelers are assholes, he shrugged in reply. At least we're free from the Smiths bickering, eh? They were becoming insufferable, Jagapan finished, pulling out his new steel-gray prosthetic eye and swishing it round in his mouth before shoving it back into the empty socket. He tossed the old brass one up and down in his free hand, as though he needed a spare close at hand. Lord Jagapan, called a bull of a man sporting a greasy-looking mohawk as he pushed his way through the crowd. Where are your wagons? Surely you aren't so beggared by the shit-sitter raids that you lost them all. Calpactor, you old rascal. Of course not. King Mond and I have found a better way. Come join us. If please fetch a stool for our noble friend. Jagapan sounded sincere, but I'd taken an immediate dislike to this beady-eyed nomad. He was assessing and weighing everything around him with each swivel of his eyes. No need. I'm here to offer a friendly challenge to your friend Mond. An unarmed fight to see who's the superior warrior. Will you face me, King Mond? He asked. I stood up and moved past the fire to face him in the space my snickering warriors quickly cleared. Bets were called back and forth. Calpactor scowled as he realized that all the betting was on how many moves I'd need to win. When he realized they were betting with slices of worked ivory, which had become something of a currency since my trip up north, his eyebrows lowered even further. So you're the outsider who split the Eriskin. Hakubin isn't very happy with you, he chuckled as he offered me his wrist for the traditional greeting. As my hand closed on his forearm, he tried to yank me off my feet, throwing his weight down and left to roll me over his right shoulder as he ducked low. I may or may not have increased my weight by 30% just as he touched me. He skidded round and ended up hanging from my arm in a tangle at my feet. I pivoted and tossed him 6 feet through the air so he tumbled across the dirt, but he sprang back to his feet immediately. Huh. Ivory chits were being passed back and forth, and my warriors were laughing at his expense. The gentle mockery clearly got to him, and his ears suffused with blood, turning them bright red. Easy, Chief Calpactor. You walk into my camp and challenge me? Would you have gone easy on me if I'd done the same? He was a hothead, not suitable for significant command, but perhaps a good leader for a small squadron. As long as I didn't care if they charged to their deaths or not. I probably wouldn't care about that.
When had I begun assessing the other tribal leaders in terms of command potential?
Jagapan was a canny old bastard. His reputation was largely a lie that masked a calculating mind. And he had joined Khan and Atas as members of my close council. This new king? He might be good on the front lines. I suppose not, he spat. Fine then. Fists! He advanced on me as I carefully held back an inappropriate retort. I stood still and swatted his hands away as they crawled towards me. I'd been sparring with the Fangs a lot recently. Faye and Krill had focused their stat points into mental statistics, but my Fangs had gone almost entirely into body stats. They weren't a match for an Ervile one-on-one, but they would be soon, and if they worked together, they could handle a giant safely enough. Perhaps I was doing them a disservice? If they used their, albeit limited, magic, they might well be able to take one of the creatures single-handed. I stopped using both hands and just batted away his attacks with my left. He was strong, fast, and experienced, but he was only a man. As I thought it, I froze and nearly missed a block.
How far had my new powers changed me that I'd think that so casually? He tried to exploit my momentary slip, but I punched out with my right hand to strike him in his chest and sent him tumbling away from me. A roar went up from the watching warriors, and Kalpakter rose to his feet and straightened his now horizontal mane of hair with both hands, putting it back to its proper form.
"Mond, well fought," he said with a nod of his head. "Perhaps you have some food and drink, seeing as I don't see a fight getting us anywhere further."
He smirked, and I noticed his front teeth were filed into points. "Please," I gestured to the stool that had been brought out for him, as slaves carried platters of sliced meat and a pot of yolk for my guest. "Hakubin's out for your blood, both of you," Kalpakter muttered around a mouthful of meat.
He took a long swig of fermented milk and ran his sleeve across his mouth. "Don't suppose it will make much difference, all this metal. What do you want in trade?" "The steel is only for allies," said Faye from where she stood behind me. Her hand rested briefly on my shoulder, and I turned to look up, but those hazel eyes were fixed on the neutral chief. "Bringing women is a bad business, Jagapan," Kalpakter grumbled. "Not a fit place for them. The Helethmoot is tonight. Are you going to spit on old traditions and have them join the chiefs and dreamers at the circle?" "No, but there was no reason for them not to come this far," I replied. "A man is always happiest when he knows his wife is safe." I couldn't conceal the threat in my voice. Any move against my people while I was at this bloody chinwag of chiefs would be met with what I could only describe as ultra-violence. "Shouldn't be here, then. You've got enemies. Aside from Hakubin, there are half a dozen kings looking to tarnish your crown, Mond." "We don't wear crowns. Mond is more of a first among equals," said Jagapan sharply. Kalpakter glanced up and smirked, then nodded. "A fine way to be as long as no decisions need to be made in a hurry. I'm interested in trade. Aresk only knows how you've got so much metal. Sulk couldn't have done it all by himself, but I won't press. While I'm interested in trading, some of the others are more interested in taking. A friendly warning I trust you'll remember in the future?" He cocked an eyebrow at me, and his mohawk sagged slightly to one side. "Thanks, bloke. I think anyone who tries anything against us won't live to regret it, but thank you for the heads up." We talked a little more. It mostly involved Kalpakter trying to figure out how much steel we had to trade, and if any of our warriors would be interested in marrying his daughters. He headed off back to his camp with a mixture of hope and disappointment.
Various members of other tribes had approached and spoken to our warriors, but no other chieftain had come to visit us. As word got around, I was expecting more, but that would have to be for tomorrow. "It's time," cackled Krill as the sun began to fade behind the barrow that loomed over us. Jagapan and I said goodbye to our wives and set off with the Krill and the Jaggernan Dreamer to make our way to the giant's stairs. Massive slabs of stone had been laid on their sides to form a series of steps that wound around the hill to the summit. Krill and Hastakark, the Jaggernan Dreamer, began an atonal hum as we reached the first step. It was a 4-foot difference in height. Krill and I leapt effortlessly up, but the others had to clamber over the lip. Each of the stairs was intricately carved with wavy lines that ended in something that resembled an open Pac-Man mouth. "Are these snakes?" I asked, pointing at the engravings. "Shh! And yes! Don't speak until we reach the summit," hissed Jagapan as the two dreamers ignored me, bar Krill shooting me an angry look. As we headed up the stairs, I would offer a hand to Hastakark and Jagapan to haul them up to the next 6-foot-wide step, all while trying to ignore the gradually increasing buzz of the dreamers humming. Dozens of chiefs and dreamers were on the stairway, and by some freak of acoustics,
The wordless drone seemed to echo back and forth to fill the air all around us. When we reached the top, we found a dozen old men waiting for us. They pointed without words and directed the leaders of the nomads to spread out into a circle around some ancient standing stones. These stones were far more ancient and withered than even the inner circle below. I couldn't make any sense of the markings, beyond that they had once been carefully carved, and they must have been standing atop this artificial hill for so long that Mother Nature had robbed them of any intelligible designs.
"Another cycle has passed," intoned an ancient relic of a man, his once thick beard faded to wisps of its former glory. "As the stars wheel above us, so we come back to this ancient wheel, built by our ancestors, to witness the setting of the final winter sun. Tomorrow is the start of the true spring, and a new year for the Sikareskin." He intoned his words slowly, as though he'd said them 100 times before, and, judging from his appearance, it might not be far short of that number. The dreamer's atonal hum that had accompanied us up the stairs, which reminded me of Sami nomads from Earth, had built into a crescendo once we reached the top, suddenly died down as the sun finally set, and a beam of light passed between the two tallest uprights of the henge atop the barrow and illuminated a flat, horizontal stone low to the ground. A gemstone of some sort had been set on the altar, and as the last beam of winter light struck, it was refracted and cast across all the other uprights of the stone circle. For a moment, it was like a primitive disco ball had been lit at the gathering. "There's an outsider among us," called a voice I didn't recognize. "The time of the ceremony is over, archpriests." I watched from the corner of my eye as he bowed his head respectfully to the old men who'd overseen the ritual. "Now we need to talk as kings. Mond is unworthy of the honor of being present and should leave." "Will anyone vouch for the new lord?" asked the head druid.
I will," called Jagapan.
"Me also," Kalpakter added. "He has 2 chiefs who vouch for him. He can stay," shrugged the old man.
"Hatlatek, it isn't right. He's brought ruin down on the winter pastures. Kortaklith, Namatgur, mighty Boretnil, you've all been raided by the minions of Urkash this winter. Fell magic has ravaged our warriors. Not all of us could flee north like whipped dogs." This voice was familiar. Hakobin shot an angry glare at Jagapan, who removed his eyeball to suck it clean.
"So your misfortune is our fault?" I asked, staring blankly ahead and not even bothering to look at him.
"It is when Urkash wants your head. Whatever you did to earn his ire."
I phased out the rest of Hakubin's rant as Glimpse called for my attention.
Shadowy figures were creeping through the dusk light towards my camp. Dozens, no, hundreds of gray-painted warriors were moving slowly to encircle my people. I looked at Hakubin and narrowed my eyes as I saw the red letters floating over his head. Should have looked for that shit earlier, damn it. "Krill, kill Hakubin. He's working for the enemy. I'll go deal with his troops attacking our camp," I snarled at my mentor as I took off towards the edge of the plateau. I wasn't going to bother with the winding stairway this time. I reached the lip of the almost sheer drop and cast enhancement before reducing my weight by 30%. I shot into the air, leaving the ground behind me, and began to fall down the sloping side of the half-kilometer-tall barrow. As my legs windmilled beneath me, I quietly regretted this particular decision, but as the shadowy warriors rose to their feet and hurled small objects into my camp, I grimaced at how slow gravity's acceleration was. Where the thrown objects landed, walls of orange leapt up and wound through the yurts of my people. Horses screamed and men bellowed in pain as they rushed to counter the attack. I bounced off the slope 50 meters from where I'd started and launched myself faster and further this time.
2 more jumps, and I'd be on the flat. Not all of the attackers had thrown things at my people before rushing forward to enter melee, a decision those unlucky individuals would quickly and briefly come to regret as my warriors began to put them down with inhuman grace. Some of the invaders had stayed well back and waved their hands to cast their spells. My eyes narrowed, and I headed towards the group of 50 or so wizards.
I would kill this lot, and then punish whichever tribes had betrayed their brothers to Mortimer.
Chapter 62. Betrayal.
I took off across the kilometer or so of grassland that separated me from my wife and my warriors, in a sprint the likes of which would make Olympians weep in jealousy. Each step threw me forward 5 meters, leaving deep prints in the soil and throwing divots of turf up behind me. The first barrage of stones from our enemies had landed, but the second wave bounced off broad discs of ice and fire as the members of the coven deployed their magic. More numerous but much smaller shields appeared as warriors activated trinkets to throw up hasty defenses. I felt some of the links in the back of my mind disappearing one by one as warriors took mortal injuries. It was only a handful so far, but I sped up even more to get to the soul-bound servants that represented the real threat. I used enhancement again to boost myself as I closed the distance. I carefully stared at Mortimer's minions as I shot towards them. A dozen with body at D rank, the rest had mind at a similar level. I launched 3 fireballs from my rings to incinerate half the casters as my left hand closed around the skull of the first fighter I reached and squeezed. Eyeballs popped out as his skull collapsed, and I let go to catch another man by the shoulder. My dagger buried itself in the face of the man on my right, and I swiped sideways, cutting clean through the bone and killing him instantly. The man I'd caught with my left hand screamed as I tightened my grip, and bones ground into fragments before I threw him at his comrades, sending him spinning through the air to knock them off their feet. Soul-bound servants slain times 14. 280 souls gathered. Another ring-launched fireball caught a group of mages who were only just turning in response to the screams my arrival had caused, and turned them to ash. I still had 400 mana to play with, enough for something that would sway the balance back in our favor. Soul-bound servants slain times 7. 140 souls gathered. Normalis humano slain times 3. 30 souls gathered. What remained of the wizards and soul-bound were now fleeing as fast as they could. I smirked slightly as I watched them scamper away like rats, just as Krill appeared at my shoulder, soaked in blood down his right side and carrying a pissed-off-looking jagapan slung over one shoulder. My mentor dumped the king to the ground in a heap. "Are you okay?" I asked quickly, earning a chuckle in reply. "This is Hakubin's blood, not mine. I might have killed his new dreamer as well by accident." "That was undignified," grumbled Jagapan as he rose to his feet. "We need to cut our way through to the camp. Are you ready?" "Pan, just stick close behind us," I ordered, but he smirked, pulled his bronze eyeball from his pocket, and tossed it up and down before popping it in his mouth, making his cheek bulge like he was eating a gobstopper. The wiry little man grew nearly half again as tall, looming over me, and he caught the silvery ball as it escaped his eye socket. He broke into a loping run, moving far more quickly than ought to have been possible. Haldine had gone for space and time with the souls I had given her. Krill howled at the sky like a mad dog and ran after Jagapan faster than even I could move. I slapped an iron pendant hanging on my chest and activated the haste enchantment on it, and suddenly my own speed outmatched his. We blurred through the crowd of warriors attacking our friends. Jagapan just kicked the hapless bastards out of our path, while Krill and I followed in his wake, fists crushing bones and skulls, our blades flickering out to remove limbs and slice through soft tissue. Krill cackled like a loon as he danced between men half his age, leaving ruin in his wake with his twin steel knives. The amusement I felt at seeing the wrinkly old murderer having such a good time was a weird juxtaposition with the fear I had for the rest of my people.
I bullied my way through. If an enemy got in my way, they were knocked over, usually with broken bones or cuts gushing blood down their bodies. Jagapan must have had multiple casts on his enchanted eyeballs. I resolved to turn a blind eye to Habini's nepotism on this occasion. I was hardly innocent on that charge myself, and it saved us having to carry him through the melee. Every time he slowed or shrank, he quickly regrew and sped back up until we broke through and found ourselves fending off the spear tips of our own warriors. Normalis humano slain times 126. 1,260 souls gathered. Snatching a spear aimed at my chest out of one of my warrior's hands, I glared, then tossed it back to him. "Mount up!" I roared, cutting through the din of battle. "Get the women to the chariots! Where the fuck are my fangs?" I turned to face the throng of traitorous nomads pressing us and cast burning skies. The night was suddenly illuminated by glowing red clouds rapidly gathering above me. Shaping the spell so it was longer and narrower than the base version, I unleashed it on my unfortunate enemies. I didn't need a square of destruction. I wanted a firebreak to give my warriors time to reorganize so we could break out. A long line of fireballs fell from the sky into the mass of warriors still swarming towards my camp from the west. Hideous screams rang out from those caught on the edge of a blast as they lost arms or were horribly burned down one side of their bodies. The lucky ones were reduced to ash and never felt a thing. The barrage stalled the attack as warriors at the rear balked at the suddenly cratered landscape, while those at the front screamed in terror and broke. It bought me the time I needed. I ran through the camp to the marshalling area where the lancers were already mounted and released a quiet breath when I saw that Faye, Haldine, and the other women were already on chariots being rapidly hitched to pairs of ponies. "Mond! A fine night for it," laughed Jandak as he reined his pony up next to me. The lancers were all mounted and filing out of the camp to form a line across the plains. Small troops of horse archers were already spread out in groups of 5 and 10, working to clear the immediate area. "They'll pay for breaking the moot peace," snarled Cause as his ponies skidded to a halt nearby. "What's the plan, Mond?" "Where's Mune?" I asked. "He's out on the field already, keeping the grass clear so we can form up. He'll fall in as we advance," Jandak said. "So who was it?" "Hakubin. Probably a few others as well. We circle out and cut away free for the chariots with the women. Forget the tents. 20 archers go with the women as escorts as they break for the north. Then we are going to pay our old friends a visit and burn their fucking yurts down around their ears," I snapped. "I'll run. I'm faster than a horse anyway." Stooping down, I ripped the leather boots from my feet without undoing the ties. Faye would be annoyed. They had been finely made, and she'd gotten me them as a gift, but I might need earth-shaping this evening. "Mondin!" my lieutenants yelled as they kicked their heels into their ponies' flanks and cantered out of the palisade. This was a shit show. The people were more important, but there was a lot of metal in the form of wires on the barricade, and trade goods we would have to abandon. Whoever claimed the site after we left was in for a windfall. It would make figuring out who benefited from this betrayal a lot easier, though, and a grim expression crossed my face as I considered the fate that would await them for pillaging my camp. The chariots with the ladies rumbled out and moved north, peeling around the next camp without incident as a squadron of archers rode alongside them. I checked with Glimpse, who was still circling overhead. It was a mess. Multiple tribes had taken the breaking of the truce as an excuse to settle old scores. Fights were raging all around the artificial hill.
Most were small, pitched battles between groups of warriors, but a few had spilled over into slaughter as one side broke into another's camp and put it to the torch. I was watching my hoped-for power base crumble as the tribes attacked each other. I strode out of my former camp and jogged to where my 50 lancers had formed into a wedge. The ponies could smell the blood in the air, and they snorted, pawing the ground in anticipation of the charge. "Gentlemen, we will repay like with like. Archers, move on the lancers' flanks! Lancers, on me!" I screamed, and a bloodthirsty cry bounced back to me from my people. We were small in numbers compared to most of the other tribes, but we had the advantage in mobility, morale, and magic. Krill rattled to a stop, driving a chariot with Japagan grinning in the secondary position. I didn't order a charge. I just started sprinting. I knew which camp I was aiming for. It was the next but one to the west, and the intervening camp had sent soldiers as well, judging from where some of the cowards had fled to when they retreated. The broken remains of the swarm were stopping there to snatch up possessions and rush to the paddocks with the horses. The earth shook as my cavalry picked up speed to match my pace. I caught a spear that Japakan tossed to me as he grabbed one for himself, its steel head matching the blurred reflections coming from the whirring blades of the scythes on the vehicle's wheels. With a wedge of lancers behind me, just ahead of the chariots, we thundered across the grass towards our foes. I sent half a dozen fireballs from my rings into the crude barricades to break the rough-shod defenses. As the wood splintered or vaporized, we were left with a clean entry point. My dagger flashed as I cut through the camp. Whichever idiot tribe this was had made a bad mistake allying with Jacobin and Mortimer.
As I approached the far side, I sent out more fireballs to clear a path so the lancers and chariots wouldn't lose momentum, excising a portion of the defenses with incandescent flames. Normalis humano, slain times 59. 590 souls gathered. We burst out of the camp and pounded towards the warriors of their former tribe. Clearly, my people had zero reservations about slaughtering the people they had recently lived with. My barbaric tribe was not prone to sentimentality. As we crossed the distance to the Araskin camp, the archers pulled ahead on either side and began launching volleys of firewall arrows into the tents and paddock. Lines of blue and orange fire erupted and wound through the camp before I deleted their flimsy barriers with more fireballs. The archers spread out to either side of the camp and circled around to take any stragglers that broke out from the imminent slaughter, all the while launching enchanted arrows into the tents. I silently thanked Khan, Atas, and Trujillo for all the drills they'd driven into the heads of the cavalry. I burst into the center of the camp and ignored the fires. They hurt, but didn't do me any real damage. I checked my health. Health points. 247 over 250. Yep, none of these assholes had done me much damage yet. I began to think my dagger needed a name. It sliced, it diced, it amputated. I could see myself struggling to explain just how amazing it was in one of those TV ads for the latest and greatest kitchen knife on TV back home. I barged into a man, knocking him on his back and pivoting to kick him in the groin, while both hands flashed out. My left crushed an elbow in a vice-like grip, while the right lashed out to cleave through an arm with my as-yet unnamed blade. I tapped my chest and sped up again as the lancers began streaming past me, screaming and hooting as their spears smashed people aside. As the lances began to break, they pulled their now steel-headed maces from their belts and set about themselves. "Push through and come back! Don't lose momentum!" I bellowed, and they began picking up speed again, cantering through to land occasional blows rather than getting stuck in a melee. Mobility was their greatest strength. Besides,
It left a few alive for the scythe chariots to cut down as they rattled into the enclosure. I threw myself aside to avoid losing a leg to one of my own chariots and rolled to my feet, looking for more targets. Normalis humano, slain times 34. 340 souls gathered.
"Enough! Face me, you coward!" roared a voice.
I did a quick double-take, as my first thought on seeing him was that this was an Ervile. He was nearly 6.5 feet tall, towering over me as I drew closer. Soulbound servant body D+. Mind E-. Souls F. I charged forward, and he sped up unnaturally as he moved to meet me. His iron sword moved like lightning as it cut towards my face. I ducked and threw a punch into his solar plexus, knocking him backwards with a grunt. Through glimpse, I could see the chariots were clearing out the rest of the camp, and Jandak had wheeled about and reorganized his lancers for a second charge. The ponies looked blown, sweating and huffing, but I expected they had one more good run left in them. The soulbound lunged with a straight blade aimed at my heart, and I twisted away again, my much shorter dagger slicing round to catch his forearm. The wound closed as soon as it appeared, and he spat at me before diving forward and tackling me to the ground. My ribs groaned as he squeezed, but unlike this idiot, I hadn't dropped my weapon as the grapple began. I twisted my wrist and stuck the blade into his kidney. He screamed, but only tightened his grip around my chest, pinning my arms to my sides. Enhancement activated, and I broke his grapple. He punched me in the face as he shoved himself back and rose to his feet.
He spat blood at me this time. What was it with these people and spitting?
His eyes glowed red for a moment, and suddenly beings of fire stepped out of nowhere and threw themselves at me while he scrabbled to recover his blade. I ducked and weaved, moving backwards. I had no magical counter for the summon fire spirit spell, and I made a mental note that I had badly neglected the potential of the spell. All I needed to do was outlast the timer, so I gave ground, leading the floating humanoid flames deeper into the tents and away from my troops. When they flickered out, I breathed a sigh of relief and looked around for my enemy, just as glimpse shrieked in my mind. All around us, under almost every camp, the ground was roiling and turning over. The grass burst upwards as gray flesh dragged itself into the moonlight and shambled towards the nomads. Shit. Bandaged men were disgusting enough, but unbandaged men who'd been buried underground for who knew how long were even worse. Worms and maggots fell away from their half-eaten faces as they came to the surface and began attacking anyone living, quickly putting an end to the internecine wars and sending most of the warriors into screaming terror. The other tribes melted away as their warriors bolted from the ghoulish horror as quickly as they could, grudges put back on hold in shared fear.
Jandak! Kos! Munne! Krill, you mad old bastard! We are leaving! Fall back to the north!
I screamed, my physical enhancement allowing my voice to cut through the other sounds of a camp being slaughtered and burned. I followed my own orders, my previous enemy forgotten as I sprinted back towards the plains. I had to pull my dispersed troops together so we could escape the second part of this abominable trap. Thousands of walking corpses had emerged from the ground, and every moment dozens more pulled themselves free of the soil and began attacking the tribesmen.
Chapter 63.
Holy moly. Having shouted myself hoarse, rallying my cavalry to reform outside the Eriskin encampment, I ran back and forth, chivying along the more bloodthirsty stragglers. It took 10 painful minutes as I watched the rest of the tribes disperse, the face of what could only be described as a tide of undead. The shambling masses had rushed the other tribes, and the dead, both the reanimated variant and those who had fallen during the fighting, littered the plains around the artificial barrow of Heloth. My lancers trotted forward,
the chariots on their immediate flanks, with the archers safely protected behind us. I'd hopped up into the chariot Krill was driving, nudging Jagapan over to make room. "I won't be staying, don't worry," I told the other king in a ruined voice. "Krill, my throat is fucked. We barrage with enchanted arrows, cut our way through, and then move north to meet up with the others. Don't fuck about on this. No stopping to kill for funsies. We don't know for sure that this is the last arrow in Mortimer's quiver," I croaked. Krill mumbled and nodded as he carefully held the vehicle in position to the right of the wedge of lancers. I couldn't help but notice there were fewer of them than there should have been. In the heat of the fight, I'd lost track of the links in my mind snapping away as my warriors died. I checked as I yanked a spear with a steel shaft from the fixture in the chariot. The bright red banner streamed out behind as I swung the tip down to point behind me. I'd lost perhaps 1 in 20 of my soul-bound servants thus far. 5% might not sound like a lot, but seeing as I had so few fighters to begin with, every loss hurt more than perhaps it should have done. Was I getting soft? If I were going to command these people in a war, which now seemed both inevitable and less of a cakewalk than I'd been envisioning, I would need to harden my heart again. Glimpse metaphorically pecked my mind to get my attention, and I snapped back to the overhead view he was providing. The dead were congregating ahead of us. Why couldn't it be slow zombies? Why did they have to be able to run tirelessly and reposition themselves? If I could locate whoever had animated them, or wore the rings used to animate them, I could stop this in a moment. But Mortimer must have schooled his necromancers to avoid notice once the fighting began. Glimpse focused on the party from our camp that had fled the battle right at the outset. They hadn't had time to completely escape buried zombies lying in wait for us, though. They had gotten bogged down. Half the mounted warriors were either dead or dismounted, and the chariots had gotten bogged down, forced to an awkward circling motion so the wheel-mounted scythes could fend off the worst of the swarm from the warriors. My pregnant wife defending my warriors was not acceptable to me, and my blood ran cold at the sight of hundreds of undead closing in on her group. Spear in hand, I leapt forward, rocking the chariot and eliciting squawks of indignation from Krill and Jagapan. As I landed, my feet flashed, and I shot off ahead of the remains of my forces. The tip of the spear was largely unused as I ran. I swatted bodies aside, using it like a 7-foot-long club as I charged forward. Glimpse circled overhead, and I borrowed his sight as I hastily made my plans. 200 of my remaining mana vanished as I cast Burning Skies twice, shaping the spell into long lines ahead of my forces. The sky darkened, then glowed red as the clouds gathered and fireballs rained down 50 meters apart to either side of our line of retreat. For once, I was grateful to the ever-cursed shop. I bought a pair of normal mana potions, willing them to appear in my free left hand as I paid. I chugged one, pulling the stopper out with my teeth and tipping it down my throat. Mana, 350 over 430. Excellent. The earth stirred around me as I used my earth-shaping spell, and my legs stopped pumping. I rode forward on a wave of dirt and soil, pulling it in from the edges of my reach and from ahead of me. Zombies were tumbled off their feet and left fully or partially buried in the ground as I shot forward faster than I had ever moved in my life. Half a kilometer later, I cast 2 more Burning Skies, creating another set of burning railway tracks to either side of me. I glanced back to check on my troops, and they were funneling through the perfectly smooth and hardened lane I'd left in the dirt. Any zombies near the edges, or miraculously still standing, were cut down as the Mondan warriors chased after me. I drank the other potion as the surrounding dirt slipped from my mental control. Back to 350 mana. Mana potions were arguably worth the candle. I begrudgingly accepted. I was ignoring the kill reports for now,
but I was confident I'd end up well in profit after this shit show of a day. I'd been supposed to put myself forward as not only an accepted tribal leader, but as a warlord fit to lead all the tribes south against the real enemy. That plan had turned to ashes thanks to fucking Hakubin selling out his own people to the shit-sitters. Earth-shaping let me pass over a kilometer in 15 seconds. I wasn't far from Faye, so I bought another mana potion and cast another pair of burning lines in the sky that fell to the ground to thin the undead herd. Then I rose up on a tsunami of dirt and crushed my way through to secure Faye and her group. As I skidded to a stop, I spun, smacking the nearest zombie away with the spear, which was now looking a little bent and worse for wear, and drank the third mana potion. Glimpse had circled down and was zipping in and out of the melee to take zombie eyes, which he gobbled greedily. Sprinting around the circling chariots, I cleared the immediate area through brute force, then turned to Faye's driver.
The Lancers would catch up in a moment, but Faye's party needed to regain their momentum or they'd snarl everything up. I took a few bites and slashes as I cleared away the heavily armed zombies, but nothing that slowed me down. From now on, the only things I really had to fear would be my fellow contestants, it seemed. "Go! Let the Lancers overtake you!" I yelled, pointing north, and Glimpse landed a passing peck to one of the horse's hind legs as he flew past. The beast startled, and the driver cracked the reins at my command, launching the animals forward into a rattling charge. The horde had been thick enough to slow and eventually stop a handful of chariots and 20 horse archers, but now they had an opportunity to get back up to speed and would be able to cut through the fringe of the swarm. I planted my feet, leaning my weight against the spear in my right hand as the rest of my forces caught up. I waved them on, and they split like a stream around a pebble as they continued their mad dash north. Krill skidded to a halt next to me. His horses were blown and lathered in sweat. The stink of their fear might have been infectious to the other ponies, but to me, it smelled like motivation to get the hell out of here. "Don't fucking stop," I croaked at him. "Told you," muttered Jagapan. "What about you?" Krill snapped. "I'm the rear guard. You can't outrun me. And besides, I might as well make the most of all these free souls Mortimer has given us, right?" My grin was caked with dirt and blood, which must have only made me look even more savage. "Aye!" yelled Krill as he whipped his ponies back into motion, leaving me alone in the cloud of dust. Glimpse landed on my shoulder, and I reached up to ruffle his feathers. "Now all the civilians are out of the way. How about we do some real damage?" I whispered. He cawed and shot off to fly above me. The horde had been badly disrupted by our passage through them. Thousands had died, or been killed again, and the Brownian motion of the mob was being sucked away from attacking as they tried to fill the sudden smoking gaps in their formation. 2 more mana potions appeared in my hand as I cursed the shop out of habit. I drank one and made the sky glow once more, targeting the densest concentrations of zombies shambling in the wake of my army. The ground erupted, throwing bodies or parts thereof into the air and incinerating more of the swarm. I strode closer. I wasn't going to run. Well, I was, but not yet. I was angry, and it was time to take what I could to turn this situation to my advantage. The gods had seen fit to make it so I got stronger by killing, and Mortimer had provided me with an ideal opportunity to put it into practice. I chugged mana potions after every 3 casts, but every cast killed hundreds of reanimated humans, earning far more souls than I spent. I'd found an infinite loop. As long as the horde was sufficiently numerous, and I didn't need to eat or sleep, I could keep going continuously. I burned my way back to the hill, excising an arc of the horde from reality as I went. When I got there, I found the horde trying to climb the steps carved for giants, but the chiefs and their dreamers were holding them off. A fireball cleared the immediate area, and I leapt in to take over as the exhausted mortals backed away in fear. The now twisted spear in my hand flashed back and forth, splitting skulls and breaking bodies. If I clear the way, will you run? Get back to your tribes. Come to Palliot Pass in the north if you want to take revenge for this betrayal by the Eriskin and the shit-sitters to the south, I snarled over my shoulder. All the yelling and smoke inhalation had made my voice guttural and harsh. I sounded every bit like the monster I must have seemed. "Mond! Which way?" snapped Calpactor. I was glad he had survived.
It seemed like a decent bloke for a primitive savage when we'd spoken before.
"Cut east a short way, then north. I've killed most of the horde in that direction. I'm going to clear this immediate area, and fireballs will fall from the sky. Run that way." I raised an arm and pointed the way I'd come from. "It will be easiest there. Then get back to your tribes. Urkash has declared war on the tribes, and I'm going to teach the king that this was a really fucking stupid decision." Calpactor gave me a fierce smile and waved his spear over his head as he turned to the men behind him. "Warlord Mond will clear our escape. I'll guard the wise man," he shouted. "I won't be going anywhere. I've lived 50 winters on Helath, and I won't run," snapped the old man who'd led the ceremony earlier. "I can't stay here to finish them all. I'm going to get most of them, but my own warriors are disorganized and escaping. I need to get back to them." I gave Calpactor a pleading look, and the man slipped his mace from his belt to knock the old priest unconscious with a single blow. "Oh dear, he fell asleep. I guess I'll just carry him. Anyone else feeling tired?" Heads were quickly shaken among the remaining priests. "It's better to live and get revenge than die pointlessly. I'll carry him." The Mohawk sporting chief's voice had grown surprisingly gentle as he scooped up the old man. I drank another mana potion and launched another barrage of fire from the sky. I worked my tongue around behind my teeth. The potions tasted funky, and the aftertaste reminded me of sambuca or something similar. Heavily aniseed in flavor. I had always hated aniseed. The only useful item from the shop, and it tasted like arse. Typical. "Now!" I yelled, and a blast of Aresk's aura washed over us, giving the seemingly broken men a much-needed morale boost. They took off at a sprint into the smoky, cratered ground I'd left behind me as I cut my way back to them. Glimpse trailed overhead, occasionally zooming down to remove an eyeball from an errant zombie that somehow survived my assault. I gave them a minute, batting away any zombie that came close with a fist or the spear as I waited for them to get ahead of me. Glimpse could see my army break free of the encirclement, and a wash of relief flooded through me. Faye was clear, as was the bulk of my forces. I had hoped my return would lure out the necromancers and the soulbound, perhaps even Mortimer himself if he was here. But it wasn't to be. No living person was left in the area, only the rotting corpses of men enslaved after their deaths. Sprinting after the escaping tribal leaders was a surreal experience. It was all smoke and craters and shambling dead men. The zombies didn't groan or demand access to my brains. This lot had all been concussed by my earlier attacks, so they shuffled along like typical movie zombies rather than the bandaged men I'd grown used to. I called out as I sprinted past the chiefs and moved ahead to keep their route clear of serious threats. I didn't have to use burning skies again. Seen from above, the devastation I'd wrought was appalling. Multiple square kilometers had been blasted from the heavens, leaving them ruined and burned. Fires had caught in some of the grass and threatened to spread, but I ignored that as a problem for anyone dumb enough to still be here in an hour to deal with. Once I was confident the remaining tribesmen would escape,
I took off north after my own people and counted my winnings. This didn't feel like winning. I'd lost my opportunity to unite the tribes, and no amount of souls would make up for that. I checked my kill tally and stumbled before skidding to a stop, leaving furrows in the dirt with my bare feet. Reanimated humanos slain times 6,403, 96,045 souls gathered. Holy moly.
I was so stunned I was unable to swear for a moment. But then a barrage of profanity erupted from my lips in a rasping, gasping chuckle that built rapidly into howling cackles. Glimpse orbited my head, adding his own cawing laughter to the mix. Poor old Mortimer had fucked up with style. He was down most of one zombie army, and I was up enough souls to make the Sicarescan nomads into absolute terrors. I might even spend some souls in the shop for once.